After a grueling day of work, Zhang Zhuo shook his dazed head and let out a long sigh. The large office was empty, silent to the point of being oppressive. Just then, the square dance music from the plaza downstairs began to play. He'd long passed the time to go home. Zhang Zhuo lit a pack of Baisha cigarettes. As a man in his 30s, he spent every day doing soul-crushing work, being the perfect employee at the office, the perfect father, husband, and son at home. Right now, though, he just wanted to listen to the square dance music drifting up from below and quietly smoke a cigarette. Beyond the daily grind, there was only smoke and music. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. A message popped up. Congratulations. You've won the Back to the Past crowdfunding campaign. You are now eligible to return to the past. Reply 1 to confirm. Zhang Zhuo gave a bitter smile. He'd won countless prizes over the years: laptops, iPhones, cars, houses. But if you actually believed them, you lost. This era was full of scams. Whatever. Zhang Zhuo's bank card was empty. The last yuan in his WeChat account had already been used for that obviously fraudulent crowdfunding. Even if it was a scam, they couldn't squeeze another cent out of him. So, Zhang Zhuo quickly replied 1. 1 minute later, his phone screen flashed, displaying a setup interface. Please select your rebirth mode. Press 1 to start a new life. Press 2 to revisit old dreams. A very mechanical, yet incredibly pleasant female voice came from the phone. Zhang Zhuo thought for a moment and pressed 2. A progress bar appeared on the phone screen, slowly advancing. Zhang Zhuo stared at the screen, thinking, damn, this game interface looks pretty realistic. Suddenly, everything flickered. The ceiling lights went out, and even the computer that had been running a moment ago shut down. Zhang Zhuo looked out the window. In confusion, the city was still brightly lit. A blackout. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Zhang Zhuo stubbed out his cigarette, preparing to head home. Then, the phone on his desk suddenly emitted a blinding light. A milky white beam shot toward Zhang Zhuo, gradually enveloping him. Zhang Zhuo's eyes widened. His first thought was, shit, my phone's got a virus. Until the light completely surrounded him. A violent surge of electric current unexpectedly struck his brain. Zhang Zhuo convulsed. His mind went blank, and his entire body felt as if being shredded by a meat grinder. Intense pain made him open his mouth, but he couldn't scream. Does this damn phone virus have attack capabilities too? Was Zhang Zhuo's last thought before passing out. He didn't know how long he slept. Was it a minute? Or 10 years? Zhang Zhuo remained unconscious, sometimes feeling excruciating pain, other times a warm, cozy sensation, as if basking in the sun on a cold winter day. Gradually, consciousness returned. His head still felt heavy, like a giant iron ball was pressing down on it. His limbs seemed unresponsive. The world around him shifted from blurry to gradually clearer, yet everything remained a pale white. Zhuo, wake up. It's already noon. A familiar voice rang in his ears. Zhang Zhuo turned toward the voice, staring at the person speaking by his bed, as if he were witnessing the most impossible thing in the world. He shot up from the bed in one motion. Not bothering with slippers, Zhang Zhuo stepped barefoot onto the floor, grabbing the person in front of him tightly and shouting, "Holy shit, you're Wei Shuai." The person Zhang Zhuo saw upon opening his eyes was none other than Wei Shuai, his college roommate who used to sleep in the bunk below him. And Wei Shuai looked exactly as he did at 18 or 19, youthful and fresh, wearing that khaki Benetton jacket. Zhang Zhuo couldn't believe his eyes, stunned, speechless. Wei Shuai looked at Zhang Zhuo in confusion, then felt his forehead. "Zhuo, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Zhang Zhuo stared wide-eyed, bewildered for half a minute, then released his grip on Wei Shuai and slumped onto Wei Shuai's bed. Before him was unmistakably their college dorm room. He buried his face in his hands and thought, damn it, I've really time-traveled. What do I do? My wife and kid are still back there. Shuai, got a smoke? Zhang Zhuo lifted his head weakly. Wei Shuai pulled a crumpled pack of soft pack by Sha from his pocket, handing one to Zhang Zhuo and lighting one for himself. Zhang Zhuo took a deep drag and asked, "What year is it?" "What year?" Wei Shuai was clueless. "I'm asking you, what year is it by the Gregorian calendar?" Zhang Zhuo's emotions flared, shouting the question. 1999. Zhuo, what's wrong with you? Wei Shuai, unfazed by Zhang Zhuo's outburst, asked with concern. 1999? Fuck. Zhang Zhuo shot up from the bed, yelling 1999? The Beijing Olympics haven't happened yet. The US president is still Clinton. The RMB exchange rate is still 8-1. And if you apply for a QQ number now, you can still get 6-digit one? What's QQ? Wei Shuai was completely baffled, starting to regret bringing Zhang Zhuo to meet their hometown senior the previous night. Wei Shuai and Zhang Zhuo came from the same small county. Though they didn't know each other before, they became inseparable after being placed in the same class and dorm in college. The previous night, a senior from their hometown had treated them to dinner. Wei Shuai had invited Zheng Zuo along, and both had drunk heavily. Little did they know, the next morning, Zheng's hangover hadn't cleared, and he was acting so strangely. Zheng Zuo looked at the confused Wei Shuai and thought, "You little bastard, in a few years you'll be using QQ to seduce countless innocent girls, and now you're asking me what QQ is?" Recalling their internet days, they were relatively early adopters of QQ, but it wouldn't be until the end of 1999 that the first internet cafe opened on the backstreet of their campus, giving them their first real access to the internet. The weather now was clearly still summer, probably shortly after he had entered college. It's a powerful social networking software for computers. "I'll take you to try it sometime," Zheng Zuo replied simply, shaking his head. What was meant to happen would happen. Even if he didn't tell Wei Shuai, in a couple of months they'd still go to the internet cafe behind campus, learn to type, chat on QQ, and meet net friends. At that moment, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Zheng Zuo. Yes, he had chosen the revisit old dreams mode. What was meant to happen would still happen. He was back at the same university, his best college buddy was still by his side. Did this mean he would also meet his previous life's wife, the one who lived a simple life with him? Would he and his wife still have that clever, adorable son from his past life? After confirming he had truly been reborn, the only thing Zheng Zuo couldn't let go of from the 17 years after 1999 was his wife and child. His parents must also be alive in 1999 and younger and healthier than they were in his previous life. Thinking of this, Zheng Zuo clenched his fists tightly. Fine, since I've been reborn into 1999, I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. I will make everyone around me live 100 times better than they did in my previous life. I will make my life 100 times more brilliant. Haha, fight on, young man. Zheng Zuo exhaled the stale air from his lungs and shouted. Chapter 2. No longer gnawing on steamed buns, all right. All right, I won't call you to drink next time. Hurry up and wash your face, brush your teeth, and let's have lunch. The cafeteria is about to close, Wei Shuai said with a sigh, shaking his head. Shuai'er, I am determined to make it onto the Forbes rich list. I aim to court the most beautiful stars. Trust me, you too shall share in my prosperity. Zheng Zuo exclaimed, swiftly donning his bedside attire, his spirits soaring. His physique had slimmed considerably compared to his early 30s, as late-night gaming and erratic eating habits had taken their toll. Yet, youth was a capital of its own. At this moment, Zheng Zuo felt invigorated. His vision restored to clarity, unlike the foggy sight he had endured for years from incessantly staring at computer and phone screens. I believe in you. Enough with the chatter, or we really will miss lunch, Wei Shuai replied dismissively. Zheng Zuo quickly completed his morning routine and checked his wallet, which contained over 200 yuan. He recalled that during his university days, his monthly allowance was around 600 to 700 yuan, a relatively generous sum for a third-rate university in 1999, yet he often found himself struggling to afford meals. When he had money, he spent it liberally, but by the end of the month, he would be left with little, resorting to gnawing on steamed buns for days. Sometimes, he even had to endure hunger for 2 days to make it until his family sent the next month's allowance. He then pulled out a sleek black phone, marveling, wow, a Philips treasure. This was Zheng Zuo's very first mobile phone, a second-hand purchase that felt quite extravagant in the year 1999 when mobile phones were not yet ubiquitous. Yes, your little treasure. I can't fathom your reasoning. You gnawed on buns for 2 months just to buy this phone. Wei Shuai scoffed. Zheng Zuo recalled that he had indeed deprived himself for over a month to save for that phone. And when Wei Shuai could no longer bear to watch his friend suffer, he invited Zheng Zuo to share meals with him. Soon enough, Wei Shuai's allowance dwindled as well, and the two of them found themselves once again subsisting on steamed buns for a week until fresh funds arrived from home. Zheng Zuo glanced at Wei Shuai and said, Thank you, Shuai'er. As a man whose spirit bore the weight of over 30 years, having navigated through countless betrayals and deceptions, he now understood the profound value of this selfless camaraderie. Enough. Let us not waste time. Let us eat. I haven't even had breakfast yet. I'm starving. Zheng Zuo and Wei Shuai exited the dormitory and made their way to the cafeteria. The familiar scenery and the faces of long-ago acquaintances stirred a wave of nostalgia within Zheng Zuo. They each received their meals, 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish, and began to feast heartily. Though the portions were modest, the flavors were delightful. Even after experiencing culinary delights from across much of China, Zheng Zuo still found himself yearning for the flavors of his alma mater's cafeteria. Before long, the two had devoured their meals. Having skipped breakfast and being at the age of 18 or 19, when appetites were insatiable, they felt a lingering desire for more. Zhengzhu remembered that in the first 2 years of university, he had grown a couple of centimeters taller, yet ultimately fell short of 175 centimeters. Wei Shuai, even more unfortunate, never reached the height of 170 centimeters. Compared to some out-of-town classmates, he felt diminutive. Moreover, Zhengzhu had always harbored a passion for basketball. As an amateur player, he could easily contend with opponents of 175 centimeters or shorter. However, when faced with adversaries towering over 180 centimeters, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, he was determined to seize the opportunity, ensuring he consumed ample nutrition in hopes of gaining a few extra centimeters in height. Consequently, Zhengzhu hurried off to purchase 2 servings of meals, alongside 2 bottles of fresh milk, which he placed upon the dining table. Goodness, at this rate, we shall soon be back to gnawing on steamed buns, Wei Shuai lamented, his expression fraught with concern. Eat up, you won't have to gnaw on buns again, Zhengzhu replied with a carefree demeanor. Shuai, remember, we shall never again resort to that. From this day forth, we shall feast at every meal, rise early, and engage in physical exercise. Additionally, we shall find ways to amass considerable wealth. What nonsense! In the world 17 years hence, what endeavor will not yield profit? Will we still be cooped up in the dormitory, gnawing on buns every day? How shall we earn money? Handing out flyers on the street? Or working part-time at KFC? What can that possibly yield? Wei Shuai inquired, perplexed. Distributing flyers and working at KFC were practically the only part-time jobs he could conceive of at that moment. Zhengzhu scratched his head. Let me ponder. There must be a solution. Although he was aware of the prevailing trends of 2017, he was still a financially impoverished student with merely 200 yuan to his name. Even if he knew that property prices in the capital would soar exponentially in 17 years, he lacked the funds to invest and could not liquidate any assets. How could he swiftly accumulate his first pot of gold? If he could secure some capital, Zhengzhu was confident he could amass a fortune he had never dared to dream of in his previous life. They continued their meal until both were utterly stuffed. Wei Shuai rubbed his distended belly and asked Zhengzhu, "Are you attending the afternoon class?" "I won't be going. You can attend on my behalf. Just inform the instructor I am present. I have some matters to attend to," Zhengzhu replied after a moment of contemplation. Reflecting on his university experience, he felt he had not acquired much specialized knowledge, and after graduation, he had seldom utilized what he learned. Instead, it was his years spent frequenting the library that instilled in him a commendable reading habit. In his previous life, he first secured a position at a magazine, then ventured south to Deep Blue City as an advertising copywriter, and subsequently, his family arranged for him to work in a government position in a small county, where he languished for over a decade, leading a life devoid of ambition and rife with wasted youth. In contrast, Wei Shuai excelled in his studies and secured a position at a design firm after graduation. He began as a mere draftsman, frequently working until midnight, eventually rising to become the chief designer, earning an annual salary of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Yet, burdened by mortgage and car loans, his life was still one of tight finances. Zhengzhu concluded that the habit of frequenting the library was worth preserving, while prioritizing the pursuit of wealth over specialized courses. In 2 years, as universities expanded their enrollments, the market would be saturated with graduates, but what was truly lacking were innovative and entrepreneurial minds. With the foresight of 2017, Zhengzhu recognized an abundance of entrepreneurial opportunities awaiting him. Parting ways with Wei Shuai at the cafeteria entrance, Zhengzhu chose a tree-lined path leading to the rear mountain of the school. This university is directly affiliated with the Ministry of Forestry, its campus lush and verdant, with decades of growth allowing the branches along the paths to flourish, casting shadows overhead. Alongside the pathways, public telephone booths are systematically arranged beneath the trees. Upon seeing the telephone booths, Zhengzhu was reminded to call home. He took out his Philips handheld device and dialed his family's number. After several rings without an answer, a sense of disarray and concern washed over him. Then he remembered that his parents were likely at work, so he proceeded to call his father's mobile phone. "Is that you, my son? What's the matter?" His father's familiar voice on the other end nearly brought Zhengzhu to tears. "Nothing, Dad. I just wanted to check in. How are you and Mom doing?" His voice quivered slightly, relieved that he had been reborn and that his parents were still present. "We're fine. You needn't worry about us. Just take good care of yourself out there. Are you managing with the school food? Will you come home for the National Day holiday?" His father inquired. "I'm doing well, Dad. I want to be coming home for National Day. Please take care of yourselves. I'll hang up now. All right. Do you have enough money? Is your living allowance sufficient? If not, I can send you some more, his father asked. Dad, don't worry. I have enough money. Life at school is quite manageable and not too expensive, Zheng's reassured him. Okay, then let us end the call. Long-distance charges can be quite steep. Chapter 3. The agreement. After finishing the call, Zhengzhou noticed a newsstand by the path and casually purchased a copy of the Sports Weekly. In the year 1999, when the internet was not yet widespread, reading Sports Weekly was his habit. Upon opening the newspaper, he found the front page featured a report on Yang Chun. By 1999, Yang Chun had already scored 7 goals in the Bundesliga, making him the top scorer for his club, Eintracht Frankfurt. In his previous life, Zhengzhou had been an ardent fan of Yang Chun, eagerly watching every televised match to cheer him on. Choosing a quiet stone bench along the pathway, he sat down and immersed himself in the newspaper. In an age where information is abundant and the internet dominates, it had been years since he had enjoyed reading a newspaper in such tranquility. He perused the articles meticulously, adapting to the world of his rebirth. The report on Yang Chun discussed Frankfurt's relegation battle and the potential for his transfer. Relegation. A sudden realization struck Zhengzhou. He vividly remembered Frankfurt's miraculous escape from relegation, particularly the unforgettable match where they triumphed 5-1, with Yang Chun scoring the first goal, ultimately securing their survival. The jubilant fans rushed onto the pitch, uprooting the grass in celebration. Zhengzhou contemplated how to seize his first opportunity for profit. The newspaper stated that the Bundesliga season would conclude this weekend, and the suspense surrounding relegation would soon be resolved. He distinctly recalled the final score of Frankfurt's last match, which presented a golden opportunity to bet on the outcome at a bookmaker. With this thought in mind, Zhengzhou promptly rose and headed towards the campus exit. The university that Zhengzhou attended was situated far from the city center. And in the early days of the internet in 1999, there were no internet cafes to be found. To seek reliable online gambling websites, Zhengzhou had to venture into the city to locate a cyber CAF. In his previous life, Zheng was both a fervent football fan and a gambler, having generously contributed to various betting companies. He was quite familiar with numerous international gambling sites. However, given the underdeveloped internet infrastructure at the time, he could not ascertain whether these sites had entered the Chinese market. After more than an hour of searching, Zheng finally discovered an internet CAF named Wang Chao in the city center. He paid 10 yuan to the attendant and logged onto a computer. In those days, visiting an internet CAF did not require identification, and the CAF itself was a novel experience. The establishment was a modest space of less than 30 square meters, housing a dozen outdated computers, most of which were unoccupied, devoid of the clamor and noise that would characterize future internet CAFs. Zheng adeptly powered on the computer, opened the browser, and attempted to access Baidu, only to realize that it was not yet operational, as its founder, Lin Feng, was still in the United States at that time. Shaking his head, he navigated to Google and began searching for the gambling websites that lingered in his memory. With the nascent state of the domestic internet, many sites lacked a Chinese version and did not support payments in renminbi. After racking his brain for well-known gambling sites, he eventually found one that had already entered the Chinese market and hastily completed the registration process. Upon entering the gambling interface, he noted the simplicity of its layout and the limited array of betting options, which included basic point spreads, European odds, and score betting. The odds for the upcoming Frankfurt match were striking, with a 101 payout for a Frankfurt victory. In other words, if Zheng wagered 100 yuan, he stood to win over 10,000 yuan. The allure of such enticing odds brought a smile to his face. This time, the betting company would surely face a setback. Having lost a fortune to him in his previous life, it was now their turn to bear the consequences. Zheng perused the instructions on depositing and withdrawing funds, finding them largely reminiscent of his past experiences, though at that moment, only Industrial and Commercial Bank of China supported online banking, as other domestic banks had yet to offer such services. Satisfied with the established conditions, he logged off and left the CAF, making his way to a nearby branch of the Industrial Bank. The bank was modest, featuring only 3 or 4 counters. Zheng casually approached a counter, filled out a form, and handed it over. Behind the counter sat a young woman with long hair, appearing to be in her 20s. Her hair was casually tied back, with a few dyed strands cascading down to her well-defined nose. Her crimson lips evoked thoughts of her eating a banana or cucumber, while her fitted bank uniform accentuated her alluring curves. embodying both elegance and beauty. Zheng found himself momentarily entranced. His vision, restored to 2015 in this new life, allowed him to clearly see the name tag on her chest, Xiaoran. Xiaoran clearly sensed Zheng's lingering gaze on her figure, and her expression shifted to one of displeasure as she accepted the form he handed her, casting him a disapproving glance. Zheng felt somewhat embarrassed, having not stared at a beautiful woman like this in quite some time. Perhaps it was due to the fact that his body still bore the marks of a novice, causing his reaction to the fairer sex to be rather intense. Xiaoran quickly assisted Zheng in completing the necessary procedures, handing him the account information and the newly issued bank card. "Are you free tonight?" Zheng found himself unexpectedly uttering the words. Xiaoran shot him a sidelong glance, her enchanting eyes narrowing. "I'm sorry, I'm not available. When will you be free then?" The sensation of being rejected by a beauty rekindled Zheng Zui's youthful spirit. With a steely resolve, he decided to persist. "I am never free, you little brat. Instead of focusing on your studies, you're trying to chase after girls. Hurry back to school." Xiaoran glared at Zheng Zui fiercely. "What did you just call me? Who are you calling little?" Zheng Zui was relentless, indignant that a girl barely in her 20s would dare to label him as such after living for over 30 years. "All right, I want to argue with you. The moment you manage to save 1 million in this card, I'll agree to go out with you. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance." Despite her breathtaking beauty, Xiaoran had quite the temper. "Deal, but don't you dare regret it later." Zheng Zui responded eagerly upon hearing her words. What did 1 million in 1999 signify? Zheng Zui understood that at this time, 1 million could purchase 2 apartments within the 4th ring road of Beijing, all paid in one go. For others, this might be a goal requiring many years to achieve. But Zheng Zui planned to earn that million by this weekend. "I keep my word. Just don't let me wait until I'm old and gray." Xiaoran, having seen Zheng Zui's information during the card application, was skeptical. He was merely a freshman. Even if he could earn that much, it would likely take him over a decade. "Just watch me," Zheng Zui declared as he took his card and exited the bank. "Xiao Xia, quite the charmer. Aren't he you? Wasn't he that the 5th guy who approached you today?" One of the female tellers beside Xiaoran remarked, a hint of jealousy in her tone. "Oh please, Lu Jie, he's just a kid from Lin University. What does he know? Unlike you, Lu Jie, who still has so many admirers even after getting married." Xiaoran, shifting from her previous fierce demeanor, replied sweetly. Chapter 4. Crowdfunding. As Zheng Zui stepped out of the bank, he began contemplating ways to amass money. He had just deposited the last 200 yuan he had on him into his new bank account, but 200 yuan was woefully insufficient. Even if he were to gamble on a bet with a 100-fold return, it would only yield a little over 20,000 yuan, which was far from adequate for someone with grand ambitions like him. Should he ask his family for help? That was out of the question. They would only provide a few hundred to 1,000 yuan at most, and anything more would raise suspicions. Moreover, Zheng Zui was well aware that his parents were exceedingly frugal, with their monthly income being a fixed salary. If he were to draw too much from them, they would only tighten their belts further. Borrowing from friends? That was also not feasible. Most of his peers were still in school, and even if each contributed a couple of hundred, it wouldn't solve his problem. In the end, Zheng Zui conceived of the concept of crowdfunding, which has become exceedingly popular in later generations. It is similarly a form of borrowing, yet it promises greater returns to creditors. In light of the allure of high yields, he should be able to raise some funds. Upon returning to campus, Zheng Zui promptly reached out to friends whose numbers he had stored on his phone. As a freshman, his circle was rather limited. Among the 10 or so acquaintances, aside from his dormitory mates Wei Shui, Wang Xiaojian, and Huang Guan, there were also older classmates from his hometown, such as Li Yi and Zhang Shui. These were individuals who would later become his close companions. Additionally, he had a few basketball buddies like Lu Xia. Ultimately, the concept of crowdfunding was not yet fully comprehended, and persuading others to invest required a significant degree of trust. With over 30 years of life experience behind him, Zheng Zui understood the rarity of such trust. He resolved to promise any friend who contributed funds a 2-fold return. With only 3 days remaining until the Saturday match and an additional 2 days required for withdrawing winnings from the betting site, he deemed a 5-day return of double the investment quite enticing. He arranged to dine with his friends that evening at the Shuiyo restaurant near the school's back gate, intending to discuss the crowdfunding initiative during the meal. Having worked in a public institution for over a decade, the habit of treating friends to dinner when seeking their assistance remained ingrained in him. Despite being completely broke, Zheng Zhuo felt no anxiety over the dinner expenses. On one hand, he anticipated soon earning a substantial sum from the betting site, and on the other, he and Wei Shuai had frequented that restaurant often since starting school. Establishing familiarity with the owner, a debt for a meal posed no concern. With some time before dinner, Zheng Zhuo visited the Shuiyu restaurant to give the owner a heads up and then made his way to the library. Reflecting on his previous university life, he felt that spending time in the library was the most meaningful endeavor he had undertaken, a habit he intended to uphold. Moving quietly, he entered the reading room and casually picked up an advertising magazine. This particular journal was quite specialized, featuring numerous analyses of successful advertising cases. In his later life, Zheng Zhuo had also been inspired by such literature during his time in the library, which eventually led him to a rather challenging job in advertising in Deep Blue City. Before long, he became engrossed in the material. With some work experience under his belt, revisiting these theoretical texts provided him with a sense of clarity. Advertising, he realized, is a remarkably meaningful and challenging profession, so much so that a popular adage in the industry asserts, if you cannot be president, be an advertiser. This encapsulated Zheng Zhuo's understanding of advertising in later years. He had even impressed an interviewer with this sentiment, securing a position at a prominent advertising firm. Yet, reality often proves harsher than dreams. The relentless grind of late nights and the dark nature of bidding had long extinguished the passion of a young man enamored with advertising. Zheng Zhuo was certain he would never pursue a career in advertising again, even if he never ascended to the presidency. For him, reading such books now served more as a cherished hobby. As Zheng was captivated by his reading, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils. A short-haired girl, clad in a white blouse and blue jeans, settled beside him. She carried a sizable light gray bag, presumably containing a portable music player, with a white earphone wire extending from the bag to her ears, obscured by her short hair. Zheng surmised that she hailed from affluence. In 1999, even a modest portable music player was priced at over 1,000 yuan, nearly equivalent to half of his living expenses for a semester. The girl placed her bag on the desk before her and leaned closer to Zheng, offering him a smile while gesturing towards the stack of promotional magazines in front of him. Noticing that she held the same type of magazine as he did, Zheng realized she had come over after finishing her own issue. Therefore, he returned her smile politely and handed her the entire collection of magazines on the table. Time slipped by swiftly, and as dinner approached, Zheng glanced at his wristwatch, which read 15 minutes past 5 in the afternoon. He rose and exited the reading room, having arranged to meet his friends at 5:30, a punctuality he prided himself on. The short-haired girl watched his hurried departure with mild surprise. Since entering university, she had often frequented the library, relishing its tranquil atmosphere, and had encountered numerous male classmates attempting to strike up conversations or pass notes. Yet, unexpectedly, her first proactive engagement with a boy had elicited no response. Upon arriving at the student dining hall, Zheng found that his friends had not yet arrived. He dashed to the cashier's counter to procure a pack of Furong cigarettes, presenting one to the owner, Lao Su. This meal will be settled in a few days. Please ensure ample portions, as I've invited over 10 people. Lao Su nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, Zheng, we are friends. While Zheng engaged in casual conversation with Lao Su, a hearty laugh resonated from the entrance of the dining hall. What on earth are you up to, Zheng? Such a grand affair. It was his fellow townsman, Li Yi and Zhang Shui. Li Yi, a steadfast companion from his past life, was the kind of person who would go to great lengths for a friend, always attentive to Zheng's needs. It's nothing serious, just a small favor I need from you guys, and also a desire to gather everyone together. Zheng replied as he retrieved the Furong cigarettes from his pocket and distributed them among his arriving friends. Many of these acquaintances he had not seen in over a decade. Even his closest contact, Wei Shuai, only managed to meet him sparingly throughout the year. After escorting Li Yi and Zhang Shui to the pre-booked private room, the others began to arrive in succession, and the atmosphere within the room soon became lively. Chapter 5. Sincere friends. Once everyone had gathered, Zheng cleared his throat and addressed the group. Well, since everyone is here, I must say I have not been at Lin University for long, and I am truly grateful for your kindness. Although I do not have many friends, I feel fortunate to know all of you. The primary reason for this dinner is to seek your assistance with a matter. What is the issue? Just get to the point. Li Yi interjected loudly. Is someone causing you trouble? Who are you referring to? I shall have a word with him. Zheng Zhuo was not at all perturbed by Li Yi's interruption. He was aware that Li Yi was not given to boasting. In truth, He had once found himself in a predicament, from which Li Yi had graciously extricated him. Li Yi had also attended a vocational school in this very city, where he often engaged in brawls with his peers. On one occasion, he even managed to defeat a local gang leader, earning himself a modicum of fame. Although he was an outsider, he garnered a respectable reputation among the ruffians of this tertiary city. Concerned that he might continue down a misguided path, his family leveraged connections to enroll him in this mediocre university. Brother E, please hold on. Allow me to finish. No one has caused me trouble. I merely wish to embark on a small venture, but I lack the capital. I seek to gather some funds from everyone. Regardless of how much you can lend, I only require 5 days, and I shall repay you double. Zhang Zhuo stood up and surveyed the crowd. I understand if you all, being students, cannot accommodate my request. It will not affect our friendship. I'm sorry, Zhang Zhuo, but I just remembered I have an appointment. I'll think of a way to get that money for you by tomorrow. One of Zhang Zhuo's friends from the basketball court rose and remarked, leaving before Zhang Zhuo could respond. Soon, several others who had come with him also found excuses to depart. Zhang Zhuo met their exits with a smile. Were it not for his current predicament, he would not have reached out to them for assistance. The opportunity to earn had been presented to them. It was their own lack of initiative that held them back. Once only 4 or 5 individuals remained in the room. These were the ones with whom he shared a profound bond, despite the years that had passed without contact. Brother Zhuo, what kind of business do you wish to pursue? Count me in for whatever you decide. I have yet to pay my tuition for this semester. Here, I have over 500 yuan. Take it. Huang Guan, his roommate, declared in beautifully articulated Mandarin. All right, my friend. Zhang Zhuo replied succinctly, knowing that those willing to assist him at this moment were true comrades. Zhuo, I know my living expenses are barely sufficient, but I will support your endeavor. I have 500. Is that enough? Wang Xiaojin inquired. Zhang Zhuo nodded appreciatively. I am grateful for your trust, no matter the amount. I assure you, I shall repay double in 5 days. Enough. I just asked my family for 6,000 yuan to buy a computer. Since you are in urgent need of funds, take 5,000 for now. I will keep 1,000 for myself. Forget about the double repayment. Just treat us to drinks once you start making money, Li Yi proclaimed with generosity. Zhang Zhuo recalled the 6,000 yuan for the computer. It had been around this time in his previous life when he, along with Wei Shuai and Li Yi, spent lavishly on nightlife, frequenting the best clubs in the city and booking rooms in upscale hotels. Within a month, they had squandered the entirety of that sum. Such a situation would not recur in this life. As Zhang Zhuo ventured into gambling, this sum would be multiplied infinitely. I have another 1,000 here, Zhang Shui added. I only have 500 left. Perhaps I could help you borrow some more tomorrow? Wei Shuai said, feeling somewhat embarrassed that his contribution paled in comparison to his friends. All right. Without further ado, in 5 days, I will undoubtedly meet everyone's expectations. Borrowing money is an option. I am unafraid of escalating matters. Zhang Zhuo felt a warm glow within, grateful that he had chosen the mode of reliving old dreams. Otherwise, missing out on family and friends would render even his rebirth at the pinnacle of life meaningless. Having said this, Zhang Zhuo opened the beers he had prepared in advance, handing each person a bottle. Tonight, we shall drink until we drop. As the rounds progressed, the atmosphere grew ever more fervent. The hefty Huang Guan, his tongue thick with drink, leaned toward Zhang Zhuo and asked, Brother Zhuo, might you share what business you are venturing into that is so lucrative? It's not that I doubt you. I'm merely curious. Indeed, Zhuo, enlighten us. What else with the mystery? Rest assured, the money you promised will be ample. We would support you even if you were to engage in arms dealing. Li Yi, who had never shied away from trouble, was also feeling a bit tipsy. Zhang Zhuo had consumed 3 bottles of beer, yet his mind remained clear. It seemed that his alcohol tolerance had improved since his rebirth. He understood that revealing everything now would only cause concern among his friends. After all, for ordinary university students, these sums were substantial. However, faced with brothers who had endured the trials of time, Zhang Zhuo would not resort to deceit. Lighting a cigarette, he gazed earnestly at his friends and said, I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose everything just yet. What I can assure you is that I have a 90% certainty of making a profit. If you insist on knowing, let us reconvene the night after tomorrow, and then I shall reveal everything in full. Very well. If Zhuo chooses not to share, he must have his reasons. Let us wait until the night after tomorrow, urged one of the group. Come on, brothers, let us toast. Wei Shu stood up, adjusting his glasses. Cheers. I'll go first. Li Yi rose, tilted his head back, and downed his drink with precision. After feasting and toasting, Li Yi suggested they go karaoke, which received unanimous enthusiasm. Zhang Zuo feigned dizziness from the alcohol and opted out. After parting ways with his good friends, Zhang Zuo strolled alone along the dimly lit street behind the school, hands in pockets, wandering aimlessly, reminiscing about how carefree he and his friends had spent their university days in his previous life. Yes, they were all still under 20, brimming with youth, hormones, and leisure to squander. Yet, in his past life, no one had warned them of the harsh realities awaiting them post-graduation. By the time life taught them how to shoulder responsibilities and earn a living, they too would become like Zhang Zuo, indifferent to merriment. Zhang Zuo resolved that he would ensure these friends he was aiding would earn enough to indulge in dating, gambling, drinking, buying homes, starting families, and even enjoying their old age. For he knew that even if he lived many more years, he would never find such sincere friends again. Chapter 6. A moment of carelessness having made his decision, Zhang Zuo quickened his pace, weaving through the increasingly bustling crowd as he headed toward the dormitory. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, the vibrant nightlife for exuberant university students was just beginning. However, Zhang Zuo resolved to return to his dormitory early, completing his evening rituals and retiring to bed. Embracing the philosophy of early to bed and early to rise, he sought to ensure ample sleep and a healthy lifestyle. The myriad of aspirations that Zhang Zuo yearned to achieve in this lifetime hinged upon maintaining a sound body. Upon returning to his dormitory, Zhang Zuo took a refreshing cold shower, simultaneously washing and hanging up 3 days' worth of accumulated laundry. By 10 o'clock, he was nestled in bed, experiencing an unusually peaceful slumber on his first night after rebirth. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhang Zuo awakened naturally, stretching languidly. He noticed his dorm mates, Wei Shuai, Huang Guan, and Wang Xiaojian, still enveloped in sleep, prompting him to tread lightly. After dressing and freshening up, he rummaged beneath his bed to find his sneakers. A pair of red and white warrior shoes, whose surfaces had begun to yellow from neglect. What a surprise! Warrior shoes, he murmured softly, donning the long-forgotten footwear. He had decided the previous day that each morning he would jog a couple of laps around the school playground, followed by sets of pull-ups, and perhaps indulge in some basketball when time permitted. He hoped this routine would contribute to a slightly taller stature by the time he reached his 30s, ensuring he would not suffer from suboptimal health. The serene campus in the early morning was largely devoid of activity, with most still in slumber. Occasionally, one could hear the soft murmur of English being recited by students preparing for their exams. Breathing in the unpolluted air, Zhang Zuo strode briskly towards the playground. Upon arrival, the sky had brightened considerably, with the dawn's crimson hues heralding yet another sunny day. The expansive playground was sparsely populated, with a few individuals jogging and a group of 7 or 8 athletes practicing long jumps in the distance. As Zhang Zuo jogged along the track, he suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance from behind. Slowing his pace, he turned to find the short-haired girl he had encountered in the library yesterday. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with clear, deep-set eyes resembling tranquil waters. Her shoulder-length hair danced in the gentle morning breeze, and her red and white Adidas sportswear accentuated her graceful figure, complemented by immaculate red and white running shoes. Upon recognizing Zhang Zuo, the girl exhibited a hint of surprise. He courteously slowed down and offered her a gentle smile, exclaiming, "What a coincidence." She nodded, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she quickened her pace. Overtaking him and continuing ahead, Zhang Zuo shrugged, choosing not to accelerate in pursuit. With numerous tasks ahead of him and his current state of modest means, he had no intention of pursuing romantic entanglements. Moreover, he believed his future spouse would inevitably mirror his past life's partner. Thus, he was reluctant to court unnecessary emotional burdens. Well aware of the complexities that beauty can bring, Zhang Zuo felt a twinge of curiosity. In his previous life, he had been unaware of the existence of such affluent and beautiful young women at school. It was worth noting that during his earlier days, both he and Huang Guan had been without girlfriends. The two of them had covertly accessed the student council and copied the information of thousands of female students, meticulously including headshots, dormitory details, phone numbers, and even home addresses. How could such a lapse occur? Zhang Zuo lamented. After jogging 2 laps around the track, a light sheen of sweat adorned his youthful body, still vigorous at 19. Not a hint of redness on his face, he proceeded to perform several sets of pull-ups, halting only when he was drenched in perspiration. He then strolled over to the cafeteria beside the playground. With over an hour remaining before the first class, the cafeteria had just opened, and a few chefs were transporting large baskets of steaming meat buns, instantly igniting Zhang Zuo's appetite. "Chef, I would like 3 meat buns, 1 egg, a bowl of porridge, and a bottle of milk." Zhang Zuo called out exuberantly. "Certainly, young man, you have quite the appetite." A jovial, plump chef responded with a grin. "Indeed, indeed. Breakfast must be hearty." Zhang Zuo replied with a smile. "That will be 5 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash?" The chef inquired as he handed Zhang Zuo his breakfast. Zhang Zuo momentarily froze, a sense of disorientation washing over him. "Pay by card? What card?" After a brief pause, realization struck him. He had almost forgotten that dining in the cafeteria required a meal card, though cash was also acceptable. Today, however, he had ventured out for a run without bringing anything along. He thought to himself, "This is a disaster. In this era, there is no Alipay, and even facial recognition technology is not yet available. Just use mine." A short-haired girl in athletic wear had appeared beside Zhang Zuo, deftly inserting her meal card into the card reader. The plump chef glanced at Zhang Zuo with curiosity before swiftly completing the transaction. The short-haired girl said little, retrieved her card, and turned to head toward a table. With a mischievous grin, the chef asked Zhang Zuo, "Is she your girlfriend?" "Quite lovely indeed." "You've done well for yourself, young man." Embarrassed, Zhang Zuo clutched his breakfast, scratching the back of his head as he glanced at the girl's retreating figure and stammered, "No, she's just a classmate." With that, he hastily made his way toward the short-haired girl. A man should never accept free meals, let alone rely on the kindness of a beautiful woman. "Classmate, thank you. Which department are you from? I'll repay you tomorrow." Zhang Zuo sat across from the girl, taking a large bite of his bun, his words slightly garbled. "No, it's unnecessary." The short-haired girl shot him a quick glance before hastily lowering her head, consuming a few bites of her own breakfast, and then abruptly standing to leave. Zhang Zuo watched her departing figure in confusion. Am I really that intimidating? He savored every bite of his breakfast before leisurely returning to his dormitory. At that moment, Wei Shuai and his companions were still fast asleep, oblivious to the late-night escapades of the previous evening. Zhang Zuo chose not to disturb them, quickly taking a shower and changing into a fresh set of clothes. Emerging from the restroom, Wei Shuai had already risen, yawning as he retrieved a cloth bag from beneath his pillow. "Zhang Zuo, this is the money everyone contributed for you yesterday, a total of 7,000 yuan. Count it." Zhang Zuo accepted the stack of cash Wei Shuai handed over. "All right, what's there to count? Can't I trust my own brothers? I'll be out handling some matters this morning. I'll need you all to cover for me." Chapter 7. A life-and-death struggle. Zhang Zuo, do you want me to accompany you? It's not safe for you to carry so much cash alone, Wei Shuai expressed his concern, suspecting Zhang Zuo was about to engage in a transaction. "No worries, I assure you. The people I choose to transact with have international credibility," Zhang Zuo reassured, patting Wei Shuai on the shoulder. "Very well. Take all necessary precautions." Seeing Zhang Zuo's confidence somewhat eased Wei Shuai's worries. Zhang Zuo casually slung his army green crossbody bag over his shoulder, placing the money inside before carefully zipping it up. He waved goodbye to Wei Shuai and exited the dormitory. To place a bet, one must first deposit money into the bank, then transfer it to their betting account via online banking. Zhang Zuo aimed to place his bets today. As the match in Frankfurt was scheduled for tomorrow, certain sensitive matches could experience extreme fluctuations in odds, and if the bookmakers suspected any foul play, they might close betting early or set the odds to incredible levels. Just as Zhang Zuo reached the school gate and prepared to board a bus to the city center, his phone unexpectedly rang. Pulling it out, he saw it was a call from Lu Sha, and he pressed the answer button. "Hello, Lu Sha." Yesterday, Lu Sha had left early without eating, along with several other friends, and while Zhang Zuo hadn't taken it to heart, he had silently categorized Lu Sha as someone he couldn't trust deeply. "Zhang Zuo, I came to your dorm early this morning, but they told me you had already left. Where are you now? Last night, I borrowed a few hundred yuan from my fellow townsfolk for you, and I'm bringing it now." Lu Sha spoke urgently. "Oh, I'm at the school gate." "Thank you, Lu Sha," Zhang Zuo replied, surprised by Lu Sha's willingness to help him out on such short notice. "You're at the school gate? Wait there, I'll be right over," Lu Sha said before hanging up. Zhang Zuo quietly put away his phone, lit a cigarette, and casually sat on the steps at the school gate, waiting for Lu Sha. Although he didn't place much importance on the few hundred yuan, he understood he was waiting for a friend who would stand by him. True friendship isn't measured by what one says, but by what one is willing to do for another. Zheng Zhua, with over 30 years of life experience, had long grasped this truth. Thus, when Lu Sha arrived, breathless and sweaty, handing over the crumpled 650 yuan, Zheng Zhua said little. Simply patting Lu Sha on the shoulder and stating, "Tomorrow evening, the usual place, we'll have dinner together. Then everyone will see if the money you lent me can double." Hey, Zheng Zhua, don't say that. I helped you borrow money because you're my brother. There's no need to mention such matters between brothers. Even if you have earned money through your business acumen, that is your own achievement. Simply repay me without the need for doubling it. Would that not imply you do not regard me as a brother? Lu Sha, while wiping the sweat from his brow with his dark garment, expressed his displeasure. Enough, brother. Let us discuss this later. I have matters to attend to, Zheng said, waving goodbye to Lu Sha as he turned and boarded the 33 bus waiting at the school gate. Upon reaching the city center, Zheng first visited the Industrial and Commercial Bank where he had previously opened an account, depositing the entirety of his 600 yuan into his newly acquired bank card. As he completed the transaction, Zheng scanned the counters with his gaze, noticing the absence of the beautiful bank clerk, Xia Ran, whom he had met previously. Reflecting on the impulsive promise he had made out of frustration, he began to anticipate her reaction upon seeing his account filled with 1,000,000 yuan. At that moment, he could not fathom why he had felt the urge to ask her out. As a man whose mental age was in his 30s, such impulsiveness was unbecoming. Although he had not been particularly wealthy in his past life, he had encountered numerous beauties. His former girlfriends and wife were all attractive, making his current impulsive behavior seem unwarranted. Considering that his account only held a little over 7,000 yuan, and based on the current betting odds, he knew he was far from winning 1,000,000. He touched the phone in his pocket and thought, why not sell it? Thus, Zheng, guided by memories from his past life, made his way to the city South Electronic Street, where he pawned his Philips handheld device for 500 yuan. He then hurried back to the bank to deposit this amount as well. Having completed these errands, he rushed to an internet CAF named NetTide. After paying a deposit of 10 yuan, the attendant assigned him a computer and then returned to his own activities. Zheng approached the designated machine, powered it on, and logged into the gambling website he had previously selected, entering his registered account to deposit funds. Given that online banking in the country was still in its infancy, transactions were not processed using secure tokens, but rather through a thin electronic password card. Following the prompts on the website, Zheng entered the corresponding numbers from his electronic card, successfully completing the transaction, which revealed a balance of 8,000 yuan in his gambling account. Everything was in place. Only the final push was needed. Zheng pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. This was not mere gambling. This was a gamble for his very life. Should he lose this bet, he could scarcely fathom where to acquire the sum necessary to repay his friends. If the outcome of the current match diverged from that of his past life, he would truly be finished. Half a minute later, Zheng decisively clicked on the betting odds for the Frankfurt match, selecting a 5-1 victory for Frankfurt. To his astonishment, the odds had risen to 1 to 103. Without hesitation, he entered 8,000 yuan in the betting field. Once the bet was confirmed, Zheng exhaled a long sigh of relief, quickly closed the website, and stepped away from the machine. By the time Zheng's were returned to school, it was already afternoon. Having risen early that morning and tirelessly engaged in wagering, he felt somewhat fatigued. Thus, he retreated to his dormitory to catch up on sleep. At the tender age of 18 or 19, one is still notably prone to slumber. Despite having invested all of his borrowed possessions into a gambling website, Zheng was swiftly succumbed to the embrace of dreams. Preserving his vitality, he anticipated that, regardless of whether the evening's match mirrored the outcomes of his previous life, he would likely find it difficult to sleep later on. When Wei Shuai and the others returned to the dormitory after class, Zheng languidly awakened. He rushed to the washroom to splash cold water on his face, quickly transforming into a picture of vigor. "Zhuge, how are things progressing?" inquired the chubby Huang Guan with genuine concern. Zheng nodded affirmatively. "All is well. Tomorrow, everyone should await their share of the spoils," he declared with unwavering confidence. Chapter 8. An impossible task surely. There should be no issues, right? What business are you involved in? I am genuinely curious, Huang Guan remarked as he produced a pack of Golden Saint cigarettes from his pocket, distributing one to each member of the dormitory. When Huang Guan first arrived at university, he did not smoke. However, during the initial military training. He developed an interest in a girl from the neighboring class. Encouraged by his friends, he declared his affections, only to face rejection. Subsequently, he gradually began to smoke alongside Zheng Zhua and Wei Shuai. He often articulated his predicament with a popular lyric from 1999, "Heartbroken in 99, from this day forth. A gentle pursuit has perished, and a love assassin has emerged. If there are any problems, we can simply endure a month of plain steamed buns together in our dormitory. I trust that Zui is reliable in his endeavors," Wei Shuai asserted as he accepted the cigarette from Huang Guan, always extending unconditional trust towards Zheng Zhua. "All right, let us head to the student gathering. Yi Gu and the others should be arriving shortly." Zheng Zhua feigned nonchalance, shrugging off the notion of enduring another month of steamed buns. He resolutely affirmed to himself that even if this match proved disastrous, he would find alternative means to recoup his losses. As people gradually gathered, they settled once more in the same private room as the previous day. Compared to their previous drinking session, they were now joined by Lu Sha. The spread of food and drink was largely unchanged, yet the group dined absent-mindedly, unaware of the true nature of Zheng Zuo's undertakings. Finally, Li Yi could no longer contain himself. "Zui, what exactly is your business? You have put forth money, yet we do not see you acquiring anything in return. I do not wish to pressure you for repayment. If you have been deceived and have suffered a loss, whenever you recover the funds, you may repay me in any manner you see fit. I am merely concerned for your well-being." Li Yi had contributed the most to this small-scale crowdfunding, investing 5,000 yuan alone, and his words resonated with Zheng Zhua as he understood the sincerity behind them. After over a decade of brotherhood in their previous life, he knew Li Yi's character all too well. "Rest assured, I implore you not to worry. I maintain a 90% certainty of earning a considerable profit. I have utilized everyone's money, and I even pawned my own phone to invest in gambling," Zheng Zhua stated calmly, recognizing that remaining silent would only dampen the spirits of his friends further. "Gambling? What does that entail?" The room filled with puzzled expressions. "Allow me to succinctly convey the situation. A friend of mine has received insider information regarding the betting odds for today's relegation battle involving Frankfurt, predicting a scoreline of 5-1. Consequently, I approached a betting company to place a wager on this outcome. Should the match indeed conclude with this score, it would be a windfall for all involved." Zheng elaborated. Upon hearing Zheng's revelation, his companions were left dumbfounded. Betting such a substantial amount on a single outcome, particularly a 5-1 scoreline, was a bold move. While none of them had prior experience with gambling, they were all avid football fans. Frankfurt winning against Kaiserslautern by 4 goals seemed, as the title of a currently popular film suggests, an impossible mission. "Is your friend reliable? Surely he is not deceiving you?" Li Yi pondered aloud. He believed that Zheng must have his reasons for taking such a risk. "Absolutely reliable. Rest assured, brothers, given that this is insider information, and the match is manipulated, the outcome will undoubtedly be extraordinary, allowing the betting company to profit," Zheng replied with unwavering confidence. He felt compelled to explain himself, as revealing that he had been reborn in 2016 and possessed knowledge of this match's result, as well as insights into everyone's future 17 years hence, would be even less palatable. Raising his arm, Zheng glanced at his watch. It was already 7:30 p.m., with just half an hour remaining until the match commenced. The event organizers were evidently aware of Yang Chen's immense popularity in China and had adjusted the kickoff time accordingly, a rare occurrence in the 5 major European leagues. Zheng switched on the television in the box, tuned into the sports channel, and announced, "Let us all enjoy the match together. The truth of the matter will soon be revealed." He then stepped outside to inform the restaurant owner, Mr. Su, that they might be dining for an extended duration while watching the game. Mr. Su, accustomed to such requests, noted that during that period, the student dormitories lacked televisions, and many students frequented his establishment to watch matches, often dining until the wee hours. As advertisements continued to play on-screen, Zheng returned to Mr. Su to procure 2 decks of cards, requesting a server to tidy up and clear a coffee table. Come, the match hasn't started yet. Let us engage in a game of poker." Zheng cheerfully invited everyone to join. Li Yi was the first to respond, "Absolutely. Since we're all gathered, let us enjoy this rare occasion." Zhang Wen, Wei Shuai, and several others also took their seats, while only Lu Sha remained seated, seemingly reluctant. "You all play. I'll just watch the television," he said. "What's the harm? A maximum of 10 yuan per hand," Li Yi eagerly encouraged. "Zheng, noticing Liu Sha's discomfort. Surmised it was due to having given all his money to him and being without funds. Thus, he reassured, I suspect many of us are in the same boat. Likely short on cash. But fret not. Let us play for fun without keeping score. We have drinks here. For those who lose, we shall drink. Zheng's proposal received unanimous approval, and all 7 individuals gathered around without exception, commencing a game of Jia Jinhua. After several rounds, the plump Huangguan found himself in the most unfortunate position, having been downed with over a dozen glasses of beer, his face flushed as he exclaimed, Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Oh, the football match has begun. Let's watch the game. No way, fatty, you can't escape. Li Yi, in fine form, insisted relentlessly. The first 20 minutes passed without a goal, but at the 25th minute, Yang Chen scored the first goal for Frankfurt. Before the first half concluded, Kaiserslautern equalized, bringing the score to 1-1. The second half also delayed its scoring until the final 20 minutes, when Frankfurt netted 3 goals within 10 minutes, adding one more just before the match concluded, resulting in a final score of 5-1. Zhengzhua, having also consumed a few glasses of beer, blushed as he recounted the events of this match from his past life. Isn't that so, Brotherswa? Upon hearing Zhengzhua speak with such conviction, the others began to feel reassured and relaxed their previously heightened anxieties. Indeed, the first 20 minutes of the match unfolded without a goal, and by the 23rd minute, the group had lost interest in their cards, each finding their spot to focus intently on the television. Chapter 9. Strikingly similar suddenly, wearing red jerseys. Frankfurt executed a diagonal long pass into the penalty area, where Yang Chun, donned in jersey number 21, was unable to control the ball in time. He struck the ball fiercely, and it found the back of the net. 1 o'clock. The collective tension that had built up among the spectators was instantly released as they erupted in jubilant cheers, their exuberant voices nearly shaking the restaurant to its foundations. Just as Zhengzhua had predicted, around the 25th minute, Yang Chun scored the first goal. At this moment, everyone unconsciously glanced at Zhengzhua, beginning to believe that he indeed possessed insider information regarding the match fixing. Zhengzhua took out cigarettes, distributing one to each person, then smiled merrily without uttering a word. In truth, he was elated, having first utilized the advantage of his rebirth to confirm that this world remained on its original course, unchanged. After another several minutes, Kaiserslautern scored, leveling the match at 1-1. As the first half approached its conclusion, the group was now thoroughly convinced of Zhengzhua's insights. They gazed at him with reverence, pondering who could have the ability to control the outcomes of the top 5 leagues, not only the results, but also the events unfolding just as Zhengzhua had described. And the fact that Zhengzhua knew such individuals implied that as long as they remained closely tied to him, they would always enjoy endless winnings. While everyone was immersed in shock, Li Yi suddenly leapt up as if electrified, preparing to dash outside. Zhang Shui seized him, asking, Pierre, where do you think you're going? I'm going to gather some money. Since the second half hasn't started yet, I want to place a bet. Li Yi gritted his teeth and shouted, It's too late, brother E. The banks have already closed. Even if you could borrow money, there's no way to place a bet now. Zhengzhua stood up to clarify. Li Yi's impulsive action brought an epiphany to the group, and they began to regret not borrowing more money yesterday. What an excellent opportunity it was. No wonder Zhengzhua had confidently assured them of a double return. Seeing the expressions of dismay on everyone's faces, Zhengzhua patted Li Yi on the shoulder and reassured them, Do not worry, my brothers. If such opportunities arise again, I shall certainly inform you all. Together, we shall prosper. As a seasoned football enthusiast, Zhengzhua may not recall the outcome of every match. Yet he distinctly remembers the results of pivotal relegation battles, championship deciders, European championships, and World Cup matches. With merely this knowledge, he is assured that poverty shall never again plague his life. However, at this moment, online betting had just entered the country, and while there were no explicit prohibitions, the nature of gambling remains illicit. Once the government prioritizes this issue, enforcement will undoubtedly intensify. Therefore, Zhengzhua had no intention of relying on this for long-term gains. Once he amassed sufficient capital, he intended to invest in more tangible industries to bolster the nation. Upon hearing Zhengzhua's words, the crowd felt a surge of excitement. If indeed every match held hidden insights, then fortune would be inescapable. Just as their anticipation reached a fever pitch, the second half of the match commenced. Time trickled by as they silently prayed. Suddenly, Kaiserslautern launched a counterattack, and their forward found himself with a one-on-one opportunity. The entire group sprang to their feet, gasping in horror as the Kaiserslautern striker deftly maneuvered past Frankfurt's last defender and unleashed a powerful shot toward the goal. In a split second, Frankfurt's goalkeeper, as if propelled by divine intervention, leaped high to deflect the ball out of play. The collective breath they had been holding was finally released. Had that ball found the net, it would have signaled the complete failure of Zhang Zuo's betting scheme. Fortunately, the match unfolded as Zhang Zuo had predicted. In the last 20 minutes of the second half, Frankfurt scored 4 goals, securing their survival with a final score of 5-1. When the final whistle blew, 6 pairs of eyes turned to Zhang Zuo in unison, silent and motionless. Zhang Zuo scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "Why do you all look at me like that? I'm not going anywhere. Tomorrow, I will retrieve the funds, and each of you shall receive your share." Money was a trivial matter, but Zuo interjected, "Are you certain such opportunities will arise again?" Wei Shui voiced the unspoken concerns of the others. "Absolutely. I promise to keep you all informed," Zhang Zuo replied with a beaming smile, which only deepened the air of mystery among the others present. Let us conclude for today, as the dormitory will be closing soon. By the way, Shuai, I want to be returning to the dormitory tonight. It will take over 10 hours to withdraw the funds, and I must head to the city to apply for the withdrawal online. Brothers, prepare yourselves for a windfall tomorrow. At this moment, Zhang Zuo felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Over 800,000. In his previous life, he had never encountered such a sum at once. And this was merely the beginning. Zuo, with such a large sum, should we accompany you? It would be wise to have each other's backs. Li Yi expressed with concern. Although he was unaware of the exact amount Zhang had won, he had promised everyone that the money they lent would be doubled, which amounted to over 10,000 yuan, a substantial sum for a college student in 1999. Rest assured, there will be no danger. The websites I have chosen are globally recognized corporations with impeccable reputations. Once I submit my application, they will transfer the funds directly into my bank account without the need for cash, Zhang reassured them. He wished to keep this matter from his friends for now, as it was not something to be openly discussed. The fewer people who knew, the safer it would be. Thus, Zhang arranged to meet everyone again at noon the following day to distribute the money before departing the restaurant alone. As he exited, he remembered to greet the owner, saying, "I will return to settle the bill tomorrow at noon." The restaurant owner, who was flirting with 2 waitresses in the lobby, waved back at Zhang, acknowledging him. Zhang smiled faintly and turned toward the school gate. Upon reaching the entrance of the university, he discovered that the last bus had already departed. In this remote suburban area, without the presence of a university, it is unlikely that bus routes would even be established here. After 10 p.m., public transport was virtually non-existent. Zhang promptly hailed a taxi, named the internet CAF in the city center, and leaned back in the seat, closing his eyes to rest. Although he appeared calm during the earlier match, his heart raced with anxiety and excitement, and now that the results were settled, exhaustion washed over him like a tide. Chapter 10. Worth millions. The taxi driver remained silent, having waited at the school gate for quite some time. Finally, he had a customer and could head back to the city center, where more patrons awaited. In less than 15 minutes, the taxi delivered Zhang to the entrance of the internet CAF. After paying the fare, he dashed inside, handing 10 yuan to the attendant and urgently requesting assistance in starting up a computer. Quickly accessing the betting website, he successfully logged in and was greeted by the sight of his account balance, 850,000 yuan. A wave of exhilarating happiness surged through him. Zhang glanced around cautiously. Being the weekend, the CAF was bustling with patrons, yet no one seemed to take notice of him, engrossed in their own conversations. He smiled subtly and promptly navigated to the withdrawal page of the website, inputting his withdrawal amount and bank card details. Once he completed the form, Zhang lit a cigarette and meticulously verified his bank account number before entering the withdrawal amount, 850,000. However, at the moment of clicking confirm, he hesitated. With only over 800,000 remaining, and after setting aside the amounts owed to his friends, he found himself 200,000 short of the coveted million. Zhang resolved that every friend who lent him money would receive triple the repayment, including old Su, the owner of the student CAF who had extended credit to him. This was a benefit that a newcomer should rightfully enjoy. Furthermore, he aspired to open his own internet CAF. Currently, there is not a single internet CAF outside Lin University. However, Zheng knows that within 3 months, such establishments will spring up like mushrooms after rain, and regardless of the number that opens, they will undoubtedly be perpetually crowded. It is also time for him to purchase a couple of decent outfits. Although his attire is not particularly shabby among university students, as a man in his 30s, he cannot bear to dress too casually. Additionally, he needs to acquire a new mobile phone, having pawned his Philips handheld device previously to gather funds. These expenses are relatively modest, and 170,000 should suffice. Thus, Zheng entered 170,000 in the withdrawal section and clicked Confirm. The system responded, "Withdrawal request confirmed. Funds will be credited in 10 hours." Zheng then perused the betting website, where one match caught his eye: Manchester United versus Bayern Munich in the UEFA Champions League final, set to commence in an hour and a half. He chuckled to himself, thinking, is this another chance to win money? The memory of that match was vividly etched in his mind, where Manchester United, trailing for 85 minutes, managed to score 2 late goals, overturning the deficit to win 2-1, thereby clinching the Champions League title and achieving a historic treble that season. At that time, Manchester United featured Beckham, a true icon of charm. Glancing at his account balance of 680,000, he assessed the odds for this match. Given its significance as the Champions League final, the bookmakers had offered various betting options, including standard point spreads, win-loss bets, halftime outcomes, and which team would score first. The odds for Manchester United to lead 2-1 were 1.5, significantly lower than the high odds from the Frankfurt match. Zheng decided to engage with the live betting, contributing the entirety of his 680,000 to wager on Bayern scoring first, with odds of merely 112, meaning a 10,000 bet would return 22,000. After placing his bet, Zheng approached the CAF manager and added 10 yuan for an all-night stay. It had been many years since he had indulged in an all-night session at an internet CAF, as the match had not yet commenced. He closed the betting site and casually sprawled on a sofa, stretching his legs and closing his eyes to rest. Half an hour later, Bayern indeed scored the first goal. Since he had wagered on which team would score first, the website promptly settled his bet, and his account balance surged to over 1.3 million. The weariness he had felt was swiftly dispelled by the thrill of his newfound wealth. Is earning money this easy? Zheng began to fantasize about a life where he need do nothing but place bets daily, effortlessly becoming a wealthy individual without any stress. However, he quickly dismissed this alluring thought. In his second chance at life, what meaning would there be in hiding behind a screen as an inconspicuous gambler? Even with a life of luxury, what significance would there be without the challenges that accompany it? Lost in thoughts of the future, Zheng pondered his aspirations. Realizing the multitude of paths before him: real estate, the automotive industry, the internet, and mobile software and hardware development. The coming 2 decades promised a period of rapid advancement for the nation, a time that could be deemed both the best and worst of eras. Those who embraced the tides of progress would find boundless opportunities, while those unable to keep pace would inevitably face indifference and obsolescence. Regardless of the industry he chose to enter, the significance of initial capital loomed large. Zheng had amassed over 1 million. Yet this sum was but a fraction of what was required to build his commercial empire. As he daydreamed, Zheng monitored the fluctuating odds on the betting board. Bayern led 1-0, and the odds for Manchester United winning at 2-1 had surged to 130, with the match reaching its 70th minute. He resolved to act, wagering his entire account balance of over 1.3 million on Manchester United securing victory. A win would yield over 30 million, potentially placing him among the top 10 wealthiest individuals in this third-tier city in 1999. Smoking a cigarette, he followed the text-based live updates. Video streaming was largely absent, as most connections were still dial-up, resulting in excruciatingly slow speeds. As the clock struck 3 in the morning, only 3 or 4 patrons remained in the internet CAF, tirelessly engaged in their games. The anticipated moment arrived in the 85th minute when Manchester United's coach, Ferguson, substituted Sheringham onto the field. Mere seconds later, Sheringham struck the net, equalizing at 1-1. Before the final whistle, Manchester United scored again, clinching the match at 2-1, igniting a frenzy worldwide. The most remarkable comeback in Champions League history unfolded, transforming Zheng into a millionaire. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed his mind regarding the bookmaker's ability to pay such a substantial sum. Nevertheless, He had chosen a company ranked among the top 10 globally, boasting decades of credibility. For an international betting firm, several million should not be an insurmountable payout. After all, in a previous life, Zheng had encountered staggering figures indicating that online betting firms extracted thousands of billions from the mainland annually. During major international events, such as the World Cup or the European Championship finals, global financial markets would tremble as vast sums were siphoned from stocks, currencies, and futures into the betting industry. In comparison, his potential winnings seemed like a mere drop in the ocean. Chapter 11. An encounter with these thoughts in mind. Zheng closed the browser and settled into a relatively comfortable position on the makeshift sofa, drifting into slumber. Although a hint of anxiety lingered regarding the successful transfer of his winnings, the exhaustion of the night soon overtook him, and he quickly succumbed to sleep. The other patrons in the CAF remained oblivious to the fact that, just hours earlier, a millionaire had been born in their midst, one who, despite his wealth, lay asleep on a CAF sofa, a reality that would seem unbelievable to many. Zheng Zuo was roused from his slumber by the sound of the cleaning staff at the internet CAF. Upon opening his eyes, he instinctively raised his arm to check the time, realizing it was already 8:50 in the morning. The bank had long since opened its doors, and he was taken aback by how deeply he had slept in the CAF. Youth truly has its advantages after a restful sleep. The exhaustion from the previous night's labors dissipated entirely. As Zheng Zuo exited the CAF, he tidied his tousled hair and inhaled deeply. Although the streets were bustling with traffic, and the air was tainted with exhaust fumes and swirling dust, he relished the fresh air after breathing in the stale atmosphere of the CAF all night. He swiftly crossed the road and first visited the automatic deposit machine outside the industrial and commercial bank to check his balance. The initial deposit of 150,000 had already arrived, indicating that the 10-hour time frame was merely a conservative estimate. Funds typically arrived even sooner. Fortunately, the first sum had arrived ahead of schedule, as he had only a few coins left in his pocket, making it a challenge to afford breakfast in the city center. Withdrawing 10,000 yuan in cash and pocketing it, Zheng Zuo experienced a newfound confidence that came with wealth. Indeed, a full pocket brings peace of mind. He glanced at the bank's entrance, contemplating how it had only been a few days since his agreement with Xiao Ran. He was curious to see the expression on her proud and beautiful face when she discovered the 39 million yuan in his bank account. However, since that amount hadn't yet been credited, he resigned himself to wait. Turning away, he strolled leisurely down the street with his hands in his pockets. It was the weekend, and the thoroughfare was alive with the hustle and bustle of people. Young couples strolled hand in hand, their sweetness eliciting a pang of envy from the single Zheng Zuo. Youth truly is a blessing. Reflecting on his nearly 10 years of marriage, the sensation of romance felt distant and foreign. Passing a Hong Kong-style tea restaurant, Zheng Zuo decided to step inside. Cantonese dim sum had been a favorite of his in a past life, and during weekends in Deep Blue City, he often indulged in leisurely tea sessions. A cup of tea guanyin, the lively atmosphere of the restaurant, and an array of delectable dishes made the morning blissfully indulgent. Life should be spent savoring beautiful experiences, he mused. Recalling a classic advertisement, people often say that the best food is found in Guangdong, but Zheng Zuo believed it should be prefixed with breakfast. The restaurant's decor clearly mimicked the Hong Kong style, featuring a minimalist and vibrant design. Light-colored, elongated tables were neatly arranged within the compact space, each table creating a private nook. 2 televisions hung on opposite walls, ensuring that every corner could catch the news broadcast from Hong Kong's main channel. This surprised Zheng Zuo, as it was 1999, a time before internet television. It seemed the owner had meticulously emulated every detail of Hong Kong's culinary culture. He hoped the flavors would be just as authentic. As he pondered this, Zheng Zuo found a window seat and settled down, receiving the menu from the server. He ordered a portion of char siu bao, rice rolls, stir-fried beef ho fun, shrimp dumplings, and boat congee, accompanied by a cup of tea guanyin. After finishing breakfast at the tea restaurant, as the clock approached 10, Zheng made a resolute decision. If the second payment had not been credited by noon, he would withdraw 30,000 yuan from the bank to settle his debts. With over an hour to spare, he hurried to the street renowned for mobile phones, intending to purchase a new device. As life became increasingly busy, a mobile phone had become an indispensable necessity. The street was lined with vendors buying and selling second-hand phones. But now that Zheng had funds, he had no intention of considering used devices. Instead, He made his way directly to the Nokia flagship store. Much like the Apple stores of the future, at this time, the Nokia store was the most bustling establishment on the street, with crowds of people coming and going. A young woman passed by, beaming with joy as she cradled a new Nokia phone gifted by her boyfriend. Just as Zheng was about to enter the store, amidst the cacophony of bargaining voices, he heard a woman shouting angrily, "You shameless hussy! Coming here to seduce my boyfriend when you can't even afford a phone? Are you looking for trouble?" A timid voice retorted softly, "I'm not broke. I was just pickpocketed on the way here. I didn't try to seduce your boyfriend. He insisted on giving me the phone." However, her voice was quickly drowned out by the furious woman, and a crowd began to gather, eager to witness the spectacle. As Zheng peered through the throng, he was taken aback to find that the girl at the center of the commotion was the same one he had encountered in the library. Her eyes were red, and she was biting her lower lip, on the verge of tears, while the woman opposite her continued to hurl insults. Zheng swiftly pushed through the crowd, approached the short-haired girl, and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, asking with genuine concern, "What's wrong?" Seeing a familiar face in her moment of helplessness was like a lifeline to the short-haired girl. Unable to suppress her feelings any longer, she leaned against Zheng's shoulder and began to weep. The woman who had been shouting did not relent, continuing to accuse her. "You shameless hussy. You already have a boyfriend, yet you're trying to seduce mine. Do you have no shame?" As Zheng gently patted the girl's back, he glared at the accuser and shouted, "If you dare to call her a hussy again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Taken aback by Zheng's fierce words and icy gaze, the woman fell silent. She then turned to a nearby man with dyed yellow hair and shouted, "Are you blind? Can't you see someone else's boyfriend is here bullying me?" The yellow-haired man glanced at Zheng, who was still holding the short-haired girl, and smirked menacingly. "Hey kid, don't get too cocky, or you might not know how you end up." Zheng disdainfully looked at him and replied, "Mind your own dog at home, and don't let it roam the streets to bite people. Who are you calling a dog?" The yellow-haired man stepped forward, glaring fiercely. At this moment, the short-haired girl ceased her tears, tugging at Zheng's shirt with a worried expression, signaling him to let it go. Zheng lightly brushed her delicate hand away, but showed no sign of retreat. "It seems to me that you two are a perfect match. You see one who enjoys shouting recklessly in the streets, and another who is fond of yellow-haired individuals. Is there anyone more dog-like than you?" As Zheng spoke, the crowd burst into laughter. The yellow-haired man trembled with rage, observing Zheng's attire resembling that of a destitute student. He pointed at a shattered Nokia 8210 on the counter and declared, "All right, you impoverished wretch, your girlfriend has broken the phone in my store. If you do not compensate me today, you shall not leave this establishment." Following his words, several male staff members approached, subtly encircling Zheng and the short-haired girl. "It was not I who broke it. I intended to purchase a phone, but I discovered that my wallet and phone had been stolen by a pickpocket. I planned to return another day to buy one." He insisted on shoving the phone into my arms, claiming he wanted to befriend me and asking for my phone number. When I declined, it fell and shattered. His girlfriend accused me of seducing him and demanded compensation. Perhaps it was Zheng's presence that caused the short-haired girl to raise her voice. "You two paupers, if you do not pay today, there will be consequences. My uncle is the deputy director of the police station here, and I will have you arrested." The woman yelled with a piercing voice. Zheng smirked, retrieving a freshly withdrawn sum of 10,000 yuan from his bag, waving it at the yellow-haired man. "Who did you call a pauper? Here's 10,000. Is it enough to buy your phone?" "That model only costs a little over 2,000, someone in the crowd remarked. The yellow-haired man was taken aback, unable to fathom that an apparently ordinary student carried such a substantial amount of cash. Zheng approached and forcefully slammed the Nokia 8210 at the yellow-haired man's feet, shattering it into pieces, components scattering around. Then, he tossed the stack of bills into the air like a shower of petals, proclaiming, "Here's your money." The crowd stared in astonishment at Zheng, hesitating for a moment. Zheng then took the short-haired girl's hand, and together they elegantly strode out of the Nokia store amidst the swirling rain of banknotes. As soon as Zheng and the short-haired girl exited the store, chaos erupted within. Everyone was scrambling for the money. Both staff and onlookers lunged for the floating and fallen bills, all vying for their prize. The yellow-haired man and the shouting woman, standing where the most money lay, were pushed aside by the frenzied crowd. After a few moments of stunned silence, the shouting woman joined the fray, competing with two middle-aged women for a bill, igniting a new round of conflict. Shouting, slapping, hair-pulling, and chaos ensued. If three women created drama, Then this scenario resembled an extraordinary action-packed spectacle. The yellow-haired man gazed despairingly at the pandemonium in his store, fists clenched, and shouted, "Stop stealing. If you don't, I'll call the police. This is my store. My money." No one heeded him. "Your money? Is it written in your name?" At that moment, the only thing in the people's eyes was cash. Whatever fell from the sky or landed on the ground belonged to whoever could seize it first. Zhang held the hand of the short-haired girl, having already ventured far from the chaos of the Nokia store, unaware of the tumult within. He relished the moment, guiding the bewildered beauty, the fragrant scent wafting through the air, enveloping him with warmth and tranquility. Words were few as they strolled towards the Motorola boutique by the roadside. As the short-haired girl gradually composed herself, she became acutely aware of his grip on her hand, her face flushing crimson in an instant. She feebly attempted to withdraw, yet Zhang's hold remained steadfast, compelling her to relent. "Thank you," she exclaimed, casting a glance at Zhang, who possessed an appealing demeanor. Initially, when they met at the library, he seemed rather ordinary, yet witnessing his flustered state in the cafeteria when he forgot his meal card rendered him somewhat endearing. Today, he appeared as a knight, emerging at her most vulnerable moment, now exuding a rugged masculinity. "No worries. I still owe you a breakfast," Zhang replied with a smile, his tone gentle. "Why did you spend so much just now? Even if your family is wealthy, that money was earned through your parents' hard work. Such extravagance is wasteful. I'll repay you," the short-haired girl remarked, a slight frown creasing her brow. "There's no need to repay me. I spent that money willingly. Why should you feel obligated? Besides, it's not my parents' money. It's mine," Zhang asserted. "By the way, my name is Zheng Zhua, Zheng from Zheng Qinggong, and Zhua from doing what one loves." In English, that would be, "What is your name?" He jested, eliciting a laugh from the short-haired girl. "You're insufferable," she retorted playfully, her cheeks reddening as she lightly thumped his back. "I'm Lin Yujia, from the advertising class of '99. Yujia, what a lovely name. It suits your grace and is worthy of your beauty," Zheng declared with mock seriousness. Lin Yujia chuckled at his earnestness. "Do you flatter every girl you meet like this?" "Not at all. I rarely compliment anyone," Zheng replied nonchalantly, truthfully having never insincerely praised anyone. "How long do you intend to hold my hand like this?" Lin Yujia pouted, raising the hand he held in mild annoyance. Zheng recalled a popular phrase from the future and blurted out, "If you do not forsake me, I shall cling to you through life and death." Upon hearing his words, Lin Yujia felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, a sweet sensation blossoming within her, her face growing even warmer. As they stepped into the Motorola store, the attendant immediately approached them, greeting with enthusiasm. "Welcome. Handsome, are you here to buy a phone for your girlfriend?" Zheng nodded, turning to Lin Yujia. He quietly inquired, "Did you have your wallet, phone, and ID stolen?" She nodded, pointing to her light-colored Fianni handbag, which had been slashed by a pickpocket, revealing a gaping tear over 10 centimeters long. "Has the 998 been released yet?" Zheng asked the attendant, though the attendant wore a professional smile. She doubted Zheng's ability to afford such a device based on his attire. "This model has just launched and costs over 5,000. I recommend the 191. It has fewer features, but is only about 1,500. Chapter 13. Couple's number. Is it possible to pay by card for the 998? Zheng Zhuo inquired. "Yes. We accept card payments here," the sales clerk promptly responded, retreating to the counter to retrieve a model sample of the 998. Zheng Zhuo produced his bank card and declared, "I do not wish to see the model. I want 2 units of the 998 right now. I do not want you to purchase a phone for me. Once I have replaced my identification card, I will go to the bank to obtain a new card. My family will transfer the money to me," Lin Yujia murmured. Zheng Zhuo leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "You mentioned needing to replace your ID and your bank card. How many days will that take? Come on. Do not be polite with me. I still owe you a meal, so let me buy you a phone as a way to repay you." "But such a large sum of money." Lin Yujia hesitated. "Madam, your boyfriend is truly generous. He is willing to buy you such an expensive phone," remarked the sales clerk, her eyes filled with envy as she retrieved 2 genuine 998 units from the counter. Zheng Zhuo examined the flip mechanism of the 998 and inspected its exterior, confirming it was authentic. He then handed his card to the clerk and asked, "How much?" "Please process it. The total comes to 10,200 yuan. Kindly enter your password," the clerk replied, executing the card transaction with practiced ease. Zheng Zhuo quickly entered his password and handed one of the phones to Lin Yujia. "Do you like it?" he asked. Lin Yujia nodded. Of course, the 998 from 1999 is the dream phone of every girl. For many years following, it became fashionable to string the Motorola 998 on a cord around one's neck. Sir, you are the first customer in our store to purchase two 998 units at once. We currently have a promotion. If you buy two 998 phones, you will receive a couple's number, which includes 200 yuan in prepaid credit. Here are the numbers. Please choose. The clerk presented the numbers while returning Zheng Zuo's card. Zheng Zuo glanced at the number book and pointed to two numbers. I'll take this one. 1390066, 1390067. At that time, mobile number management was not as stringent, and real name registration was not required. Once the clerk activated both phones with the numbers, Zheng Zuo handed the phone ending in 067 to Lin Yujia and softly said, "Since they are giving away numbers, I think these two are quite nice. You need not replace your card, just use this one." Lin Yujia shyly nodded in agreement. Zheng Zuo stuffed the charger and instructions into Lin Yujia's already damaged bag, then placed his own phone accessories into his satchel. Hand in hand, they exited the Motorola store. They hailed a taxi on the street, heading straight for the largest friendship mall in the city. Lin Yujia obediently followed Zheng Zuo, inexplicably feeling a profound sense of security in his presence, as if he were someone she could rely upon, despite their brief acquaintance. Zheng Zuo and Lin Yujia strolled through the mall, purchasing several sets of clothing, leather shoes, and athletic sneakers. Having worn ordinary street attire for days, he felt revitalized after donning a new outfit that Lin Yujia approved of. After purchasing a new Fianni handbag for Lin Yujia at the mall, Zheng Zuo had initially intended to buy her some clothing as well. However, Lin Yujia declined, stating that she only wears a specific brand that has yet to establish a store in this city. Zheng Zuo, respecting her preference, did not press the matter further. Glancing at his watch, he noticed it was already past 11, and he remembered his prior arrangement with his friends for lunch. He then took Lin Yujia out of the mall and headed straight to the bank to withdraw some cash. At the nearby ATM, he withdrew over 30,000 yuan, which he intended to share with his friends. Lin Yujia was taken aback, despite her family's affluence. She never anticipated that a university student would possess such a substantial sum in his bank account. He had already spent nearly 10,000 yuan on cash alone at Nokia. And after their purchases of phones, clothing, and bags, it seemed astonishing that he had now withdrawn over 30,000 yuan in cash to carry with him. "Where on earth did you acquire such wealth?" Lin Yujia inquired, still unaccustomed to addressing Zheng Zuo by his name. "Rest assured, it's neither from my family nor illicit gain. I earned it," Zheng Zuo replied mysteriously, gesturing towards his head with a smile. Yet, a tinge of concern began to grow within him, as the second payment of over 39 million had yet to arrive, leaving him uncertain of any potential complications. Upon hearing Zheng Zuo's explanation, Lin Yujia did not press for further details. Inexplicably, she felt a profound trust in him, convinced he was not deceiving her. This trust surprised even her. Due to her previous experience of being robbed, Lin Yujia adamantly refused to take the bus again, associating it with her theft. Consequently, they opted for a taxi back to the university. Noticing the time was already noon, Zheng Zuo realized his friends might be waiting impatiently. He called Li Yi to assure them he was on his way. Among the group, only Li Yi had a mobile phone, and Zheng Zuo thought about providing each of them with one, as he was still unaccustomed to waiting after his return in 2016. After the call, Zheng Zuo turned to Lin Yujia and said, "Some friends are waiting for me. Let us have lunch together. By the way, since you lost your wallet and cards, it will take time to reissue them. Here, take this money for now." Without allowing Lin Yujia to refuse, he extracted several thousand yuan in cash from his military green bag and stuffed it into her new Fianni handbag. Lin Yujia initially wanted to decline, but reconsidered after realizing Zheng Zuo had a valid point. Even if her family sent her money, she would still need to wait for her identification and cards to be reissued. Thus, she accepted the cash. The taxi driver, observing this exchange through the rearview mirror, silently cursed under his breath, "Damn. Rich kids sure know how to charm the ladies. This pretty girl is practically in the bag. Who will be joining us for lunch?" "Are they all boys?" Lin Yujia inquired. "Indeed. My friends are all boys. I don't have a girlfriend." Zheng Zuo feigned a look of distress. "Who knows? If it's all boys, I might feel a bit awkward as the only girl. Perhaps I should just skip it," Lin Yujia suggested. "Why not invite the girls from your dormitory to join us?" Zheng Zuo proposed. As everyone gathered for a meal, the atmosphere became quite lively. Zheng Zuo pondered for a moment before responding, "All right, I will make a call to see if they are joining us for dinner. Lin Yujia, having spoken, took out her newly purchased phone and dialed her dormitory. Coincidentally, the other 3 girls in her dorm were preparing to go out for a meal when they heard Lin Yujia mention a grand feast, prompting them to eagerly agree to join. Chapter 14. The beauty of varied forms. After Lin Yujia conveyed the meeting place, she hung up the phone and playfully looked at Zheng Zhuo. So, how do you plan to introduce me to your friends? I will simply say you are my girlfriend. Zheng Zhuo replied with a smile. Uft. Who said I am your girlfriend? I never agreed to that. Lin Yujia pouted. Then I shall say you are my benefactor. Zheng Zhuo declared. Why do you say that? Lin Yujia asked with curiosity. You have bestowed upon me a great favor, and I have resolved to repay your kindness. He leaned in closer to her. You naughty boy. Lin Yujia giggled, playfully pushing him away. Time passed swiftly in their playful banter, and soon their taxi arrived at the entrance of the friendship restaurant. After Zheng Zhuo settled the fare, he noticed Lin Yujia lingering at the entrance, hesitant to enter. He approached her, took her hand, and led her inside. As they walked into the private room, his friends were taken aback. On one hand, Lin Yujia truly embodied the essence of beauty. On the other, they had spent every day with Zheng Zhuo, completely unaware of his new romantic involvement. After a moment of stunned silence, the group of ravenous young men let out a collective howl, expressing their astonishment, which startled Lin Yujia, causing her to hide behind Zheng Zhuo. Stop howling. It's time to share the spoils, my brothers. Zheng Zhuo exclaimed, emptying the contents of his bag, revealing a mountain of cash that left everyone in awe. Whoa, brother Zhuo, don't think you can distract us with money. Honestly, how did you win over your girlfriend? Huang Guan, the hefty one, blurted out. I'm not courting your sister. Zheng Zhuo retorted with a laugh. Whoa, sister-in-law, my happiness now depends on you. Huang Guan flattered Lin Yujia. Sister-in-law, I don't have a girlfriend either. Look, Zhang Shui also rushed over, eager to speak with Lin Yujia. All right. Soon, the classmates from Xiaoyu's dorm will arrive, so mind your manners. Now, gentlemen, let us distribute the money. Igu, this is for you, Zheng Zhuo said, handing over 2 stacks of cash to Li Yi, who had contributed 5,000 during their collective effort, thus receiving a share of 20,000. Wow, is this much for me? Are you sure you have enough left for yourself? Li Yi excitedly accepted the money, knowing it would allow him to enjoy himself for a while. Don't worry. I still have plenty. Igu. Let us call sister-in-law over. It's a rare occasion that we made some money today. Let us celebrate. Zheng Zhuo recollected that among their group, only Li Yi currently had a girlfriend. However, upon reflection, it seemed that he had never been without a romantic partner at any point in time. In his previous life, Li Yi was quite the dandy, wealthy, attractive, and perpetually cycling through a succession of girlfriends. Nodding thoughtfully, Li Yi retrieved his cell phone. During past gatherings with friends, he seldom brought his girlfriend along, primarily out of consideration for his single friends, fearing it might evoke feelings of envy. Now that Zheng Zhuo had introduced a female companion, he felt less apprehensive about the situation. While Li Yi was on the phone, Zheng Zhuo distributed money to everyone, amounting to roughly 4 times what they had contributed. With a staggering 39 million still awaiting deposit, he was determined that his loyal friends should not suffer financially. Once Zheng Zhuo completed the distribution, smiles illuminated the faces of all present. For days, they had been concerned that Zheng Zhuo might be left financially depleted. But witnessing him arrive with a bag of money to share, their anxieties dissipated. Each person benefited from this windfall. Even Liu Sha, who contributed the least, received over 2,000 yuan, sufficient to cover a semester's living expenses. After distributing the funds, Zheng Zhuo noticed a few thousand yuan remained on the table. He set aside 2,000 yuan to hold on to and stuffed the rest into his bag, taking Lin Yujia by the hand as they exited the private room. Upon reaching the cash register in the restaurant's lobby, Zheng Zhuo placed the 2,000 yuan on the counter and addressed the restaurant owner. Su Gu, here's the money I owe you for the meal. Old Su, chuckling, accepted the money and replied, You don't need to give me so much. Ozwa, is this your girlfriend? When did you find such a beautiful partner? My girlfriend? Oh, it's just a promotional offer from the phone company. Zheng Zhuo jested lightly. Please. Take the money. Consider the remainder as payment for today's meal. Bring out the finest dishes and drinks. Su Gu, why don't you join us for a drink? Zheng Zhuo returned to Lin Yujia, who stood behind him, playfully pinching his back. You rascal, just kidding around. Treat this lovely girlfriend well, or you might lose her. I want to join you. I'll personally whip up a signature dish for you all. Old Su, not one to be polite, tucked the 2,000 yuan into his drawer. Suddenly, a melodious laughter echoed from the entrance. Ah, Xiao Yu. I thought you had some good news to celebrate with all of us from the dorm. It turned out they were there to meet a boyfriend. 3 girls, varying in size and shape, approached the restaurant, beaming as they observed Zheng Zhua and Lin Yujia. Noticing Lin Yujia's bashful demeanor, Zheng Zhua instinctively released her hand and confidently strode toward the 3 girls, smiling as he introduced himself. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Zheng Zhua. He then called loudly into the private room. Fatty, we have guests. Attend to them. The girls burst into laughter at Zheng Zhua's exuberant call. Their spirits lifted. Fatty Huang, bustling from the private room, responded enthusiastically. Welcome. How may I assist you today? Are you dining in or looking for a room? Several young women were amused by Huang Guan's exaggerated demeanor, erupting into hearty laughter. The leading girl, unafraid of the commotion, playfully responded to Huang Guan's remarks, declaring, Bring forth the finest food and drink. I have plenty of money. This proclamation ignited the entire restaurant, causing everyone to laugh uncontrollably. The group soon gathered around Zheng Zhua and Lin Yujia, and thanks to this jest, any initial awkwardness dissipated, allowing them to converse freely. As Zheng Zhua and Lin Yujia introduced their respective friends, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Old Su, fully committed, sent over the restaurant's best dishes, not wanting Zheng Zhua to feel shortchanged, especially since a typical meal here costs only around 200 yuan, while Zheng Zhua had generously given him 2,000 yuan. Chapter 15. Dodo is beautiful. Wei Shuai brought several cases of beer from outside and stacked them by the private room door, cracking open each bottle with his teeth and placing them on the table. Zheng Zhua leaned down to inquire of Lin Yujia. Xiao Yu, what beverages do your friends prefer? Fresh orange juice, of course. Dodo is beautiful. I'll go fetch some now. Huang Guan, aware that all the girls present were from the advertising department, seized the opportunity to recite an advertising slogan, which elicited further giggles from the group. Zheng Zhua took out his phone and announced, Let me call Li Gu and see how long he and his girlfriend will be. Li Yi had gone to pick up his girlfriend, and now that the table was nearly full, they were just waiting for the two of them. Wow, a couple's phone. The Motorola 998 must cost 4 to 5,000 yuan, right? Remarked a girl named Yang Jiao, who had already noticed Lin Yujia's new phone, the trendiest Motorola 998, and felt a pang of envy. Lin Yujia blushed and explained, My phone was stolen by a pickpocket. Come on, Xiao Yu, confess. When did you two start dating? Yang Jiao asked curiously. What dating? We're just friends. Lin Yujia replied shyly. Just friends? Yet you're holding hands and using a couple's phone? Who are you trying to fool? Pressed another chubby girl named Sun Kiki. All right, I'll clarify. I was picked up by her from the cafeteria. Zheng Zhua interjected, eager to alleviate Lin Yujia's embarrassment by recounting how they met. Before long, Li Yi and his girlfriend arrived. Zheng Zhua was taken aback to find out who it was. This girlfriend, Xiao Huixian, was someone he had only recently met but did not expect Li Yi to have once dated her. Xiao Huixian would later participate in the Star City Television's Star Sister competition, making her way into the top 3 and basking in the limelight, only to gradually fade from public view for reasons unknown. Noticing Zheng Zhua was staring at Li Yi's girlfriend, Lin Yujia felt a surge of jealousy and playfully stomped on his foot. Zheng Zhua, caught off guard by the sudden pain, quickly stood up, calling out, Yi Gu is here. Come, sit over here with your sister-in-law. Li Yi, oblivious to Zheng Zhua's awkwardness, cheerfully guided Xiao Huixian to a seat. With a few more girls at the table, the dinner party's atmosphere became notably lively, as delectable dishes were savored and beer flowed freely. As the drinks flowed, Yang Jiao, Sun Kuku, and Xiao Huixian cast aside their reservations, raising their beer glasses to join Huang Guan and Wei Shuai in a spirited drinking contest. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively, when suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside. Before long, the restaurant owner, Old Su, hurried over and discreetly whispered to Zheng Zhua, How have you offended Huang Mao Weimingshan? He is out there with a crowd searching for you. I just managed to stop them from causing a scene in my establishment. What? Huang Mao Weimingshan? Why is he here? Li Yitung exclaimed, rising abruptly. He is here for me. Zheng Zhua calmly finished his beer, then picked up a half-empty bottle from the table and strode towards the exit. Lin Yujia anxiously grasped Zheng Zhua's arm. He smiled and reassured her, It's nothing to worry about. I'll be back shortly. You stay here and take care of our friends. Old Su seized Zheng Zhua's arm, imploring, Don't go out there. There are over 10 of them. Stay inside. Even Huang Mao wouldn't dare to cause trouble in my restaurant. Thank you, Su Gu, but I have no intention of hiding. Zheng's would decline the kind offer. Turning resolutely towards the door, the men in the private room silently picked up their beer bottles, following Zheng's. Sometimes, there are matters one cannot evade, such as witnessing a friend endure a beating. The women, filled with concern, watched them, realizing that moments ago they had been laughing and drinking together. And now they were heading into a confrontation. Lu Sha approached Li Yi, whispering, "Ego, may I borrow your phone? I need to make a call." Li Yi cursed under his breath as he retrieved his phone. "What is your game, Sha? If you're calling for help, it's not your turn." He then proceeded to dial a number. At the entrance of the restaurant, a group of colorful-haired thugs encircled a young man with yellow hair, each one smoking and glaring ominously at the inside of the restaurant. Many students dining in the hall felt unnerved under their watchful eyes. Had it not been for the restaurant owner's earlier warning against causing a disturbance, most would have likely fled. One of the thugs, sporting a trendy haircut, confronted the young man. "Shangu, what if that kid doesn't come out? Are we just supposed to wait here? Should I tell the guys to rush in?" The man referred to as Shangu was the same yellow-haired individual Zheng Zhua and Lin Yujia had encountered earlier at the Nokia store. When Zheng Zhua and Lin Yujia exited, he had planned to take advantage of the crowd in his store. However, after being thrown off by Zheng Zhua's sudden display of cash, the chaos ensued, resulting in his girlfriend getting injured while attempting to snatch money from two middle-aged women. After tailing Zheng Zhua and Lin Yujia from the motorcycle shop to the back gate of Lin University, and realizing they were likely students, Shan Ji's anger intensified, feeling humiliated by being outsmarted by a college student. Thus, he gathered a band of miscreants to seek retribution against Zheng Zhua. Huang Maoshan, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and clad in a suit that ill-fitted him, concealed a steel pipe within his sleeve. He arrogantly declared, "Fine. Let us give old Su some face. After all, he had his share of fame back in the day." He mused upon how long those students could hide inside. Despite his family's wealth and the dubious friends he had made through years of indulgent living, Huang Maoshan knew better than to provoke a truly ruthless character. Old Su had once taken down 5 men single-handedly for the sake of a woman. I observed that the students had no intention of showing themselves. The display put forth by Brother Shan was enough to send shivers down their spines. Another scrawny thug eagerly remarked, "Most of those who manage to attend university are diligent students." Thus, they swaggered down the back street of Lin University, where most students would rather avoid them. However, they were unaware that the majority did not represent the whole, as exemplified by Zheng Zhua and his companions. Chapter 16. Do not pursue a cornered enemy suddenly. Zheng Zhua burst forth from the restaurant, clutching half a bottle of beer, followed closely by Li Yi and others, all exuding an aura of aggression. Zheng had a passion for basketball since childhood. While he did not appear particularly tall or muscular, that was merely an illusion. Someone who frequently faced off against players over 180 centimeters tall or weighing more than 180 pounds would be a fool to underestimate him. Huang Maoshan was that fool. Upon seeing Zheng emerge from the restaurant with Li Yi in tow, he refrained from brandishing the steel pipe hidden in his sleeve and instead greeted Li Yi, whom he recognized. "Li Yi, this isn't your affair. Step aside," Huang Maoshan asserted, attempting to project an air of authority. Before he could finish his sentence, Zheng Zhua sprinted towards him at breakneck speed, leaping high into the air with the momentum of his dash, and brought the beer bottle crashing down upon Huang's head, exclaiming, "How dare you come to Lin University looking for me?" With a sharp crack, 2/3 of the beer bottle shattered against Huang's skull, causing a gory spectacle of red blood. Yellow beer, white foam, and green glass shards to mingle with his golden hair under the afternoon sun. Huang Maoshan felt a jarring pain throb through his head, rendering him dizzy. Li Yi charged in next, delivering a fierce kick to Huang's groin. "This is Lin University. Where do you think you're sending me?" After taking 2 heavy blows, Huang Maoshan crumpled to the ground, unable to resist, curling into a ball. The gang that had accompanied him was accustomed to brawls. Though initially stunned by Zheng Zhua's sudden onslaught, they quickly regained their composure and brandished their weapons. The thug closest to Huang Maoshan pulled out a machete and swung it towards Zheng Zhua's head. Zheng Zhua was acutely aware that his brothers stood firmly behind him, and retreat was not an option. With a fierce roar, he gripped the remaining half of a beer bottle tightly, lowered his head, and charged at the barber. The barber struck Zheng Zhua's shoulder with a knife, intending to deliver a few stirring words to bolster morale. However, he was suddenly seized by a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he discovered that Zheng Zhua had thrust the half-beer bottle into his lower belly. Although it had not penetrated deeply enough to damage any internal organs, the abdomen is the softest part of the body, and the intense pain rendered him nearly incapable of holding onto his knife. Undeterred by the fiery agony radiating from his shoulder, Zheng Zhua wrenched the bottle free and forcefully plunged it into the barber's thigh. At this point, the barber could no longer withstand the pain and collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Meanwhile, Zheng Zhua's other friends were engaged in fierce combat with the thugs. Liu Sha, typically a man of few words, fought with unrelenting ferocity. He wielded 2 beer bottles as if they were dual maces, battling valiantly against 2 thugs. However, the overwhelming numbers of the thugs proved to be a significant challenge, and soon, many were left injured. The towering figure of Fatty Huangguan drew special attention from the thugs, who focused their assault on him. 3 thugs pinned him to the ground, raining blows upon him like a downpour of iron rods. Just as it seemed Huangguan would suffer severe injuries, a figure burst forth from the restaurant. Lao Su, the owner, brandished a cleaver and swiftly dispatched one thug who was attacking Huangguan, vociferously admonishing, "I told you not to cause trouble in my establishment. Do you not understand Mandarin?" The fallen thug, lying on the ground, protested, "We're not in your restaurant." Ignoring him, Lao Su struck again, forcing back another thug assaulting Huangguan. With Lao Su's fierce intervention, the balance of power shifted, making the confrontation evenly matched. At this moment, the injured Huang Maoshan, who had been incapacitated on the ground, finally regained some strength. He retrieved his phone, intending to summon reinforcements, when he suddenly spotted a throng of 40 to 50 individuals emerging from the back gate of Linda School. Leading them was a towering figure, as imposing as a dark tower, wielding a wooden stick presumably pried from a classroom desk. He called out, "Damn it, Ego, we're late." To which Li Yi, engaged in battle with a thug, replied, "Better late than never." Huang Maoshan, struck by fear, found an unexpected surge of energy. Ignoring his wounds, he scrambled to his feet, clutching his head and fleeing to the other side, shouting, "Run! We can't win this fight." Seeing their leader, Huang Maoshan, retreat, the other thugs abandoned their posts in a panic, wishing they had been granted an extra pair of legs to escape with him. Zheng Zhua and his companions feigned a pursuit, but soon ceased their chase. Zheng Zhua understood the wisdom of not pursuing a desperate foe, armed with knives. The thugs might fight with reckless abandon, increasing the likelihood of injury among his own. Before long, Huang Maoshan and his band of thugs vanished from sight. At this moment, a man resembling a towering figure hurriedly approached Li Yi, panting heavily. "Ego, are you all right? I received your call and rushed over with my team, but it seems I still arrived too late." Li nodded, "I'm fine. You came in a timely manner." With that, he made his way towards Huangguan. In the recent skirmish, all 7 of them had sustained injuries, with Huangguan's wounds appearing to be the most severe. Zheng Zhua lifted Huangguan off the ground, brushing the dust from his clothes. "Hey, buddy, are you all right?" Huangguan grimaced and exclaimed, "Ouch. It hurts like hell. Zhugu, be gentle. My backside is injured, and I nearly faced a disaster. Oh, my leg hurts too. I can't move." At that moment, Lin Yujia, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, rushed out in tears. Seeing the deep gashes on Zheng Zhua's shoulder and his friends all bruised, she sobbed, "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." In truth, after Zheng Zhua received the first blow, Lin Yujia had wanted to rush to his side, but Yang Jiao and Xiao Huixian had firmly held her back, advising, "When men are fighting, it's best for women to stay away. All you can do is wait until the fight is over to tend to his wounds." Zheng Zhua pulled Lin Yujia close, gently stroking her hair. "Silly girl, this isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself. It has nothing to do with you." After comforting Lin Yujia, Zheng Zhua retrieved a stack of money from his olive green bag and handed it to her. "Here, don't cry. I'm fine, right? Take this money and buy 5 packs of Furong Wong from the shop." Chapter 17. Friction still claiming to be fine. "You've lost so much blood. I still have money. You Haven Tea spent the last amount I gave you. I'll go buy it right away." With that, Lin Yujia obediently walked towards the small shop at the entrance, taking Yang Jiao along with her. At that moment, Wei Shui sat silently on a stone, smoking a cigarette. Zheng Zhua approached and patted him on the shoulder. "Shui, are you okay?" Wei Shui coughed a couple of times, stammering, "I'm all right, just a bit shaken. But I might need to go to the hospital." He pointed to his back. Zheng Zhua turned to see the myriad of wounds crisscrossing Wei Shui's back. the deepest one exposing bone. Goodness. We need to get to the hospital. Zhang Zhuo shouted. Wait, I've called for a car. It'll be here shortly. Old Su, being an experienced hand, had already arranged for transportation at the first opportunity. Su Gu, thank you so much today. Zhang Zhuo expressed his gratitude. In the most perilous moment earlier, it was old Su who had charged in with a cleaver, turning the tide. Otherwise, by the time reinforcements arrived, all 7 of them would have likely faced severe injuries. We're all brothers. No need to be so formal, old Su waved dismissively. At this juncture, Li Yi, accompanied by the man resembling a towering figure, approached and said, Zui this is Heizi, the main setter of the volleyball team and a true friend. Turning to Heizi, he added, this is Zhang Zhuo, my brother. Zhang Zhuo nodded at Heizi. Thank you, brother Heizi. We were fortunate you arrived on time today. Heizi smiled and replied, Not at all, not at all. We were late. However, Zhang Zhuo, you are truly remarkable. Just a handful of you dares to confront a dozen ruffians. And they even brought weapons. Zhang Zhuo politely smiled and said, Well said. Well said. From now on, we are all friends. If there's anything, just give me a shout. No need to be courteous. At that moment, Heizi thought it was merely a polite remark from Zhang Zhuo. However, over a decade later, at the entrance of the largest office building in Shunnan City, Heizi, now the head of security for the entire building, boasted to his subordinates. Back in the day, when I fought alongside the chairman and Mr. Li. Seeing that Lin Yujia had returned with the cigarettes, Zhang Zhuo addressed Heizi. Heizi, distribute a pack of cigarettes to each of the brothers. Please take care of them. My friends and I have sustained some injuries and need to head to the hospital. Upon noticing the 5 packs of Furong Wang in Lin Yujia and Yang Jiao's hands, Heizi's eyes sparkled. How can we accept this? We didn't even lend a hand. The Furong Wang, priced over 20 yuan a pack, was a luxury for them, as they typically smoke cheaper brands like Baisha or Hongmei. Zhang Zhuo took the 5 packs of cigarettes from Lin Yujia and Yang Jiao and thrust them into Heizi's hands, saying, Enough chatter. If you consider me a friend, just take them. Heizi smiled bashfully, replying, Then, Brother Zhuo, on behalf of the brothers, thank you. A Wuling van stopped beside Zhang Zhuo and the others. Lao Su greeted the driver before assisting Huang Guan into the vehicle alongside Li Yi. The van, seating 7, had the brothers leave the front passenger seat for Zhang Zhuo. Zhang Zhuo turned to Lin Yujia and said, Xiaoyu, I'm heading to the hospital with them. I'll contact you later. Lin Yujia pouted, No way. I want to go too. You got injured because of me. How can I leave now? All right, then come aboard. Sit here. Zhang Zhuo gestured to his thigh. Lin Yujia noticed that the back seats were already full, and with Huang Guan and Wei Shuai injured, there was no way she could squeeze in with them. Blushing, she bid farewell to Yang Jiao and Sun Kiki before sitting on Zhang Zhuo's lap. The van driver cast an envious glance at Zhang Zhuo as he pressed the accelerator, and the Wuling Hongguang sped off like an arrow, leaving a plume of black smoke lingering at the back entrance of Linda. The weather was still quite warm, and Zhang Zhuo felt the warmth and softness on his lap. Even though he was over 30, he was not the paragon of virtue. How could he remain undisturbed? Lin Yujia's cheeks were flushed, her heart racing like a startled deer. It was her first time having such intimate contact with a boy, leaving her entire body stiff and unsure of how to react. At that moment, Zhang Zhuo could no longer contain himself, gazing at the beauty in his arms. Inhaling Lin Yujia's unique fragrance up close. Sensing Zhang Zhuo's intensity, Lin Yujia shifted outward once more, attempting to escape him. However, her movements caused friction that nearly elicited a sound of pleasure from Zhang Zhuo, momentarily dulling the pain from his back injury. He was caught in a delightful agony. Recalling a joke from later years that mirrored his current predicament, where a man would say, Come sit here. It's genuine leather and soft. Just as the two found themselves in an awkward situation, they finally arrived at the hospital. Zhang Zhuo took out 2,000 yuan and handed it to Li Yi, while Lao Su, familiar with the process, led the group to register. Among them, only Zhang Zhuo needed to see a doctor, while Wei Shuai, Zhang Shui, and Wang Xiaojian required stitches. Huang Guan, despite not needing surgery, was the most severely injured and required an X-ray to check for any bone damage. Uninjured Lao Su, Li Yi, and Lu Sha assisted their wounded companions to get stitches or examinations, leaving Zhang Zhuo in the care of Lin Yujia. After their initial intimate contact in the vehicle, an awkward silence enveloped them. They exchanged glances, but said nothing. After half a minute, Zhang Zhuo broke the tension by scratching his head and saying, Xiaoyu, you have quite a bit of flesh on your thigh. Lin Yujia's head. which had been lowered, snapped up at Zheng's words, and in an excited response, she playfully punched him, exclaiming, "You rascal," taking advantage and then acting innocent. "I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving." Zheng grinned and shouted, "Oh no, I'm bleeding. It hurts so much." "Where are you bleeding?" "Let me see," Lin Yujia asked with concern. "My back." "It seems the wound has started bleeding again," Zheng feigned agony. "Then we must see a doctor quickly," Lin Yujia said, supporting him as they moved. "All right, over there, that way." The sly Zheng took the opportunity to lean against Lin Yujia, his hand inappropriately resting on her curvaceous figure. In truth, his injury was not severe. He had crouched down at the moment of impact, and his beer bottle had merely grazed his abdomen, preventing him from exerting full force. Chapter 18. Those possessing great power. After the doctor stitched up Zheng's with 6 stitches, he provided him with 2 bottles of topical Yunnan Baiyao, an anti-inflammatory oral medication. Once finished, he solemnly advised Lin Yujia, "Do not let the wound get wet. Ensure cleanliness to avoid infection. Cover the wound with plastic while bathing." Lin Yujia nodded, expressed her gratitude to the doctor, and then assisted Zheng out of the examination room. Upon exiting, they found Zhang Shui and Wang Xiaojian had also completed their treatment, each with a cigarette in their mouths, boasting to Lu Sha and Li Yi. Seeing Zheng emerge, they inquired with concern, "Zhuai, are you all right?" "All good, just 6 stitches. How about you?" Zheng asked with a smile. "All fine. Just feels like a mosquito bite," Wang Xiaojian replied dismissively. "That's good. By the way, Igu, the results for the fatty pictures might take an hour or 2. You can wait here or find a place to rest. Xiao Yu and I will take care of something in return. Let us meet back in an hour and a half," Zheng said to his brothers before exiting the hospital with Lin Yujia. After their brawl, everyone's clothes were torn and dirty, making their return from the hospital conspicuous. It was evident they had been in a fight, which could spell trouble if they encountered the police. Zheng planned to withdraw some money first, then buy a few sets of clothes to change into. The 30,000 yuan he had previously withdrawn had already been nearly depleted. Fortunately, having made some money from gambling, or else, with their meager living expenses, Zheng and his friends would likely have settled for a couple of stitches from the school clinic instead of daring to enter a large hospital. After stepping outside, Zheng was apprehensive that Li Yi and the others might require the vehicle, so he opted not to take the minibus. Instead, he hailed a taxi alongside Lin Yujia, heading directly to the shopping mall they had visited earlier that morning. Upon reaching the vicinity of the mall, he casually sought out a nearby bank to check his account balance. To his relief, he still had 120,000 remaining. Yet the anticipated 39 million had yet to be deposited. Glancing at the time, he noted that it had been over 10 hours since he had submitted his withdrawal request. It seemed that even for large gambling corporations, mobilizing several million at once was no trivial matter, Zheng mused. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, in a quaint historic building across the ocean in Britain, within a luxurious office adorned with Turkish velvet carpets and illuminated by a resplendent medieval crystal chandelier, a gathering of high-powered executives convened in a smoke-filled conference room. The reason for this early morning assembly at the headquarters of Tianbua International was none other than Zheng's 2 remarkable bets. "George, are you truly intent on meeting that Chinese individual?" A middle-aged man with a bushy beard asked anxiously, his English thickly laced with an Irish accent. "We have only just begun to explore that market, and our influence there remains exceedingly feeble. We cannot even guarantee your safety. John, for the sake of the company, I must go." This is no ordinary person. Both bets were significant upsets, and he managed to predict the exact scores. This is no mere coincidence. He possesses formidable power, capable of potentially dismantling a gambling corporation. Both we and William's firm could appear utterly fragile before him. I do not wish for William's associates to locate him before us. Thank the heavens that he placed his bets on our site and not with our competitors. I recommend that we keep all information regarding him under strict confidentiality, ensuring that only a select few of us are aware of his existence. A well-dressed blond man emphatically extinguished his prized Cuban cigar. "Very well. I shall summon James to accompany you. With him by your side, your safety should be assured." The bearded John sipped his latte, grimacing slightly. "Damn it, who put sugar cubes in my latte?" James, a former head of security at Buckingham Palace, had turned to gambling after retiring, accruing significant debts on Tianbua's site, and was now forced to work for the company to settle those debts. "Off to the enigmatic East, are we?" James, a robust black man, held a large fruit knife in hand, meticulously grooming his left fingernails. I eagerly anticipated. I hope there are individuals in China as formidable as Bruce Lee. How do you plan to approach this Chinese individual? John disregarded the slightly erratic security manager, picked up his latte, shook his head, and set it back down, focusing on George. George adjusted his impeccably neat tie. I will arrange a private meeting with him to ascertain whether he possesses some mysterious Eastern prowess or if he is merely a genius in theoretical concepts. In any case, I will exercise utmost caution in my approach and strive to gain his favor. By the way, hold off on processing his withdrawal for now. I will authorize the transfer only after our meeting. However, Mr. George, the 10-hour withdrawal promise we made to our customers could potentially tarnish our reputation, remarked a diminutive man seated at the lowest end of the table. Let us proceed with this. I suspect George's meeting with that individual will not unfold smoothly. One must possess some leverage, declared the bearded John resolutely. At this moment, Zheng Zhua, bearing wounds from a knife attack, remained oblivious to the events transpiring on the other side of the globe. After withdrawing an additional 20,000 yuan from the ATM with Lin Yujia, he ventured to the mall to purchase over 10 sets of clothing. All the garments were selected by Lin Yujia, who meticulously chose them according to the physiques of Zheng Zhua's friends. Since Zheng Zhua had previously acquired several outfits, which he had left at old Sue's classmates' restaurant, he only requested a single top for himself. With Lin Yujia's assistance, he changed out of his blood-stained shirt, lifted his arm, glanced at his watch, and noted that it had only been half an hour since he exited the hospital, leaving him an hour before his rendezvous with Li Yi. Zheng Zhua contemplated purchasing a car. Yes, a car. For Zheng Zhua, who had arrived from 2016 and was still considered a loser in his 30s. Acquiring a vehicle worth around 100,000 yuan was quite an achievement. After his rebirth, he found himself unaccustomed to traversing the world without a car. Moreover, he had already devised a plan for revenge that would undoubtedly necessitate a vehicle. Therefore, it was better to buy sooner than later. He then persuaded Lin Yujia to accompany him to purchase a car. While buying a car was a commonplace endeavor for people in 2016, in 1999 it was a luxury that only a select few could afford. Lin Yujia did not inquire further. Her primary concern was Zheng Zhua's injuries. Having just undergone stitches, she worried that running around in such weather could lead to an infection. However, after Zheng Zhua insisted on proceeding, she refrained from further protest and obediently followed him to hail a taxi to Heshi Auto City. Chapter 19. Chrysanthemums are also flowers in this era. The so-called Auto City actually boasted more motorcycles than cars. Upon entering the gates of the Auto City, a towering advertisement for the locally produced Nanyuan motorcycle greeted them. Zheng Zhua was taken aback to discover that the spokesperson for this advertisement was none other than one of the four heavenly kings, Lian Lai. In the image, Lai donned a black leather jacket, riding a black Nanyuan motorcycle with a stunning long-haired beauty perched behind him. It appeared that in this age, riding a motorcycle was still a rather glamorous affair, unlike in later years where the streets were fraught with reckless riders and swirling dust, rendering motorcycle riding a rather arduous experience. Zheng Zhua did not linger at the motorcycle dealership, but instead sought out automobiles. To his dismay, he and Lin Yujia circled the Auto City only to find 3 models: Santana, Jetta, and Shenlong Fukong, each priced at over 200,000 yuan, which was utterly outrageous. With merely 100,000 yuan remaining in his account, he found himself unable to afford even a Santana. Zheng Zhua felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Just as despair began to set in, he stumbled upon a less conspicuous dealership within the Auto City that featured a Cherry Orient. The vehicle in question is well known in later generations. It is a domestically produced model developed by Cherry, characterized as a mid-range automobile renowned for its durability. As recently as 2016, one could still occasionally spot this model on the streets. The year 1999 marked the inception of Cherry's automotive production. Zheng, filled with excitement, approached the dealership, where an air of tranquility prevailed, and the sales personnel exhibited a complete lack of service awareness. Perhaps due to a dearth of customers, 2 sales representatives were seen dozing off. Zheng circled the sleek black Oriental Sun, admiring its 1.8-liter engine, spacious interior, independently developed motor, and understated yet elegant exterior, all of which left him quite satisfied. He had encountered critiques on various forums in later years, lamenting the national tendency to favor foreign brands over domestic ones, suggesting that without the emergence of indigenous automotive companies like Chery and Geely, the average consumer would still be driving a Santana priced at 200,000 yuan in 2016. Today, Zheng personally experienced the arrogance of foreign brands juxtaposed with the arduous rise of national industry. Xiaoyu, what do you think? Zheng inquired cheerfully, seeking Lin Yujia's opinion. She pouted, "You're the one buying the car. If you like it, that's all that matters. Why ask me? Well, if I buy it, I'll be driving while you sit. Of course, I need your input." Zheng retorted playfully. "I wouldn't want to ride in your car," Lin Yujia remarked. Observing Zheng's rather mischievous expression, sensing that she had stumbled into a rather peculiar situation, the seasoned sales staff, noticing the two young individuals, aged 18 or 19, engaging in flirtatious banter while inspecting the vehicle, remained indifferent, continuing their slumber. "Excuse me, how much is this car?" Zheng politely inquired of the two sales representatives. Silence ensued. Zheng was taken aback. "What is going on? Isn't the car for sale?" He approached them, maintaining his composure, and softly asked, "Could you please tell me the price of that black Oriental sun?" One of the salespeople barely lifted his eyelids, clearly displeased at being disturbed from his nap. "Isn't the price listed on the wall? Can you not read?" The series of retorts left Zheng momentarily speechless. How disheartening it was. In the future, when he visited dealerships, attractive saleswomen would eagerly serve tea and engage in warm conversation. Had he not been relentless in negotiating prices, they might have even resorted to some unsavory practices. Yet here he was, transported back to 1999, confronted by such a dismissive attitude from the sellers. Frustrated, Zheng slapped the table where they leaned, jolting them awake. "I intend to purchase a vehicle. What kind of attitude is this? Is this how you treat customers? Hey, what else with the noise? Have you lost your mind?" Another salesperson retorted angrily. "You seem well-groomed, yet you lack basic manners. Do you really think you can afford this car?" To him, Zheng appeared merely to be a young man bringing his girlfriend to browse, rather than a genuine buyer. In 1999, it was a time when the average worker would likely never afford a car, and even if they scrimped and saved, they would barely manage, as air conditioning and mobile phones were still not commonplace. "How do you know I can't afford it? What if I can?" Zheng's were remarked with a cold smile. Lin Yujia tugged at his shirt from behind, signaling him to temper his impulsiveness. After all, his recent back injury had just been stitched up. In the store were two Dongfeng ZZ vehicles, the fully automatic model priced at 118,000 and the manual version at 98,000. "Can you afford it? If so, then proceed with the payment," the impatient male salesperson retorted. Zheng's chuckled as he produced his bank card and placed it on the table before them. "I'll take the manual model for 98,000. Let's swipe the card." "Are you jesting with me? Do you truly have 98,000 in that card?" The male salesperson regarded Zheng's, who appeared rather unremarkable, with skepticism. Zheng's wrapped an arm around Lin Yujia and cheerfully inquired of the salesperson, "This is my girlfriend. Do you find her beautiful?" The salesperson paused, his bleary eyes widening as he scrutinized Lin Yujia, instantly captivated by her beauty. He swallowed hard and instinctively replied, "Yes. She is stunning." The salesperson thought to himself, could this fellow be attempting to trade his girlfriend for the vehicle? Oddly enough, she might indeed be worth a car. Unfortunately, Zheng Zhua himself could not afford such a luxury. Otherwise, trading a car for such a lovely girlfriend would be a fair deal. Lin Yujia was utterly vexed, uncertain about Zheng Zhua's intentions, and resorted to pinching his rear end. Given Zheng Zhua's back injury, that was the only accessible area. She suddenly realized that pinching his backside provided a more tangible sensation than his back. However, she soon reconsidered. What if Zheng Zhua retaliated in kind? She quickly released her grip. "My girlfriend is so striking. Do you truly think I would be interested in your proposal?" Zheng Zhua said with a mocking tone. The salesperson's face contorted with anger. Although he was unfamiliar with the term Zheng Zhua had used, he discerned the insult. Just as he was about to react, the female salesperson shot him a glance, signaling him to remain composed. Both had been dispatched by their company for a month without selling a single vehicle. Not only were there few buyers, but even casual onlookers were scarce, primarily due to the lack of recognition of the Chery brand among the public. Chapter 20. Time is a relentless blade. Finally, a customer who seemed ready to buy without haggling had arrived. They could not afford to turn him away. What if he genuinely could pay? After all, Lin Yujia's handbag was one he had seen in the mall, priced at 700 or 800. The female salesperson donned a bright smile and addressed Zheng Zhua, "Sir? Oh, you must still be a student, right? Please hold on a moment." I will fetch the vehicle's certificate and related paperwork for you, which you'll need for registration. I said 98,000 for the car, and that price includes registration. I want to pay and drive it away immediately, Zheng Zuo affirmed, nodding. Where is it customary to buy a car without negotiating? I spoke too impulsively about the 98,000, as there are also taxes and registration fees to consider. His 39 million had yet to be transferred, and Zheng Zuo was reluctant to deplete his funds entirely. Moreover, he lacked the energy to deal with taxes and registration. Very well, I shall include the registration, she huffed. The young man, with a tone of indignation, warned. If your paperwork is completed and there isn't enough money in your account, you'll be in for it. Now go get it done. Are you just idling around? Once you finish, I will naturally make the payment. Zheng Zuo replied coldly. It must be said that in this era, the number of individuals purchasing cars is still quite limited. Thus, the Vehicle Administration Office, situated beside the Automobile City, was surprisingly tranquil. The female sales representative completed the paperwork in under 20 minutes and presented Zheng with several license plates to choose from. Zheng nonchalantly selected one and calmly entered his password to pay 98,000. The male sales representative, observing from the side, felt a mix of envy and resentment, knowing that it would take him 5 years of frugal living to afford such a vehicle, while this seemingly young student purchased one effortlessly. To add insult to injury, he had a stunning girlfriend, while he, in his 20s, remained single. Truly, comparison is a bitter pill to swallow. Zheng Zuo paid little heed to the male sales representative's emotional turmoil. Once the female sales representative handed him the vehicle paperwork, he took the keys to the Dongfeng GZ and, with a smile, held Lin Yujia's hand as they approached the car. In his previous life, he had lived frugally, relying on his parents' support to purchase a modest vehicle worth around 100,000. Yet, in this life, he acquired his first car at the tender age of 19. Once inside the car, Zheng Zuo inspected the interior, noting its rough texture and wondering about its power. Where's the engine? I can't believe it still has a cassette player. Where am I supposed to find cassettes? He lamented, subconsciously thinking he was still in 2016, a time when cassettes had long disappeared. Seated in the passenger seat, Lin Yujia smiled at Zheng Zuo as he fumbled around the car like a child. She rummaged through her bag, producing a Sony Walkman and retrieving a cassette tape, which she handed to him. Hey, this is for you. Zheng Zuo took the tape and exclaimed, Haha, little you is so good to me. Whose tape is this? Wang Jingwen. Why does she look so familiar? Wait, it's Fei Wang. Zheng Zuo recalled that he had been quite fond of Fei Wang's songs back in the day when she was known as Wang Jingwen. Inserting the tape into the car's cassette player, the ethereal voice of Fei Wang filled the car. I feel like a chess piece. Coming and going without control, time truly is a relentless force, transforming Wang Jingwen into Fei Wang. Zheng Zuo murmured to himself. What are you mumbling about? Can you even drive? Do you have a license? Lin Yujia, unable to comprehend Zheng Zuo's words, sensed that whenever he wore that mischievous expression, he was certainly not saying anything good. Zheng Zuo wiped away his silly grin and declared with sincerity, I am an experienced driver. You can trust me. With that, he turned the key, ignited the engine, and skillfully engaged the clutch and shifted gears, speeding out of the sales office, leaving the two sales representatives staring at each other in disbelief. Is this how our first car sale goes? Zheng Zuo's fondness for manual transmission vehicles stemmed from watching films like Fast and Furious, where the skilled driver's actions of engaging the clutch, shifting gears, and accelerating felt like a dialogue with the car itself. The deeper the communication, the greater the harmony between man and machine, ultimately achieving a state of unity. Zheng Zuo may not possess the driving skills depicted in films, yet, as he himself states, he is indeed a seasoned driver after years of experience. Consequently, he quickly familiarizes himself with the clutch of this vehicle and operates the Dongfeng GZ with remarkable smoothness. In this era, traffic congestion is a rarity in the city. Cars remain a luxury reserved for the elite. The Dongfeng GZ speeds along, encountering but a few traffic lights, and soon arrives at the hospital in a state of exhilaration. Upon arrival, Li Yi is already waiting in the lobby, and Huang Guan's examination results have been released. 2 fractures requiring hospitalization, and Wei Shuai also necessitates inpatient care. The results provide Zheng Zuo with a measure of relief. As long as there are no lingering aftereffects, all will be well. Li Yi leads Zheng Zuo and Lin Yujia to the ward where Huang Guan and Wei Shuai are staying, where a group of friends engages in a game of cards. Huang Guan, with his leg encased in thick plaster, eagerly watches the game, lamenting his inability to participate. Zheng Zuo approaches Huang Guan's bedside, gazing emotionally at the plaster-bound Huang Guan and the bandaged Wei Shuai, resembling a mummy, and says, "I apologize for causing trouble for my brothers. No need for such words. We are brothers." Li Yi reassures him, giving Zheng Zuo a pat on the shoulder. "It's all good, brother. The conditions here are quite decent. With 24-hour hot water and air conditioning, not to mention the lovely nurses, it's rather pleasant." Huang Guan replies with a smile. "Brother, what do you intend to do about Huang Maoshan? I suspect he won't let this go easily. His family wields some influence. As they own all the Nokia stores in the city, Lao Su expresses his concerns. While it is easy to dodge a direct attack, one must be wary of hidden threats. After this incident, Huang Maoshan will likely refrain from bringing others to trouble you at Linda. My fear is that he may resort to other forms of retaliation," he adds. Zheng Zuo's eyes gleam with fierce determination as he responds, "Humph. If he wishes to let things be, I have no intention of doing so. He cannot simply escape unscathed after harming my brother. Fear not. I have a plan, and I will discuss it with everyone later. For now, let us set that aside. Here are the new clothes that Xiaoyu and I have bought for everyone. Please try them on and see if they fit. Wow, our sister-in-law is so thoughtful. My clothes have long become unwearable, and I was just contemplating how to get back to school later." Zhang Shui praises Lin Yujie with a grin. Lin Yujie, feeling shy from the compliment, blushes and replies, "Thank you all. It is because of my situation that everyone has been hurt. From now on, we shall all be friends, so please, no need for formality." Chapter 21. The beauty of Lin turns back. "I will take Xiaoyu back to school first. Is anyone else joining us?" Zheng Zuo announces. "A car? Oh wow. What kind of car?" Lao Su exclaims with excitement, tossing aside his playing cards. "Take me to see it." Upon hearing that Zheng Zuo has bought a car, the others lose interest in the card game and rush eagerly out of the ward. Only the severely injured Wei Shuai and Huang Guan remain, confined to their beds, helplessly watching. Zheng Zuo, hand in hand with Lin Yujie, smiles as he follows the crowd out of the hospital building. "Wow, how cool. This car is even larger than a Santana." Lao Su stood beside Dongfang Zizi, his hands rubbing together in excitement as he exclaimed, "What a handsome car. Next time I go out to charm the ladies, you must drive for me." Li Yi chimed in joyfully. Although he was considered a rich second generation, his family had only just purchased a car, making the prospect of owning one himself still a distant dream. Especially in 1999, when it was quite rare for university students to own vehicles. "As long as you don't mind me being a third wheel, I have no qualms about being your chauffeur." Zheng Zuo shrugged, spreading his hands. Noticing Lao Su's eager demeanor, Zheng Zuo placed the keys in his hand, teasingly asking, "Are your hands itching? Would you like to take a spin?" Zuo Air, this is a new car." Lao Su responded politely. "Not to worry. A new car is even better. Rest assured, I've got ample insurance." "Do you have a driver's license?" Zheng Zuo insisted, forcefully placing the keys into Lao Su's hands. "I do. I obtained my license while in the military," Lao Su replied eagerly as he grasped the keys. Zhang Shui, Lu Sha, and Li Yi quickly climbed into the car, exclaiming, "Let us go for a ride." Zheng Zuo and Lin Yujie watched with smiles as their friends sped off. When Lao Su and the others returned from their joyride, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Zheng Zuo took the keys from Lao Su, grinning as he asked, "How was it? Did you enjoy it? This car is truly wonderful, far more comfortable than the truck I drove in the army." Lao Su responded with enthusiasm. "Ego, I will first drop Xiaoyu back at school and then join you later for dinner. Please take care of the arrangements." After speaking, Zheng Zuo reached into his bag, intending to pull out a few thousand yuan for Li Yi. "That's enough. You all go ahead. Don't worry about this. You've only paid me half." Li Yi firmly pressed Zheng Zuo's hand down, refusing the money. Zheng Zuo nodded, not wishing to argue further, and got into the car, with Lin Yujie dutifully taking the passenger seat. Upon leaving the hospital, Zheng Zuo's stomach audibly protested. He had skipped lunch, indulged in 2 bottles of beer, and then gone out to fight, leaving him quite hungry by dinner time. "How about we eat dinner before I take you back to school? You might miss the cafeteria's meal if we head back now," Zheng Zuo suggested, seeking Lin Yujie's opinion. Lin Yujie nodded obediently. "You decide. I'm not particularly hungry. It's fine for me to skip a meal and lose some weight." Zheng Zuo glanced at Lin Yujie with confusion. At 165 centimeters tall, she wore well-fitted jeans that perfectly accentuated her long legs, and her upper body was in flawless proportion. He sighed in exasperation. "With a figure like yours, What weight do you need to lose? You naughty boy. Didn't you say I had too much flesh in certain areas? Lin Yujie responded, a blush creeping onto her face as she pouted in dissatisfaction. Ah, silly girl, I was merely teasing you. You really took that to heart? Your figure is already fantastic. You don't need to lose weight. Not at all. Zhengzhua chuckled, shaking his head at her naivety. But what if I become a fatty? Lin Yujie pressed. If you turn into a fatty, I'll still want you. Zhengzhua asserted with conviction. Uft, who would want you then? She retorted. Lin Yujie cast a disdainful glance at Zhengzhua, yet her heart brimmed with delight. Zhengzhua drove along the road until he discovered a restaurant with a charming decor. The two casually ordered a few dishes and quickly concluded their dinner. After a day of exertion, both felt a tinge of fatigue. Zhengzhua escorted Lin Yujie to the entrance of her dormitory. As she stepped into the stairwell, she turned back to glance at him. Zhengzhua smiled and waved the 998 in his hand, signaling for future contact. It was not until he observed Lin Yujie vanish from sight that he started the car and made his departure. A few days later, Zhengzhua's wounds began to heal, accompanied by occasional tingling sensations on his back. The vigor of youth was indeed a blessing. A mere few days were enough to mend a knife wound. Wei Shuai had also been discharged from the hospital, although he was still restricted from making any sudden movements. Huang Guan's injuries were the most severe, necessitating a longer hospital stay. During these days, Zhengzhua finally relished the university life he had long yearned for in his previous existence. He committed to rising early each day, and weather permitting, would head to the sports field to observe Lin Yujie as she jogged. Due to his injuries, he could only watch from the sidelines. Once Lin Yujie completed her run, he would eagerly follow her to breakfast, where the jovial chef would consistently provide him with 2 meat buns, an egg, a bowl of porridge, and a bottle of milk. After they finished their meal, he would accompany Lin Yujie to attend her classes. This was not merely an obsession with her presence. Rather, Zhengzhua, having dabbled in advertising in his past life, but lacking formal training, sought to glean knowledge from the professor's insights on the subject. The incident involving Zhengzhua and over 10 young men outside the school gates had spread throughout the campus, eliciting a mix of fear and admiration. Zhengzhua had become a figure of notoriety, overshadowing even the illustrious playboy Li Yi. Many who had never met him were nonetheless familiar with his name. On one hand, his peers lauded him for his loyalty and fierce fighting spirit, while on the other, the news of Lin Yujie, a major in advertising, having a boyfriend circulated widely, leaving countless male students heartbroken and despondent. The architect of this turmoil, or rather the instigator, was none other than Zhengzhua. It is well known that Lin University has a scarcity of beautiful women, as encapsulated in the popular verse, when a Linda beauty turns her head, it frightens a cow by the roadside. Now, with the arrival of the stunning Lin Yujie, many single men were scheming to capture her attention, hoping to win her favor and invite her out for a meal. However, before their plans could materialize, Zhengzhua had already secured her affections. In these days, walking alongside Lin Yujie on campus, Zhengzhua felt the weight of countless envious gazes directed at him. If stares could kill, he would have likely perished 1,000 times over. Chapter 22. The situation escalates. Zhengzhua reveled in the sensation of holding Lin Yujie's hand, basking in the multitude of murderous glares directed at him. He couldn't help but hum the tune, "The Most Beautiful" by Yuquan. "Hey, what song are you singing? I've never heard it before," Lin Yujie inquired curiously from beside him. "Oh, the song The Most Beautiful by Yuquan, their new release. Would you like me to sing it for you next time?" Zhengzhua said with a smile. At this moment, Yuquan had likely just unveiled their debut album, The Most Beautiful, and this song had yet to gain widespread acclaim. "Humph, I thought it was a song you wrote for me," Lin Yujie pouted, her expression tinged with disappointment. "Write a song? Are you not aware that my forte lies in songwriting? Composing something for you would pose no challenge. I merely worry that my melodies might bring you to tears." Zhengzhua replied boisterously. "You're just boasting." Lin Yujie laughed. "Whether it's boastful or not, you'll find out in due time." Zhengzhua, harboring hundreds of songs in his mind from 17 years hence, felt that writing one was as effortless as a flick of the wrist. "You accompany me to class every day. What about your own studies? If you fail the exams, you'll have to retake them." Lin Yujie had ceased to address Zhengzhua casually, instead affectionately bestowing upon him an English name, which she claimed received unanimous approval from all the girls in their dormitory. "Could you refrain from calling me that? Perhaps refer to me as darling or sweetheart instead." Zhengzhua expressed his frustration, as being addressed in such a manner at over 30 felt rather peculiar. "I insist on calling you that. I take pleasure in it. You yourself mentioned that your name, Zhengzhua, translates to Zhua in English. Lin Yujia said with a grin. Alas, Zhengzhua sighed in resignation and continued, I want to accompany you to class shortly. I have to make a trip to the city. Zhengzhua needed to check whether his funds had arrived, as his plans for revenge and opening an internet CAF were pressing matters that required financial backing. All right, just be careful, drive safely, and avoid any altercations. Lin Yujia advised with concern. Zhengzhua nodded, then escorted Lin Yujia to the entrance of the teaching building before turning to leave. He pulled out his Motorola 998 and dialed Li Yi's number. Brother Yi, where are you? At the driving school, Li Yi replied. He had been learning to drive at the driving school affiliated with Lin University these past few days. After purchasing the Dongfang ZZ, he had scarcely driven it. Leaving it parked outside Lao Su's restaurant and handing the keys over to Lao Su, retrieving them only when he needed the car. Recently, Li Yi had often taken that Dongfang ZZ out with Lao Su, relishing the convenience it offered in his romantic pursuits, which prompted him to enroll in driving school. I need to head to the city. The car is with Lao Su, right? Zhengzhua inquired. It should be with him. I can't chat now. I'm practicing driving. Li Yi concluded the call. Zhengzhua tucked his phone away and leisurely strolled to the back gate of the school, arriving at Lao Su's restaurant to find his Dongfang ZZ parked there. Entering the restaurant, he found Lao Su bantering with two waitresses. Lao Su, are you busy? I heard you and brother, you went out to flirt with the ladies again yesterday? Zhengzhua said with a mischievous grin. Don't mention it. Yesterday, I nearly succeeded in charming a girl, but after stepping away for a moment, I returned to find someone had whisked her away. Lao Su's expression was one of dejection. I'm heading to the city. Would you care to join me? Zhengzhua asked. Sure. I have nothing else to do. I'll accompany you. Lao Su shrugged nonchalantly. The two exited the restaurant. Are you driving or shall I? Lao Su inquired. You drive. As Zheng observed Lao Su, who was fondly clutching the car keys, he chuckled softly. Lao Su, brimming with joy, hopped into the driver's seat and started the engine, while Zheng settled into the passenger seat. The duo sped along the road, swiftly arriving at their destination. Zheng casually instructed Lao Su to halt the vehicle near an ATM, where he disembarked to check his balance. Alas, the anticipated 39 million had yet to be credited. Damn, can even a top 10 company be trusted? Zheng lamented, shaking his head in disappointment as he returned to the car. What's wrong? Lao Su inquired, noticing Zheng's glum expression. It's nothing. Hey, Lao Su, let me take you to a place where you can meet plenty of girls, Zheng replied, shaking off his negativity and smiling. In broad daylight, under the open sky, where would one engage in such trivial pursuits? Lao Su asked earnestly. Come on, can't you drop the act? Zheng teased, laughing as he suggested, let me drive. You wouldn't find the place. Excitedly, Lao Su switched seats with Zheng, who pressed the accelerator, sending their vehicle racing toward the internet CF like an arrow. Upon arrival, Lao Su was disheartened to find a room full of men hunched over their computers, with not a single girl in sight. Zwir, this isn't what you promised. Where are the girls? He complained. Zheng shrugged and pulled out 100 yuan, handing it to the CAF manager. 2 computers, please. He.S. here for the girls. Teach him how to connect, and keep the change. The manager promptly escorted both Zheng and Lao Su to their respective computers, then brought over a chair to sit beside Lao Su, guiding him through the process. As Lao Su began his lessons, Zheng turned his attention to other matters. He first logged into a gambling website, only to find that his withdrawal was still being processed. Subsequently, he checked his email, discovering several unread messages, predominantly advertisements. One email from Tianbua International caught his eye. Opening it, he found a formal communication, complete with the company's logo in the top left corner. Its format and design exuding the sophistication of an international corporation. The content was presented in both Chinese and English. Dear Mr. Zheng, our East Asia representative has arrived in Huagua and wishes to discuss potential collaboration with you, while also intending to personally deliver the winnings you have accrued with our company. As your registered phone number has been unreachable, please contact our representative, George, at this number upon receiving this correspondence. Damn, this is serious, Zheng thought, a wry smile crossing his face. One of the world's largest gambling companies had set its sights on him, which could hardly be deemed a favorable situation. Zheng had no desire to become a pawn for their profit. However, he found himself at a crossroads. Could he truly let the 39 million slip away? After all, it was his rightful victory. If he couldn't muster the courage to claim what was his, what future lay ahead? Perhaps it was time to retire and enjoy a life of leisure. Chapter 23. A subtle confrontation at that very moment. George, residing in the opulent presidential suite of the Huacheng Hotel in Star City, received word that the individual he had come to meet was logged onto the company's website just moments ago. The address confirmed he remained in Star City, though further tracking would be necessary for precise details. Thank the heavens, he has finally made an appearance. Clad in a tailored suit, George held a Cuban cigar, rolled between the thighs of a young woman, and exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed, Mr. George. Once we ascertain his exact location, I will promptly arrange for him to be brought to you," a middle-aged man with a yellow complexion said, eager to please. "No, Mr. Gua. There is an ancient Chinese proverb that states, 'First, show respect, then, wield force.' I believe it is prudent for us to exercise a bit of patience," George replied, flicking the ash from his cigar. "Are your men competent? I could handle 10 of them single-handedly," James scoffed, showing no courtesy to Mr. Gua. "Huh? How could they possibly compare to you? You are a master of the British Empire." Mr. Gua flattered. There was little choice, after all. They were representatives from the headquarters in London. Although he had achieved a modicum of status in the provinces of Hong Kong and Macau, it was primarily due to the company's influence, and he could not afford to offend those from the main office. At that moment, Mr. Gua's mobile phone chimed. Upon seeing an unfamiliar number, he answered, and a voice that sounded both youthful yet remarkably composed came through. "Hello. This is Zheng Zhua. I am looking for Mr. George." "Oh, Mr. Zheng, greetings. We have been in Star City for a few days looking for you. Mr. George is here. Please hold," he said, pressing the phone to his ear while quietly informing George, "He is on the line." George extinguished his cigar with impatience and eagerly took the call. "Mr. Zheng. Greetings. I am George, the head of Tianbua International for the Far East. It is a pleasure to receive your call." His accent was impeccably London. "Oh, Mr. George. May I inquire why you have traveled such a great distance to meet me? Moreover, your company claims to be the most reputable bookmaker in the world. Why has my withdrawal not been processed after a week?" Zheng's English was laborious. He had seldom conversed with foreigners in his previous life. Fortunately, his habit of watching American dramas allowed him to manage a conversation with George. "Not at all, Mr. Zheng. We have always been the most reputable bookmaker, and we will continue to be. Your withdrawal will appear in your bank account the moment I meet you. I swear it. However, we must meet in person," George replied, piecing together the distinctly American street vernacular laced with Chinese characteristics. "Very well, where shall we meet?" Zheng Zhua felt that since there was a compelling reason to meet, they should proceed. "We are at the Huacheng Hotel. I will await your arrival in the CAF on the 3rd floor," George said, snapping his fingers in excitement. "All right. I will be there in 15 minutes," Zheng Zhua concluded before hanging up. Old Su stood there, momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in a lively conversation online with an anonymous individual whose gender and role remained a mystery. He gazed at Zheng, perplexed. "What on earth are you doing? Have you been chatting up some American girl? Why the sudden switch to English?" "Enough of that. Old Su, let's get down to business," Zheng replied, shutting down his computer with determination. "Seriously? I just learned how to flirt with girls, and now you want to leave?" Old Su lamented, disappointment evident in his voice. "Listen, Old Su, once we handle this matter, I will open a cyber CAF behind Lin University, 5 times larger than this one. You can enjoy yourself there as much as you want," Zheng assured him, walking towards the CAF. "Are you serious?" Old Su, without hesitation, followed Zheng. The two exited the CAF and drove towards the Huacheng Hotel. Upon arriving, they were greeted by the opulent decor of the lobby, where a doorman promptly opened the door for them. Zheng wasted no time, heading straight to the elevator to ascend to the 3rd floor. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, a pair of cold eyes in the lobby was fixed upon them. Once they entered the elevator, the owner of those eyes retrieved a mobile phone. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, a beautiful waitress in hotel attire greeted them at the entrance of the CF with a bow. "Good day, sir. Welcome. May I ask if you have a reservation?" "I am looking for Mr. George," Zheng replied, nodding at the waitress. "Is your surname Zheng, sir?" the waitress inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Zheng confirmed. The waitress's expression shifted to one of surprise. She had not expected the foreign guests to be so young, appearing almost like students. However, her professional demeanor quickly returned. "Mr. Zheng, this way, please," she said, leading them forward. Old Su followed closely behind, his gaze unabashedly fixated on the waitress's figure, not diverting his attention for even a moment. Zheng shook his head, thinking to himself, Old Su must be feeling quite frustrated. The waitress guided Zheng and old Su to the largest private room, gently knocking on the door. After receiving a response from within, she opened the door for them. Zheng entered with his head held high, surveying the individuals present, and quickly focused on George. "Are you George?" George, unable to contain his excitement, stood up, extending his hands with a beaming smile. "You must be Mr. Zheng. I didn't expect you to be so young. It reminds me of an ancient saying from your land. Heroes emerge in youth." "Not at all, Mr. George, you flatter me," Zheng replied, charmed by George's politeness. "I am surprised at your knowledge of our culture. Haha, the 5,000 years of civilization in China is a treasure for all humanity. Oh, thank God. I have finally found you, Mr. Zheng. I traveled from England to Hong Kong, and then from Hong Kong to Star City, searching for you for 3 days. Come, let us sit and converse," George said, producing a cigar and using a silver cutter from the table to snip the end before offering it to Zheng. Zheng waved his hand. "Thank you, but I am not accustomed to that." He then comfortably seated himself opposite George, pulling out a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes and offering one to old Su. Suddenly, I noticed that old Su's expression was quite peculiar. He stood behind Zheng Zhua in an unusual posture, his hands intermittently clenching into fists and then relaxing, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His gaze was fixed intently on a tall black man standing behind George. This man was James, who had single-handedly overpowered more than 10 of Mr. Gua's subordinates in Hong Kong. At that moment, James had abandoned his usual nonchalant demeanor and was warily observing old Su. The two men seemed to be locked in a silent standoff. Chapter 24. Tension in the air. "Old Su, what is the matter with you?" Zheng Zhua inquired with concern, having noticed old Su's unusual behavior. "I'm fine, you all carry on. I just need to stand for a moment," old Su replied, yet his eyes remained glued to James. "Haha, Mr. Zheng, your subordinate is quite impressive," George remarked, lighting his cigar and sinking deeper into the sofa with a smile. He is not my subordinate. He is my friend," Zheng Zhua clarified. "Very well, Mr. Zheng, I do not wish to waste time. So let me be direct. We at Tianbo International would like to hire you as our chief trader," George stated, taking a puff of his cigar. "I apologize, but I am not interested in joining your company." Zheng Zhua shook his head. "An annual salary of 100 million, George said with a serious tone. Zheng Zhua continued to smile and shook his head. "In pounds." George persistently increased the offer. Zheng Zhua maintained his refusal. George's expression darkened, and he accidentally knocked over a cup of coffee, the steam and rich aroma filling the room. Suddenly, James moved. Having retrieved the knife he often used for manicuring his nails, now poised like a venomous serpent aimed at Zheng Zhua's throat. Zheng Zhua barely had time to react before it seemed blood would be spilled on the spot. In a flash, old Su's cleaver struck towards James's head with the ferocity of a tiger leaping from its cage. James had no choice but to withdraw the knife aimed at Zheng Zhua, hurriedly defending against old Su's attack, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blades. Mr. Gua, who had remained silent until now, was astonished, unable to close his mouth. He recalled that in Hong Kong, more than 10 of his top fighters had been unable to defeat James. Now, in mainland China, he was witnessing two relatively unknown individuals, one of whom could hold his own against James. George appeared unfazed by the struggle unfolding before him. He calmly set down the fallen coffee cup, adjusted his red tie, and smiled as he asked, "Could you enlighten me on the rationale behind your decision? As far as I know, Mr. Zheng is still a university student. Even if you have graduated, there are not many companies in the world that would offer you such a high salary, are there?" At this moment, Zheng Zhua's back was drenched in cold sweat as he fought to suppress his inner fear, maintaining a composed facade as he responded, "Firstly, I will not collaborate with a company lacking credibility. Secondly, gambling is merely a pastime for me. I have far more pressing matters to attend to, hence my refusal." Having just narrowly escaped a life-threatening situation, Zheng Zhua's tone had grown colder. "Mr. Zheng, as soon as you stepped through that door, 39 million had already been credited to your account." Mr. Gua, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Zheng nodded firmly and continued, "So, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. You must understand that this is Huagua. Although I am merely an ordinary student, I firmly believe that our nation's law enforcement will not overlook any criminal behavior if any unfortunate events were to occur." "Very well, Mr. Zheng. Since you are unwilling to join our company, perhaps we can explore an alternative form of collaboration?" George extinguished his cigar and spoke earnestly. "Do tell." Zheng glanced at Mr. Lao Su with concern, observing the swift movements of both Lao Su and James, which were so rapid that he could scarcely discern their actions. However, it seemed neither of them could conclude the confrontation in the short term, which allowed him to relax. George adjusted his tie and continued, "Thus, I propose that we upgrade Mr. Zheng's account on our website to that of a VIP. You will no longer need to deposit funds. As long as your bets remain below 100 million, you may wager without restriction." Zheng understood that this was an offer for a credit account, allowing him to place bets without initial capital. "And what are the conditions?" he inquired, aware that no free lunch exists. "The condition is simple, Mr. Zheng must commit to wagering exclusively with our gaming company," George replied with a smile. Zheng pondered this, grasping George's intent. They were granting him a credit account with a limit of 100 million for wagering, while monitoring his bets. Once he secured a win, they could mobilize funds and resources to bet on competing sites. This would allow them to recoup vast sums from their competitors, simultaneously generating significant profit and undermining their rivals. Zheng recognized that he currently lacked the capacity to contend with the world's largest betting establishments. Moreover, their request was not excessively unreasonable. It merely required him to refrain from using other sites. After careful consideration, Zheng nodded, "Very well. I agree to your terms. But you cannot impose limits on the frequency of my bets. I may only wager on one match over the span of a year or two. You cannot compel me to increase my betting frequency, as I will not stake on matches for which I lack confidence." The subtext of Zheng's statement was clear. If they insisted on a mandatory betting frequency, he could not guarantee a successful outcome. What Zheng needed most was time. Once he had grown sufficiently powerful, he would no longer be subject to the threats of others. However, the current circumstances were daunting. "Agreed. As long as Mr. Zheng promises not to wager on other sites, we can discuss everything else. In fact, this request is also beneficial for you. You see, there are numerous gaming companies with interests similar to ours, and if they were to learn of your existence, I cannot assure you that they would be as amicable as we are," George said, beaming upon hearing Zheng's consent. "Is this your company's interpretation of friendliness?" Zheng pointed to Lao Su and James, who were still engaged in a fierce struggle. Both men were wounded at this moment. Old Su had a gash on his left arm, bleeding profusely, while a deep cut adorned James's dark forehead, the bright crimson blood vividly contrasting with his ebony skin. "Enough." James, aware of the situation, halted his assault upon hearing George's command, while Old Su, in turn, sheathed his butcher's knife back at his waist. "You are formidable," James remarked to Old Su. "What is this foreigner saying?" Old Su inquired of Zheng Zhua, puzzled. Zheng Zhua shrugged. "He says you are impressive." Old Su pointed at James, giving him a thumbs up, and spoke in broken English, even less fluent than Zheng Zhua. Despite their earlier conflict, a sense of mutual respect began to blossom between them. James, uncharacteristically, smiled, sheathing his knife and extending his large, dark hand towards Old Su. Taken aback for a moment, Old Su reciprocated, and their hands clasped firmly together. An air of camaraderie filled the private room. Chapter 25. Those with stories. Zheng Zhua awkwardly cleared his throat. "Mr. George, I will honor my commitment. And I do not require your credit account. Let us proceed as if we have never met. Naturally, I prefer that no other betting companies are aware of my existence. I trust that Tianbua International is a reputable company, now and in the future." Zheng Zhua was unwilling to owe anyone a favor, or to be used, but not bought. This was his principle. Money? He firmly believed he could earn back any amount through his own efforts. "Mr. Zheng, are you certain you do not wish to utilize that 100 million pound credit account? It is rightfully yours," George asked, astonished. "I am certain. I anticipate that we both respect the covenant between us. Is it not the British who pride themselves on their spirit of contracts?" Zheng Zhua asserted solemnly. "Of course, Mr. Zheng, we shall adhere to that," George replied. "Before you depart, allow me to introduce Mr. Guo to you. He is our agent in the Greater China region and holds some influence in Hong Kong, Macau, and Southeast Asia. Should you require our services in the future, please reach out to him. Your contact number is the same as the one you called before your arrival." George stood and gestured towards Mr. Guo. Zheng Zhua nodded at Mr. Guo. "Hello? I hope I will not trouble you in the future." Mr. Guo, smiling broadly, extended his hand and spoke in Cantonese accented Mandarin. "Mr. Zheng, you are too polite. Even if you have no business, do invite me for tea. I, Old Guo, greatly enjoy making friends with young talents like you." Mr. Guo's assent to this position necessitated a keen sense of observation. Although he was unaware of the precise implications of the agreement between Zheng Zhua and George, The headquarters' attention to this young man indicated that it was imperative to cultivate a good relationship with him. Zhang Zhuo symbolically shook Mr. Guo's hand, then turned to George. "Well then, Mr. George, let us bid farewell." George smiled and nodded, waving goodbye to Zhang Zhuo. Zhang Zhuo and Old Su stepped out of the private room side by side, while James called out from behind, "Hey, Kung Fu, we should have another match sometime." Unfamiliar with Old Su's name, James chose to refer to him as Kung Fu, acknowledging his prowess in martial arts. Although Old Su did not fully comprehend James's words, he sensed the gesture of camaraderie and responded with an internationally recognized sign, eliciting broad smiles from the group of friends behind him, revealing their gleaming white teeth. Upon entering the elevator, which held only the two of them, Zhang Zhuo regarded Old Su intently. "Old Su, I suspect your past involvement in violence was not merely for a woman, was it?" He jested, pondering how Old Su could hold his own against someone who appeared as formidable as a high-end bodyguard like James. Old Su chuckled softly, "Zhuo, I believe you two are not simply a college student. Indeed, Old Su, we are both individuals with stories to tell, aren't we? Regardless of our pasts, let us remain friends." Zhang Zhuo replied earnestly, aware that everyone harbors aspects of their lives they prefer to conceal or refrain from discussing in public. Old Su's gaze grew complex. After a long sigh, he said nothing, instead resting a hand on Zhang Zhuo's shoulder. In the unspoken bond of men, silence often conveys more than words. As they exited the elevator, Old Su suddenly remarked, I need to find the restroom." With that, he turned to seek it out. Zhang Zhuo shrugged and settled onto a sofa in the hotel lobby, waiting for Old Su. Just as he took a seat, a group of 7 or 8 imposing figures surged towards him, encircling him. Among them, 2 sharply dressed men approached Zhang Zhuo directly, asking, "Are you Zhang Zhuo?" Surveying his surroundings, Zhang Zhuo noted that these individuals did not resemble mere thugs. They were professionals who effectively trapped him on the sofa, leaving little room for escape. He nodded in confusion. "Yes, that's me. Who are you?" Perplexed, Zhang Zhuo struggled to fathom who might be seeking trouble with him, aside from Huang Maoshan. Yet, these individuals exuded an aura that felt entirely incongruent with his expectations. A man in a gray jacket stepped forward, producing a brown badge from his pocket and flashing it before Zhang Zhuo's eyes. "Police, we need you to come to the station to discuss a matter. I'm a student at Lin University." Zhang Zhuo protested. "We are aware. However, it is our duty, and we kindly ask for your cooperation," the gray-clad officer replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "Very well," Zhang Zhuo conceded, rising to follow the officer out of the hotel lobby. He had never envisioned standing against a governmental authority. After all, aside from a scuffle at the school's back gate and some online gambling, he had not engaged in any morally objectionable actions. Having spent over a decade in a public institution, he understood that as long as one did not cross the government's fundamental lines, the authorities tended to be quite lenient towards common citizens. Thus, he believed that being taken to the station would not be a significant ordeal. In truth, Zhang Zhuo's reasoning was sound, but it hinged on the assumption that no one had malicious intent against him. When someone is determined to pursue you, even unfounded accusations can lead to dire consequences. Surrounded by the throng of officers, Zhang Zhuo climbed into a police vehicle. Lao Su emerged from the restroom, only to find that Zhang Zhuo was nowhere to be seen. He hastily exited the hotel and was met with the sight of Zhang Zhuo being escorted away by the police. Without delay, he dialed Li Yi's number to relay the situation. To his knowledge, Li Yi had acquaintances within the public security sector, and he urged him to inquire about the unfolding events. Meanwhile, he swiftly made his way to Dongfang Jizi, driving closely behind the police vehicle that had apprehended Zhang Zhuo, only turning back once the police car entered a local precinct of the city's Public Security Bureau. And then he sped off towards Linda. Given Zhang Zhuo's status as a university student, it was unlikely that he was entangled in any serious trouble. Even if temporarily detained, he would likely face no substantial issues. In due time, they could settle any fines and secure his release. What did you say? He was taken by the police as soon as he stepped outside? George, still at the Huaqing Hotel and poised to call John to share the good news of having dealt with Zhang Zhuo, was abruptly interrupted by reports from Mr. Guo's subordinates. George yanked at his tie, abandoning all semblance of gentlemanly decorum, and exclaimed to Mr. Guo, "I don't care what methods you employ. I want Zhang safely out of the police station within 24 hours. However, Mr. George, this isn't Yuzhou, nor Hong Kong, or Macau. I am unfamiliar with the protocols here." Mr. Guo's frustration mounted. His influence might suffice in Hong Kong and Macau to secure a person's release, but here in the mainland, the rules were rigid, and he had yet to navigate them. Chapter 26. The first man who gave her a sense of security. The company has long instructed you to establish a foothold in the domestic market. How can you now claim it is beyond your capabilities? Should you fail in this endeavor, consider an early retirement. George bellowed furiously. Mr. Guo felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his mind racing with exasperation, yet he maintained a respectful tone, replying, Very well, Mr. George, within 24 hours. I shall secure Zheng's release. Rest assured, I have no desire for retirement just yet. What a jest! To retire now would be akin to embracing death. With that, Mr. Guo retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Dao Zai? I need you to track down those to whom the mainland Xingqing owes high-interest debts. See if there are one or two who can be of use. Act swiftly. If I do not hear back within 2 hours, you may as well consider yourself out of the game. Inside a certain police station in Xingqing, Zhang Zuo had already been confined for over an hour. Aside from the gray-clad man who had brought him in, no one had checked on him. His phone and personal belongings had been confiscated, leaving him to idly gaze at the ceiling of the interrogation room, which bore numerous fine cracks from the passage of time. Just above the interrogation room, in a lavishly decorated office, Huang Maoshan and his girlfriend sat, reveling in their triumph as they extolled the virtues of a middle-aged man across from them. Uncle Hu, we owe this all to you. With your intervention, this kid has nowhere to turn. The man referred to as Uncle Hu was dressed in an expensive black suit, though his ill-fitting attire could not conceal his rather portly frame, which rendered him a curious sight, resembling a monkey adorned in fine clothing. A middle-aged man rested his feet upon the office desk, a premium Furong Wang cigarette nestled between his lips, while he perused a mobile phone belonging to Zhang. The mobile device, a relic from 1999, lacked the capacity for password protection, which rendered it a favorite among law enforcement when apprehending criminal suspects. The information and contacts contained therein were invaluable. This fellow has no significant backing at all. Huang Maoshan, how is it that you cannot even handle a mere college student? The man with the surname who remarked, having scoured Zheng's contact list without encountering anyone of considerable influence. Thus, he felt no apprehension about offending anyone. This kid is just a bit of a nouveau riche, quite arrogant indeed. Huang Maoshan, his head wrapped in bandages, expressed indignantly. Arrogant? Once he's in here, he will have no control over the situation. Who retorted with a cold smirk. Uncle Hu, we truly rely on you this time. That brat not only broke Xiaoshan's head, but also threatened to tear my mouth apart. His audacity is astounding. Huang Maoshan's girlfriend cooed toward Hu. Rest assured, once he is in my custody, he shall receive what he deserves. By the way, why is the screen of this phone you sent me blue? Hu scrutinized a new Nokia phone. Uncle Hu, we only send the best. This is the newly released Nokia 8250 with a blue screen, priced over 5,000. Huang Maoshan chimed in eagerly. The phone is indeed commendable, but alas, your aunt's phone just broke yesterday, and mine suffered damage during a mission. Misfortune seems to come in threes. Hu sighed leisurely, reclining back. Huang Maoshan cast a pained glance at his girlfriend, conceding, all right, I will bring another one tomorrow. It's inconvenient for Auntie to be without a phone. Hu nodded noncommittally, fine. Leave this to me. Let's keep him in the interrogation room for a day. Add a charge of brawling. Toss him into the detention center, and arrange for some excitement for him before notifying his school to send someone. Upon hearing this, Huang Maoshan sprang to his feet. All right. Uncle Hu is truly formidable. As long as I can vent my frustrations, I will definitely treat you and your brothers to a grand feast after this is settled. Hu waved his hand dismissively. Enough. You may leave now. With that, he picked up the Nokia 8250 and began playing Snake. At this moment, the atmosphere at Lin University was tense due to Zheng's apprehension. Zheng's brothers had gathered, and Li Yi made several calls, yet none were willing to assist in securing Zheng's release. After all, he was merely a college student and could only reach out to some grassroots auxiliary police, with whom he had little influence. The recently discharged Huang Wan also conveyed the news of Zheng's arrest to Yang Jiao, who shared a dormitory with Lin Yujia, asking her to inform Lin. By the afternoon, when Lin Yujia learned of the news, she hesitated for a while before ultimately dialing a number. Hello, is this Brother Chun? This is Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu? Why have you changed your phone number? No wonder I couldn't reach you last time. Uncle Lin instructed me to take good care of you. The man on the other end expressed his delight, excitement evident in his voice. Brother Chun, I require your assistance with a matter, Lin Yujia whispered softly. Throughout her life, she had often gotten everything she desired. Aside from her parents' tumultuous relationship, her existence was nearly flawless. Having rarely asked anyone for help, her tone was somewhat strained. Speak freely. Little you. Whatever it is, rest assured that your brother Chun holds a certain reputation in this city, the man on the other end of the line replied, eager to appear by her side, wishing he could leap through the phone. He had long awaited this day. Ever since he learned that Lin Yujia was attending university here, he had yearned for an opportunity like this. He had even ventured to the university to seek her out twice. Yet each time she had hastily met him before making an excuse to leave, leaving him feeling as though he were striking a blow against a cotton ball, effort wasted. It is about a classmate of mine who was apprehended by the police in Xinjiang today. He might have acted to assist me, and I wish to request your help in securing his release. Lin Yujia continued softly. What is his name? I will provide you with a response in half an hour. The man assured her, though a sense of foreboding lurked within him. His name is Zheng Zhua, Lin Yujia replied quietly. Very well, await my call. Goodbye. The man ended the call. After hanging up, Lin Yujia gazed at the phone Zheng Zhua had given her, a wave of worry washing over her. She had a nagging feeling that Zheng Zhua's predicament was undoubtedly connected to the altercation that had occurred behind the school. Ultimately, it was her involvement that had caused his troubles. She hoped Brother Chun would be able to extricate him. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to leverage her father's influence to ensure Zheng Zhua's safety, for he was the first man, aside from her father, to provide her with a sense of security. Chapter 27. A city in turmoil in the illustrious casinos of Macau, amidst the glimmering lights and smoky haze. Deizai served as the chief financial officer of the largest casino. This position entailed the delicate task of lending money to gamblers who had lost everything, essentially, a high-interest loan shark. It was a skillful endeavor. Discerning who was eligible for loans, who was not, and the amounts they could borrow was an art form. With a mere glance, Deizai could gauge a person's worthiness. Through this skill and his boldness, Deizai had ascended from the ranks of a common thug to the company's financial director, earning him the titles of Brother Dao or Master Dao among his peers. However, today he received a call from the big boss, demanding that he identify officials from the mainland city of Xinjiang who had borrowed money from him. The tone of the boss suggested that failure in this task might see Brother Dao revert to being merely Deizai once more. Four-eyed, you incompetent fool. Why have you not found them yet? Deizai bellowed anxiously. Brother Dao, you cannot blame me. In recent years, the number of officials from the mainland frequenting our establishment has dwindled, and those who borrow are even fewer. I have had to sift through records from years past. Four-eyed replied, adjusting his glasses before exclaiming, I found it. Several years ago, 2 deputy directors and 3 division heads from Xinjiang borrowed from us, and they owe a total of 23 million, including interest. Contact them immediately and inform them to assist me in retrieving someone from the Xinjiang Public Security Bureau. The individual has been extracted, and all accounts have been settled. If he is not retrieved by tomorrow, I shall dispatch the evidence of their gambling activities to the Anti-Corruption Commission, Daozai asserted with unwavering conviction. Inside the office of the chief of the Xing City Public Security Bureau, a tall, imposing middle-aged man clad in a crisp black police uniform bore an expression of discontent. He forcefully placed his teacup on the desk and exclaimed to the secretary standing before him, a mere student from Lin University has disrupted my peace. Have you found out anything? Which precinct apprehended that student named Zheng, and for what reason? The secretary, visibly anxious, replied, Sir, we have yet to ascertain the details. I just spoke with the heads of several major precincts in the urban area, and none of them are aware of an arrest involving someone named Zheng. Humph. A bunch of inept fools. They have no idea what sort of background this Zheng possesses. Just moments ago, no fewer than 5 individuals of considerable standing reached out to me directly. The deputy director of the City Finance Bureau, Zhang, warned that if I do not release him within 3 hours, this year's public security funding will be postponed until the end of the year. Old Sue from the Development and Reform Bureau threatened that if this young man is not released, the approval for the new public security office building project will be halted. Even Director Liu from the Education Bureau, a minor official, dared to challenge me, claiming that if Zheng is not released, our officers' children will find it impossible to secure admission to provincial key secondary schools. This is utterly outrageous. The middle-aged man slammed his palms down on the desk, feeling more constrained than he had in years as the chief of public security. Report. A crisp voice rang out from the doorway. Upon hearing it, The chief's expression softened. Come in. Reporting to Director Su. I believe I have identified the precinct responsible for apprehending Zhang. It should be the Chengxi police station. A young policewoman in her 20s, her figure elegantly clad in a fitted uniform, entered. Her charming visage likely explained the chief's immediate shift in demeanor upon hearing her voice. Ah, Xiao Feng, well done. You've made progress swiftly. Pray tell, why are you so certain it was the Chengxi precinct? Director Su asked jovially, his earlier severity dissipating. I traced Zheng's license plate number and discovered through the traffic police monitoring system that his vehicle lingered at the Huaqing Hotel for over 2 hours. Furthermore, by examining the onboard system of police vehicles, it appears that only the Chengxi police station had officers on duty there today. Thus, I surmised that this individual named Zheng was likely apprehended by them. Xiao Feng articulated her reasoning with clarity. However, I just spoke with Director Liu of Chengxi, and he stated that they did not arrest anyone today. The secretary interjected, feeling aggrieved. Oh, this fellow possesses his own vehicle? It seems he is indeed not to be underestimated. Xiao Feng, I need you and Secretary Chiu to visit Chengxi. Focus on identifying which officers were on duty in the police vehicle at the Huaqing Hotel today and inquire whether they arrested this Zhang, Director Su instructed. Understood. We shall accomplish the task. The young policewoman replied with a sweet smile and a formal salute. Chief, Secretary Chiu inquired. What should we do if it's confirmed that the person was apprehended by the Western District? Director Su pinched his tightly furrowed brow and replied. If that young man hasn't committed any serious offense, then let him go. However, should he have violated the law, there will be no leniency. Regardless of his background or whoever may plead on his behalf, we must act according to the law. This is Su Chong. I have always upheld integrity. I understand, Chief. Secretary Chiu respectfully responded before exiting the director's office alongside the policewoman. As they stepped out, Director Su, already burdened by the day's overwhelming troubles, was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. He frowned but immediately answered upon seeing the caller ID. Xiao Chen, what a surprise to hear from you today. What? Zheng Zhuo again. Who exactly is this young man? Prior to your call, 5 heads from crucial departments have already sought me out regarding him. The man on the other end, known as Xiao Chen, was the same individual referred to by Lin Yujia as Chen Ge. He too was taken aback. Lin Yujia had merely mentioned needing help for a classmate. How could an ordinary university student possess such an extensive network? Even he found it challenging to mobilize such connections. It appeared Lin Yujia's classmate was anything but ordinary, amplifying his unease. I'm merely acting on someone else's behalf and am unaware of that person's background. If he hasn't committed any grave offense, I kindly ask you, Uncle Su, to show mercy. The person who requested my assistance holds great significance for me. Xiao Chen sincerely stated over the phone. Very well, Xiao Chen. I have been old comrades with your father for many years. Since you have asked, I will certainly help. Once I ascertain the details, I will provide you with a response, Su Chong said with a resigned shake of his head. Holding the position of public security director often made it difficult to adhere to principles. He could only hope that this Zheng Zhuo was not apprehended by his subordinates. Or if he was, that he had not committed any serious crime. Otherwise, he would once again face a challenging decision between the law and personal relations. Chapter 28. The turnaround at that moment. Zheng Zhuo remained confined in the dim interrogation room of the Western District Police Station, having endured several hours of neglect. Frustrated, he was unaware that his arrest had thrown the entire Star City police system into disarray, stirring a tempest throughout the city. Finally, a low creaking sound announced the opening of the door, and 3 individuals entered, 2 of whom Zheng Zhuo recognized. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the bandaged man before him and exclaimed, Damn, it's you? Huang Maoshan. Huang Maoshan, accompanied by Deputy Director Hu, had emerged from the office and headed straight to the interrogation room, eager to witness Zheng Zhuo's downfall. Hearing Zheng Zhuo's furious outburst, Huang Maoshan felt a rush of exhilaration akin to sipping ice-cold beer on a sweltering summer day. The pain of having 2 phones extorted from him had vanished. With a wide grin, he pointed at Zheng Zhuo and laughed heartily. You dare to play games with me? How enjoyable. Don't think that a little money gives you the right to be arrogant with me. You are far from it. Zheng stared coldly at Huang Maoshan and his girlfriend, responding. Huang Maoshan, what kind of skill is this? Do you not understand the rules? Calling the police? How shameless can you be? In Zheng's perspective, Huang Maoshan's act of reporting was akin to 2 students fighting, where the instigator, after losing, runs to tell the teacher. Such a person embodies utter disgrace. Kid, Don't harbor any illusions now that you've fallen into my hands. Whatever happens, just endure it. I will ensure you spend a few days in the detention center for some proper education to reform you, and upon your release, I expect you to study diligently and refrain from causing trouble. Many in this society are not to be trifled with. Director Hu, with a bulging belly, spoke slowly to Zheng. Who do you think you are? You wish to educate me? Our school boasts numerous teachers, and even the least among them is an associate professor. And you, with your rotund visage and empty-headed demeanor, presume to lecture me? You are unworthy, Zheng retorted disdainfully. You, Director Hu trembled with rage at Zheng's words, losing the arrogance he had upon entering. Fine, let's see how long you can remain defiant. Once you're in the detention center, I will ensure you receive a little extra treatment. By then, your pleas for mercy will be futile. Bring it on. I will handle whatever comes my way, Zheng declared boldly, resolute in his refusal to yield. Very well. You have guts. Director Hu, seething with indignation, replied, remember what you've said today. If I don't ruin you, then I shall resign as the chief of this station. Then perhaps you should consider resigning. The door to the interrogation room swung open once more, and a throng entered, surrounding Secretary Chiu and Officer Feng. It was Secretary Chiu who spoke, all day long. Su Chong had been overwhelmed and frustrated due to Zheng's arrest, and he had encountered numerous setbacks as a result. Finally, upon learning from Officer Feng that Zheng was detained at the West City Police Station, he confirmed that the arrest was orchestrated by Deputy Director Hu, though they were unaware of Zheng's alleged offenses. Upon entering, Secretary Chiu overheard Director Hu's threats directed at Zheng, which were hardly fitting for an officer of the law, igniting a fire of anger within him after a day spent dealing with this matter. Seeing Secretary Chiu's imposing presence, Director Hu recognized that he was not an ordinary individual and queried the officer accompanying Secretary Chiu. Who is this leader? This is Secretary Chiu, the secretary to Director Su from the Municipal Bureau. Don't you recognize him? What's this, old Hu? I'm still here. How did you become the chief? The officer felt a deep sense of frustration. Director Hu had always been overbearing, and out of a desire for collective harmony, he had tolerated him. He never anticipated that Hu would act independently to arrest a university student, leading to inquiries from the top brass. While he himself remained oblivious to the situation, this might raise doubts about his leadership capabilities. Oh, not at all. Just a little oversight. Haha, Secretary Chiu. What brings you here today to personally guide our work? You see, I'm getting on in years. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, and I can no longer recognize the esteemed figures close to the leaders. Director Hu, while bowing and scraping, was drenched in cold sweat, perplexed about how he had provoked this individual. Secretary Chiu cast a curious glance at Zheng Zhua, seated at the interrogation table. Despite being detained for several hours, the young man appeared composed, displaying no signs of panic, which left her wondering about his background. She had never heard of him before. Turning to Deputy Director Hu, she inquired, Deputy Director Hu, did you apprehend Zheng Zhua? A jolt of alarm struck Hu as he thought, oh no, have I stumbled upon a formidable opponent? If Zheng Zhua has any connection with Secretary Chiu, I could be in serious trouble. He shot a fierce glare at Huang Maoshan, who stood petrified nearby, and hastily replied, yes, indeed. Zheng Zhua is a student from Lin University. My nephew had an incident there and was beaten up by him. Look, he has been hospitalized for a week, and his head is still bandaged. He gestured toward Huang Maoshan, whose head was wrapped in bandages. A weight lifted from Secretary Chiu's chest. After all, it was merely a fight, not a criminal offense. She turned to Zheng Zhua and asked, Young Zheng, do you have anything to say? The term Young Zheng clearly indicated her alignment with Zheng Zhua, leaving Director Hu dumbfounded. He had previously examined Zheng Zhua's phone, which contained only contacts of students and family, none from the city's underworld. How could Secretary Chiu refer to him as Young Zheng? Zheng Zhua, slightly taken aback, glanced at Secretary Chiu before responding. Officer, my girlfriend and I went to his store to purchase a phone, and we had a disagreement with his girlfriend. Later, he brought over 10 men to my school, armed with steel pipes and knives. My classmates and I were merely acting in self-defense. I still bear the scars from the knife wounds. It appears that Young Zheng is indeed the victim, Secretary Chiu concluded. Arrange for a vehicle to take him back to school. Director Hu, you have been reckless in your apprehensions. I am suspending you. Draft a thorough reflection on this incident, and only upon its completion will you be reinstated. As for your nephew, he is to be detained for 15 days for provoking trouble, and that order is to be executed immediately. Secretary Chiu nodded at the chief of the Chengxi police station and deputy director who understood immediate execution, the chief affirmed, signaling two officers who promptly seized Huang Maoshan by the arms and shackled him. Huang Maoshan was taken aback and protested. My father is the general agent for Nokia and Xingqing. We are very wealthy. You cannot arrest me. My father will not let this go. Well. Secretary Chiu replied with a slight smile. If your father is so influential and your family so affluent, I think we shall add another 15 days to your sentence. Detained for less than 30 days. I wonder who would dare to release you? This was the implication of Director Su's words. Upon hearing Secretary Chiu's remarks, Huang Maoshan and his girlfriend were rendered speechless, while Director Hu sank to the ground, contemplating to himself, this time, I have truly kicked against an iron plate. Secretary Chiu strode directly towards Zhang, who had been seated at the interrogation table, personally assisting him in removing the handcuffs, then patted him on the shoulder. Young Zhang, you have suffered an injustice. Zhang, not one to be overly sentimental, rose to his feet, stretched his limbs, and expressed to Secretary Chiu, thank you for upholding justice. Secretary Chiu, I owe you a meal sometime. Haha, splendid. Let us keep in touch. Here is my business card. Secretary Chiu laughed heartily, retrieving a card from his briefcase and handing it to Zhang. Though he was unaware of Zhang's true background, he understood that in the society of Huagua, connections were paramount. Having one more friend was certainly preferable to having one more enemy. The fact that Zhang could mobilize such extensive resources for a relatively minor issue, with individuals risking their lives to assist him, was no ordinary feat. Secretary Chiu deemed him a young man worthy of forging a deeper relationship with. Zhang patted his pockets, realizing that his personal belongings had been confiscated, and awkwardly told Secretary Chiu, I apologize, but all my personal items have been taken by the police here. Observing this, the chief of the Xiqing police station immediately shouted to his subordinates, hurry, bring young Zhang's belongings. Soon, an officer emerged from Director Hu's office with Zhang's phone and personal items, handing them over to him. Zhang dialed Secretary Chiu's number using his own phone and said, this is my number. Please take note of it. Otherwise, next time I wish to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude, you might not know who I am. Haha, not a chance. Secretary Chiu replied with a smile. After securing his belongings, Zhang glanced at the pitifully dejected Director Hu and the handcuffed Huang Maoshan, approaching them and whispering, once you are out, make sure to behave. Do not provoke trouble again, for there are many in this society whom you cannot afford to offend. With that, he turned and exited the interrogation room, as the officers on duty stepped aside, fully aware that he was the university student who had caused both the chief and deputy chief to face reprimands from their superiors. Zhang strutted out of the police station, inhaling deeply, secretly thinking, Huang Maoshan, if you wish to play, I shall accompany you to the very end. Once Zhang had departed, Secretary Chiu promptly called Su Chang to report the situation. Upon learning that Zhang's actions were merely in self-defense and that he had been apprehended due to a vendetta, Su felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was highly satisfied with Secretary Chiu's handling of the matter. After hanging up, he sent a brief text message consisting of just 3 words, release the person, to 5 individuals who had sought his assistance, as well as to Tang Weichen. Upon exiting the police station, Zhang began to ponder who had orchestrated his release. Logically, Li Yi and his associates lacked the influence to reach someone of Secretary Chiu's stature, and although Lao Su was enigmatic, if he possessed such significant power, Zhang certainly would not have remained in the police station for so long, as Lao Su should have been the first to know of his detention. Zhang took out his phone, determined to call Lin Yujia regardless of the circumstances, as he wished to alleviate her worries. Dialing her number with practiced ease, the call connected after just 1 ring. Hello? Is that you? Xiao Yu, it's me. I'm fine now. Zhang could sense the concern in Lin Yujia's voice, warming his heart. I was so worried. Did that blonde trouble you again? I asked Chingu to talk to the police chief on your behalf. They didn't do anything to you, did they? Lin Yujia inquired anxiously. Chingu? Who is that? Zhang felt a jolt of apprehension. The son of my dad's former colleague. He works in the city government now. My dad mentioned that I could reach out to him if anything happened. Lin Yujia explained. Oh, from now on, please inform me first about any issues and try not to trouble others. Zhang stated earnestly. Got it. This time it wasn't because you were arrested by the police. I just couldn't reach you. You're such a miser. Lin Yujia pouted in response. Fine. It's not that I don't want you to seek help. I will return to school as soon as possible. Wait for me. With that, Zhang ended the call. Having lived for over 30 years, Zheng was acutely aware of the discomfort that comes with asking for favors. In a relationship, as long as there are no demands, disparities in status or identity do not invoke feelings of inferiority. However, when one finds themselves in need of assistance, the dynamic shifts dramatically. Thus, Zheng harbored a strong aversion to seeking help, especially for his girlfriend. Yet, he overlooked a significant aspect. In Huagua, society is inherently one of personal connections. The act of seeking help or refraining from it can be perceived as a reflection of one's ability to handle matters independently. Zheng did not wish to owe anyone a favor, but he found himself in that very predicament. Just after hanging up with Lin Yujia, a call from Mr. Guo of Tiangbo International came through. Zheng glanced at the number while hailing a taxi and answered the call. Hello, Mr. Guo. Having spent time in Shenzhen, Zheng knew a smattering of Cantonese. Being in a taxi, he cautiously spoke in the dialect. Oh, Zheng, hello. So you can speak Cantonese? That's great. Are you all right now? After learning you were taken by the police, Mr. George was very worried and ordered me to get you out within 3 hours. I risked everything, and thankfully, I succeeded. I apologize for the trouble you faced. It's mainly because this is the mainland. If it were in Hong Kong or Macau, I could have easily hired a lawyer to get you released. Mr. Guo rambled upon connecting the call. Is that so? I'm sorry for the trouble. How did you manage to get me out? Zheng asked. Oh, it's nothing. A few officials from Xingqing lost money at our casino a few years ago and borrowed some high-interest loans. I told them that if they could get you out, all debts would be forgiven. If not, I would turn over their gambling evidence to the Anti-Corruption Commission. Fortunately, they proved capable and managed to extricate you, Mr. Guo boasted. At this point, Zheng was perplexed, unsure whether it was Lin Yujia's Chenggu or the high-interest loans from Tiangbo that had played a role in his release. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, they had taken concrete action to assist him, for which Zheng felt a deep gratitude. Mr. Guo, thank you so much. Zheng expressed sincerely. Please convey a message to Mr. George, informing him that I will be logging onto your esteemed company's website in the next couple of days. Mr. George has returned to England, and I shall relay your words to him. No need for formalities. We are all friends from now on. I have also returned to Macau, and whenever Zheng has the opportunity to visit, I shall treat you to tea. Mr. Guo said courteously. Zheng smiled in response, saying, all right, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Zheng fell into contemplation. A debt of gratitude must inevitably be repaid. The favors owed to Tianbo are manageable when the time comes. Placing a wager on their website will suffice. As for how they operate and entrap other betting companies, that is beyond his influence. However, regarding the favor from that Chun brother mentioned by Xiaoyu, Zheng was uncertain how to reciprocate. He shook his head, deciding to address it later. When challenges arise, one must confront them. There will come a day when he can repay it. Zheng felt that the most pressing matter was to decisively defeat Huang Maoshan. Although he had achieved an overwhelming victory this time with external assistance, relying on such forces was precarious. Once Huang Maoshan emerged from the detention center, the animosity between them would only intensify. Zheng was not afraid. Rather, he found the constant rivalry with a wealthy heir rather uninteresting, especially since he himself was now worth several tens of millions. Thus, Zheng resolved to strike with precision and decisively overpower his opponent in his strongest domain. He patted the taxi driver's shoulder, signaling him to head to the bank where he had previously opened an account. Zheng recalled that he had made an agreement with a beautiful teller named Xia Ran. Now was the time to fulfill that promise. The taxi driver said little, turning the vehicle around and arriving outside the savings institution Zheng had specified. After paying the fare, Zheng proceeded directly to the ATM to check his account balance. Although he trusted that George had transferred the funds to his account, the sight of those numerous digits still filled him with exhilaration. 39 million. He had never envisioned earning such a sum in his lifetime. Withdrawing his bank card from the machine, Zheng stepped into the savings institution, intending to withdraw a portion of his funds, as upcoming plans would require financial resources. Approaching Xia Ran's counter, he spotted the familiar figure and smiled, clearing his throat. Hello. I would like to make a withdrawal appointment. At that moment, Xia Ran was busy reconciling accounts. Upon glancing up and recognizing Zheng, she momentarily recalled that this young man was the university student with whom she had made a bet. After several days apart, he seemed to have refined his attire and appeared more agreeable than before. Slightly skeptical, Xia Ran regarded Zheng. Typically, only large withdrawals necessitate an appointment at the bank, and as a university student, he likely did not require this service. Thus, she cast him a sidelong glance, asking, "How much do you wish to withdraw?" Zhang considered his plans and realized he would only need around 150,000 in cash for the time being. Smiling, he replied, "I would like to schedule a withdrawal of 150,000 as he handed her his bank card. Xiaoran, taken aback, accepted the bank card handed to her by Zheng Zhua. After requesting him to input the password, she was astonished to find a staggering sum of 39 million. Such a colossal amount was certainly not something one would expect in the account of a mere student. Zheng Zhua gently tapped the counter, rousing Xiaoran from her shock, and with a mischievous grin, remarked, "I recall a beautiful lady once told me that if I had 1 million in my account, she would go on a date with me. Alas, I've heard that beauties have a tendency to forget things easily. I wonder if she still remembers that wager?" Xiaoran's cheeks flushed with indignation as she retorted, "You rascal! Where on earth did you swindle such a fortune? Did you steal it or rob it? Have you risked your life just to impress a girl? I don't care where this money came from. You must return it. Perhaps you might escape unscathed. Otherwise, when the police come looking for you, you'll be in serious trouble." "The police? I just came from the police station." Zheng Zhua shrugged nonchalantly. "Why do you assume this money must be stolen or obtained through nefarious means? Do I look like a villain? From the moment I laid eyes on you, it was evident you were no good. Humph. I've already taken care of the withdrawal procedures for you. Young man, you should walk the straight path and not indulge in dubious dealings. Just sign here, and you can withdraw the funds tomorrow." As Xiaoran fussed, she handed him a withdrawal request form. Zheng Zhua elegantly accepted the form, swiftly signing his name. Just as he was about to submit it, he noticed a slip of paper tucked beneath the form, bearing a beautifully penned phone number. With a smile, he slipped the note into his bag, handed the withdrawal form back to Xiaoran, gestured as if to make a call, and then turned to leave. Xiaoran stood there momentarily dumbfounded. She found herself increasingly perplexed by Zheng Zhua. His seemingly indifferent demeanor concealed a wealth of mystery and unknown implications. To her astonishment, she had unwittingly divulged her phone number to him. Her heart raced with a tumultuous mix of anticipation and unease, as the thrill of possibly going on a date with Zheng Zhua loomed over her. Zheng Zhua, however, felt no discomfort. He possessed a substantial fortune and contemplated renting a small courtyard outside the campus, a secluded space. Given that Lin University was situated on the outskirts of the city, such properties were plentiful. After over 30 years of life, the idea of continuing to reside in a dormitory devoid of air conditioning, hot water, and internet was simply intolerable for him. He yearned for a garden filled with towering trees, each corner etched with the passage of time, where he could brew a pot of tea, sit beneath the shade, and lazily bask in the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. Chapter 31. A surplus of women and a scarcity of men. Zheng Zhua believed it was time to expedite his plans for opening an internet CAF, intending to entrust its management to Huang Guan and Wei Shuai, knowing that they would spend half their university years in such establishments. Upon returning to Lin University, Zheng Zhua first made his way to Old Su's restaurant. Upon entering, one is greeted by the sight of a group of brothers, their faces etched with worry as they sit in silence, while Li busily engages in phone calls. The moment they see Zheng Zhua return, a momentary pause ensues, swiftly followed by exuberant cheers as they rise in unison to welcome him, expressing their concern with warmth. Zheng Zhua succinctly recounts the events that transpired, inciting a wave of indignation among the group, particularly from Li, who is on the verge of seeking retribution against Huang Maoshan. However, upon learning that Huang Maoshan has since been detained, he relents. After sharing his experiences at the police station, Zheng Zhua solemnly surveys the group before addressing them. "There are a few matters on which I wish to seek your counsel. Firstly, I intend to rent a courtyard to reside in. It need not be large, but it must be tranquil and clean. If anyone wishes to leave the dormitory and join me, you are welcome. I would like Xiao Jian and Sha Zi to assist in finding a suitable place, with a budget of 10,000 yuan per year, and I can stretch a bit if necessary. Secondly, I wish to establish an internet CAF on the street behind the school. I would like Shuai and Huang Guan to organize this, with a budget of 100,000 yuan. I will withdraw the funds tomorrow and hand them over to you. Lastly, I plan to visit Xinnan City to procure some gray market mobile phones. My aim is to undermine the Nokia store owned by Huang Maoshan. I would like Su Ge and Yi Ge to accompany me, and rest assured, each of you will receive a new Nokia phone upon my return." Zheng Zhua calmly articulates his plans. eliciting joy among the brothers at the prospect of receiving a mobile phone each. They have long accepted his leadership, and their camaraderie has always been strong. With Zheng's was suddenly emerging as a capable figure, having brought them a measure of fortune, and now speaking with such assurance and foresight, dissent is out of the question. Moreover, it appears that everyone stands to benefit from his ventures. Old Su is the first to voice his support. Heading to Shennan? Sounds splendid. I haven't ventured out in years. It would be refreshing. Besides, my restaurant can still operate in my absence. Others quickly echo their agreement. After discussing Zheng's proposals, the brothers are filled with enthusiasm. Li Yi suggests, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. To celebrate Zheng's safe return and Wei Shuai and Huang Guan's honorable discharge. Let us feast together and then enjoy some karaoke. Tonight, we shall not return until we are merry. It is only then that they recall the significance of the day. And Li Yi's suggestion is met with unanimous approval. Old Su hurriedly begins to arrange dinner, while Huang Guan approaches Zheng Zhua, eagerly suggesting, brothers, it's a festive occasion. Why not invite your wife? She was quite worried when you first went in. Zheng Zhua chuckles and playfully rebukes him. Come on, fatty. Are you thinking of which flower from Xiaoyu's dormitory? Not at all. I simply thought more people would make it livelier. Huang Guan sheepishly responds, scratching his head. Zheng Zhua shakes his head, choosing to disregard Huang Guan's stubbornness as he retrieves his Motorola 998 and dials Lin Yujia, requesting that she gather the girls from the dormitory for dinner. Lin Yujia readily agrees, her delight evident. For those in love, a day without seeing each other can stretch interminably, and for Zheng Zhua and Lin Yujia, this day has felt particularly long. Half an hour later, Lin Yujia and her dormitory companions arrived. Li Yi also extended invitations to Xiaowixian and the girls from her dorm, resulting in a delightful imbalance of women to men at the dinner table. This pleased Wei Shuai, Huang Guan, and their fellow bachelors, who delightedly showcased their charm and playfulness in an effort to capture the attention of the ladies. The meal stretched from 5:30 p.m. to well past 7 p.m., and the attendees remained reluctant to part ways, consuming case after case of beer. In the presence of such captivating women, none of the brothers were willing to concede defeat. Even Wang Xiaojian, who usually refrained from drinking, downed several bottles in quick succession. Huang Guan engaged in a playful rivalry with Yang Jiao, each taking turns to drink, creating an increasingly vibrant atmosphere. Observing Yang Jiao's considerable alcohol consumption, Lin Yujia expressed her concern, urging her to drink less. Zheng Zhua gently patted Lin Yujia's shoulder and whispered, "It's all right. It's a rare occasion for everyone to enjoy themselves, so let them drink." Wei Shuai and Zhang Shui reported that the better establishments on the back street were all full, with the remaining options either too shabby or too small to accommodate their group. Why don't we head to the city center? Li Yi suggested. I still have the contact for Hito in the city center. I'll reach out. Zheng Zhua and the other brothers expressed indifference. But one girl from Xiaowixian's dorm raised concerns about the potential for being unable to return to the dormitory if it got too late. Ultimately, after persuasion from Xiaowixian and the other girls, they all agreed to go to the city center to sing. Since Zheng Zhua had been drinking and Li Yi was still awaiting his driving license, the responsibility of driving fell to Lao Su. Zheng Zhua noted that with only one car available, they would need to travel in shifts. Thus, Li Yi, Lu Sha, and Zhang Shui, accompanied by 4 girls from Xiaowixian's dorm, set off first. With so many people, the vehicle was cramped, and Xiaowixian graciously chose to sit in the front passenger seat beside Li Yi, while Lu Sha and Zhang Shui squeezed into the back with the other 3 girls. Given that everyone had been drinking, they were more relaxed than usual, and in this modern era, riding in a car felt akin to the luxury of driving a Mercedes or BMW in 2016. The other girls readily hopped in, laughing and joking. Meanwhile, Zheng Zhua and the others remained in the private room, awaiting Lao Su's return after dropping off Li Yi and his group. At this moment, the initial shyness between the genders had dissipated. Following their drinking contest, Huang Guan and Yang Jiao's relationship had clearly deepened. Huang Guan's arm rested comfortably around Yang Jiao's shoulders, and she appeared unbothered by his closeness. Wei Shuai engaged in conversation with Sun Kiki, who was drawn into fits of giggles by his jokes. Zheng Zhua quietly held Lin Yujia's hand, and they exchanged no words, simply gazing into each other's eyes. Eventually, Lin Yujia, feeling a bit shy under his gaze, withdrew her delicate hand from Zheng Zhua's grip and shot him a playful glare, saying, "I've replaced my identification and cards, and my family has sent me money. I'll return what I owe you." With that, she produced several thousand yuan from her bag and handed it to Zheng Zhuo. He grasped Lin Yujia's hand and replied, "What are you talking about? My money is your money. There's nothing to return. Since your money is mine, then mine is yours as well. Why would you refuse?" Lin Yujia pouted her cherry lips in response. "It is fundamentally different. Utilizing my funds is entirely justifiable, whereas relying on yours would render me a mere freeloader. Be good and accept this. At present, I am not lacking in wealth," Zheng Zhuo declared with mock indignation. Chapter 32. The King of Songs. Upon witnessing Zheng Zhuo's steadfastness, Lin Yujia did not press the matter further. Instead, she retrieved a red-wrapped box from her light-colored handbag and presented it to him, saying, "Here, this is a gift for you." A warmth enveloped Zheng Zhuo's heart. In over 30 years of life, he had seldom received such a formal present. With gratitude, he gazed at Lin Yujia and cautiously opened the box, revealing a black-faced, silver-dialed, fully automatic mechanical watch. The sapphire scratch-resistant crystal, stainless steel strap, and golden hands all exemplified the watch's opulence. Upon inspection, he discovered it was an IWC watch, likely worth over 10,000 yuan. "I noticed your current watch is rather outdated, so I bought you this one. Wear it. You are not permitted to remove it without my consent," Lin Yujia declared playfully. "Thank you." Zheng Zhuo promptly removed his old watch, placing it into his bag, and adorned himself with the new gift from Lin Yujia. With a cheerful smile, he added, "From now on, I shall wear it even while sleeping, as if you were right beside me." "Humph, you scoundrel, who would want to accompany you in your slumber?" Lin Yujia playfully punched his back. "Xiaoyu, what about your own watch? Why aren't you wearing one?" Zheng Zhuo inquired, noticing she was not adorned with a timepiece. "I only bought this for you. I don't have the habit of wearing a watch," Lin Yujia replied. In truth, her family was well off. Yet they could not simply bestow tens of thousands of yuan upon her at once. After purchasing the watch, she was left with only a few thousand, which rendered her unable to buy two to match as a couple's set. Zheng Zhuo shook his head. "That simply will not do. Where did you purchase it? If we cannot form a pair, what meaning does my wearing it hold? Take me to the shop where you bought it. And you must acquire a matching lady's watch as well." Zheng Zhuo insisted resolutely. Lin Yujia obediently nodded, aware that Zheng Zhuo possessed considerable wealth, and purchasing a watch posed no burden for him, even if it were an IWC. Outside the restaurant, the sound of two car horns echoed, signaling that old Su had arrived to pick them up. Thus, Zheng Zhuo beckoned everyone to exit and board the vehicle. He and Lin Yujia naturally settled into the front passenger seat, perhaps due to their prior experiences or the growing intimacy of their relationship. There was no longer any awkwardness when Lin Yujia once again perched herself upon Zheng Zhuo's lap. Old Su drove swiftly, and the group arrived at the Hedong Entertainment City in a flash. They followed the waiter into the private room that Li Yi had reserved well in advance. Li Yi had never been one to shy away from expenses. He insisted on the very best. He had secured the largest private room at Hedong, which remained spacious even with a dozen individuals crammed inside. Hedong was the most popular venue in the entire city, boasting first-rate lighting, sound systems, sofas, service, and ambience, all at a correspondingly high price. For most, it was their first time visiting such a lavish establishment, and they all appeared particularly exhilarated. Upon entering, Zheng summoned the waiter and ordered an abundance of delicacies, beverages, and fruit platters. In his previous life, Zheng and his friends occasionally indulged in such establishments, reveling in excess. However, the price of such extravagance was often a month of frugality. In this life, financial constraints were no longer a concern. Thus, Zheng whimsically ordered a considerable amount of provisions. Xiao Huixian, destined to navigate the entertainment industry later on, turned off the music once all were present. Standing gracefully in the center of the private room with a microphone, she eloquently addressed everyone in pleasing Mandarin. "Dear classmates, to enhance the atmosphere of our gathering over the next few days, I propose that each person present sings a song. Given that today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone must select a song related to the moon. Those who cannot sing will incur a penalty of 3 bottles of beer. What do you all think?" "Good," responded Huang Guan and Wei Shuai, eager to stir the pot. With no objections raised, Xiao Huixian quickly chose a song and announced, "I shall begin with Coco Li's Moonlight Lover." As she finished her announcement, applause erupted. With the music commencing, Xiao Huixian unleashed her voice and began to sing. Her singing was rather mediocre, which perhaps contributed to her less than stellar trajectory in the entertainment realm. Zheng mused, wrapping an arm around Lin Yujia. Once Xiao Huixian concluded her performance, cheers and accolades filled the room. The portly Huang Guan forcefully poured 3 glasses of beer into Xiao Huixian, disregarding Li Yi's attempts to intervene. After her song, Li Yi chose the most popular song of 1999, The Moon's Mischief, pouring his heart into his rendition for Xiao Huixian. When it was Old Su's turn, he surprisingly selected The Moon on the 15th, passionately belting out the tune, earning him rounds of applause. Following the seating order, it was now Zheng's moment to perform. Lin Yujia leaned in and whispered to him, "I don't care. If you don't move me with your song, I won't speak to you for 3 days." Women in love often possess an unreasonable streak. Zheng nodded helplessly, contemplated briefly, and took the microphone from Li Yi. Standing in the center of the room, he spoke in a deep voice, "This next song is dedicated to my lovely Miss Lin Yujia, with the hope that she remains as beautiful as tonight's moon." Without selecting a song from the song list, he began to sing a cappella. "That night was truly romantic. I took you to see the crescent moon. A touch shy yet so blissful, this feeling I cherish. Let me gently draw closer to you. You softly lean into my embrace, feeling love's quiet arrival. The chaos around me is of no concern." In the night, we exchanged longing glances. It turns out that love's presence is not as subjective as imagined. The crescent moon is so romantic. Beneath the moonlight, you appear exceptionally beautiful. Zheng's unique voice flowed through the simple yet exquisite melody, although there was no accompaniment. On this enchanting night, everyone was transported into the essence of his song. The romantic and sweet sensation of love, as expressed by Zheng's heartfelt narration, flowed into the hearts of all present like an intoxicating fine wine. Lin Yujia gazed at Zheng's utterly spellbound, her eyes brimming with tears of emotion. He serenaded them with Chun Kuan's Half Moon, a song that, according to tradition, was not meant to be released until 2002. Yet, on this full moon night, amidst a gathering of exuberant young men and women, Zheng's sang it with profound tenderness. The beautiful melody and Zheng's flawless rendition captivated everyone, even moving the 30-something Lao Su to tears. As the final notes lingered in the air, the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers after a moment of stunned silence. A throng of boys and girls eagerly raised their bottles, offering to toast Zheng and Lin Yujia. In Chapter 33, Wishing for Longevity, Zheng positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Yujia, continuously pouring the icy liquor into his own fervent heart. At this moment, Lin Yujia nestled beside him, blissfully watching as he shielded her from the toasts, while delicately wiping the beer that had dribbled from the corner of his mouth. After a round of drinks, the crowd began to urge Lin Yujia to sing. With graceful poise, she took the microphone from Zheng's hand and chose to perform Wishing for Longevity. The lyrics, penned by the renowned Su Dongpa of the Song Dynasty, were originally sung by Teresa Tong, later covered by Fei Wang. Lin Yujia's choice was Wang's rendition. Though this song is more fitting for those enduring parting and longing, no one seemed to mind. Lin Yujia's singing was exquisite, her enunciation and rhythmic delivery impeccable. As she sang, "People have their joys and sorrows, the moon waxes and wanes. This has been difficult to achieve since ancient times. May we wish for longevity." To share the beauty of the moon even thousands of miles apart, she cast a wistful glance at Zheng, as if she had countless words to share. Zheng, mistaking her deep immersion in the song for mere performance, remained oblivious to the deeper sentiments behind her gaze. Once Lin Yujia finished, a new round of drinking commenced. Despite Zheng's increased tolerance since his rebirth, he soon found himself overwhelmed. After this round, he could no longer withstand the effects and collapsed onto Lin Yujia's lap. Inhaling her unique fragrance, feeling the soft pressure of his head against her thigh, and enjoying the soothing sensation of her delicate fingers massaging his temples, Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of bliss, sweet, yet almost surreal. Often, one worries about loss just as they begin to possess something precious. In a half-drunken stupor, he instinctively tightened his hold around Lin Yujia's waist. The amount of alcohol consumed was now indeterminate. Those with lesser tolerances, like Zheng, were sprawled across the sofa. The once boisterous Huang Guan and Yang Jiao, who had been the most audacious during dinner, now lay entwined in slumber. As inhibitions faded, the men and women in the private room began to pair off, singing, drinking, and playing dice together. The initial exuberance had dissipated, yet the atmosphere had transformed into something even more enchanting and alluring. Zheng did not succumb to slumber. Despite relishing the bliss of resting his head upon Lin Yujia's thigh, he understood that he could not linger in this indulgence. With great effort, he lifted his arm and glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 12:30, concluding that it was time to depart. As he had many tasks awaiting him the next day, he struggled to rise from Lin Yujia's lap and, somewhat unsteadily, made his way to the restroom to splash cold water on his face. The icy water banished much of his inebriation, and by the time he emerged from the restroom, he felt significantly better, capable of walking normally, his head no longer clouded as it had been before. Approaching Li Yi, he leaned in close, whispering loudly in his ear, "Brother Yi, let us make our exit. We have to head to Shennan tomorrow." At that moment, Li Yi was cradling Xiao Huixian and, upon hearing Zheng Zhuo's words, glanced at the time. It was indeed quite late, and returning to the dormitory was no longer an option. "Where shall we go now?" he inquired. Zheng Zhuo pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let us go to a hotel and book a room." Li Yi looked at Xiao Huixian in his arms and silently nodded in agreement. Once Wei Shuai concluded his final song, Zheng Zhuo and Li Yi rallied everyone to leave. After ensuring everyone was awake, Zheng Zhuo summoned a waiter to settle the bill, to which Li Yi rushed over, saying, "No, let me take care of it." Zheng Zhuo shook his head. "Brother Yi, do not contest me. I have recently earned quite a bit. This is a trivial matter." Seeing Zheng Zhuo's resolute stance, Li Yi relented. The group, most of whom were significantly inebriated, assisted one another as they exited the private room. Fortunately, the upper floor of the Hedong Entertainment Center housed a 4-star hotel. Zheng Zhuo took Lin Yujia by the hand and swiftly made his way to the hotel's front desk, where he booked 2 double rooms and 3 suites. The suites were 1-bedroom apartments complete with a living room, sofa, and bed. Zheng Zhuo kept 1 room key and handed another to Li Yi, while the 3 suite keys were entrusted to the most sober among them, Old Su. As for how the remaining group would allocate the 3 suites, Zheng Zhuo decided not to concern himself with those details. The opportunities had been presented to his friends, and whether they could win the affections of the ladies was a matter of their own prowess. He would not intervene regarding their chances of entering the girls' rooms, whether to sleep on a bed or a sofa. Waving goodbye to the group, Zheng Zhuo led the now apprehensive Lin Yujia into the elevator, with Li Yi unhesitatingly embracing Xiao Huixian as they followed suit. The remaining boys and girls, either inebriated or indecisive, lingered at the elevator entrance, unsure of what to do. Upon reaching Li Yi's floor, he cast a mischievous glance at Zheng Zhuo and, still holding Xiao Huixian, stepped out of the elevator. At that moment, only Lin Yujia and Zheng Zhuo remained inside. Zheng Zhuo glanced down at Lin Yujia and gently kissed the top of her head. Entering the room, Zheng Zhuo inserted the key card into the slot, illuminating the space within. He smiled at Lin Yujia and said, "Xiao Yu, I shall take a shower first." With that, he removed his shirt, slipped into his slippers, and walked into the washroom. Lin Yujia stood awkwardly at the door, hesitating for quite some time before finally stepping into the room. Attempting to appear composed, she turned on the television and cycled through all the channels, her heart racing with anticipation. Having grown up, it was her first time alone with a boy, and the setting was a hotel. She felt a mix of curiosity and anticipation, but more than that, an inexplicable sense of unease and worry. What if he truly wanted to engage in those intimate acts with her? Should she refuse him? Would he become angry and ignore her if she did? Did he genuinely love her? Or would he truly love her for a lifetime? As Lin Yujia spiraled into her thoughts, Zheng Zhuo quickly finished his shower. Emerging from the bathroom, he wore only a pair of jeans, exposing a well-defined physique. Noticing Lin Yujia's dazed expression, Zheng Zhuo approached her slowly, tenderly wrapping his arms around her shoulders and softly reassured her, "Don't worry, Xiao Yu. I won't pressure you into doing anything you're uncomfortable with. Why not wash up and rest? Otherwise, you might wake up looking like a panda tomorrow, and that wouldn't be very lovely." Lin Yujia nodded obediently. Her cheeks flushed as she stood. Zheng Zhuo affectionately patted her cheek. Moments later, the sound of water splashing echoed from the bathroom. Zheng Zhuo, who had been calm until then, suddenly felt a rush of impulse, his mind conjuring images of Lin Yujia bathing. Chapter 34. Will you love me forever? Perhaps due to his extensive experience with films in his past life, he had reached a state of mental detachment. Yet the sounds from the bathroom ignited vivid fantasies in his mind. His arousal intensified, the tightness of his jeans becoming unbearable. Taking a deep breath, he rushed to the window, flung it open, and lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. After finishing the cigarette, he managed to quell the fiery urge within him. At that moment, Lin Yujia cautiously stepped out of the bathroom. Upon seeing her, Zheng Zuo's heart raced, his breath quickening, blood coursing through his veins as if it were about to boil. Lin Yujia wore the same white top, but her jeans were in her hands, leaving her clad only in a pair of cartoon-patterned panties. Her long, flawless legs extended from her waist to her bare feet, while her top fell just perfectly to conceal her modesty, with the little panties barely visible. In a flurry, Lin Yujia dashed out of the bathroom, leaping onto the bed, lifting the covers, and quickly burrowing beneath them, her long legs slipping under the thin blanket as she bashfully exclaimed, "My pants got wet." At that moment, Zheng Zuo could no longer contain himself. He growled, charging towards Lin Yujia like a wild beast. He flung aside the covers that obstructed his path, revealing her long, pristine legs, and his hands instinctively reached for her curves as he leaned in to kiss the startled Lin Yujia. Zheng Zuo pressed his lips against hers fervently, his hands exploring her, prompting Lin Yujia to gasp before surrendering to his advances. As Zheng Zuo lowered his hand, Lin Yujia firmly grasped it, biting into his shoulder with determination. Her breath had become ragged, her chest rising and falling violently, as she gazed at him with a hint of sorrow, imploring, "Please. Is that all right?" Zheng Zuo's eyes met Lin Yujia's sorrowful gaze, and his heart softened, regaining a semblance of rationality. He gently kissed her forehead, then, summoning his willpower, rose from the bed, carefully tucking her in. "I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. Your long legs were just too tempting. I couldn't resist." He reassured her. "Rest easy. I promise I won't pressure you into anything. I'll take the couch." Lin Yujia's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her usually tidy short hair now tousled, strands obscuring her beautiful eyes, enhancing her allure. She took a deep breath and softly asked, "Do you love me?" Zheng Zuo nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I love you. I believe I fell for you the moment we met." Lin Yujia smiled and inquired, "Will you love me forever?" Zheng Zuo shook his head, responding, "How far is forever? I don't know, so I cannot guarantee I will love you eternally. The future holds too many uncertainties. However, I can assure you, you will always be the girl I care about the most in this lifetime." Aside from his late wife, Lin Yujia held paramount importance in his heart. He was not one to casually declare love or deceive with sweet words. Love is love, and he would not lie about the possibility of eternity. Upon hearing Zheng Zuo's words, Lin Yujia did not exhibit disappointment. Instead, she continued to smile, saying, "Thank you for loving me. I think I like you too. But like you, I cannot be certain about forever. Therefore, we cannot rush into anything. Do you understand?" Zheng Zuo tenderly stroked her hair and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Yes, the future is far off. Let us not overthink it. Let tomorrow handle tomorrow's concerns. As long as you are here with me in this moment, I am content. Now, rest, I will sleep on the couch." Lin Yujia obediently nodded, closing her eyes, secretly relieved to have found a considerate boyfriend. Zheng Zuo turned off the lights in the room, leaving only a small lamp at the entrance to cast a dim, lonely glow in the deep night. Seeing Lin Yujia peacefully asleep on the bed, he silently rejoiced at having controlled himself. Often, loving someone does not equate to possessing their body. The hotel room lacked a double or triple sofa. If it did, it would surely be a terrible establishment. The Heading Hotel offered only single sofas, comfortable to sit on, yet rather constricting for sleeping. Zheng Zuo propped his feet on the coffee table, leaning his head against the sofa's armrest, smiling as he glanced at Lin Yujia, whose eyes were closed yet clearly awake. He whispered, "Good night, my dear." With that, he closed his eyes, forcing himself to banish any stray thoughts. As the tranquil mood gradually settled and the numbing effects of alcohol enveloped him, Zheng Zuo swiftly succumbed to slumber. Lin Yujia discreetly opened her eyes and gazed at Zheng Zuo, who was sprawled on the single sofa beside her, bare-chested and carefree. Unable to suppress a smile, she quietly descended from the bed and retrieved a thin quilt from the cabinet by the door, gently draping it over his chest. She then took a moment to admire the peaceful visage of Zheng Zuo before softly returning to her bed, drifting back into serene sleep. The following dawn, Lin Yujia, accustomed to rising early, awoke from her slumber to find Zheng was still lost in dreams. The memory of the previous night flooded her mind, painting her cheeks with a rosy hue. She hastily dressed and carefully approached Zheng Zuo, who appeared as innocent as a child in his sleep. Feeling playful, she playfully teased his face with her hair. Still enveloped in dreams, Zheng Zuo suddenly felt a ticklish sensation on his face. The familiar fragrance wafting through the air instantly alerted him to Lin Yujia's presence. Without opening his eyes, he instinctively pulled her into his embrace, murmuring, "You little rascal. Just wait and see what I'll do to you." Lin Yujie giggled, sinking into his embrace. "Wake up, you naughty man." Zhang Zhuo tightened his hold around her and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek, teasing, "Is this how you wake your husband?" "Humph. Who's your wife?" Lin Yujie replied. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully punched Zhang Zhuo's chest. "Don't pull so hard. You're hurting me." With a chuckle, Zhang Zhuo released Lin Yujie and got to his feet. After completing their morning routines, they exited their room and enjoyed breakfast in the hotel restaurant, hand in hand. Zhang Zhuo had numerous tasks awaiting him that day, including a trip to Shenzhen, yet he sought to spend as much time with Lin Yujie as possible. Chapter 35. Farewell. The couple wandered through the shopping mall where Lin Yujie intended to purchase a watch. But they were unable to find the matching women's IWC watch that complemented Zhang Zhuo's wrist, and thus they reluctantly abandoned the search. They bought 2 sets of clothing, one for each of them, as they had been wearing old, uncomfortable clothes since their bath the previous day. Zhang Zhuo also purchased a set of clothes for both Lao Su and Li Yi, as time was of the essence before their journey, leaving no opportunity to return to school for their belongings. Upon exiting the mall, Zhang Zhuo led Lin Yujie to their usual internet CAF, which remained dimly lit as ever. A group of young men were deeply engrossed in their gaming, and one boy with a long part in his hair noticed the stunning Lin Yujie. His mouth agape in astonishment, rendered speechless until a falling cigarette burned his own lap. Unperturbed by their surroundings, Zhang Zhuo and Lin Yujie settled side by side at a computer. With practiced ease, he opened the browser and navigated to Tianbua's homepage, while Lin Yujie quietly observed him, offering no questions. Turning slightly, Zhang Zhuo smiled at Lin Yujie and softly whispered in her ear, "This is where I earn my money. However, I will strive to refrain from this method of making a living in the future." Lin Yujie curiously glanced at the gambling website opened by Zhang Zhuo, where various team names were displayed alongside fluctuating numbers. Although she could not comprehend the intricacies, she refrained from inquiring further. Zhang Zhuo placed his bet primarily to repay a favor owed to George and his associates, symbolically selecting a betting option. The number of matches in 1999 that he could confidently recall was dwindling. He remembered that the season had been halved due to labor disputes, culminating in the Spurs claiming the championship. In that year, a young Tim Duncan was still in his prime. Thus, he chose the Spurs in the championship option and wagered 100,000 yuan. By this point, the playoffs were underway, and the odds for the Spurs winning were modest at 1/23. However, for Zhang Zhuo, having already achieved his initial capital, any winnings were merely a numerical game. He chose not to concern himself with how George and his crew would proceed. After settling this debt with a single match, Zhang Zhuo felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Having completed his betting, Zhang Zhuo swiftly shut down the computer and took Lin Yujie's hand as they exited the internet CAF. They were in a rush to withdraw funds from the savings bank, as Zhang Zhuo planned to head to Shenzhen City after lunch. Aware that they would soon part ways for a while, Lin Yujie closely followed Zhang Zhuo. The thought of the domineering Xia Ran potentially being inside the bank compelled Zhang Zhuo to reluctantly enter the establishment. Fortunately, Xia Ran was not working that day. Otherwise, he pondered. He could only imagine her reaction upon seeing Lin Yujie. The mere thought of Xia Ran's fierce demeanor sent a shiver down his spine. Since he had made an appointment the previous day, the withdrawal process was swift. Zhang Zhuo casually placed 150,000 yuan in cash into his olive green messenger bag and glanced at the international watch that Lin Yujie had gifted him. It was already past 11 o'clock. Others must have risen by now. Returning to the hotel with Lin Yujie, Zhang Zhuo used the hotel's landline to call several rooms. Li Yitai had just awoken, oblivious to the several rounds he had fought with Xiao Huixian the previous night, while Lao Su, Wei Shuai, and Zhang Shui had been playing poker with a few girls all night and were still asleep. To his surprise, Zhang Zhuo learned that the plump Huang Guan had spent the night in the same room as Yang Jiao, leaving him curious about the tales they might have shared. After arranging to have lunch together in the hotel restaurant, Zhang Zhuo called to reserve a table. At that moment, Lin Yujie emerged from the washroom, having changed her attire. Standing gracefully before Zhang Zhuo, she was a stunning woman. Any outfit she donned seemed tailored specifically for her. Zhang Zhuo affectionately pinched Lin Yujie's cheek before retrieving his clothes to take a shower. Once they were both ready, Zhang Zhuo took the garments he had purchased for Lao Su and Li Yi holding Lin Yujia's hand as they made their way to the restaurant. By the time their companions arrived at the hotel dining area, Zheng Zhua and Lin Yujia had already ordered a feast. From yesterday's singing until now, Zheng Zhua has spent nearly 10,000 yuan on dining. However, he feels indifferent, for he currently lacks nothing except money. If given a chance to be reborn, he would still choose to live as he did in his past life, without the burdens of financial worries, unafraid to spend, and freely indulging in youthful exuberance with his friends. Otherwise, he might as well return to the future, leading a mundane life with his wife and children until death. As everyone gathered, Zheng Zhua handed the room key to Wei Shuai, saying, "The key card still has a deposit. You can keep it. Old Sui go. And I need to make a trip to Shunnan. Here S100,000 yuan in cash, which is for opening the internet CAF. You can make decisions regarding the rent, purchasing computers, renovations, and sofas with Zhang Shuai. If you need more money, just give me a call." Wei Shuai nodded with great excitement as he accepted the thick stack of cash. This was his first encounter with such a substantial amount, and he could hardly contain his exhilaration. The girls at the table were left speechless. They knew Zheng Zhua had wealth since he had covered all expenses the previous day. But they were taken aback by his casual display of handing over 100,000 yuan to Wei Shuai. They couldn't help but cast envious glances at Lin Yujia, who remained calmly eating her meal as if all of this had no bearing on her. Zheng Zhua then took out another 10,000 yuan and handed it to Lu Sha, saying, "Sha, please take care of the housing arrangements when you have the time." Lu Sha nodded without further comment. After organizing these matters, Zheng Zhua dove into his meal with gusto, aware that he would soon be heading to Shunnan, where he might not find such appetizing spicy dishes. After lunch, everyone exited the hotel. Lin Yujia reluctantly held onto Zheng Zhua's arm, and he smiled, ruffling her hair as he gently said, "Be good and take care of yourself. I'll be back in a few days. Don't worry. Old Su and Yi Gu are with me." Lin Yujia nodded obediently. "Be safe on the road, and don't drive too fast. I'll be waiting for you." In contrast, Li Yi and Xiao Huixian's farewell was more direct. Li Yi pulled Xiao Huixian close, and in full view of the crowd, they shared a passionate kiss. After 2 minutes, he released her, waved stylishly, and took a seat in the back of the car. Chapter 36. Deceiving the swift passage of time. Old Su, seeing both Zheng Zhua and Li Yi settled in the car, quickly started the engine and accelerated towards the highway entrance. As they sped along, Zheng Zhua and Old Su alternated driving, and after 15 hours, they finally arrived in Shunnan City. It was at this moment that Zheng Zhua realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. In this era, people from the mainland required entry documents to access Shunnan City. They parked the car at the mail-in checkpoint, and one by one, they stepped out to stretch their legs. Li Yi took a deep drag from a cigarette, gazing at the armed police standing guard at the entry point, and remarked, "This special zone truly is special. Gaining entry is not an easy feat." Zheng Zhua surveyed his surroundings, recalling how stringent the entry procedures had been when he first visited Shunnan City in his previous life. Yet, there were always some hustlers loitering outside the checkpoint, persistently asking others if they needed help to gain entry, seemingly possessing their own channels to facilitate access. Due to the fact that Zheng had a permit to cross the border at that time, he had never tested its authenticity. Now, however, Zheng intended to give it a try. At last, beneath a bridge, he spotted a man clad in brown attire, incessantly hawking something to the passers-by. Zheng swiftly approached the man in brown, and upon locking eyes, he pointed towards the border gate, inquiring, "Is it possible to enter?" $50 per person. The brown-clad man swiftly replied, "There are 3 of us in one vehicle." Zheng, not one to engage in unnecessary discourse, believed that any issue solvable by money was no issue at all. "It's a bit complicated. The route I'll take you on doesn't allow vehicles. Alternatively, I could have someone drive your car in and return it to you after crossing," the man in brown explained, somewhat hesitantly. "No way, we cannot separate from our car. It's absurd to hand over the vehicle to you. How would we find it later?" Zheng was acutely aware that, at this moment, Yuezhou might be the most notorious region for theft and robbery in the country. The astronomical influx of people, those with skills, education, courage, or beauty, had turned the area into a chaotic hotspot. "Well, then I'm at a loss," the man in brown said, spreading his hands in defeat. Observing this, Zheng turned and walked away without a backward glance. The brown-clad man, unwilling to concede, followed him, insisting, "It's all right. I can take you in. I'll leave once you see your car. That is acceptable, right?" Zheng chose not to respond. One must always exercise caution when venturing out, especially since he did not believe he could be barred from entering a mere border gate. He randomly selected a small shop, purchasing 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and requesting an envelope from the shopkeeper. The envelope was just the right size to hold the 2 packs of cigarettes. Though Zheng did not hold a high position in the future, he was somewhat aware of the nuances of gift-giving. This was an unspoken rule. Offering money would be considered bribery, yet gifting a couple of packs of cigarettes could be viewed as fostering goodwill, thus not deemed improper. Returning to his car, he addressed Lao Su and Li Yi, stating, "We shall proceed to their office to obtain the border crossing permit. I refuse to believe I cannot accomplish this." With that, he took his place in the driver's seat and started the vehicle, prompting Lao Su and Li Yi to hurry in as well. Zheng drove directly to the border checkpoint, then disembarked with his student ID and Li Yi's, along with Lao Su's ID, approaching the inspection area. He flashed a smile at the armed police officer seated within and presented his identification, saying, "Hello, officer. We are students from Central South Forestry University in Xianghu Province. Our professor has brought us here for a practical study at a company, but we arrived in haste and did not secure our border permits. Is there a possibility to arrange that?" The armed police soldier glanced at Zheng's student ID and then at Li Yi and Lao Su in the vehicle, inquiring, "Why are you coming for your internship now? Why are there only the 3 of you? We missed the train, so we had to drive here. The other teachers and students should have arrived long before us," Zheng replied with a cheerful demeanor. Upon concluding his words, he discreetly handed 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, neatly wrapped in a document bag, to the armed police officer, adding, "Please, buy my brother a pack of cigarettes. We are running late for our internship, and our credits will be deducted." The officer opened the document bag, examined the cigarettes, and meticulously scrutinized the student IDs of Zheng Zhua and Li Yi. After confirming their authenticity, he coldly produced several blank entry permits, inscribed the names of Zheng Zhua and his companions, and stamped them with an official seal, stating to Zheng Zhua, "The validity is for 15 days. Return to renew after that." Having finished, he handed all the documents to Zheng Zhua with a cheerful demeanor. Zheng Zhua accepted the permits, turned, entered the vehicle, started the engine, and successfully passed through customs. At last, they entered the interior, and the 3 sped along the broad avenues of Shunnan City. If the disparity between the outskirts of Shunnan and inland cities was not too pronounced, upon their arrival in the city center, they were greeted by the unmistakable visage of an international metropolis. Towering skyscrapers stood shoulder to shoulder along the streets, while the lush tropical trees flanked the roads like verdant walls, separating countless buildings from the thoroughfares. Zheng Zhua gazed at the city, one that had buried his youth in dreams, with a myriad of emotions. The city remained unchanged, yet its people had transformed. Zheng Zhua silently vowed to himself that in this lifetime, he must reclaim the dreams he once held in this very city. This brought to mind a popular saying from later years. A Blue Xiang senior remarked that even if he dug through the earth, he could not unearth his lost heart. The square dance aunties claimed that if they danced swiftly enough, their loneliness could not catch up. The scavenging uncle asserted that if he rummaged through the trash thoroughly, he might rediscover his lost self, and the scheming elder maintained that as long as his act was convincing enough, he could deceive the fleeting passage of time. Zheng Zhua had come to Shunnan City not only to recover his lost self, but also to outwit the relentless march of time. Li Yi and old Su gazed in excitement at the splendor surrounding them, incessantly discussing the contrast between Xing City and this metropolis, comparing everything from architecture to roadways, weather to beauty, ultimately concluding that the special zone was superior. Relying on his memories, Zheng Zhua navigated the vehicle toward Binhai Road. They had been on the road for over 10 hours without rest. Upon reaching Binhai Road, Zheng Zhua found a seaside hotel, parked the car, and the group eagerly entered the establishment. The hotels in Shunnan were significantly pricier than those inland, yet for someone like Zheng Zhua, who had recently come into wealth, cost was no concern. He booked a suite with 3 beds at the staggering price of 1,088 yuan, which even made the lavish spending Li Yi exclaim in astonishment at Shunnan's cost of living. After checking in, the 3 proceeded to their room, took turns refreshing themselves, and then descended to the restaurant for a delightful lunch infused with Cantonese flavors. Chapter 37. Old friends fly Zai. After finishing their meal, Zheng Zhua and his companions hurried to Huadan North. Zheng Zhua had read an article in the future stating that in a certain year, 90% of counterfeit mobile phones in the country had been sourced from Huadan North. He realized that to leverage the significant price advantage of these counterfeit phones to dismantle the Huang Maoshan family's enterprise, he must commence his endeavors here. Zheng was acutely aware that the term gray market phones does not solely refer to devices of inferior quality. On the contrary, genuine gray market phones are indistinguishable from their officially imported counterparts, differing only in software versions. Authentic gray market phones can be categorized into two types. One is the European variant, imported from Europe, which typically maintains the quality of original devices, although some may exhibit minor issues. Due to a regulation in Europe allowing for unconditional exchanges within 14 days of purchase, the devices returned within this time frame are dubbed 14-day machines. These 14-day machines represent a common source of European gray market phones, with the highest quality devices being those that are truly original from Europe. Additionally, there are the Hong Kong variants, which, despite lacking warranty, are generally of comparable quality to original models. Furthermore, there are refurbished phones, which are particularly prevalent in Huiqiangbai, primarily involving the collection of problematic second-hand phones from abroad, which are then refurbished and sold as new. The proliferation of refurbished phones has unfortunately led to a widespread misconception among the populace, associating gray market devices with substandard quality. Upon arriving in Huiqiangbai in 1999, when parking was not yet as fiercely contested as in later years, Zheng swiftly located a parking space for his vehicle, and the trio proceeded to enter the bustling mobile phone market. Much like the future iteration of Huiqiangbai, the area was teeming with a diverse crowd. Individuals of various ethnicities could be observed, while vendors along the roadside peddled CDs and counterfeit invoices. Inside the mobile phone market, the throngs of people were even more pronounced, with merchants from across the nation engaging in a cacophony of haggling. Zheng understood that behind each seemingly modest counter lay countless channels for mobile phones and computers. One should never underestimate the influence of these channels. A mere sneeze here could reverberate throughout the national mobile market, causing price fluctuations. In just 2 years, the refurbishment of old phones would evolve into the production of counterfeit devices, propelling Huiqiangbai's counterfeit phones onto the global stage, providing support to countless individuals in Asia, Africa, and Latin America who could not afford original devices. Moreover, one should not undervalue the ingenuity behind counterfeit technology. The ability to replicate what others have created is, in itself, a skill. Notably, many groundbreaking inventions have emerged from this locale, including the globally popular dual SIM and triple SIM technologies, a testament to the innovative spirit of Huiqiangbai's counterfeit phone engineers. As Zheng, along with his companions, completed a circuit of the mobile phone market, Li Yi, having grown weary of his initial curiosity, inquired with impatience, "Zheng, what are you searching for?" We've already made a full round. Zheng withdrew his gaze from the surroundings and replied, "I am in search of an old friend." "An old friend? When did you make acquaintances in Shunnan?" Li Yi asked, astonished. Indeed, Zheng was on the lookout for an old friend, Fei Zai, whom he had met during his earlier days in Shunnan, when he was an enthusiastic aficionado of Nokia phones, often replacing his device every 6 months. His first purchase of a refurbished phone in Huiqiangbai had malfunctioned within a month, and the seller refused to acknowledge the issue. It was only after taking it to Fei Zai's shop that it was successfully repaired. Later on, Zheng found himself seeking out Fei Zai every time he needed to change his phone. As their acquaintance deepened, Fei Zai proved to be exceptionally loyal, consistently offering Zheng the most favorable prices and even providing a lifetime warranty. Even after Zheng departed from Shunnan, he continued to purchase phones from Fei Zai's Taobao store. However, with the advent of the smartphone era, the allure of gray market phones diminished, leading to the gradual dissolution of their connection. Zheng recalled that Fei Zai's shop was named Hongfei Digital, yet after a thorough search of the mobile phone market, he could not locate it. Perhaps in 1999, Fei Zai had yet to establish his own store, he mused. Lacking any other reliable gray market sources apart from Fei Zai, Zheng was unwilling to concede defeat so early and circled the phone market once more. Suddenly, a commotion from one of the shops drew the attention of the three men. A middle-aged man with a raspy voice was vehemently berating someone. "You useless fool. You've only assembled this many in an entire night? Are you eating dirt? I pay you so much every day not for you to loaf around. If you can't do it, then get lost." Zheng followed the source of the voice and, to his astonishment, shouted, "Fei Zai." At last, his efforts bore fruit. He had found Fei Zai. However, The Fei Zai he encountered was not the spirited young boss Zheng would later know, but rather a mere apprentice in a phone shop. "Do you know me?" asked Fei Zai, his youthful face marred by dark circles, with a weariness evident in his tone. "Yes, I am a friend of your cousin. He asked me to find you regarding something important. Can we step outside to talk?" Zheng thought for a moment and told a benevolent lie. He knew Fei Zai had a cousin with whom he shared a close bond. Given the current situation, he felt it necessary to leverage that connection. After all, he couldn't reveal that he was from the future and that they would become friends in 3 or 4 years. Such a confession would surely land him in the realm of madness. Fei Zai nodded. "Wait a moment, I'll inform my boss." He turned to the middle-aged man with the raspy voice and said, "Boss, 2 friends are looking for me outside. I need to take a quick break to speak with them." The middle-aged man, furious, kicked Fei Zai to the ground, shouting, "You fool! From last night until now, you've only assembled 100 phones, and now you want to leave? Do you think my money grows on trees?" The sight incensed Zheng and his companions. In an instant, Lao Su stormed into Fei Zai's shop, swiftly locking his hand around the boss's throat. The boss, terror-stricken by the 3 intruders, felt the breath leaving him, his weathered face turning crimson as he flailed his arms helplessly. Zheng approached Fei Zai and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Fei Zai, come with me. You needn't remain here any longer." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Fei Zai realized that his chances of staying as an apprentice were now non-existent. Furthermore, the meager salary he earned for toiling day and night was hardly worth sacrificing his health and vitality. Thus, he nodded at Zheng and then turned to Lao Su, saying, "Big brother, for my sake, let it go. After all, he has taken care of me for 3 years." Chapter 38. Ambitious aspirations. Old Su cast a fierce glare at the middle-aged man as Fei Zai pleaded for leniency, then released his grip. The middle-aged man immediately crumpled to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing violently. Zheng Zhua and his 3 companions swiftly exited the mobile phone city and made their way to the parking area, where they entered their vehicle. Throughout the journey, Fei Zai remained silent, yet he felt an inexplicable familiarity with Zheng Zhua, sensing a certain trustworthiness in him. Zheng Zhua produced his pack of Furong Wang cigarettes, distributing one to each of the 3 others, then turned to Fei Zai, saying, "I never imagined you would be in such dire straits now." Fei Zai accepted the cigarette with a resigned shake of his head, lamenting, "What can I do? I depend on others for my livelihood, and thus I am under their control. By the way, how is my cousin doing?" "He's doing well," Zheng Zhua replied. "Given that you can't possibly return to being an apprentice now, how about joining me in my endeavors?" With that, Zheng Zhua lit his cigarette and inquired further. "Big brother, aside from repairing and assembling phones, I possess no other skills." Fei Zai admitted sheepishly. At this moment, he lacked the confidence of his later self, who had become a small business owner. "I need to procure a substantial inventory. I also intend to establish my own mobile phone factory, and I will require your assistance with all of this." After speaking, Zheng Zhua started the car, heading towards the seaside hotel on Binhai Road. He understood that having located Fei Zai meant he had accomplished half of his plan to strike against Huangmao Mountain. The remaining details would depend on the execution. During the drive, the 4 introduced themselves, gradually becoming more acquainted after the earlier commotion in the shop. Upon arriving at the hotel, Fei Zai noticed that Zheng Zhua and his companions were smoking fine cigarettes and staying at a beachfront hotel. Although he did not recognize the brand of the car they drove, he perceived that anyone who could afford a vehicle must be wealthy, and silently appreciated his cousin for introducing him to several young entrepreneurs. At the very least, they appeared far more amiable than his previous employers. Once inside the hotel room, Old Su and Li Yi greeted Fei Zai briefly before retiring to rest. They had driven over 10 hours from Xiangnan without sleep, and now that they had found Fei Zai, they seized the opportunity to recuperate. Zheng Zhua, meanwhile, engaged Fei Zai in a discussion regarding channels for acquiring smuggled goods. According to Fei Zai, the current sources of smuggled goods primarily fell into 2 categories. One comprised individual buyers who brought in just over 100 units from Hong Kong at a time. These items were of good quality, but in limited quantity, and thus costly. The other was directly imported goods from Europe, predominantly controlled by a few smuggling groups in Shikoh, 2 of which Fei Zai had dealt with before. Money would suffice to obtain their products. Reassured by the viability of the supply channels, Zheng Zhua felt a weight lift from his shoulders. His greatest concern had been that Fei Zai, still in his formative stages, might struggle to find reliable sources. As long as dependable procurement channels were established, everything else would fall into place. Seeing that Dao Zai appeared equally haggard, Zheng Zhua handed Fei Zai a stack of money, instructing him to secure another room downstairs for rest. Although the suite was spacious, it only contained 3 beds. Fei Zai was resolute in his refusal, despite never having stayed in such a luxurious hotel before. The individuals coming and going, all either affluent or esteemed, left little doubt that securing a room here would demand a substantial sum. Ultimately, Fei Zai discovered a blanket tucked away in the suite's wardrobe, rolled it up, and opted to sleep on the carpet. Zheng Zhua, having journeyed tirelessly, was equally fatigued. Glancing at the time, he noted it was just past 3 in the afternoon. Lin Yujia was likely still in class, thus he decided against calling her, choosing instead to send a text. Arrived safely. All is well? Do not worry. After sending the message, Zheng Zhua recalled a slip of paper in his bag bearing Xia Ran's phone number. Several days had passed, and he imagined she might be growing anxious. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to send a text to explain his absence, acknowledging his failure to meet her. He retrieved Xia Ran's number and messaged, "I am out of town for a matter. Let us reschedule." After sending the text, Zheng Zhua silenced his phone and surrendered to slumber. Upon awakening, the hotel exterior was aglow with the lights of dusk. Zheng Zhua was stretched languidly in bed. Noticing that old Su had already risen and was seated on the sofa, smoking and idly watching television. Upon seeing Zheng Zhua awake, old Su tossed him a cigarette. "You're up?" Zheng Zhua accepted the cigarette, placed it between his lips, dressed, lit it, and regarded the enigmatic man. "Old Su, could you teach me martial arts?" Old Su appraised Zheng Zhua. "If you're not afraid of hardship, I shall teach you." Zheng Zhua nodded, not aspiring to master old Su's prowess, but merely seeking to ensure his own self-defense. Besides, he had resolved during his rebirth to prioritize physical fitness, and learning martial arts from old Su seemed the most effective means of exercise. Wearing the hotel's disposable slippers, Zheng Zhua ambled to the window, opening it to a refreshing sea breeze. He gazed down at the bustling scene below and reflected that, at this moment, less than 10 kilometers away, Huawei was still a fledgling company focused on communication equipment, yet to embark on mobile phone production. Nearby, Venk had just identified residential development as its core business. Brimming with ambition, BYD was still engaged in battery production, and Tencent was merely an inconspicuous startup, having been established for less than a year. Inspired by these thoughts, Zheng Zhua exclaimed with fervor, "Let me achieve even greater things." Li Yi and Fei Zai were startled awake by Zheng Zhua's passionate shout, both sitting up in confusion and staring at Zheng Zhua and old Su. The following day, the quartet split into 2 groups. Li Yi and Fei Zai ventured to meet with a gray market mobile phone dealer, while Zheng Zhua and old Su set out to explore the real estate market. Zheng Zhua had meticulously planned to invest in properties in Shenzhen. Having spent considerable time in real estate advertising, he was well acquainted with the city's urbanization process. Furthermore, investing in this area promised remarkable returns. The current property values were projected to multiply tenfold by 2017, with certain commercial properties potentially increasing 100-fold. This was the bounty reaped from the city's rapid development. Zheng Zhua plans to invest more than half of his funds into the real estate of this city, while the remaining portion will be devoted to entrepreneurship. Even if his entrepreneurial endeavors fail, the real estate will serve as his capital for resurgence. During his tenure at an advertising company in Shenzhen City, Zheng Zhua recognized that the city's development was propelled by the arterial Shenzhen Avenue. Armed with this pivotal investment insight, he felt assured that he would not purchase property in the wrong location. Chapter 39. The unsavory Uncle Zheng Zhua recalls the famous adage from Hong Kong's wealthiest tycoon, Li Ka-shing, regarding real estate investment. Location, location, and yet again, location. Zheng Zhua wholeheartedly agrees. Thus, after parting ways with his companions, he and Lao Su drove along Shenzhen Avenue, stopping to inspect newly opened residential developments. Zheng Zhua's focus remained on high-end properties and commercial spaces with significant appreciation potential. Investing in commercial properties demands even greater attention to location, but this posed no challenge for Zheng Zhua. He possessed a unique strategy to ensure lucrative returns on his investments, acquiring properties adjacent to KFC and McDonald's. While many perceive these two as the largest fast food chains globally, they overlook a crucial aspect. They are, in fact, the world's largest property investment enterprises. Wherever KFC and McDonald's establish their presence, that area invariably becomes the commercial heart of the city. Consequently, purchasing commercial properties near these establishments is a surefire investment. Zheng Zhua and Lao Su arrived near Xiangmi Lake, a location Zheng Zhua held in high regard. During his advertising career in Shinan, he had promoted properties in this area, which boasts unique natural resources. The only urban wetland in the world exists here, and its exceptional natural assets, coupled with convenient transportation, have rendered this region the most prestigious villa enclave in the entire Shinan city, with property prices consistently soaring and demand remaining exceedingly high. In the future, properties here would be sold at astronomical prices. Upon arriving at the sales office of a newly constructed villa project near Xiangmi Lake, they parked their car under the guidance of a security guard, only to be greeted by a sales representative. After Zheng Zhua and Lao Su exited the vehicle, they were led into the sales office by a saleswoman. Noticing that the car they arrived in was not particularly luxurious, the saleswoman did not extend an overly warm welcome. She casually provided an overview of the property before attending to other clients. Zheng Zhua paid little mind to this, settling into a sofa in the sales office and eagerly perusing the property brochure. As the saying goes, an expert discerns the nuances while a novice merely observes the spectacle. In the future, he would pen countless property brochures. Regardless of the advertising endeavor, it is essential to connect consumer needs with the characteristics of the product being promoted. Whether selling a concept, a location, or a lifestyle, one must identify the appropriate angle to create effective advertising. Engrossed in the brochure, Zheng Zhua was oblivious to Lao Su's activities. Lao Su, meanwhile, was quietly operating a small restaurant near Lin University, a third-tier institution catering mainly to either modest, youthful university students or the two village girls employed as waitstaff at his establishment. Upon arriving at the most prestigious villa sales office in Shinan City, it was evident that the saleswomen were all exquisite beauties, each adorned in impeccable professional attire, articulating refined Mandarin with grace, and sporting meticulously crafted makeup, rendering Mr. Su utterly captivated. The two men sat there, indulging in their own amusement, while a dozen stunning saleswomen busily attended to other clients, scarcely casting a glance in Zheng's direction. Their appearance hardly suggested they were potential buyers of such opulent properties, and their choice of vehicle, an old Cherry, clearly contrasted with the luxury cars typically associated with this locale, where one would expect to see Mercedes, BMWs, or Audis. Mr. Su's gaze lingered on the array of beautiful saleswomen for half an hour, leaving him yearning for more interaction. Thus, he resolved to engage one of them. Spotting the saleswoman who had ushered them in, just finishing up with another client and leisurely sipping water, he approached her and playfully remarked, "My dear, why bring us in only to ignore us?" The saleswoman, her demeanor cool, replied, "I apologize, but I am quite fatigued. Please allow me a moment to rest. If you wish to inquire about the properties, you may consult the gentleman who accompanied you." Instantly, Mr. Su felt a sting of embarrassment. How disheartening it was to see himself, after witnessing others showering her with attention and warmth, now treated with such indifference. Observing Mr. Su's discomfort, Zheng, with a cheerful demeanor, approached and patted Mr. Su on the shoulder. Holding the brochure, he turned to the cool-faced saleswoman and said, Here. I'd like 6 units of the properties near the wetlands." The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. Despite their polished exteriors, the base salaries of these saleswomen were modest, with their earnings directly tied to their sales performance. Each sold unit could earn them a commission ranging from 1 to 2%, necessitating high sales volumes for substantial income. Taking a closer look at Zheng, who presented a refined appearance clad in tailored trousers and a smart jacket, not overly flashy, yet far from drab, her confidence began to swell upon noticing the exquisite watch adorning his wrist. Quickly donning a smile, she leaned slightly closer, her figure brushing against Zheng's exposed arm. "Sir, here is my business card. My name is Lu Xiao." "Xiao? Where's the Xiao in you? Let me check," Mr. Su teased, feigning an intent to investigate her closely. Alarmed, the saleswoman recoiled in surprise. Zheng, chuckling, interjected, "You take my friend to view the properties. I shall await your return. If he is satisfied, I will proceed with the payment." Lu Xiao glanced between Zheng and Mr. Su, biting her lower lip. "Could we perhaps sign the purchase agreement first?" Zheng exchanged a playful glance with Mr. Su. "Absolutely. Bring forth the contract." The contract, binding for both parties, aligned with Zheng's intention to purchase a property, making the preliminary signing entirely agreeable. After determining the 6 villas that Mr. Zheng desired, Lu Xiao swiftly prepared the sales contracts and relevant documents for these properties. Turning to Mr. Zheng, she said. Sir, here is the purchase agreement. Please provide your identification. Additionally, will you be making a one-time payment, or would you prefer to arrange a mortgage? Mr. Zheng picked up the contract and quickly skimmed through it. Finding none of the unfair clauses often reported by the media, he promptly signed and, without raising his head, declared, I will pay by card, no need for a mortgage. The total for the 6 villas amounted to 21.2 million, but since he was purchasing all 6 at once, our company manager had mentioned offering him the most favorable price of 19.2 million. As Lu Xiao announced the price, she intently observed Mr. Zheng, anxious that a change in his expression might indicate he could not afford it. Upon hearing Lu Xiao state the price of the villas, Mr. Zheng nodded with a smile and replied, All right, please take my friend to view the properties. If everything is satisfactory, I will proceed with the payment once you return. It was a jest. Such splendid villas for under 20 million was an opportunity Mr. Zheng knew would likely be unattainable in the future, even with an extra zero added. Right this way, sir. Let me show you the villas. Seeing that Mr. Zheng was unfazed by the price, Lu Xiao professionally addressed Old Su, emphasizing the word villas. Old Su cast a grateful glance at Mr. Zheng and eagerly followed Lu Xiao toward the villa area. As an experienced individual in such matters, he understood exactly why Mr. Zheng insisted on Lu Xiao accompanying him. Seated on the sofa in the sales office, Mr. Zheng wore a mischievous smile. Old Su had clearly been holding back for quite some time. He was determined to purchase a property and, in the process, perhaps provide some benefits to Old Su. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Mr. Zheng would acquire the villas he desired, Lu Xiao would achieve her sales targets and earn a considerable commission, and Old Su would likely have the opportunity to assist the lovely saleswoman in a more personal manner. Mr. Zheng adjusted himself comfortably, glancing at his watch, curious whether Old Su's prowess matched his own. The 2 saleswomen nearby were well aware that Mr. Zheng was a man who could effortlessly purchase 6 villas without a second thought, and they eagerly began to introduce him to other properties, even serving him a cup of authentic Brazilian coffee. Mr. Zheng spread his hands and smiled at the group of beautiful women, saying, Ladies, I apologize. But after purchasing the 6 villas, I shall not be acquiring any additional properties at this time. Please feel free to continue with your other endeavors. Mr. Zheng was a man of integrity. He would not conduct business with others while being unfaithful to his commitments. 2 full hours later, Mr. Zheng finally saw Old Su return with the lovely saleswoman Lu Xiao. Noticing a newfound allure about Lu Xiao, as if she had just experienced an exhilarating rainstorm, Mr. Zheng observed that Old Su no longer exuded his previous vigor, appearing instead fatigued and devoid of energy. Unable to contain his laughter at Old Su's condition, Mr. Zheng chuckled heartily. While discretion was necessary in front of outsiders, he made a playful face at Old Su before turning to the contented Lu Xiao and saying, It seems my friend is quite satisfied with the villas here. Let's proceed with the payment. Lu smiled brightly, casting a glance at Old Su before swiftly commencing the payment procedures for Zheng. In no time, Zheng produced his bank card and effortlessly transferred 19 million. This is the purchase agreement. The property certificate will be ready in approximately 3 months. Will Mr. Zheng come to collect it personally, or shall we send it to you? Lu inquired with her professional smile. Please send it to me, Zheng replied nonchalantly. He doubted he would have the time to make another trip to Shenan. And with the purchase agreement in hand, he felt assured that the real estate company would not abscond. A company capable of developing in such a prime location would surely possess a commendable reputation. As they exited the building, Old Su leaned against the car window, smoking and resting his eyes. Zheng could not help but laugh heartily. Old Su, I never would have guessed. What happened? Did that young lady bring you to your knees? Damn, you have no idea how fierce that girl is. You bought 6 villas, and at each one, she was exceedingly proactive, insisting I experience living there. At first, I found it quite enjoyable, but later, I felt as though I was the one being played. 6 times. For crying out loud. At my age, I nearly fell apart. Old Su exclaimed with indignation. Zheng, unfazed, countered, Old Su. Come on now, don't act coy after getting a bargain. I refuse to believe you didn't enjoy it. If you weren't keen, would the young lady have forced you? Haha. Well, it was quite enjoyable. I've never encountered a woman who appears so aloof yet is so uninhibited in action. Old Su inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. That's what they call a fierce heart paired with a delicate touch, Zheng elucidated. At 7 p.m., the city concluded a day of bustling activity, slowly shedding its serious facade and embracing a more liberated spirit. Under the neon lights, a blend of men and women indulged in their youth amidst the intoxicating atmosphere of alcohol and thunderous heavy metal music. The four friends opted for dinner at a music restaurant, where one could savor a meal while enjoying live performances. The ambience was dimmer and more sophisticated than typical restaurants. Today marked a day of triumph. After purchasing the villas, Zheng and Old Su ventured to a memorable one-stop shopping destination. This venue not only housed Kentucky Fried Chicken and McDonald's, but also featured several international chain brands, destined to become a new commercial hub in a few years. Zheng ended up purchasing 5 retail spaces there, spending over $5 million. However, this time, Old Su lacked the energy to scrutinize the saleswoman-esque physique. Meanwhile, Li Yi and Fei Zai fulfilled their mission, successfully negotiating the price with a gray market mobile phone vendor. Following Zheng's instructions, they secured a total of 5,000 units, including 1,000 of the more affordable 3210 model, intended primarily for sale in university campuses, while the remaining 4,000 consisted of Nokia's newly released blue-screen 8250. Due to Zheng's substantial order, they managed to negotiate a significantly lower price, especially since Fei Zai was well-versed in the gray market. The confirmed market price for the 3,210 genuine products is approximately 1,550 yuan, while the price offered to Zheng is 800 yuan per unit. The market price for the 8250 is around 5,200 yuan, with Zheng's price set at 2,800 yuan each. For a total of 5,000 units, the sum amounts to over 191 million yuan. Subsequently, Li Yi requested the counterpart to round off the final figure, mentioning that they would return for future purchases. Ultimately, they settled on 9 million yuan for the 5,000 mobile phones, with a cash-and-delivery arrangement to be executed the following day. The two groups discussed the day's receipts, and noticing that Lao Su appeared somewhat listless, Li Yi inquired with concern, "Lao Su, what's wrong? Not feeling well? Do you need to see a doctor?" Zheng, bursting into laughter, interjected, "He's fine, just overexerted himself." "Goodness, did you guys get into a fight again?" Li Yi exclaimed indignantly. If Lao Su ended up like this, the other must be quite the expert. It was Lao Su fighting with a beautiful woman, not me. Zheng chuckled heartily. What on earth is going on? Li Yi perked up at the mention of a beautiful woman. Indeed, Su Ge, do tell. Fei Zai, who was busily munching away, also perked up at the mention of a beauty. Chapter 41. Love is fragile. Long live homeownership. Lao Su coolly exhaled a smoke ring and began to boast. He recounted how he set his sights on Lu Xiao, the subtle flirtation, and ultimately his triumph, embellishing the tale with flair and sharing every juicy detail with Li Yi and Fei Zai. The two listened in astonishment, gazing at Lao Su with admiration. A seasoned driver is indeed a seasoned driver. Meanwhile, Zheng quietly enjoyed a rather palatable dinner, leisurely sipping his beer. As Lao Su regaled Li Yi and Fei Zai with his extravagant exploits, the three feasted on dishes while indulging in Lao Su's salacious narratives, quickly finishing off a case of beer. In high spirits, Zheng called the waiter for another case. After finishing a bottle of wine, Lao Su, brimming with exuberance, surprisingly leapt onto the stage, ousting the resident singer, and belted out a rendition of the Big Flower Sedan. Embrace that embrace, carrying the sister into the flower sedan. Lao Su's raspy voice lent an unexpected charm to the boisterous song, garnering applause from the patrons of the music restaurant. The meal lasted over 2 hours, and by the time the four returned to the hotel, it was already past 10 o'clock. They took turns showering, and eventually, each retreated to their respective beds, with Fei Zai still opting to sleep on the carpet from the previous night. Having grown accustomed to each other's company, Fei Zai was disinclined to sleep alone, relishing the camaraderie of sharing a room. Li Yi and Fei Zai persisted in coaxing Lao Su to recount the day's tantalizing details, while Zheng took out his phone, sent messages to Lin Yujia and Xia Ran, and then drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Lao Su's body had finally recuperated, fortunate to have been conditioned through training. Zheng mused that if he were to face such an ordeal in his 30s, it would likely take him 2 to 3 days to recover. After enjoying morning tea in the hotel lobby, the four set out to purchase a vehicle. The decision to buy a car was made by Zheng, as the 5,000 mobile phones could not possibly fit in his eastern son. Thus, they drove to a Chery dealership and purchased a large pickup truck, acquiring a temporary license plate for less than 80,000 yuan in total. At present, when purchasing a vehicle, Zheng Zhuo places paramount importance on practicality, dismissing any concerns regarding status or brand. After acquiring the car, he expressed a desire to wander the city alone, omitting the fact that he had once toiled in this very place. He merely mentioned wanting to select a gift for Lin Yujia and to meet an old friend. Zheng Zhuo withdrew 20,000 yuan from an ATM, distributing stacks of cash to Lao Su, Li Yi, and Fei Zai, urging them to enjoy their time in Shenzhen. Lao Su and Li Yi accepted the money without hesitation, swiftly pocketing it, while Fei Zai appeared somewhat bashful. Zheng Zhuo patted him on the shoulder, slipping the money into his pocket, and reassured him, "It's all right. Consider this in advance on your wages. You will certainly earn it back for me in the future." Fei Zai smiled sheepishly and nodded, "Boss, I will work diligently to help you earn more." Zheng Zhuo nodded in acknowledgement, waved goodbye to Lao Su and Li Yi, and climbed into his Dongfeng GZ, steering towards a place etched in his memory. The destination was a development known as Modern City, where, years ago, his greatest aspiration was to establish roots through hard work and secure his own abode within its confines, no matter how arduous his struggles outside. Returning to this sanctuary would rejuvenate his spirit. The reason Zheng Zhuo was determined to purchase a unit in Modern City was that he had penned the advertising copy for its third phase back in the day. At that time, he had just begun to grasp the disparity between dreams and reality, learning to observe the transitory nature of relationships and the harshness of life. Thus, he had crafted the slogan, "Love is fragile, long live homeownership." This dream, however, remained tantalizingly out of reach after years of striving. Modern City had become a mental knot for him, a symbol of his unwillingness to accept failure. With a solemn expression, Zheng Zhuo drove to the location of Modern City, memories flooding back like a tidal wave. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag and murmured to himself, "Let it go. Experience is wealth. Perhaps fate intended for me to endure such failures to emerge stronger, so I may one day rise again to achieve my ambitions." Presently, Modern City was still a construction site. Its geographical position was not ideal. Although it lay within the urban area, it was quite distant from traditional centers. The commute to the company where he had worked took over an hour. The site buzzed with activity, and in front stood a modest yet beautifully decorated sales office. A stark contrast to the opulence of the sales offices at Xiaomi Lake Villas. Zheng Zhuo stepped out of the car, surveying the surroundings that felt both familiar and foreign. Gathering his thoughts, he strode confidently into the sales office. The sales office was eerily quiet. Zheng, having previously promoted this project, was acutely aware that the sales of the properties were rather dismal at this time, primarily due to the remote location and the developer's limited influence. Moreover, their reluctance to invest in advertising during the initial phase led to poor sales for the first phase of the modern complex. "Sir, are you here to view the properties?" Approached a young woman in her 20s, her appearance neat and pleasant, with glasses adorning her face. Zheng nodded noncommittally and casually inquired, "What is the price per square meter?" "Good day, sir. Our properties have been designed by renowned international architects, and the landscaping within the community meets global standards." Our property management, the young woman, perhaps having encountered very few visitors all day, eagerly recited her memorized pitch upon spotting Zheng. Zheng waved his hand, halting her in mid-sentence, and asked deliberately, "May I ask, what is the price per square meter here?" The young woman cleared her throat awkwardly, adjusting her glasses, and replied softly, 5,000 per square meter. "If you pay in cash, the price is negotiable." Zheng casually settled onto the sofa in the sales office, propping his feet on the coffee table, lighting a cigarette, and calmly stated, "No need for a discount. At this price, I'll take 2 units. I want the penthouse with a terrace for a scenic view, and I can pay immediately." "Pardon?" The young woman could hardly believe her ears, momentarily stunned. Zheng rose from the sofa, gently pinched her cheek, and teasingly queried, "What? Are these properties not for sale?" Upon hearing Zheng's playful tone and feeling his touch on her face, the young woman blushed and quickly replied, "Oh, they are for sale. I'll take you to see the properties right away." She fumbled to find the keys. Zheng chuckled and shook his head. "No need to see them. Let us complete the paperwork here. I'm quite busy and have no time to view the properties. After all, I spent 2 days locked in the model room to draft the brochure for this development. There's nothing I don't know about it." With a flushed face, the young woman produced the purchase agreement to facilitate the transaction. Zheng noted that the 2 units totaled only 120 square meters, costing a mere 600,000 for full payment. He promptly retrieved his card and decisively swiped 600,000 on the machine, instructing the young woman, "Please send the property deed and land use certificate to my address once they are ready." After securing the purchase agreement and receipt, he turned and departed. The young woman was left in a daze, struggling to comprehend that she had just sold 2 units in one go. As Zheng emerged from the barren modern complex, he felt an immense sense of relief, having finally settled a lingering concern. Driving his vehicle through the city, he meandered aimlessly, observing the diverse array of hurried individuals on the streets. A salesperson clad in a crisp suit, necktie in place, raced against time with a briefcase in hand, while a well-dressed female executive, oblivious to the scorching sun, hurriedly applied a sunscreen purchased with half a month's salary, determined to protect her skin. Everything felt both familiar and distant to Zheng Zhuo, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. As the vehicle navigated through the bustling streets of Shunnan City, the traffic thickened, and luxury cars arrogantly weaved through the crowd. Zheng Zhuo parked beneath the grandest shopping mall and ascended via the elevator into its depths. He made his way directly to the floor housing the timepieces, pausing before the IWC counter. Displayed within the cabinet were an array of exquisite and expensive watches. Yet Zheng Zhuo meticulously searched for a lady's timepiece that would complement the one adorning his wrist. After more than 2 minutes of fruitless searching, a striking saleswoman approached him, clad in a form-fitting sundress, and inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Zheng Zhuo extended his arm, indicating the IWC watch. "I am seeking a lady's watch to match this one." The saleswoman examined his timepiece with keen interest, then smiled warmly. "Sir, that is the latest model from IWC, and it appears to be a limited edition. We have just received a fresh shipment, but it hasn't yet been displayed." Zheng Zhuo nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "I would like to acquire one immediately. Is there any chance you could sell me one ahead of schedule?" The saleswoman maintained her professional demeanor. "Certainly, sir. Please hold on for a moment while I contact the stockroom to arrange for delivery." Zheng Zhuo nodded again and took a seat on a plastic stool outside the counter. After a wait of 15 minutes, the coveted IWC lady's watch he had been seeking was finally brought to him. He swiftly completed the transaction, securing the timepiece in his bag before departing. Upon exiting the mall, he retrieved his phone and coordinated a meeting point with Lao Su and the others. Once the 4 of them convened, they proceeded to the location where Li Yifei had arranged to collect the goods the previous day. The meeting place was notably discreet. After arriving at the designated spot in 2 vehicles, Li Yi made a phone call. Moments later, a young man in his 20s, sporting a stylish haircut, arrived on an eye-catching motorcycle. With an impressive maneuver, he parked in front of the vehicle belonging to Dongfang Jizi. The young man glanced at Zheng Zhuo and Lao Su before addressing Li Yi. "Who are these 2? Li Yi seamlessly took over the conversation. "This gentleman is the boss." The young man scrutinized Zheng Zhuo for a moment, then gestured for the group. "This way, please." He led the 4 into a nearby urban village. The winding roads of the village were narrow, often barely wide enough for a single vehicle to pass. And Zheng Zhuo realized that had he been tasked with finding this place alone, it would have been nearly impossible. After approximately 5 more minutes of driving, they arrived before a rather aged building, its walls showing signs of significant wear. Passing through a large iron gate, they were greeted by a modest playground where 3 vehicles were parked. Behind the playground stood 2 dilapidated structures, approximately 4 to 5 meters tall, resembling warehouses. The young man honked the horn twice, prompting 4 to 5 individuals to emerge from within. Leading the group was a rotund man with a buzz cut, adorned with a large gold chain and conspicuously holding an old-fashioned mobile phone. Zheng Zhuo couldn't help but wonder, isn't this man engaged in the mobile phone business? Why is he wielding such an antiquated device? Haha, my friend, you are truly punctual. Come, please enter. The golden chain-clad man beamed as he spoke. "Mr. Huang. Allow me to introduce our esteemed boss Zheng." "Hello, Mr. Huang." Zheng replied courteously. "Wow, I didn't expect boss Zheng to be so young. Haha, I particularly enjoy engaging with young individuals. Please come in." Mr. Huang chuckled as they entered the warehouse, which was an eye-opening experience. The entire space was filled with mobile phones, all uniformly packaged by Nokia, stacked over 2 meters high. Zheng estimated that there were likely tens of thousands of phones here. "Mr. Zheng, here is the merchandise you requested. Just give it a tap." Mr. Huang cheerfully gestured towards the mountain of phones. Zheng exchanged a glance with Fei Zai, who promptly began inspecting the devices. It was impractical to scrutinize each of the thousands of phones for authenticity, but they could randomly select a few for examination. Fei Zai meticulously chose 50 phones from various positions, unwrapped them for inspection, and nodded at Zhang, confirming their authenticity without a doubt. Upon witnessing this, Zhang smiled at Mr. Huang and said, "Mr. Huang, let's find a place to swipe my card. Carrying cash is rather inconvenient." Indeed, it is refreshing to conduct business with a young and promising individual. "Let us finalize the transaction here," Mr. Huang replied, indicating a desk in a corner of the warehouse where a card machine was prominently placed, suggesting that this was a regular payment method. Accompanied by Old Su, Zhang completed the card transaction, totaling 1.9 million. Meanwhile, Li Yi joined Fei Zai to count the phones before loading them onto the Dongfang ZZ and the pickup truck. Mr. Huang's 4 associates were exceptionally considerate, assisting the duo in moving the cargo and even providing a tarp to cover the pickup's bed, ensuring the phones remained dry in case of rain. After Zhang and Old Su concluded the payment and exchanged pleasantries with Mr. Huang, they joined the loading efforts. Chapter 43. A swift journey. Zhang and his companions quickly filled the trunk and back seat of the Dongfang ZZ, while the newly acquired pickup truck was also packed to capacity, with a thick layer of phones in the truck bed. Fei Zai diligently secured the phones with ropes and covered them with the tarp. After completing these tasks, Zhang bid farewell to Mr. Huang and started the Dongfang ZZ, speeding away from the grand building like an arrow. Old Su and Li Yi followed closely in the pickup. As they sped along, Zhang felt a sense of relief, realizing he had successfully accomplished his 2 primary objectives in Shenzhen. Glancing at Fei Zai, who sat in the passenger seat, Zhang remarked, "Fei Zai, I am still a student at Lin University, and while I will be establishing some ventures over there, I would prefer your assistance in building a company here. Shortly, I will provide you with funds to start a company, primarily focusing on gray market phones. Additionally, I want you to keep an eye on counterfeit phones. Gray market phones will only thrive for another 2 to 3 years before the counterfeit market takes over. Scout for talented individuals with ideas and abilities. I intend to invest further in the future." "What? Boss, is that really the case? Starting a company? Just me? I'm afraid I won't manage well." Fei Zai expressed disbelief. "You can do it," Zhang asserted confidently. Several years later, Fei Zai's mobile phone sales company flourished remarkably. Zhang well believed that as long as he provided Fei Zai with the overarching direction, the rest would be competently managed by him. As for the concern of Fei Zai absconding with the funds, Zhang had contemplated this as well. Even if Fei Zai were to vanish with the money, Zhang would consider it a mere investment of 1 million to gain insight into a person's character. After all, his future self maintained a strong rapport with Fei Zai. Zhang casually tossed a mobile phone to Fei Zai, instructing him to save his contact number. "Take this, store my number, and once we've parted ways, you'll need to set up a new account and inform me of both your phone number and bank account details. As for the company, manage it as you see fit. I shall grant you a 10% equity stake." Fei Zai was taken aback. After 3 years as an apprentice at Huadong North, he had barely saved 10,000 yuan. Now, the new boss was casually handing him a phone worth several thousand and entrusting him with 1 million to start a company, along with a 10% share. The sudden influx of fortune left Fei Zai utterly bewildered. Before long, 2 vehicles arrived at a bus station. In 1999, Shenzhen did not yet have a subway system. Zhang set Fei Zai, still in a state of confusion while holding the brand new 8250 phone, down from the vehicle. After signaling a phone call gesture, he drove away. Looking at his wristwatch, a Swiss timepiece, he noted it was just past 10 in the morning. He pressed on towards Xiangnan, expecting to return to Lin University by dawn, with 3 individuals and 2 vehicles racing forward. They finally reached the outskirts of Xiangnan province as dusk descended, though there remained a 4 to 5 hour journey to Xingqing. On the national highway, Zhang's was spotted a restaurant exquisitely decorated, its vibrant lights standing out against the darkness. He signaled and drove into the establishment, followed closely by Lao Su in his cherry pickup. Aside from a brief stop to relieve themselves by the highway, the trio had been on the road without a meal, and the sight of the restaurant made their stomachs grumble. Upon disembarking, Li Yi meticulously checked the cargo in the trailer. The phones remained securely bound despite the bumpy journey. Zhang entered the restaurant first, noticing 2 tables already occupied. He approached the cashier and said, "Owner, we would like to eat. Please bring out your signature dishes and 3 bottles of beer, quickly." Behind the counter was a woman in her 30s, exuding charm, who responded cheerfully, "Of course. How many handsome gentlemen do we have here? This way, please." She led Zhang to a corner table. Zhang Zhuo shook his head, gesturing towards a table by the window. We prefer to sit there. With nearly 200,000 worth of goods in the car, it was prudent to keep a watchful eye. Very well. Right this way. The owner promptly guided Zhang Zhuo to the table he had indicated. At that moment, Li Yi and Lao Su entered, and the three took their seats. The owner graciously poured each of them a cup of hot tea before returning to the kitchen to prepare the meals. After taking a sip of his tea, Zhang Zhuo smiled at the others. So how are you feeling? Tired? Not too bad. Old Su succinctly replied that, for him, the essence lay in the character of Zhang Zhuo. Whether meeting with individuals from Tianbo International or during this visit to Shunnan, he perceived that Zhang Zhuo was orchestrating a grand scheme. As for the role he would play, he was indifferent. He trusted that Zhang Zhuo would not treat him unjustly, nor would he exploit him. Having lived incognito for so long, idleness was no longer an option. It was time to engage in meaningful endeavors. Li Yi, while sending text messages, waved his hand dismissively. It's all good. We're brothers. This outing has truly broadened my horizons. However, could you take me along next time you go house hunting? It seems all the good fortune has landed in Old Su's lap. Zhang Zhuo laughed heartily. All right, next time. I'll invite you along with Old Su. By the way, Igu, are you still using that old phone? With that, he stepped out of the restaurant and retrieved two 8,250 phones from inside the car, presenting them to Li Yi and Old Su. Li Yi did not hesitate to accept, swiftly swapping his SIM card into the sleek metallic device, exclaiming, "Wow, it's got a blue screen. This phone will surely turn heads at Lin University." Old Su, however, shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm fine with my old device. It serves me well enough." "Come on, Old Su. That outdated phone of yours doesn't even support Chinese input. How can you still use it?" Li exclaimed loudly. Zhang Zhuo kindly interjected, "Old Su, don't be modest. I've already mentioned that upon our return, each brother will receive a new phone. If you refuse, do you not consider me a brother?" With a resigned nod, Old Su followed Li Yi's lead and switched his SIM card as well. At that moment, the charming proprietress brought forth an array of dishes, a plate of braised fish, a serving of braised pig trotters, a small dish of pickles, oil-splashed tofu, and a bowl of 3-flavored soup, completing a bountiful spread. After the meal was prepared, she also delivered 3 bottles of beer. In 1999, the concept of drunk driving was virtually non-existent, and Zhang Zhuo felt that 1 bottle per person would not pose a problem. The trio began to feast heartily, having been famished for quite some time. As they dined, conversation dwindled, their mouths filled with food, only raising their glasses to signal a toast to one another. Chapter 44. Capture the king. First, as fervent lovers of spice from Xiangnan, Zhang Zhuo and his companions had endured days of Cantonese cuisine, and now, seeing the table laden with authentic spicy Hunan dishes, they could not contain their excitement. They savored the food, perspiring profusely while drinking beer in large gulps. Soon, the 3 bottles of beer were consumed. Feeling unsatisfied, Li Yi called for 3 more bottles. Zhang Zhuo waved his hand. "I'll pass. You two enjoy. We have several hundred kilometers ahead, and I prefer not to overindulge." Zhang Zhuo was aware of Old Su's drinking capacity and knew that 2 more bottles would not be a problem for him. In a whirlwind of activity, the trio cleared the table of food and drink. After settling the bill, they promptly returned to the car. As soon as they exited the restaurant, a figure with a weathered face, who had been lurking in a corner, discreetly dialed a number and whispered, "Hello." 3 individuals, 1 cherry sedan, and 1 cherry pickup. They seemed to be transporting valuable goods, and while dining, they kept a vigilant eye on the vehicle, apprehensive of any approaching strangers. Zhang Zhuo and his 2 companions remained oblivious to the fact that they had drawn the attention of others. Each of them entered their vehicles and resumed their journey. Due to the absence of highways in this segment, they were compelled to traverse the national roads. Zhang Zhuo raised his arm to check his watch. It was already past 9 in the evening. The volume of vehicles in 1999 was not as astonishing as in later years, and by nightfall, the national roads were exceptionally sparse. This allowed Zhang Zhuo to increase speed, achieving a pace that was not significantly slower than that on a highway. The national road was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the headlights of the 2 vehicles, which barely lit the path ahead. Zhang Zhuo accelerated the Dongfang ZZ to a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, with Lao Su's pickup closely tailing him. The 2 cherry cars sped along the national road, and after a sharp turn, Zhang was suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing Lao Su to break into a cold sweat, nearly colliding with Zhang Zhuo's vehicle. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that a large tree had obstructed the road ahead. Zhang Zhuo did not hasten to exit the vehicle. Instead, he used the headlights to survey the surrounding area and sensed something amiss. He retrieved a wrench from the toolbox beneath his seat and secured it at his waist before stepping out of the car. Lao Su, equally vigilant, scanned the surroundings and, in unison with Zhang Zhuo, pulled out a screwdriver approximately 10 centimeters long before exiting the vehicle. Li Yi, witnessing Lao Su brandishing a tool, also fetched a small hammer from the toolbox and held it in hand. The leaves on the branches of the fallen tree had already turned brittle and yellow, indicating that it had not recently toppled. It had fortuitously fallen to block their passage, and Zhang Zhuo was certain that something was amiss. Lao Su and Li Yi, armed, approached Zhang Zhuo and stood beside him. Zhang Zhuo produced a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes, distributing one to Lao Su and Li Yi before lighting up. He gazed coldly into the endless darkness, inhaling deeply. A distant roar grew closer, and soon 4 or 5 motorcycles screeched to a halt before them, accompanied by a similar cacophony from behind, where 3 more motorcycles had sealed off their retreat. From the motorcycles emerged 7 or 8 men, each seemingly wielding weapons such as machetes and iron rods. At the forefront stood a tall man in his 30s or 40s, brandishing a gleaming machete, who provocatively faced Zhang Zhuo and his companions from across the tree. Zhang Zhuo, cigarette in mouth, calmly observed as they encircled him and his companions. Had this occurred before he had come to know Lao Su, Zhang Zhuo would undoubtedly have panicked. However, now he was confident that even if it were just Lao Su alone, he could subdue this unruly mob. With a defiant exhale of smoke directed at the leader, Zhang Zhuo asked, "Brother, what is the meaning of this?" The tall man, intrigued by Zhang Zhuo's unflustered demeanor, attempted to appear intimidating as he replied, "Nothing much. This is my territory. You drove into my tree. What do you intend to do about it?" Zhang Zhuo, dismissively, responded, "Speak plainly. How much do you want?" Though Zhang Zhuo harbored confidence in Lao Su's prowess, he was acutely aware of the unfamiliar terrain. Thus, if a modest sum could avert conflict, he preferred not to resort to forceful measures. The potential for injury on either side posed a significant complication. The tall man laughed heartily. "Very well. You show wisdom. Young one, for the 3 of you, it's 10,000 each, plus 2 vehicles, totaling 20,000, 50,000 in all. What if I refuse?" Zhang's wrath flared, and he inquired with a cold demeanor. Initially, Zhang's was suspected that these locals were attempting to extort him, but upon witnessing the tall man's audacious demands, he discerned that the situation was far more intricate. It was evident that these individuals were the very highway robbers frequently mentioned in the media. "Then you may perish," the tall man bellowed, his eyes glinting with malice. Before they could encircle him, Lao Su lunged forward like a tiger descending a mountain, swiftly kicking over the foremost assailant while wielding a 10-centimeter screwdriver. Although the tool was not particularly adept in his hands, his demeanor exuded formidable vigor. Zhang Zhuo and Li Yi chose to disregard Lao Su, turning instead to confront the 4 or 5 assailants charging from behind, armed with cleavers. Their weapons were sharp, but lacked the advantage of reach. In contrast, Zhang Zhuo and Li Yi wielded heavy wrenches and hammers, capable of delivering devastating blows. Thus, despite the numerical superiority of their adversaries, Zhang Zhuo and Li Yi managed to hold their ground against the onslaught. Lao Su, akin to a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, faced no worthy adversaries. His stainless steel screwdriver soon became stained with blood as he dispatched 3 men attempting to close in on him, each suffering grievous wounds that left them writhing on the ground, their cries echoing hauntingly through the dark night. The men encircling Lao Su instinctively recoiled, trembling as they clutched their makeshift weapons. Observing this, the tall man shouted, "What are you afraid of? With so many of us, how can we not overwhelm one man? Charge forward and slay him." With that, he brandished his cleaver and charged at Lao Su. However, he miscalculated, as his companions did not follow suit, leaving him to confront Lao Su alone. As the adage goes, to catch a thief, first capture the leader. Lao Su seized the opportunity. He sidestepped the incoming cleaver and landed a kick to the man's inner calf. A sickening crack echoed as the tall man's bone shattered under Lao Su's forceful strike, eliciting a wince of pain. Dropping to one knee, despair and fear flickered in his eyes as he summoned the last of his strength to swing the cleaver at Lao Su's leg. Yet, midway through, he abruptly halted. Chapter 45. Zhang's recklessness. Lao Su's stainless steel screwdriver was now poised at his throat, the cold steel inducing immediate compliance. Everyone, "Cease this at once," Lao Su commanded, and the men who had been tangled in combat with Zheng Zhuo and Li Yi halted their efforts. In the recent tumultuous skirmish, Zheng and Li Yi found themselves evenly matched against their adversaries. It is noteworthy that Li Yi had once vanquished a notorious gang leader, demonstrating formidable strength. Despite being outnumbered, he unleashed his own latent power, wielding a hammer that felled the most arrogant of their opponents, though he himself bore 2 deep gashes upon his head, blood streaming down his face. Observing that Lao Su had gained control over the situation, Zheng and Li Yi gradually approached him, forming a triangular formation as they confronted the remaining 7 or 8 adversaries. "Get lost," Lao Su bellowed, intensifying his grip, leaving a deep crimson mark on the neck of a tall man with his already bloodied tool. "If you have the guts, kill me today. If I die, you won't escape either." Despite his broken leg and being subdued by Lao Su, the tall man maintained a defiant demeanor. Li Yi's anger flared. He had not felt so humiliated in a long time. Surrounded by a dozen assailants and wounded, he could no longer contain himself. He charged towards the kneeling tall man, firmly pressing down on his broken leg, and mercilessly struck his knee with the hammer, blow after blow. In the desolate night, the tall man's screams pierced the air, filled with agonizing pain that intensified with each swing of Li Yi's hammer. Ignoring the blood splattered on himself, Li Yi continued his relentless assault, shouting, "I'll finish you off. Get out of my way, all of you." The tall man could no longer withstand Li Yi's fury. If he did not command his companions to disperse, he would be doomed to a life confined to a wheelchair. The group of men, having lost their leader to Lao Su, were stripped of their resolve. Terrified by Li Yi's ferocity and obeying the tall man's command, they scattered in disarray, scrambling onto their motorcycles and fleeing in a cloud of dust. Upon witnessing this, Li Yi ceased his hammering, rising to his feet in a fit of manic laughter. Zheng, with a stern expression, directed the 3 incapacitated men lying nearby, "Clear that tree away, quickly." The injured men, unable to move, were paralyzed with fear as they realized their companions had abandoned them, leaving them vulnerable. Trembling at the sight of Li Yi's bloodied hammer, they summoned their last ounce of strength to struggle towards the tree, gradually moving it aside. Once a passage was cleared, Lao Su sheathed his tool and, gripping the now defenseless tall man, remarked with a cold smirk, "Let us go. Kindly escort us." With that, he tossed the tall man into the back of a pickup truck. Li Yi, still clutching his hammer, placed a foot on the tall man's body and also took a seat in the back. Zheng quickly climbed into the Dongfeng ZZ, revved the engine, and with a swift press of the accelerator, the vehicle darted forward like an arrow, colliding with a motorcycle parked by the roadside and sending it flying several meters away. The 2 cherry cars sped down the highway, leaving behind a trail of despair. After traveling over 30 kilometers, the trio finally arrived at an entrance to the expressway. At a distance of over 300 meters from the highway entrance, Li Yi confirmed that no one was pursuing them and tossed the tall man aside by the roadside. Old Su stepped on the gas pedal and followed Zheng as they merged onto the highway. Once on the expressway, Zheng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It was now past midnight, and the highway was nearly deserted. Zheng gradually accelerated the Dongfeng ZZ, pushing the speed to 180 kilometers per hour. The engine roaring with a thrilling growl, propelling Zheng forward at a rapid pace. Old Su had no choice but to floor the accelerator to keep up with Zheng. Li Yi, possessing considerable experience, retrieved a pure cotton shirt from the vehicle and bandaged his head wound. Though he resembled an Arab after wrapping it up, it was better than nothing, as it effectively staunched the bleeding. After 4 hours, they finally returned to the familiar Star City. Upon exiting the highway, Zheng and the others hurried to the hospital where Huang Guan and the others had been admitted, tending to Li Yi's head injury before hastily making their way back to Lin University. As the trio parked their vehicle outside the Shuiyo restaurant, dawn had just begun to break. Zheng made a phone call to the dormitory, summoning Wei Shuai and Wang Xiaojian to assist in moving the phones. Once they had collectively transported all the phones into Old Su's restaurant, Zheng glanced at his watch. It was precisely 6:30. This was the time when Lin Yujia usually went for her run. Ignoring other matters, he informed the others and sprinted toward the school playground. In the distance, he spotted the familiar silhouette of Lin Yujia running alone on the track, her white earphones still adorning her ears, and her flowing short hair slightly tousled by the morning breeze. Zheng quickened his pace, running towards her. Lin Yujia soon noticed Zheng approaching and couldn't conceal her excitement. Calling out loudly, Zheng smiled, slowing his pace as he watched Lin Yujie come closer. Just as she was about to reach him, he dashed forward and enveloped her in a bear hug. "Hey, bad guy, put me down. There are so many people watching," Lin Yujie playfully protested. Zheng paid no mind to the onlookers, unceremoniously setting her down, cradling her exquisitely flawless face in his hands, and kissed her passionately. After a moment of mock resistance, Lin Yujie surrendered, closing her beautiful eyes in response to Zheng's fervor. After a minute, Zheng retrieved the newly purchased Swiss watch from his bag and presented it to Lin Yujie, softly saying, "I finally found it. I didn't expect you to buy a limited edition watch. Do you still have any money left?" He had spent 18,000 on the watch, estimating that Lin Yujie's funds had dwindled significantly after this purchase. Lin Yujie shook her head, playfully retorting, "I still have money. What is it to you? Are you eager to support me already?" Zheng chuckled. "What? Are you worried that your husband can't afford to take care of you?" As he spoke, he playfully patted Lin Yujie's rear. Her face flushed crimson as she shyly scolded, "You bad guy." Chapter 46. Some things must be done. Zheng Zhua carefully extracted the watch from its packaging, gesturing towards Lin Yujie's delicate arms. He then retrieved the tool for adjusting the watch band, immersing himself in the task at hand. It was at this moment that Lin Yujie seized the opportunity to scrutinize Zheng Zhua, who had returned after several days away. She noticed the dark circles under his eyes. Fatigue and weariness etched upon his countenance, his hair in disarray, and his clothes stained with blood. A pang of sympathy compelled her to gently caress his cheek. "Did you get into another fight?" While deftly working on the watch band, Zheng Zhua replied calmly, "Yes. I encountered some robbers on my way back and ended up in a scuffle." He refrained from mentioning that Li Yi had been injured or that he had nearly incapacitated their leader. The more Lin Yujie knew, the more her worry would deepen. "Promise me you won't engage in such things again. There are many ways to earn money. Besides, you are still a student and should focus primarily on your studies," she implored with concern. Zheng Zhua, having fastened the watch onto Lin Yujie's wrist, nonchalantly reassured her, "Rest assured, I won't undertake anything I'm not confident about. Now, let us go. I've been driving all night, and I'm starving. Hurry, we must get breakfast for your husband, or you might find yourself a widow." With that, Zheng Zhua took Lin Yujie's hand and led her towards the school cafeteria. As per his routine, he ordered breakfast from the portly chef, and once Lin Yujie completed the transaction, he devoured his meal with great gusto. Meanwhile, Lin Yujie nibbled on her bread, watching him with affectionate concern, her heart aching for him. After they finished their breakfast, Zheng Zhua returned to his dormitory to rest, while Lin Yujie headed back to her own quarters to prepare for the day's classes. Autumn in Xiangnan always arrives fashionably late. Finally, over 10 days after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather began to cool, bringing a sudden chill. The mournful autumn breeze swept across the land, turning leaves and fruits to gold, casting a sense of desolation. Zheng Zhua drove Lin Yujie to the foot of a nearby mountain, not far from the school's back gate. This was a place he had visited in a later life with Li Yi and others. The mountain was adorned with chestnut trees, and during this season, students from Lin University would gather their friends to forage for chestnuts. It was not merely about the tasting. It was also about the thrill of the experience. As they ascended the mountain path hand in hand, golden wild chrysanthemums bloomed in solitude along the way. Lin Yujie, like a child returning to nature, released Zheng Zhua's hand, skipping joyfully as she gathered the wild flowers, often bringing them to her nose, intoxicated by their fragrance. They occasionally encountered other couples along the path, each party tacitly ignoring the other. Upon reaching the chestnut trees, Zheng Zhua climbed up to gather chestnuts for Lin Yujie, who eagerly stood below, calling out excitedly, "Where are the big chestnuts?" Upon reaching the summit, they nestled together on the grass, basking in the autumn sunlight that enveloped them in warmth, rendering them reluctant to move. Zheng Zhua savored the chestnuts that Lin Yujie had meticulously peeled for him, the sweet flavor lingering delightfully long after. He relished this feeling, devoid of deceit and the pressures of life. If it weren't for his concern for his future wife and children, Zheng would truly wish to remain in this embrace with Lin Yujie until old age. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the ringing of his phone. Upon checking, he saw that the caller was his friend, Fatty Huangguan. Since returning from Shunnan, Zheng had fulfilled his promise, providing each of his brothers with the latest Nokia 8250. Even Lu Sha received one, provoking envy among the friends he had previously contacted during the crowdfunding, who regretted not lending him money back then and instead scrimping to buy a 3120 from Lu Sha. Zheng answered the phone and heard Fatty's excited voice. Brother, all 10 phones have been sold. Quite well done. Zheng replied with a smile. Fatty, please hand over the phone payments to Ego. He will give you a 5% commission. After returning, Zheng entrusted the task of selling the phones to these brothers, allowing each to take 10 at a time, with a 5% profit share. He also granted Li Yi and Lao Su a 10% profit margin each, as they managed the overall sales. Given the advantageous pricing and assured quality, the brothers leveraged their networks to sell to classmates, seniors, and fellow villagers. Wang Xiaojian and Liu Sha even expanded their business to several other universities in the city, resulting in a steady increase in phone sales. However, a significant issue arose. The 3,210 models, priced appropriately, were selling exceptionally well among students, and the initial stock of 1,000 units had long been sold out. Subsequently, Li Yi and Lao Su made another trip to Shunnan, connecting with Fei Zai to procure an additional 2,000 units of the 3210. Conversely, the flagship 8,250, being a high-end product priced beyond the reach of most students, had only managed to sell a few hundred units from the initial shipment. Zheng, pondering deeply, put away his phone. Although he had captured a substantial portion of the university market, it was still insufficient to deliver a fatal blow to Huang Maoshan's family business. It seemed he would need to devise a grand strategy. Zheng contemplated. What are you thinking about? Lin Yujia, nestled beside him, asked with a pout. Oh, I was considering how to sell the remaining 8250s and monopolize the Nokia market in Xingqing, Zheng replied with a smile. Forget it. Isn't that Huang Maoshan not seeking us out? There's no need for a direct confrontation. I just want you to be safe by my side, Lin Yujia said. Dear, as a man, there are certain things I must do, Zheng gently replied, patting Lin Yujia's head. After descending the mountain with Lin Yujia, he first returned her to school before driving to the Shueyo restaurant, parking his car, and walking towards his newly opened internet CAF. The CAF was situated beside Lao Su's restaurant. At that time, the shops on the back street of the school were still surrounded by local farmers' houses, and the rent was quite reasonable. With Lao Su's assistance, Wei Shuai swiftly secured the two-story shop. Through Wei Shuai's efforts, the internet CAF finally began to take shape. The computer equipment has been nearly fine-tuned, and the decor has been designed by Wei Shuai. In the future, after graduating, Wei Shuai will become the chief designer at a large design firm in Star City, frequently winning accolades in international design competitions. Although he appears somewhat inexperienced now, his innate talent remains evident. Moreover, with Zheng Zhua entrusting all matters of the internet CAF to him, he is eager to demonstrate his capabilities. Chapter 47. The three treasures of the century. Zheng Zhua entered the internet CAF and was exceedingly pleased with Wei Shuai's design. Even when compared to the more demanding internet CAFs of the future, this establishment possesses a distinctive charm, particularly suited for university students in 1999. The walls of the CAF are adorned in a harmonious blend of blue and white, featuring a myriad of game characters. On the wall directly opposite the entrance, the half-coherent poem by the popular character Pai Zi Kai from the trending work First Intimate Contact is inscribed. If the waters of the entire Pacific were poured out, they could not extinguish my love for you. Can the waters of the Pacific be poured out? No, thus I do not love you. Accompanied by a romantic silhouette of a couple holding hands, the CAF exudes a dreamlike and aesthetic ambience. The computer desks are also meticulously crafted, reportedly designed by Wei Shuai himself and custom-made at a furniture store. Stainless steel frames support solid wood panels, maximizing space without creating a feeling of congestion. The entrance floor bears an advertisement conceived by the rotund Huang Guan and his girlfriend Yang Jiao. The three treasures of the century: cotton-padded jackets, internet CAF, Nokia. This slogan encapsulates Zheng Zhua's two primary business ventures. Recently, Huang Guan and Yang Jiao, along with a group of advertising students, transformed this phrase into posters, which they plastered not only across Lin University, but also at several other universities in the city. This catchy slogan resonated with the contemporary university students, encapsulating the joy of the millennium and their aspirations for the new century, while also tinged with a hint of apocalyptic anxiety, stemming from the widely circulated prophecy that December 25, 1999, would herald the end of the world. Many, upon seeing the slogan, became curious and filled with anticipation for Wei Shuai's internet CAF, which even led to a slight boost in Li Yi's mobile phone sales. Zheng Zhua was immensely satisfied with the efforts of his comrades, as he entrusted these affairs to them, hoping they would alleviate some of his burdens in the future. In the 21st century, what is the most valuable? Talent. After all, to construct his own business empire, he must surround himself with a cadre of capable and reliable allies. As the saying goes, in battle, sons fight alongside their fathers, brothers fight together. Zheng Zhuo, a quintessential member of the post-80s generation and an only child, views those who selflessly assist him as akin to his own brothers. Upon his arrival, his friends warmly greeted him. As the CAF had yet to open to the public, these computers had become the exclusive domain of Zheng Zhuo and his companions, who frequently gathered to surf the internet. This time, Old Su truly stole the spotlight. Among a group of friends, apart from Zheng Zhuo, he was the only one who had ever visited an internet CAF. Thus, though not exceptionally skilled, he took on the role of mentor in the art of online flirtation. Under the guidance of Lao Su, everyone eagerly registered and began typing away at an impressive speed. However, being novices, they spent several days without encountering their desired romantic connections. Only Wei Shu found himself engaged in conversation with a girl from Xiangnan University, who was rumored to be meeting him soon, eliciting envy from the others. With a smile, Zheng Zhuo greeted his brothers before heading to the second floor. Wei Shu followed him, holding a stack of invoices, and remarked, "Zhuo, the total cost for the computers is 150,000, of which only half has been paid. The remaining half will be settled in installments within 6 months after the CAF opens. The renovations cost 80,000, and the furniture amounted to 30,000. However, the business license is still under review, as establishing an internet CAF requires approval from multiple departments, including public security, culture, and fire safety. While the other departments have granted their approval, there are still some issues with public security. You can manage the finances. Let me know if you need to adjust the budget. Additionally, you and Huang Guan each own 10 of the CAF. While the other brothers may use the internet free of charge, Zheng's was settled into the largest private room on the second floor and called out to the group below. Brothers, enough with the flirting. Let us discuss serious matters. Upon hearing this, everyone ceased their activities and hurried upstairs, either sitting or lounging in front of the computers. Thank you all for your support. Today marks a significant step forward in our venture. Lao Sui go. And I made a trip to Shunnan and returned with 5,000 mobile phones. Although, thanks to everyone's efforts, the 3210 model has been selling remarkably well. Resulting in some profit for all, our 8,250 sales have been disappointing. I would like to gather your thoughts on how we might improve this situation. Zheng Zhuo distributed a cigarette to each attendee, lighting one for himself before continuing at a measured pace. I believe the path we are on, led by Zhuo, is indeed the right one. While the initial intention may have been to combat Huang Maoshan, during these days, we have all engaged in mobile phone sales, and the profits are well understood among us. I feel strongly that we must persist on this path as it holds great potential for profit, even after graduation. We need not worry about job prospects. However, our current sales channels primarily target Lin University and a few other local colleges, and the purchasing power of university students is inherently limited. High-end devices like the 8250 must be sold to wealthier individuals, Li Yi interjected. Lu Sha added, indeed. I concur that this is a lucrative avenue. Recently, the players who previously backed out have approached me privately, seeking to procure goods from me, but I hesitated to agree. Fearing was disapproval. That's no concern. If they wish to purchase and have the funds, they may do so from us, provided we secure our deserved profits. Zheng Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. I would like to share my thoughts. I wholeheartedly agree with Ego. Primarily, we are all students, and our sales have yet to extend to high-end consumer groups. According to the theory of marketing 4.0, it revolves around consumers, costs, convenience, and communication. We possess a significant advantage in cost control, and our convenience is commendable, as we primarily offer door-to-door delivery. What we now need to strengthen is our communication efforts. Huang Guan spoke earnestly, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that after a brief period of engaging in mobile phone sales, Huang Guan would exhibit knowledge of marketing theory. Wang Xiaojian, with a teasing glance at Huang Guan, remarked, "Not bad, fatty. They say that to learn, one must share a bed with a master. You must have had quite the experience with those advertising girls." Laughter erupted among the crowd, and even Huang Guan, typically thick-skinned, found himself blushing. Chapter 48. Shall we? Zheng Zhuo smiled and waved at everyone, saying, Fatty is indeed commendable, regardless of whether his insights are acquired through experience or contemplation. He has at least taken our mobile phone sales to heart. I believe both Egu and Fatty have articulated valid points. When it comes to our mobile phone sales, the challenge we face is how to enhance communication with high-end consumer groups, making them aware of our products, understanding them, and igniting their desire to purchase. Does anyone have any practical solutions? Upon Zheng's conclusion, the group fell into contemplation. The question posed was indeed daunting, even for seasoned marketing professionals. They fidgeted, having smoked several cigarettes, yet no one offered constructive proposals. Observing the silence, Lao Su turned to Zheng Zhua and said, "Enough already, Zhua. If you have a solution, please share it. We are all novices in mobile phone sales and truly cannot think of any effective strategies." Zheng Zhua nodded, internally resolving to reveal his bold idea. He surveyed the group and announced, "I do have a plan. Does anyone have connections at Xingqing Mobile?" He recalled how the domestic market was once dominated by brands like Huawei, ZTE, Lenovo, and Coolpad, which, facing fierce competition from international giants like Apple and Samsung, strategically allied with China Mobile and China Unicom. By offering rebates on phone purchases, they swiftly captured market share, enhancing their brand image and influence, ultimately securing a dominant position among domestic manufacturers. Zheng's strategy was to leverage the high-end customer resources of mobile to promote the sales of the Nokia 8250 in his possession. The group remained bewildered, struggling to comprehend Zheng Zui's sudden inquiry about acquaintances at mobile. Noticing their confusion, he refrained from elaborating further, simply stating, "All right. I will take charge of this matter with Ego. Tomorrow, I, Shuai and Ego will head to the city. Once everything is settled, I will share my thoughts with you all." People have become accustomed to Zheng's way of handling matters. During the last betting event, he expressed similar sentiments, resulting in everyone reaping significant rewards. There is a collective belief that Zheng will certainly resolve these issues this time as well. With a solution now in hand, Zheng no longer frets over the matter. After engaging in casual conversation at the Internet CAF, he bid farewell to his companions. For him, the allure of gaming and meeting new acquaintances has entirely waned. Just as he was preparing to leave the CAF, Wei Shuai caught up from behind and inquired, "Sir, the Internet CAF still lacks a name. What do you think we should call it?" In that moment, countless names for the CAF sprang to Zheng's mind. Having frequented numerous Internet CAFs in his past life, he pondered briefly before suggesting, "Let us name it New Century. It resonates with the current trends." This idea was largely influenced by an advertisement created by the rotund Huangguan. Otherwise, Zheng might have nearly forgotten the impending turn of the century. New Century? Splendid name. Wei Shuai mused in response. "All right, Shuai, you can handle things here. I have a few matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Zheng waved to Wei Shuai as he exited the CAF, proceeding directly to the front of the Shuio restaurant to start his vehicle, the Dongfang GZ. As he slowly turned around, he dialed Xia Ran's number. Since Xia Ran had given Zheng her phone number, this was the first time he was calling her. Zheng is a man of his word. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding their original wager, he believes in honoring commitments, which is a principle he upholds. Recently, he had been preoccupied with various tasks, but today he finally had the opportunity to meet her in the city. Of course, if she were unavailable, he would accept it, knowing he had at least made an attempt to fulfill their agreement, though timing had not aligned. After 3 rings, Xia Ran's fierce voice came through, "You little rascal," finally deigning to call me. "Sister, must you be so fierce?" Zheng replied softly, feeling a twinge of apprehension. "Who are you calling sister? Am I that old?" "Don't twist your words to insult me." Xia Ran critiqued Zheng's choice of address. "My apologies, miss. You are still quite young, in the prime of life, with unparalleled beauty, captivating and enchanting, like a fish sinking or a goose alighting. Your grace is undiminished," Zheng exclaimed, listing a plethora of idioms in one breath. "You. Who are you calling graceful? Are you implying I'm old? Do you seek your own demise?" Xia Ran was infuriated. No, I only misspoke in my excitement. "All right, it's all my fault, I apologize. So shall we still meet?" Zheng hastily sought to appease her. Today, I'm in a good mood. So I want to stoop to your level, little brat. As luck would have it, I have time today. Treat me to dinner," Xia Ran declared, her voice animated over the phone. "What time do you finish work?" Zheng asked plainly. 5:30. "What is this? Such a gentleman, coming to pick me up?" Xia Ran teased. "Very well, I shall be at your workplace at 5:30, Zheng stated, and before Xia Ran could respond, he hung up, suddenly feeling a chill of sweat break out on his skin. If being with Lin Yujie evokes a sense of serene tranquility, engaging with Xia Ran feels akin to waging a relentless war, one in which I perpetually find myself at a disadvantage. Zhang Zuo wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hastily lit a cigarette to steady his nerves, pondering to himself, this woman is far too fierce. Whoever marries her will be in for a rough time. Glancing at his watch, Zhang noted that it was already 4:30 p.m., and it was time to head out. He drove towards the city center. First, Zhang Zuo reserved a window-side table at the most luxurious Western restaurant in the heart of the city, then parked his car in front of the savings bank where Xia Ran worked. Just as he secured the vehicle, he eagerly raised his arm to check the time. It was precisely 5:20 p.m. Letting out a sigh of relief, he was grateful not to be late. Otherwise, he could only imagine how that dreadful woman would mock him. Lighting another cigarette, he had barely taken a couple of puffs when a stunning figure emerged elegantly from the bank. Xia Ran looked exceptionally beautiful today, her khaki trousers perfectly accentuating her alluring curves and tall stature, complemented by a deep red blazer that exuded a sense of professionalism intertwined with a hint of casual flair. Zhang Zuo found himself momentarily entranced. Chapter 49, Not drinking wine, but ambiguity. Xia Ran soon spotted Zhang Zuo seated in the car and deliberately shot him a disdainful glance, sharply saying, "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before?" Zhang Zuo quickly hopped out of the car, eagerly opening the passenger door for her, and ingratiatingly remarked, "It's not that I haven't seen beautiful women, it's just that I've never seen one as stunning as you." With that, he audaciously let his gaze linger on her prominent features. "Hey, where do you think you're looking?" Xia Ran retorted fiercely. "Wherever it's beautiful, that's where my eyes wander." Zhang Zuo boldly replied, unperturbed, "Humph, you dare to pick me up in a domestic car? Aren't you supposed to be wealthy? Why drive this?" Xia Ran questioned, her displeasure evident. As for Zhang Zuo's wealth, aside from himself, Xia Ran probably understood it better than anyone else. After all, his money was stashed away in the bank. "A car is merely a means of transportation, and I actually think this one is quite nice," Zhang Zuo replied seriously, not yielding to her taunts this time. "Well, it's somewhat understated, unlike those rich playboys who flaunt their luxury cars to impress women." Xia Ran unexpectedly complimented him. Zhang Zuo shrugged, smiling at her. "Please fasten your seatbelt. We're off." "Did I mention where we're going?" Xia Ran asked. "Do you really need to?" "I've already made arrangements," Zhang Zuo responded. "Don't you have any sincerity? You should consult me about where you're taking me for dinner." Xia Ran persisted, fastening her seatbelt. The enticing curve she displayed after securing the seatbelt made Zhang Zuo's mouth water. "As a woman, you should listen to the man, you know? It's all about the traditional virtues," Zhang Zuo asserted, while internally calming his racing heart. "Please, we're on the brink of the 21st century. Who still talks about traditional virtues? Did you crawl out of a museum?" Xia Ran continued her relentless banter. Two individuals ambled along the road, exchanging banter in a playful yet contentious manner. Zhang Zuo found himself perplexed by his own transformation. Typically, he exuded charm and grace in the presence of ladies. Yet, when it came to Xia Ran, he oscillated between being utterly shameless and fiercely competitive, unwilling to concede even an inch. Their spirited debate continued unabated until they finally arrived at the entrance of the restaurant Zhang Zuo had reserved. Xia Ran glanced around and, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Well, I must concede that you have an eye for venues. This place is barely worthy of my presence." Zhang Zuo, eager to flatter her, responded, "Indeed, with your beauty, I must select a venue of a higher caliber to match your grace and allure." Sensing that their bickering might be out of place in such a refined setting, Zhang Zuo opted to compliment Xia Ran instead. After parking the car, they walked side by side into the Western restaurant. Xia Ran shed her earlier haughty demeanor and affectionately linked her arm with Zhang Zuo's, gliding gracefully beside him, attracting envious glances from other patrons. Zhang Zuo, accustomed to the jealousy his stunning companion incited, led her to the table he had reserved in advance. As soon as they sat down, a waiter approached with the menu. "Good evening, sir. May I take your order?" Zhang Zuo gestured for Xia Ran to choose. With an air of sophistication, she took the menu and began to scrutinize the options. Observing her ease, Zhang Zuo exhaled a sigh of relief. Even in later years, he seldom indulged in Western cuisine, and he doubted his ability to select dishes. Once their order was placed, Xia Ran softly inquired, "Shall we order a bottle of red wine?" Zhang Zuo nodded and told the waiter, "Bring us a bottle of Louis XIII." The waiter hesitated before responding. Sir, the price for Louis XIII is 888 yuan per bottle. Feigning surprise, Zheng Zhua exaggerated his expression, exclaiming, 888? You please, help me open it. The wine needs to breathe to taste better. Xia Ran laughed at his antics, teasing, you cheeky boy, don't think that ordering such an expensive wine will earn you my affections. Zheng Zhua felt overwhelmed. Being flirted with by such a captivating beauty was a formidable challenge. Despite her brash words, pursuing her proved to be quite difficult. Noticing his speechlessness, Xia Ran continued with a smile. How about you order a few more bottles? That might yield better results. With a wry smile, Zheng Zhua replied, can we refrain from joking? Can't we just enjoy our meal? In truth, his choice of an expensive wine stemmed not from any ulterior motives, but rather from his desire to experience the lavishness he had often heard others boast about in the past. Moments later, two striking waitresses arrived, pushing a stainless steel cart adorned with a bucket filled with crushed ice and a transparent decanter, at the center of which lay a bottle of exquisitely packaged red wine. Two exquisite waitresses approached Zheng Zhua's table, first bowing deeply before inquiring, Sir, may we uncork the Louis XIII you requested? Their voices, though soft, reverberated throughout the hushed ambience of the fine dining establishment like a clap of thunder. The patrons, both male and female, turned their attention to Zheng Zhua and Xia Ran. Initially, upon entering the restaurant, many men had silently scoffed. Perceiving Zheng Zhua as a mere lucky pauper who had somehow secured the affections of such a stunning girlfriend, they assumed he had finally saved enough to treat her to a lavish meal. To their astonishment, he ordered a bottle of Louis XIII, an elixir many had only heard of, and even frequent visitors to this upscale venue seldom encountered it on a menu. Unperturbed by the multitude of curious gazes, Zheng Zhua nodded calmly at the two waitresses, signaling them to proceed. He recalled a friend who had worked at a five-star hotel, who had informed him that the price of Louis XIII included 8,000 for the spirit itself, with an additional 888 as a corkage fee, truly extravagant. Zheng Zhua also remembered his friend's insights on the three types of men who drink: those who enjoy baijiu, often with many enemies due to drunken indiscretions; beer drinkers, who tend to have more friends, as they often toast with the words cheers, and can handle their liquor; and red wine aficionados, who are known to cultivate numerous romantic interests, for they sip not merely wine, but also flirtation. Chapter 50. My bed is quite spacious. Reflecting on these observations, Zheng Zhua found them profoundly insightful. He glanced at the enchanting Xia Ran before him. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unaffected by her beauty. Yet, he was already involved with the equally remarkable Lin Yujia, and he worried that developing a deeper connection with Xia Ran might blur the lines between friendship and romance. At that moment, Xia Ran seemed oblivious to such complexities. Elegantly holding a stemmed glass, she allowed the attentive waitress to pour her a modest measure of Louis XIII. With her swan-like neck arched gracefully, she savored a sip, then smiled, declaring, delightful, it is indeed. Zheng Zhua thought to himself, damn, 888 for this. If he dares to serve counterfeit, I shall see to it that his establishment is dismantled. Hey, you seem rather unamused, Xia Ran remarked playfully. I never insisted on such an extravagant wine. You chose it yourself, so don't blame me if you feel a pinch. Noticing Zheng Zhua's unusual demeanor, she inquired, how could one not be happy in the company of someone as beautiful as you? By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zheng Zhua. How did you know my name? Xia Ran asked curiously after taking another sip of her drink. Your name tag at work? Of course, Zheng Zhua replied. Well, that is fair enough. I thought you might have been secretly investigating me, Xia Ran teased. At that moment, Xia Ran's ordered dishes began to arrive. Unbeknownst to Zheng Zhua, the restaurant, having recognized him as a patron who ordered Louis XIII, ensured that every dish was attended to with utmost care, with the manager personally overseeing each course's presentation. In the dimly lit ambience of the Western restaurant, melodious tunes graced the air, where a stunningly beautiful woman sat before Zheng Zhua, exuding an aura both unfamiliar and endearing, evoking in him a sense of disorientation as if he were in another world. Xia Ran, do indulge. It won't taste as delightful when it cools, Zheng Zhua gently urged, picking up his knife and fork to commence his meal, oblivious to the etiquette of dining, wielding his utensils with abandon. In contrast, Xia Ran meticulously adhered to the formalities of Western dining, deftly cutting her food into dainty morsels before consuming them with grace. After both had thoroughly enjoyed Xiaoran's selections, they found themselves pleasantly sated, a touch of inebriation from the wine enhancing the atmosphere. Zheng Zhua, with a smile, inquired, "Beautiful Miss Xiaoran, where do you reside? Allow me to escort you home." Taken aback, Xiaoran thought to herself, "Is this foolish lad truly attempting to woo me? Having just indulged in an 888 yuan bottle of Louis XIII, he wishes to accompany me home? Could it be? I live in Xianjiang Huaqing," she replied, her cheeks flushing. Whether from the wine or some bashful thought, she could not tell. After settling the bill, they exited the restaurant. Greeted at the door by the manager and a cadre of waitstaff, who collectively expressed their gratitude. "Thank you for your patronage. We welcome your next visit." Once in the car, Xiaoran could no longer contain her curiosity. "What exactly is it that you do, young man? You seem more than just an ordinary university student." Even the wealthiest students wouldn't so casually indulge in Louis XIII, would they? "Me? What's the matter? Afraid?" Zheng Zhua teased while driving. "To be honest, I'm actually a trafficker, specializing in exquisite beauties like yourself." He jested. "Well, that is splendid. My family worries about my temper and my chances of marrying well. Where do you plan to sell me?" Xiaoran quipped back, playing along. "Haha, just kidding. I am indeed a student, and I also engage in mobile phone business. I plan to open an internet CAF outside of school. I've already procured the computers, just waiting for the operating license." Zheng Zhua replied earnestly. "Impressive. At such a young age, you manage so many ventures? What kind of phones do you have? I happen to be looking to change mine." Xiaoran waved her Ericsson phone playfully. "Nokia 8250. Would you fancy it? I can bring one for you next time." Zheng Zhua offered with a smile. "The blue screen? I like it. How much?" Xiaoran inquired. "Consider it a gift. I want to take your money." Zheng Zhua found himself unexpectedly generous in her presence, though they were mere acquaintances. As they arrived at the entrance of Xianjiang Huaqing, a neighborhood situated by the Xiang River, Zheng Zhua recognized it as the most expensive residential area in the entire Star City. No wonder Xiaoran had remained so composed while enjoying the Louis XIII. Here, a square meter of property could easily equate to the cost of a bottle of the fine cognac. In 1999, the prices were already staggering, and by 2016, they would likely multiply 4 or 5 times. Xiaoran, seated in the passenger seat, gazed at Zheng Zhua with captivating eyes and playfully suggested, "My bed is quite spacious. Would you care to come up for a visit?" Zheng Zhua was immediately stirred by the words, his blood racing. He took several deep breaths to quell the fire within and managed a wry smile as he said, "Could you please refrain from behaving this way? If I truly decided to approach, would you permit me?" Xiaoran, with a radiant smile, opened the passenger door of the car, retrieved a pen and paper from her bag, inscribed a series of numbers, and handed it to Zheng Zhua. "You run an internet CAF, so you must have this. This is my number. The online version of me might astonish you even further." Zheng Zhua accepted the note, nodding appreciatively. "Dear Miss Xiaoran, you have already surprised me sufficiently. What more is there to explore?" "You will come to know in due time," Xiaoran replied, waving goodbye to Zheng Zhua as she turned and entered the community gate, leaving him with an enticing silhouette. The more time Zheng Zhua spent with Xiaoran, the more he felt an uncanny familiarity with her. He seemed to recall something, yet the thoughts slipped away like grains of sand. Shaking off the disarray stirred by Xiaoran, he welcomed the gentle breeze from the river and lit another cigarette. After taking a couple of puffs, he resolutely discarded the cigarette, ignited his car, and drove towards the school. After all, if nothing came to mind, he might as well let things unfold naturally. The following day, Zheng Zhua met with Li Yi and Wei Shuai at the New Century Internet CAF. The trio set out for the city center to discuss a potential collaboration with the management of the mobile company. Zheng Zhua felt uncertain. Would they even take him seriously? After all, he presented himself as nothing more than an ordinary university student, and meeting the CEO of a mobile company seemed a daunting challenge. The three arrived at the headquarters of the mobile company and parked in front of the towering office building. Li Yi expressed his concerns to Zheng Zhua. "Zhuai, we don't know anyone here. Will they even acknowledge our presence if we seek out the CEO?" With unwavering resolve, Zheng Zhua replied, "Regardless of whether they acknowledge us or not, we must do everything within our power to secure a partnership." Chapter 51. A solid friendship. The trio entered the mobile company's office area, where Li Yi and Wei Shuai gazed around the opulently decorated building. Zheng Zhua, however, focused on the floor plan at the elevator entrance and located the general manager's office. He turned to his companions and declared, "It's on the 9th floor. Let us ascend." Upon reaching the ninth floor, they were confronted with a locked door secured by a keypad. The three exchanged helpless glances. Li asked helplessly, "Zwe, what should we do now?" "Wait here. I'll go check downstairs," Zheng Zhuo replied before re-entering the elevator. Recalling the floor plan, he realized the office was on the 8th floor. He made his way there and entered the office directly. The door was ajar, and he knocked gently before stepping inside, where two young women were seated at computers. "Excuse me, is the office director available?" Zheng Zhuo inquired politely from the doorway. One of the women gestured towards an inner office. Zheng Zhuo stepped inside and saw a heavily made-up woman seated at a desk. He nodded in her direction and asked, "Hello, may I ask your name, director?" The woman cast a disdainful glance at Zheng Zhuo. "What do you want?" "All business is conducted in the lobby on the 1st floor." Undeterred, Zheng Zhuo retrieved a Nokia 3210 from his satchel and placed it on the heavily made-up woman's desk. "I wish to speak with your general manager." The heavily made-up woman glanced at the Nokia 3210 on the table, her eyes sparkling with delight. She unwrapped the packaging and examined the device, taking a closer look at Zheng Zhuo. This mobile phone, dating back to 1999, represented almost 2 months' salary for a working-class individual. Although the woman worked in telecommunications, the industry had yet to unveil innovative mobile technologies, and she had been using her own phone for over a year without a replacement. A faint smile appeared on her face as she regarded Zheng Zhuo and inquired, "Are you here to see our general manager for a specific matter?" "I have a business proposal to discuss with him," Zheng Zhuo replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. "I apologize, but I cannot accommodate your request. Our general manager is currently on a business trip and is not in town," the woman responded, pushing the 3210 towards Zheng Zhuo. Reluctantly, he placed the phone back into his satchel and said, "I'm sorry for the disturbance." Returning to the 9th floor, Zheng Zhuo addressed Li and Wei Shuai. "Let us go. I'll find another way. We need to head to the police station to handle the internet CAF's paperwork." As he descended the stairs, he rummaged through his satchel and retrieved Secretary Chio's phone number. Initially, Secretary Chio had shown a clear interest in forging a connection with him. After all, they were acquaintances. Zheng Zhuo's experiences in the workforce taught him that in this society, where personal connections are paramount, many matters could not be accomplished without them. Dialing Secretary Chio's number, he was soon greeted by her cheerful laughter on the other end. "Xiao Zheng, what a surprise to receive your call today." "Hello, Secretary Chio. I have a small favor to ask. Where are you now? Would it be convenient for us to meet?" Zheng Zhuo asked politely. "I'm in the office. Come on over. You have my business card, right?" "It contains my address," she replied. Glancing at his watch, Zheng Zhuo responded, "I'll visit in 20 minutes. After hanging up, the three of them made their way to Secretary Chio's office. This time, they were not met with a closed door. Secretary Chio warmly welcomed them inside. "Xiao Zheng, come in. Please have a seat." "Secretary Chio, I truly apologize for imposing upon you right away," Zheng Zhuo said courteously, well aware of her influence. At the city's West Police Station, even the chief and deputy chief had to curry favor with her. As the secretary to the police commissioner, she was often referred to as the number 2 in private circles, sometimes wielding more power than certain deputy directors. "Let us drop the formalities, Xiao Zheng. You can call me Chio Gu from now on. We're practically brothers. Feel free to speak your mind, as long as it doesn't violate any principles or laws. I'll do my utmost to assist you." Secretary Chio expressed a strong desire to befriend Zheng Zhuo. "Chio Gu, here's the situation. My 2 classmates and I have partnered to open an internet CAF outside the school, but our license is currently stuck at the police station. I would like to ask for your help in coordinating this matter." Zheng Zhuo stated directly, no longer holding back. "Xiao Zheng, you're quite impressive. Starting a business at such a young age. Count on me to support you. Which precinct is it stuck at?" "I'll call the chief immediately," Secretary Chio replied with enthusiasm. Zheng Zhuo cast a glance at Wei Shuai, who instantly comprehended and responded, "It's at the Longtian district, for the Public Security Bureau." Secretary Chio nodded, picked up the white telephone on the table, and swiftly dialed a number. Moments later, one could hear him speaking into the receiver. "Greetings, Director Rao. This is Chiu Ming. My cousin wishes to establish an internet CAF, but has encountered obstacles with the licensing process at your office. Could you kindly look into this for me?" "Excellent." After concluding the call, Secretary Chio turned to Zheng Zhuo and said, "All sorted. Just mention my cousin when you contact Director Rao in Longtian." Zheng Zhuo nodded and addressed Wei Shuai and Li. "Brothers, you should take a taxi to Longtian to handle the paperwork with Director Rao. I'll stay here and chat with Brother Chio." Li Yi and Wei Shui smiled politely at Secretary Chiu before exiting his office. Once the two had departed, Zheng Zuo retrieved a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Secretary Chiu. Brother Chiu, my internet CAF is bound to be quite profitable. Would you be interested in investing? Zheng Zuo was aware that Secretary Chiu's courtesy stemmed from a misunderstanding that he possessed formidable backing. In reality, his previous entanglement with Huang Maoshan had not involved any true influence of his own. It was merely the result of intervention from Lin Yujia and the operations of Tianbo Company. By securing Secretary Chiu's allegiance through shared interests, a stable friendship could be forged. Secretary Chiu shook his head in resignation. Brother, I understand that internet CAFs are a burgeoning venture with promising prospects, but as a public servant, I am prohibited from engaging in business. Zheng Zuo chuckled. Haha, Brother Chiu, you truly exemplify the law-abiding citizen. However, your inability to conduct business does not extend to your wife, does it? Even if she cannot, your cousins and other relatives certainly can. Trust me, once my CAF is operational, earning several tens of thousands a month will be a breeze. Secretary Chiu lit the cigarette Zheng Zuo had given him, took a puff, and replied, to be honest, my wife just lost her job earlier this year and is currently idle at home. However, establishing an internet CAF requires a substantial investment. Doesn't it? Although Secretary Chiu held a significant position, his relatively young age meant that the remuneration for public officials was not as substantial as one might imagine. His director, Su Ming, was known for his integrity, which in turn influenced Chiu's modest lifestyle. Zheng Zuo smiled. Perfect. I also intend to open branches in other universities in the city. With not enough hands on deck, and since your wife is available, I'd like to enlist her to manage one of the CAFs. As for the capital, you needn't worry. The startup costs for an internet CAF are not exorbitant. A mere investment of 10 to 20,000 from you would suffice. Alternatively, I could cover the initial costs, and we could split the shares of the establishment evenly. Once profits are generated, I will recoup my investment from your dividends. Secretary Chiu resolutely shook his head and responded earnestly, that won't do. You would be at a disadvantage. I can contribute 50,000, and will proceed according to the investment ratio. Recognizing Secretary Chiu's firm stance, Zheng Zuo refrained from further contesting the matter. They were still not very familiar with each other, and once profits began to flow, the distribution would ultimately be at his discretion. He casually agreed, all right, I will follow your lead. Specifically, I will ask my classmate to handle the operations, and my sister-in-law only needs to check the accounts daily. Chiu Ming nodded in agreement, smiling as he remarked, Xiao Zheng, at such a young age, you already possess a remarkable business acumen. Your future prospects are boundless. Zheng Zuo humbly replied, Brother Chiu, you flatter me. I merely seek to be more diligent than the average person. Thus, the matter was settled. Once I finalize the plan for opening a branch, I will contact you immediately, and at that point, we can have my sister-in-law take over. Now, I must take my leave to see how my two classmates are faring with their photography work. Chiu Ming stood up, politely shaking Zheng Zuo's hand. Very well. I have to leave for a business trip with the chief shortly, so I won't keep you for dinner today. Let us maintain our camaraderie in the future. Zheng Zuo smiled and nodded. Brother Chiu, please take care. Certainly. Upon exiting the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Zheng Zuo promptly called Li Yi to inquire about the progress of the Internet CAF license. Li Yi reported that everything was proceeding smoothly, and they anticipated opening tomorrow. Zheng Zuo let out a sigh of relief. Now, only one issue remained. How to sell the 4,000 units of the 8250 model, which would deliver a devastating blow to Huang Maoshan's exclusive shop, Star City. It appeared that dealings with the mobile sector were no longer viable. The monopolistic state-owned enterprises would undoubtedly dismiss someone like him, a mere entrepreneur. Unfortunately, success cannot always be replicated. The once formidable Zhonghua Coal Union has achieved considerable scale and influence, while he currently remains just a trader. Therefore, he resolved to utilize the methods befitting a trader. Zheng Zuo drove back to Lin University, parked outside the Student Friendship Restaurant, and proceeded directly to the Internet CAF. Zhang Shui and Wang Xiaojian were engrossed in a lively online discussion, while Lao Su was nowhere to be found. Upon seeing Zheng Zuo's return, both inquired with concern. How did it go? Zheng Zuo flopped onto the CAF sofa, lit a cigarette, and replied, I have accomplished one task. The Internet CAF will open tomorrow. However, the mobile phone issue remains unresolved. Goodness, Zuo, we hope we won't be left holding all those phones. That would be a tremendous loss. Wang Xiaojin expressed anxiously. Not to worry, there are always more solutions than problems. We will manage, trust me. By the way, Xiao Jian, how did the house hunting go? Zheng's was suddenly recalled his earlier intention to rent a place. Oh, it has been taken care of. The contract is signed, and the landlord is currently vacating the premises. I intended to wait until the landlord moved out before informing you. I believe you will adore the house. It's a standalone property with a courtyard, featuring a large tree, a small pond, and parking space, Wang Xiaojian said enthusiastically. Great. I'll come by to see it another day. You two enjoy yourselves. I'm off to find Lin Yujia. Zheng Zhuo rose from the sofa and pulled out his phone to call Lin Yujia. Come on, Zhuo, please don't crush the spirits of us single folks, protested Wang Xiaojian and Zhang Shui in unison. When Zheng Zhuo reached Lin Yujia on the phone, she had just finished class. So he went directly to the teaching building to meet her. They then walked hand in hand to the cafeteria for a meal. Without a word, Lin Yujia once again used her meal card, causing the plump chef in the cafeteria to regard Zheng Zhuo with a hint of disdain. Under the scrutiny of numerous complex gazes, the two chose a secluded corner to sit facing each other. After finishing their dinner, Lin Yujia dutifully took both sets of cutlery to wash. Initially, Zheng Zhuo had no utensils of his own, but Lin Yujia, finding the cafeteria's offerings unsatisfactory in terms of hygiene, purchased a brand new set for him at the school supermarket and stored it in the cafeteria's cabinet. Once Lin Yujia had tidied up, Zheng Zhuo smiled and said, You've worked hard, my dear. Lin Yujia shot him a sidelong glance, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and hurriedly made her way toward the cafeteria exit. Zheng Zhuo caught up from behind, grasping her hand, as they strolled together down the dimly lit campus path. Students ambled past in small groups, and Lin Yujia looked up at Zheng Zhuo, exclaiming, The school cinema is screening My Sassy Girl today. Yang Jiao and the others saw it yesterday and said it was fantastic. I want you to accompany me. Zheng Zhuo scratched the back of his head. He had watched this film countless times in the future and had developed a fondness for the enchanting Jun Ji-hyun because of it. However, his current girlfriend was nothing like the wild character in the film. She was the epitome of grace and gentleness, while Xia Ran bore a closer resemblance to the sassy girl. Noticing that Zheng Zhuo had zoned out, Lin Yujia pinched him on the back, saying, What are you thinking about? Is it your internet CAF and mobile phone business? Have you encountered some difficulties? Zheng Zhuo snapped back to reality, reflecting on how he shouldn't compare Lin Yujia to other girls. Although Xia Ran was alluring, she was beyond his reach. He quickly replied earnestly, The internet CAF issue has been resolved. We can open tomorrow. However, the mobile sales remain problematic. The price of 8,250 limits the target demographic to a high-end market. I intended to reach out to the mobile network provider to leverage their high-end clientele for promoting my phone. But as an ordinary student, I can't even get an audience with their general manager. Lin Yujia furrowed her brow, deep in thought. After 2 minutes, she relaxed her expression and smiled at Zheng Zhuo, saying, I think your idea is excellent, but you currently lack the capital to collaborate equally with the mobile provider. I believe your focus should be on distribution channels. The greatest advantage of your phone is its price. With a sufficiently expansive channel, it will undoubtedly sell well. Chapter 53, Warming each other's hearts. Hearing this, Zheng Zhuo's eyes lit up. Of course, he had always been preoccupied with successful marketing strategies from the future. Yet the differing circumstances and conditions meant those strategies could not simply be replicated. If he could dominate the distribution channels, he could certainly leverage his price advantage to outshine any competitor. Excitedly, he pulled Lin Yujia close and planted a hefty kiss on her flawless cheek, exclaiming, My little you is so clever. I know what to do now. Let us go watch the movie. Hand in hand, the two approached the entrance of the school cinema. Zheng Zhuo proceeded to the ticket counter to purchase 2 adjacent seats, then led Lin Yujia into the pitch-black theater. After locating their seats, they settled down side by side. The late autumn weather had turned quite chilly, and the school's cinema, like the classrooms, dormitories, library, and cafeteria, lacked air conditioning. The south also offered no heating, prompting Zheng Zhuo to recall his university days in a colder climate, where the arrival of winter often found him cocooned in blankets, reluctant to emerge. The winter in Xiangnan province was a damp cold, starkly different from the dry chill of the north. It was said that many students from the northeast could not endure the absence of heating and were similarly left shivering. In this life, Zheng Zhuo resolved to no longer endure such discomfort. Once he secured a rental home, he would find a way to experience a warm winter. In the meantime, he could only hold Lin Yujia tightly, sharing warmth between them. Lin Yujia quickly became engrossed in the film's plot, while Zheng Zhuo, having seen it many times, simply relished the feeling of holding her, basking in the essence of happiness. With every autumn rain, the chill deepened. Yesterday's bright sunshine had given way to a drizzly, overcast day, with damp air mingling with biting winds that howled through the fine rain, seemingly heralding the arrival of winter. In stark contrast, the New Century Internet CAF behind the gate of Lin University felt as warm as spring. The heat emanating from 30 computers was insufficient to dispel the cold. Yet the throngs of people within created a lively atmosphere. Wei Shuai tirelessly explained to those still in line that soon there would be available machines. But those already playing were so engrossed that they forgot they had merely come to observe, neglecting the fact that sitting there cost 3 yuan per hour. In 1999, 3 yuan could easily afford a decent meal in the school cafeteria, a considerable expense for a university student of that time. Zheng Zhuo and his group of friends had skipped classes early that morning to support the grand opening of the New Century CAF. However, upon its opening, it was already bustling with patrons. They decided to relocate to Lao Su's restaurant, where they formed a circle and engaged in animated conversation, leaving only Wei Shuai and Huang Guan to tend to the enthusiastic internet users. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Zhuo shared his devised strategy for marketing mobile phones with the group. In truth, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about his approach. It was simply a matter of channel dominance. He intended to mobilize his friends and the university students assisting him in promoting the 8250 model across all mobile phone stores in the city, offering them incentives. With a profit margin of merely 200 yuan per phone, Zheng Zhuo's objective was to monopolize the local Nokia market. Once these stores experienced the benefits of collaborating with him, they would inevitably seek Zheng Zhuo for their inventory, allowing him to focus on retailing within the university while they captured the high-end market. The others present had no better strategies, and they promptly began contacting their part-time sales personnel to arrange for promotions. At the suggestion of Zheng Zhuo, Li Yi divided the entire city into 5 districts, with each of his companions assigned to oversee a specific area. He then organized sales representatives to promote their products door-to-door, armed with smartphones. Li Yi believed that, in comparison to the specialized stores operated by the Huangmishan family, each phone could yield a profit of at least 500 yuan. While they only required a mere 200 yuan in profit, the owners of those mobile shops would undoubtedly agree. Once the marketing strategy was established, Zheng Zhuo entrusted the execution to Li Yi and Lao Su, deeming it unnecessary to oversee the operational details himself. From that moment on, Zheng Zhuo aimed to cultivate his overall vision while simultaneously training his companions to handle various matters. In the pursuit of building his own commercial empire, it would be impractical for him to involve himself in every minor detail. After arranging matters concerning the mobile phones, Zheng Zhuo leisurely made his way to the nearby New Century Internet CAF, where the atmosphere remained lively and bustling. Observing Wei Shuai and Huang Guan immersed in their tasks, he refrained from interrupting them and ascended directly to the second floor of the CAF. This level was dedicated to private booths designed for couples, and at that moment, every seat was occupied. At the end of the booth area stood another door, which Zheng Zhuo approached and opened. This was a small office that Wei Shuai had set aside for him. Aware that Zheng Zhuo's initial fortune had been amassed online, Wei Shuai, though unaware of the specifics, believed that Zheng Zhuo might appreciate a tranquil environment to conduct certain activities. Thus, he had incorporated this modest space as Zheng Zhuo's workspace during the CAF's design. Upon entering his office, Zheng Zhuo shut the door behind him, effectively isolating himself from the clamor outside. He skillfully powered on the computer and navigated to the Tianbua International website, logging into his account. To his satisfaction, he discovered that his previous bets had been settled, and his account balance had risen to 25 million yuan. It appeared that George and his associates were indeed trustworthy, providing him with precisely the amount he was owed, neither more nor less, in accordance with the odds. As for how much profit Tianbua International had made from Zheng Zhuo's wagers, he felt no envy nor desire to know, recognizing that he was still considerably small in comparison to some international corporations. The more he knew, the greater the risk. Zheng Zhuo completed the withdrawal process for the 200,000 yuan in his account, then closed the gambling site and opened his email. Within his inbox was a message from Tianbua International. It was a brief note from George. Mr. Zheng, I am pleased that you have honored our agreement. Zheng Zhuo quickly typed a succinct reply, likewise. After finishing this, He logged into his social media account, which he had created during his first visit to the internet CAF post-rebirth, where he had few friends. He had attempted to log into his former account from his previous life, but had been unsuccessful. Just as he was feeling bored, he suddenly recalled that Xia Ran had given him a number that day, prompting him to search for it and add her as a friend. Upon viewing Xia Ran's profile, Zheng Zhuo felt as if he had been struck by lightning, leaping abruptly from the soft couch in astonishment. Chapter 54. Where encounters abound. No wonder Xia Ran had mentioned that she might surprise him. Indeed, it was a surprise. Zheng Zhuo finally comprehended why he felt an inexplicable urge to invite Xia Ran out upon their first encounter, and why the more time he spent with her, the more he experienced a sense of déjà vu. It turned out that in his past life, Zheng Zhuo was indeed acquainted with Xia Ran, for she had once been a sensational internet singer, and he had come across her photographs. Yet, even during her peak popularity, her visibility was not overwhelming. Her melodies circulated more freely online than through traditional media. Zheng Zhuo also grasped why Xia Ran exhibited such a lack of reservations in his presence, readily accepting his invitation without hesitation. They were both from the same hometown, a connection that fostered a sense of familiarity. Lighting a cigarette to steady the tumult of emotions stirred by Xia Ran, Zheng Zhuo clicked on the homepage link left in her profile. To his surprise, it led him to the website of her renowned song. Listening to the tune that had once echoed across the vast expanse of the land, he reflected on the serendipity of life, how encounters often transcend prior acquaintance. Having been reborn, Zheng Zhuo understood that as his career progressed, he would inevitably meet many female celebrities. Yet he had not anticipated becoming acquainted with a burgeoning star so soon. However, despite her songs gaining immense popularity online, Xia Ran had not received much favor from traditional media. After 2 years of success, she signed with a lackluster record label, and her career subsequently plummeted, ultimately swallowed by the tide of nationwide talent competitions. This was why Zheng Zhuo had failed to recognize her immediately. With a moment's hesitation, Zheng Zhuo took out his phone and dialed Xia Ran's number. Before she could utter a word, he directly inquired, "Is Dog and Cheating your original song?" On the other end, Xia Ran giggled, responding playfully, "What's this? Little guy, have you fallen for me after listening to my song? I'll tell you. You're going to be famous, very famous." Zheng Zhuo, filled with excitement, replied, "I know. I'm already quite popular online, but only in cyberspace. Those around me are oblivious. You're the first to know my true identity, so don't go spreading it around. Listen to me. I can make you the queen of the mainland music scene." Zheng Zhuo declared with unwavering conviction. The sense of fulfillment in nurturing a diva was incomparable to merely courting one. While he had yet to accomplish either, he firmly believed it was merely a matter of time. "Little rascal, are you plotting something against me? Just because you know I love to sing doesn't mean you can take advantage of me. I'm not that kind of girl." Xia Ran retorted fiercely. "If you act too freely, you'll cease to be a lady, won't you?" Zheng Zhuo recalled her fierce demeanor, a chill running down his spine. "What did you say? Do you dare to believe I would storm into your school, drag you out, and tell the girls there that you assaulted me?" Xia Ran was evidently on the brink of an eruption. No, please don't. I'll come to you willingly." Zheng Zhuo shivered at the thought, knowing she could indeed follow through, and if Lin Yujie found out, it would spell disaster for him. "All right then, treat me to a meal, make me laugh, and I won't hold it against you. Otherwise, you'll be in for it." Xia Ran declared triumphantly. "Very well. At 5:30 in the afternoon. I will pick you up from work." Zheng, feeling a twinge of regret for impulsively making the call, arrived outside the savings bank where Xia Ran worked just as the lunchtime rush commenced. As he parked the car, Xia Ran emerged like a sprite, skipping joyfully towards him. "Don't you have to work today?" Zheng asked, surprised. "Oh, bank employees often only work half a day, didn't you know?" Xia Ran replied with a smile. "Where shall we dine?" Zheng inquired. Why are you asking for my opinion today? Aren't you usually quite the patriarch?" Xia Ran teased, her eyes sparkling. "Let us go with your plan today." Zheng shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. "Then drive us to the banks of the Xiang River. I want to eat by the water," she declared, evidently having decided the dining spot beforehand. Following her directions, Zheng drove to the riverbank and parked the car. They strolled towards the water's edge. In deep autumn, the Xiang River, at its low ebb, revealed nearly a third of its riverbed. The riverside was sparsely populated, and the brisk autumn wind here was particularly biting, sending shivers through them. Xia Ran instinctively leaned closer to Zheng, snuggling against his side, her arms tightly encircling one of his. Noticing her shivering, Zheng shook his head and remarked, in such chilly weather, why aren't you dressed more warmly? Without hesitation, he removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Xia Ran beamed with delight, saying, you're quite the caring one, aren't you? After walking approximately 200 meters along the riverbank, they spotted a floating bridge ahead, leading to a large vessel. The ship, over 50 meters in length, bore signs of age with its weathered wooden deck, which creaked beneath their feet despite being adorned with a red carpet. Zheng and Xia Ran traversed the floating bridge and boarded the old ship. Upon their arrival, a waiter dressed like a fisherman greeted them with a broad smile, saying, welcome, handsome and beautiful. Could you please find us a window seat? Xia Ran replied while inhaling the crisp air. This way, please. The waiter gestured, leading them forward. Inside the cabin, the decor was opulent, entirely contrasting the ship's exterior simplicity. The floor was covered with a thick carpet that felt like walking on cotton, exuding comfort. The walls, crafted from solid wood, were adorned with exquisite Chinese ink wash landscapes, instantly elevating the ship's ambience. Although the cabin was modest in size, approximately 100 square meters, it housed 7 or 8 basins of burning charcoal, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. The waiter guided Zheng and Xia Ran to a table by the window, where a basin of charcoal burned beneath their table, enveloping them in warmth and dispelling the chill they had felt earlier. After ordering, Sharon playfully gazed at Zheng Zhua as the waiter turned to leave, teasingly asking, hey, you rascal, is it true that you want to turn me into a superstar? Of course, but you must adhere to my plans, Zheng Zhua replied earnestly, retracting his distant gaze. What plans are you talking about? That won't do. What if you have ulterior motives for me? Sharon insisted, not letting the matter drop. First, you must alter your catchphrase. Which diva addresses herself as old lady? You are still quite young, you know, Zheng Zhua remarked with a frown. All right, that sounds somewhat reasonable. Fine. From now on, I'll say, this young lady. Sharon stubbornly clung to her old ways. Speak properly, Zheng Zhua admonished. I won't say it anymore. Sharon finally adopted a serious tone. Soon, the dishes arrived at their table. Zheng Zhua, engrossed in his meal, paid no heed to the picturesque view of the Xiang River outside, while Sharon watched him intently as she ate. The food was exquisite. The freshly caught fish prepared as spicy fish head and the stir-fried lotus root emitted delightful aromas. The pot of wild game in the center of the table was particularly fragrant. Zheng Zhua savored the dishes, his mouth watering in delight. Seeing him enjoy the meal so heartily, Sharon felt elated. How about it, rascal? The place I brought you to is not bad, right? Hey, when did you become my elder sister? Zheng Zhua replied, still chewing, with mild annoyance. If you won't call me sister, what will you call me? Sharon asked curiously. Sister-in-law? Of course. What else could I call you? Zheng Zhua replied nonchalantly, feeling slightly aged at the thought of calling her sister. All right, then as your brother. You shall call me sister from now on. Sharon exclaimed joyfully. Brother, I'll take you somewhere later. Where to? Zheng Zhua's tension heightened, thinking, this girl cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Who knows what she has in mind? Look at that face. If one didn't know better, they'd think I wanted to do something to you. I'm taking you to a friend's music studio to listen to my latest recording. Didn't you say you would help me? Sharon said indignantly. Oh, fine then, Zheng Zhua sighed in relief. After their lunch, Zheng Zhua was reluctant to leave the warmth of the cabin, yet he had promised Sharon to visit her friend's studio. He steeled himself and followed her back to the car by the riverside. After Sharon provided an address, Zheng Zhua drove the Dongfang Jizi swiftly to the studio. Although it was called a studio, it was actually a villa located in the suburbs. A majestic wall enclosed a 3-story building, with a small hill behind it, suggesting the owner had turned the hill into their private garden. Zheng Zhua parked outside the villa's grand entrance, and moments later, the gate opened automatically, allowing him to drive inside. The villa was lush with various exotic saplings, creating an ambience that masked the change of seasons. In Zheng Zhua's perspective, the artificial traces of such landscaping were too apparent. He preferred the traditional Chinese garden style. Zheng Zhua parked his car on the lawn outside the villa, from which 3 men emerged. Upon seeing Zheng Zhua and Xia Ran alight from the vehicle, one of the men with long hair displayed clear displeasure. He pointed at Zheng Zhua and inquired of Xia Ran. Xia, who is he? My boyfriend, Xia Ran replied nonchalantly. The long-haired man cast a hostile glance at Zheng Zhua before saying to Xia Ran, Xia, surely you jest? You've chosen a boyfriend who drives a cherry? Yao Kong. I don't require your approval regarding whom I choose as a boyfriend, Xia Ran retorted coldly. Having lived for over 30 years, Zhang would discern the long-haired man's interest in Xia Ran and thought to himself, is he using me as a shield? Noticing the tension, a man clad in leather pants quickly attempted to mediate. Kongzi, what's the matter? Xia Xiao's boyfriend is our friend too. Why the sour face? It's the first meeting. Let's leave a good impression. He then smiled at Zheng Zhuo and said, hello, welcome to my music studio. Zheng Zhuo shrugged and nodded back, smiling at the man in leather pants. The man continued, I hope you don't mind. We've been good friends with Xia Xia and often collaborate on music. My friend here was just a bit too excited. He cares for Xia Xia and fears she might be deceived. You know how it is in this society, filled with fraudsters. Especially with Xia Xia's affluent background, there are always those who think they can take advantage of wealthy young women to soar to fame. The comment was clearly laced with sarcasm, yet Zheng Zhuo merely smiled without further comment. In the second-tier city of Star City in 1999, he could consider himself somewhat wealthy. Yet he was being perceived as a gigolo. Rather than feeling anger, he found a sense of pride in discovering his potential in that role. Meanwhile, Xia Ran was indignant and intended to inform the three men of Zheng Zhuo's background, but Zheng Zhuo quickly interrupted. He patted Xia Ran's shoulder and remarked to the man in leather pants, what you said is quite true. Fraudsters are indeed detestable. Unlike you gentlemen, who clearly come from affluent backgrounds. Xia Xia mentioned that you have provided her with considerable assistance in music. You are all not only wealthy, but also talented, truly rare. Everyone appreciates flattering words. Zheng Zhuo's compliments visibly improved the demeanor of the three men, even softening the previously hostile long-haired man. The previously silent man now wore a smile. Introducing himself, hello, pleased to meet you. I am the owner of this studio. My name is Feng Xiangdong. Let us all go inside. The wind and rain outside are quite fierce. With that, Feng Xiangdong led everyone into the villa, while Xia Ran naturally linked her arm with Zheng Zhuo's as they entered together, inciting fiery jealousy in Yao Kong, who wished to violently confront Zheng Zhuo at that moment. Zheng Zhuo appeared to be utterly oblivious to Yao Kang's murderous gaze, instead examining the opulent decor of the villa with keen interest. The interior was resplendent, with European-style furniture and crystal chandeliers in the living room showcasing the owner's wealth. Dong Xiang led the group to a room on the second floor of the villa, a spacious area of over 50 square meters filled with various recording equipment, which also included a segregated recording studio. In Chapter 56, Devotion, Zheng Zhuo lowered his head and inquired of Xia Ran, is this where you recorded your song? Xia Ran nodded affirmatively, indeed. Dong Xiang is my cousin's boyfriend and has a penchant for music. I often accompanied my cousin here and found it enjoyable, so I recorded that song. However, Zheng Zhuo was aware that the original version of Xia Ran's popular song online was not sung by her. Xia Ran approached a computer, adeptly launching a recording software, and said to Zheng Zhuo, let me share my new song with you. Besides the assistance of others in recording, you are my first audience, so please provide your feedback. Zheng Zhuo nodded, and soon the room was filled with the sound of music from the speakers. He listened intently to Xia Ran's new piece, which was unlike anything he had ever heard. The lyrics were strikingly realistic yet somewhat forced, and the melody was not particularly catchy. The fact that he had never encountered it before suggested that the song had not gained popularity in the future. After a brief interval, Zheng Zhuo shook his head. Observing his expression, Xia Ran turned off the music software and asked, what's wrong? Zheng Zhuo replied earnestly, this song will not become a hit. The three men nearby changed their expressions upon hearing Zheng Zhuo's blunt remark. Yao Kong, with his long hair, retorted sharply, kid, do you understand music? On what grounds do you claim this song won't succeed? I spent 3 months crafting it, and everyone here, except for you, thinks it's fantastic. If you're so skilled, why don't you present a song for us to listen to? The man in leather pants added with a hint of sarcasm. It's easy to critique others without taking action, but creating something original is a different challenge altogether. Zheng Zhuo dismissed the agitated remarks of the two, perceiving them merely as ordinary wealthy heirs lacking the depth and experience of life. Their attempts at originality, having learned a smattering of music, resulted in work that felt insipid and feeble. Noticing Xia Ran's evident disappointment, he said to her, let me gift you a song. Do you have a guitar? Xia Ran's eyes brightened, and she promptly guided Zheng Zhuo to an electric guitar. Dong Xiang, intrigued, activated the recording equipment, eager to discern the caliber of Xia Ran's boyfriend. Zheng Zhuo was indeed capable of playing the guitar, having learned during his university years in a future life. Though not particularly skilled, he held more confidence in his vocal abilities. Nevertheless, he had no intention of pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. His performance was solely to present this song to Xiaoran. Zheng was stood before the microphone, deftly strumming his guitar, his deep voice resonating as he sang the poignant piece Lilian by Song Donya. She discovered that the solitary were preparing to embark on a journey. Thus she prayed from dusk until nightfall. As she turned, she heard the sorrowful lament and the fresh, warm melody combined with the poetic lyrics rendered the entire song exceptionally comforting and ethereal under Zheng's storytelling rendition. As Zheng's commenced his performance, Xiaoran was instantly overcome with goosebumps. She was an extraordinarily gifted vocalist who astutely recognized the song's intrinsic value. It became evident that Zheng's aspirations of ascending to stardom were not mere boasts. This song, if introduced to the market, would surely captivate audiences. The trio, Feng Xiangdong and his companions, were left spellbound by Zheng's. Having always considered themselves musicians with a modicum of musical understanding, they found themselves ensnared by the song from its very inception, compelling them to listen intently to the narrative unfolding. The distinction between Zheng's rendition of Lilian and the previous work by Chang Mao was striking. It was akin to the disparity between a music student's assignment and the work of a master musician. Upon the conclusion of the song, an enveloping silence fell over the room, as everyone became entranced by the music's essence. Xiaoran was the first to react. She leaped up like a child, switched off the recording equipment, and embraced Zheng's, exclaiming, "Darling, is this song for me?" Zheng's chuckled, setting aside his electric guitar, and replied, "Indeed. As I mentioned earlier, this is a gift for you. However, I would advise against posting the song online without further consideration. The recording is merely a fraction of the process. It requires packaging and promotion. With your current approach, even if you create numerous hits, it fails to convey the commercial value of pop music." "Wow, you are simply incredible. I adore you," Xiaoran exclaimed, planting a hearty kiss on Zheng's cheek before donning her headphones to re-listen to the song he had just performed. Zheng's absent-mindedly touched his cheek where Xiaoran had kissed him, pondering to himself, "This girl is so delighted with a single song. I wonder how she would react to a more substantial piece." Feng Xiangdong and his companions, emerging from their astonishment, began to regard Zheng's with newfound respect. They had been together for many years, each hailing from well-to-do families, yet despite their significant investments in music, they had not achieved fame. They understood that a single classic song could potentially transform a group or an artist's career. Observing the landscape of the Chinese music scene over the years, they recognized how many artists had sustained themselves on the success of just one song. Feng Xiangdong quickly composed a smile and addressed Zheng's, "Teacher Zheng, I wonder if you have any original songs in your repertoire? If so, would you consider selling one to us? Money is not an issue." At that moment, Chang Mao, Yao Kong, and the man in leather pants set aside their arrogance, eagerly chiming in, "Yes, indeed. As long as Teacher Zheng has more songs of the same caliber as the last, we are willing to pay a premium." Zheng shook his head and remarked, "I possess an abundance of songs, yet I only give them away, not sell. I am not in need of money. Why would I sell my songs?" The three were momentarily taken aback, particularly Feng Dong, who cast a reproachful glance at the man in leather pants and the long-haired Yao Kong, before continuing, "1 million. Teacher Zheng, I will offer you 1 million for a song." Feng Dong believed that it was surely the unpleasant demeanor of the man in leather pants and Yao Kong that had offended Zheng. Zheng smiled and shook his head, still refusing to agree to write a song for them. Yao Kong tossed his long hair back impatiently and said, "Hey, don't be excessive, even if you possess some talent. You are not a renowned songwriter. Feng Gu offers you 1 million, and you find it insufficient? 1 million could purchase 10 of those dilapidated cars outside." Zheng, with a cold expression, replied to Yao Kong, "So what? Even if you offered me 10 million, I still wouldn't sell. Go ahead, bite me." Chapter 57. The withered chrysanthemum. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Xiaoran quickly removed her headphones and addressed Feng Dong. "Feng Gu, Zheng truly does not lack money. To put it plainly, your fathers might be wealthier than him. Just a possibility, mind you, but the combined funds that you three can currently access may not surpass his. This illustrates the distinction between the wealthy second generation and the nouveau riche. Zheng's wealth belongs to him. He spends it as he pleases, while these three, regardless of their family's wealth, must seek permission to spend, and whether they receive it is another matter entirely." After speaking, Xiaoran wrapped her arm around Zheng's, pressing her alluring upper body against his arm, and said, "Come on. For sister's sake, why not sell them a song? Or perhaps I should suggest they raise the price." Xia Ran understood that Feng Dong and his companions had long aspired to become stars and had toiled for many years toward that dream. Zheng smiled at her and then turned to Feng Dong, saying, "All right, Feng Ge, since you are Summer's cousin's boyfriend, I shall grant you this favor. However, there are two conditions. If you meet both, I will gift you an original song of quality equal to the one just performed." Upon hearing this, Feng Dong's expression brightened, and he quickly replied, "Teacher Zheng, we will do everything within our power to fulfill your requirements." Zheng nodded. "First, you must pool your resources to establish a media company, hiring professional producers and marketing personnel. Even if I provide you with a great song, your current operational model may not guarantee your rise to fame. That's not an issue. I will invest 5 million. Yao Kong interjected, puffing up with bravado, but then recalled that he was the one in need and promptly retracted his defiant demeanor. "All right, no problem. We will each invest 5 million, totaling 15 million to start a media company. You dictate the operations. We will each hold 20% shares." Feng Dong displayed a measure of courage, understanding the adage that one must risk something to gain something. "What?" Yao Kong grew anxious at this, ready to voice his dissent. But the man beside him in leather pants stepped on his foot forcefully, signaling him to remain silent. Zheng shook his head, expressing his disinterest in their shares. "Let us do it this way. You three will hold 70%, while Xia will possess 30%. The second condition is that once your company is established, the priority must be to promote Xia. She already has a certain level of recognition online, and with the song I'm providing her, it shouldn't be too difficult for her to achieve fame. Once she is successful, you can accompany her to various performances, and I will compose a few more songs for you. Everything will fall into place." Feng Dong pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and replied, "All right, Teacher Zheng, we will follow your arrangements. The funds will be in place by tomorrow, and then we can sign a contract." Zheng smiled gently, "Brother Feng, there's no need for such formalities. Since we are collaborating, we are all friends. Contracts are merely pieces of paper. I trust in your integrity." As the atmosphere lightened, he added, "Since we are all so agreeable, I won't keep anything to myself. Bring me the guitar. This song is specifically dedicated to Brother Changmao. I believe his unique appearance suits it perfectly. As for the two of you, once the company is established and Xia is successfully launched into the market, I will tailor a song for you as well." Changmao Yao Kong felt as if fortune had smiled upon him. It seemed that being handsome was indeed an advantage. Despite previously being at odds with Zheng Zhua, he was pleasantly surprised to hear that Zheng had penned a song just for him. He hastily nodded and expressed his gratitude. Teacher Zheng, thank you. Thank you." Zheng Zhua nodded in acknowledgement. "Brother Changmao, please bring me the electric guitar." Changmao Yao Kong scampered off eagerly to fetch the instrument and soon returned it to Zheng Zhua, casually seated on the sofa. Zheng plucked a few chords before beginning to sing. "The chrysanthemum withers, the ground is strewn with sorrow. Your smile has faded, flowers fall, hearts are broken. My secrets lie quietly, the north wind stirs amidst the endless night. Your shadow cannot be severed, leaving me alone on the lake, a pair." As Zheng was saying this piece, Changmao Yao Kong was nearly moved to tears, exclaiming, "My heavens, the lyrics are poetically beautiful, infused with the ancient charm of our culture, and the melody flows seamlessly. Such a song surely belongs to the heavens. How rare it is to hear it on this earth." The others nearby were equally astounded, gazing at Changmao Yao Kong with envious eyes. A song of this caliber would not easily be overlooked even by top-tier artists. Zheng shrugged nonchalantly and asked, "So, are you satisfied?" With tears of joy brimming in his eyes, Yao Kong trembled as he replied, "Teacher Zheng, I am beyond satisfied. Are you truly giving me this song?" Zheng nodded. "Sing it well. This song is destined to be a hit. If such a classic piece does not achieve success, then Changmao will have to reconsider his path." As for whether Changmao Yao Kong would become a spokesperson for a particular trend after singing the song, that was beyond Zheng's concern. The song was his choice, and no one was forcing him to sing it. If Feng Dong and the man in leather pants had harbored any doubts about Zheng's creative prowess before, the moment he presented Chrysanthemum Terrace, all uncertainty dissipated. They hastily made phone calls to gather funds, striving to establish the media company as swiftly as possible. Once they fulfilled Zheng's conditions, they eagerly anticipated the remarkable works he would create for them. On this day, Xia Ran gazed at Zheng with newfound admiration. Previously, Her feelings for him were merely a mild affection, considering their time together as enjoyable and driven by a touch of curiosity. However, ever since Zheng's were released 2 classic songs, Xiaoran found herself completely enamored with this enigmatic man. A rosy hue adorned her delicate features as she gazed at Zheng's with longing, her hands entwined around his arm, as if wishing to merge her very being with his. Zheng's, savoring the warmth enveloping him, turned to Xiaoran and said, "Sister, let us depart. Once our company is established and we have hired professional sound engineers, arrangers, and producers, you may record your music." Xiaoran, shedding her earlier assertiveness, softened into the demeanor of a gentle kitten, snuggling against Zheng's and nodding obediently. "All right, brother Zhua, I shall heed your words." Upon hearing Zheng's intention to leave, Fang Xiangdong quickly interjected, "Teacher Zheng, please don't hurry away. This evening, I have arranged a celebratory feast at Huaqing to commemorate the founding of our company." Long Mao Yao Kong chimed in eagerly, Indeed, Teacher Zheng, do not rush off. Donggu, you need not pay. I shall treat. It is only fitting that I host after you gifted me such a classic song. No one should contend with me for this." Zheng's waved his hand dismissively. "We shall forego the meal. Once you have everything in order, we can gather at a later time." With that, he took Xiaoran's hand and exited the villa, with Fang Xiangdong and the others hastily following to see them off. Chapter 58. Outside the Xingqing Detention Center, a gaunt, bald man stood at the entrance, gazing at the dreary sky beyond the gates with a heavy heart. The lively reception he had anticipated from his brothers was conspicuously absent. Only a small attendant from his shop awaited him, driving a dilapidated car. This scene filled him with indignation and shame. Thankfully, he was alone, as he had often boasted to fellow inmates about his wealth and success. What mockery would ensue if anyone were to witness this? Unbeknownst to him, the local ruffians had become aware that Huang Maoshan had crossed paths with a formidable figure from Linda, who not only orchestrated his imprisonment, but was also on the verge of monopolizing the Nokia market in the city. Who would dare associate with him now? Was that not courting trouble? Fuming, Huang Maoshan climbed into the car, slamming the door with frustration, exclaiming, "Where have those scoundrels gone? Do they not know I have been released today? Brother Shan, I have reached out to them. They said they have gone out of town for a while." The attendant replied cautiously, "Why the hell did you come to pick me up in this junk? Didn't you think to bring a decent vehicle?" Huang Maoshan retorted, disheartened by the sight of the car, a relic from his childhood that had languished in the garage for years. "This is the boss's directive. He instructed me to bring this to fetch you," the attendant replied timidly. Business had plummeted recently, and they had not even received their basic wages on time this month. "It has come to my attention that many individuals are contemplating transferring to the newly opened Siemens mobile store. My father must have lost his senses. Why did he insist I drive this car?" Huang Maoshan exclaimed in frustration. The store clerk fell silent, continuing to drive, having discerned the heavy resentment radiating from Huang Maoshan. There was no need for him to provoke this thorny situation. Upon returning home, Huang Maoshan found his father seated in the living room, smoking. Seeing his son return, bald and disheveled, he erupted in anger. "What trouble have you gotten yourself into now? The moment you were locked up, I sought connections to get you released. But despite exhausting all avenues, no one could assist. Now, our family business is on the brink of collapse. You worthless little wretch, who only brings misfortune." Huang Maoshan was already seething with anger, and, upon being berated by his father, the flames of rage ignited within him. "Damn it. I merely had a scuffle with a student from Lin University. He is still around, and I'm going to find someone to deal with him." With that, Huang Maoshan retrieved his phone, intending to rally more people to confront Zheng. His father, trembling with rage, picked up a vase from the coffee table and hurled it at Huang Maoshan. "You insolent brat, stop right there. If you stir up more trouble, our store will be done for. We cannot compete with them. Do not add to my woes. Gather your things immediately. I will take you to Lin University to apologize." Hoping to resolve this matter amicably, Huang Maoshan could hardly believe his ears. You want to take me to apologize to that student from Lin University?" His father slumped back onto the sofa, appearing to age a decade in that moment. "What happens if we don't apologize? Secretary Chiu from the Public Security Bureau is backing him. Who dares to touch him? That kid somehow acquired a new batch of goods, and now, except for us, nearly every mobile store is selling his Nokia phones. If we do not make amends, our family will be left to fend for ourselves." Huang Maoshan collapsed onto the floor, realizing that he had always perceived Zheng as merely a college student, unaware of the extent of his influence. Despite their previous encounters, he had consistently found himself at a disadvantage. Now, it seemed their family's mobile store was on the verge of closure. A deep-seated fear took root within him. He understood that the entirety of his family's fortune was invested in the Nokia store. If it failed, they would be doomed. Without money, he would lose everything: his friends, his women. Everyone would abandon him. Moreover, having been accustomed to a life of arrogance, he knew that once he lost power, he wouldn't need Zheng to come after him. Countless others would be eager to take a kick at him. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Huang Maoshan looked at his father, who appeared to have aged overnight, clenched his fists tightly, and said, "Dad, I am responsible for this situation. As a man, I will handle it myself. You need not intervene. Rest assured, I will not resort to violence again. One must undergo trials to mature." Huang Maoshan, raised in a wealthy family, had developed an arrogant disposition. Yet, he also possessed admirable qualities. He knew when to avoid conflicts with those beyond his reach, and he was not foolish enough to engage in fruitless battles. Huang Maoshan took a refreshing bath at home, donned a neat outfit, grabbed a pack of cigarettes, and then stepped outside. As winter approached, the campus was enveloped in a myriad of atmospheres welcoming the new millennium. Some were filled with anticipation, while others were tinged with anxiety. The most popular song at the moment was Dance 2000. Zheng Zuo was contentedly living his simple life. Liu Sha and the others had long since secured a farmhouse just outside the school gates, as the landlord's family had gone to work elsewhere. Upon hearing that someone wished to rent the property and was willing to pay a year's rent in advance, the landlord readily agreed without much haggling. Zheng Zuo and his friends eagerly moved in. On a frigid afternoon, the howling northern winds ravaged the world, penetrating every corner with their chill. Within a farmhouse located less than 500 meters from the student canteen, an earthy vehicle, the Oriental Sun, was parked. In the corner of the yard stood an ancient mulberry tree, while the adjacent cow shed bustled with activity. The delightful aroma of burning firewood wafted through the air. The cow shed was enclosed by a makeshift tarpaulin, shielding it from the biting cold winds outside. Inside, neatly stacked firewood formed four walls, and at its center stood a massive furnace where logs crackled and burned. A group of people gathered around the warmth of the fire, engrossed in reading, playing cards, and engaging in lively conversation, laughter resonating throughout the shed. Zheng was sat at the heart of the shed, wielding a fire poker, tending to the flames. He retrieved 2 freshly roasted sweet potatoes from the fire, expertly patting their blistered, charred skins to soften them. Attempting to break one open with his hands, he revealed the golden delicacy within. He split the sweet potato in half and offered a piece to Lin Yujia, smiling as he said, "Here, enjoy. I assure you, once you taste it, you'll crave more." Chapter 59. 5 bottles of erguo to Lin Yujia cautiously accepted the ash-covered sweet potato and popped the golden interior into her mouth, exclaiming, "I never imagined your roasted sweet potatoes would be this delicious." Beside her, Huangguan interjected with discontent, "Zhuge, you truly prioritize beauty over friendship, not sharing with me. Fatty, how can you say that? You've devoured 3 sweet potatoes this afternoon already. Do you still want more?" Zheng Zuo chuckled, as he offered the other half of the sweet potato to Yang Jiao, who was giggling at Lin Yujia's delighted expression, her curiosity piqued by the taste. She eagerly accepted the sweet potato and began to savor it. At that moment, Zheng Zuo's phone rang. He wiped his hands on a paper towel from the nearby table and answered the call. It was Lao Su on the line. "Zuo, Huang Maoshan is looking for you." Zheng Zuo paused, surprised. "Huang Maoshan? He dares to come here?" He cursed. "Does this fool not shed tears until he sees the coffin? I was just about to find him. I'll go deal with him now." Li Yi, who had been playing cards nearby, flung his hand of cards aside and prepared to get up. Xiao Huixian, seated next to him, swiftly grabbed his arm, saying, "Why are you so impulsive? We haven't even spoken yet." Zheng gestured to Li Yi and then listened to old Su on the phone, who mentioned that Huang Maoshan had come alone to apologize, pleading for forgiveness and asking for a chance at redemption. Zheng was taken aback, having anticipated that Huang, upon his release, would react furiously upon realizing that Zheng had usurped his business. He had braced himself for a fierce confrontation, but to his surprise, Huang had swiftly conceded. At the same time, Zheng began to admire Huang's character. He was audacious when he had the upper hand, but when the tables turned, he exhibited commendable humility. Such individuals, regardless of their circumstances, would never find themselves in a dire predicament. "Very well, bring him over." We shall warm ourselves by the fire in the courtyard. Zheng instructed old Su. Goodness, you all are enjoying yourselves while I'm here busy chopping vegetables. Just wait, I'll bring him over right away. Old Su replied with a tinge of envy. After hanging up, Zheng turned to the crowd in the barn and announced, Huang Maoshan has softened. He is here to apologize. Old Su entered the barn, leading the bald-headed Huang Maoshan, bringing with him a gust of cold air that contrasted sharply with the warmth of the barn, leaving the others feeling a chill. Huang Maoshan, henceforth your nickname shall be Bald Mountain, joked Li Yi, who was playing cards and noticed Huang's cautious entrance. Brother Yi, please refrain from mocking me. I have come today solely to apologize to all the esteemed brothers. If I have erred in any way, I humbly ask for your understanding and forgiveness, Huang Maoshan said, bowing his head respectfully while stealing glances at Zheng, who sat at the center. Zheng chuckled, Huang Maoshan, you've got some nerve. Truth be told, we do not harbor any deep-seated enmity, since you have shown such sincerity in your apology. I am not one to hold grudges. However, you did injure several of my friends, and now you think a mere word will erase that? It may not be so simple. Brother, I acknowledge my wrongdoing in the altercation. I come with sincerity. For each injured brother, I will compensate with 5,000 yuan for medical expenses. What do you think? Huang Maoshan hastily responded, pulling out a large stack of crisp 100 yuan bills from his pocket. Zheng shrugged and smiled at Wang Xiaojian, who was seated beside Li Yi. Xiaojian, could you do me a favor and fetch that half case of erguo we left over from yesterday for Brother Huang? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaojian happily dashed out of the barn, exclaiming, Brother Huang, I'll be right back. Rest assured, we will treat you well. Huang Maoshan looked at Zheng with trepidation, stammering, Brother Zheng, what do you mean by this? That day, my head was already cracked open by your beer bottle. Surely, this isn't necessary? Why are you so anxious? I won't harm you. Since you've come here alone today, I assure you, I will not lay a finger on you. However, regarding your offer of 5,000 yuan for each injured person, I doubt my friends would agree to let it slide so easily. Perhaps you should ask them yourself? Zheng replied with a smile. Huang Maoshan cast a pitiful glance at Li Yi. He had known Li Yi even before the conflict with Zheng, though they had never forged a close bond. At this moment, he hoped Li Yi would rise to his defense. Li Yi pointed at Huang Maoshan and remarked, Huang Mao, it is not I who should admonish you. Why provoke Zheng? I shall speak plainly. We can sell 200 to 300 phones daily. Each person here stands to gain from this. Do you think we are in want of money? If you truly wish to smooth over this matter, heed Zheng. At that moment, Wang Xiaojian brought over half a case of erguo, approximately 6 or 7 small bottles, each containing only 3 taels. Zheng gestured towards the bottles on the ground and addressed Huang Maoshan, saying, Brother Huang, an apology demands sincerity. Today, I shall act on behalf of my friends. You have injured 5 individuals, and aside from Wei Shuai, they are all present. You must toast each one a bottle and down it in one go. Once you finish these 5 bottles, we shall consider this matter settled. What do you say? Of course, you may choose not to drink and return whence you came. Our game can continue without you. 5 bottles of erguo might not seem excessive. The most resilient drinker among them, Lao Su, could slowly finish them alone. However, to down all 5 in one breath would surely lead to a state of utter intoxication. Upon hearing Zheng's words, Huang Maoshan's anxious heart began to settle. After all, it was merely alcohol, nothing life-threatening. Without hesitation, he rolled up his sleeves, bent down to retrieve a bottle from the case, swiftly opened it, and said to Zheng, Brother Zheng, I apologize. He then downed the contents in one go. After finishing one bottle, Huang Maoshan, maintaining his composure, grabbed another from the ground and addressed the group gathered around the stove. Everyone, I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me. He then gulped down another bottle. Having already consumed half a jean of baijiu, realizing he could not stop at this juncture, he swiftly opened and downed 3 more bottles. Swaying slightly as he stood before Zheng, holding the last empty bottle upside down, and pleaded, Brother Zheng, I implore you to spare our mobile phone store. Chapter 60. A man must be resolute with himself. Zheng rose from his chair and patted Huang Maoshan on the shoulder. Brother Huang, you possess true grit. For your audacity in downing 5 bottles of erguo, I shall grant you this favor. Starting today, the price of each unit I supply shall increase by 300 yuan. Furthermore, you may source your goods from me. With this price adjustment, the disparity between the prices at Huang Maoshan's store and Zheng's would diminish significantly. enticing some consumers to spend a little more for the authentic goods at Huang's. This arrangement also implied that Huang Maoshan's exclusive shop could access a more affordable channel for gray market phones, alleviating the pressure from the competition of other mobile stores. Huang Maoshan gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Zheng. You are indeed a person of great ambition." Huang Guan, cradling Yang Jiao in his arms, also rose to his feet and addressed Huang Maoshan, exclaiming, "Wow, Huang Mao, you have perfectly embodied a certain advertising slogan." The crowd paused in surprise, turning their gazes toward the portly Huang Guan, who leisurely replied, "A man must be a bit ruthless with himself." This elicited gentle smiles from the onlookers. Zheng Zhuo, chuckling, turned to the elderly Su beside him, saying, "Old Su, could you please drive him to the hospital for a stomach wash?" Old Su glanced at the visibly unsteady Huang Maoshan and nodded with a smile, "Sure." With that, he began to drag Huang Maoshan outside. As he was being led away, Huang Maoshan laughed and reassured Zheng Zhuo, "It's fine, Brother Zhuo. I'm okay. Old Su, I'll go with you." Li Yi rose from the card table, declaring, "I just got my driver's license. I'll drive. Brother Yi, when we reach the hospital, remember to call his family to come pick him up." Zheng Zhuo reminded. Li Yi waved his hand at Zheng Zhuo, then joyfully took the keys to the cherry pickup truck from Old Su. This truck had essentially become Old Su's personal vehicle, used for grocery shopping and delivering goods to the mobile phone store. However, now that Li Yi had obtained his driver's license, Zheng Zhuo pondered whether he should purchase another vehicle. Currently, Zheng Zhuo's investments were beginning to yield returns. The internet CAF was bustling every day, generating an income of approximately 50 to 60,000 yuan each month. The mobile phone business was thriving even more, with Old Su and Li Yi making regular trips to Shunnan, and after accounting for everyone's commissions, Zheng Zhuo himself could still earn an additional 2 to 300,000 yuan each month. Meanwhile, Fei Zai's company was still expanding, as he devoted more energy to recruiting talented individuals for Zheng Zhuo's ventures. Zheng Zhuo was keen to discover how the popular counterfeit mobile phones from Asia, Africa, and Latin America would transform under his guidance. Several other internet CAFs at local universities had also opened, with Wei Shuai busying himself outside every day, while Huang Guan remained stationed at the Linda Internet CAF. Recently, Wei Shuai had successfully negotiated with Qiu Ming's wife, establishing that the Internet CAF at Xiangnan University would be co-owned by Zheng Zhuo and Qiu Ming, each holding a 50% stake. Xincheng bears similarities to Paris, notably the river that flows through the city. The river in Paris is known as the Rhine, while Xincheng's river is called the Xiangjiang. The left bank of the Rhine symbolizes youthful struggle and the hardships of grassroots life, while the right bank represents grandeur and luxury. On the eastern side of the Xiangjiang lies the old city, known as Hedong, while the western side, Heshi, is populated by numerous university students and entrepreneurs. At the heart of the Xiangjiang, there is a small island where a great figure once penned an immortal work during his studies in Xincheng. Independence in the cold autumn, the Xiangjiang flows north. At this moment, Zheng Zhuo was driving his oriental son with Lin Yujie to the Heshi University city, as today marked the birthday of one of Lin Yujie's high school classmates. Zheng Zhuo accompanied her to participate in the birthday celebration. Xiangnan University is the largest institution in all of Xincheng, linking with Southern University and Xiangnan Normal University, forming a veritable city within a city. Along with several smaller vocational colleges, the entire university town houses hundreds of thousands of students, making it a key target area for Zheng Zhuo's mobile phone and internet CAF businesses. Thanks to Wang Xiaojian's diligent efforts, several sales channels for the mobile phone business had been established, yet the potential had yet to be fully tapped. The internet CAF here has already been opened by some early birds. However, Wei Shuai is confident in his ability to compete with others, as both his financial resources and connections are on par with any rival. Zheng Zhuo did not visit his New Century Internet CAF primarily because he trusts Wei Shuai's capabilities. And with Qiu Ming's wife now a shareholder, the venture is undoubtedly secure. "Did you buy a gift for your classmate's birthday?" Zheng Zhuo inquired while driving. "Oh, I completely forgot. She just called me last night, and I've been in class all morning. I'm coming with you this afternoon. So I really haven't had the time." Lin Yujie pouted in response. "Never mind. You can use this," Zheng Zhuo said, retrieving a Nokia 3210 from the car's drawer and handing it to Lin Yujie. Lin Yujie shook her head. "Isn't this a bit too extravagant?" Zheng Zhuo chuckled. "It's no trouble. Since she is your classmate, it's quite reasonable." Zheng Zhua is quite familiar with the university town, having met online friends and dated here in his later life, often visiting to reconnect with high school classmates. After all, this place is far more vibrant than Lin University, located in the suburbs, with many more young women around, especially at Xiangnan Normal University, where beautiful women abound. It is a favored hunting ground for many wealthy heirs and affluent individuals. However, Zheng Zhua, upon returning to this locale, no longer harbors the same sense of awe as in his past life. For a man who has lived over 30 years, beauty and academic credentials are but ephemeral illusions. Only after enduring sufficient betrayal does one truly grasp the preciousness of genuine affection. The bustling crowd in the university town compelled Zheng Zhua to park the Dongfang Zizi nearby, prompting both to proceed on foot. Along the way, Lin Yujie tightly linked her arm with Zheng Zhua's, leaning against him as they walked. The sight of couples and youthful faces infused the entire university town with vitality. No matter where she goes, Lin Yujie remains an object of attention, with men frequently casting admiring glances her way. Zheng Zhua, however, has long since acclimatized to being in the spotlight, maintaining a calm demeanor as he guided Lin Yujie toward their destination, the hotel. This establishment is a 3-star hotel, one of the more upscale options within the university town. Upon their arrival, the hotel lobby was bustling with noise as a group of college students laughed and played in the relatively small space. The appearance of Zheng Zhua and Lin Yujie immediately captured their attention. "Xiaoyu, you're here." A girl in a red jacket, with permed hair, jumped from the crowd and warmly grasped Lin Yujie's hand. "Happy birthday, Xiaoli." Lin Yujie smiled, pulling out the 32 tin Zheng Zhua had gifted her from her bag and presenting it to the girl named Xiaoli. "Wow, Xiaoyu, why such an extravagant gift?" Xiaoli exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. She had long desired a mobile phone, but her family lacked the extra funds, and although her boyfriend appeared wealthy, he feigned ignorance after her subtle hints and had yet to buy her one. In the hotel, over a dozen young men and women cast envious glances at Xiaoli, astonished that her classmate would be so generous as to gift her a mobile phone for her birthday. Had it not been for Zheng Zhua standing beside Lin Yujie, they might have even speculated if the two shared a romantic connection. Among the crowd, a young man with slicked back hair stepped forward, smiling as he addressed Xiaoli. "Xiaoli, who is this beautiful lady?" Unable to conceal her excitement over the new phone, Xiaoli affectionately embraced Lin Yujie and replied, "This is my dearest sister, my high school classmate, Lin Yujie. Isn't she stunning? Even at our university, she would undoubtedly be the belle of the ball." "Oh, so you are Lin Yujie. Nice to meet you." The young man extended his hand towards Lin Yujie, evidently eager to shake her hand. Lin Yujie shyly took a step back, cleverly hiding behind Zheng Zhua. Observing this, Zheng Zhua extended his own hand, saying to the slick-back young man, "Hello, I am Lin Yujie's boyfriend." "This is your boyfriend? Quite handsome," Xiaoli exclaimed warmly. Gazing at Zheng Zhua, the slick-back young man awkwardly shook Zheng Zhua's hand, chuckling nervously to himself. Xiaoli, noticing the discomfort of the young man beside her, smiled and introduced, "This is Xiao Fei, my boyfriend." Lin Yujie nodded at Xiao Fei before diverting her gaze. To her, all men besides Zheng Zhua were inconsequential. "Let us go. Let us head upstairs for dinner," Xiaoli announced, beckoning the group of young men and women in the lobby. Under Xiaoli's guidance, they ascended to the second-floor restaurant, where a large private dining room awaited them. Although referred to as a large room, it could only accommodate about 15 or 16 people, making the gathering feel somewhat cramped. In light of Lin Yujie's generous gift of the phone, Xiaoli seated Lin Yujie beside her, while she and her boyfriend Xiao Fei took the main seats. The last two arrivals found themselves without seats, prompting Xiao Fei to call for additional stools from the waiter. After summoning the waiter, Xiao Fei nonchalantly remarked, "This is a 3-star hotel, and this is the level of service we get?" A freckled girl nearby expressed her envy, saying, "Xiaoli, you are so fortunate. Your boyfriend arranged for your birthday celebration at a star-rated hotel." "Indeed, how enviable," chimed in another plump girl. Xiaoli's face radiated with a blissful smile as she gazed affectionately at Xiao Fei, then proudly stated, "Not too shabby. After dinner, let us not disperse. We'll head to Hedong for karaoke. How much will that cost?" The freckled girl asked dreamily. "That is nothing. The total for dinner and karaoke is just a little over 1,000. Xiao Fei boasted, casting a glance at Lin Yujie. Noticing that Lin Yujie was oblivious to his remarks, leaning against Zheng Zhua and engrossed in conversation, a flicker of coldness crossed his eyes. As the waiter began to serve the dishes, the group ceased their chatter, diving into the feast before them like famished souls, with only Zheng Zhuo and Lin Yujie maintaining a semblance of restraint. It cannot be blamed on these university students for disregarding their image. In 1999, while it was not an issue for the average student to have enough to eat, it was hardly the case that their standard of living was particularly high. Unless one were like Zheng Zhuo, who dined almost daily at Old Sue's restaurant, trying various dishes until they grew weary and then switching to the school cafeteria for a change of taste. In the evenings, they often gathered for barbecues. After a round of eating, the dishes on the table were nearly emptied. Xiaoli glanced at her companion, Xiaofei, signaling him to order 2 more dishes. However, Xiaofei appeared oblivious to Xiaoli's gesture, instead wandering off with a bottle of beer to toast others. Noticing that Zheng Zhuo had neither eaten much nor drunk, he stood up, poured himself a glass, and addressed Zheng Zhuo. "Why aren't you drinking, brother? Come, let us have a toast together." Zheng Zhuo waved his hand and smiled. "You all drink. I don't partake in alcohol. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups are few for a friend, but a single word can be too much for a stranger." Zheng Zhuo did not hold a favorable impression of Xiaofei, thus he had no desire to drink with him. "How can that be? A man must drink," Xiaofei insisted. "Well then, I toast you. Not drinking would be disrespectful." Zheng Zhuo replied firmly, "I'm sorry, but I don't drink." Xiaofei's demeanor shifted dramatically. "What do you mean by that? You should inquire around at Xiang University. Which male from the class of 99 dares to disregard me? My toast to you is out of respect for classmate Xiaoyu. Don't be ungrateful." As tensions escalated, Lin Yujie anxiously tugged at Zheng Zhuo's sleeve, while Xiaoli quickly called over her boyfriend, saying, "Oh, Xiaoyu's boyfriend, doesn't he drink? What are you doing? Who is disrespecting you?" It was unthinkable for her boyfriend to clash with Lin Yujie's boyfriend, especially since he had just received a birthday gift from her. Zheng Zhuo smiled at Lin Yujie, signaling her not to worry. Under Xiaoli's urging, Xiaofei ceased his antagonism toward Zheng Zhuo. In that moment, everyone at the table sensed that Xiaofei was targeting Zheng Zhuo, deliberately avoiding conversation with him and Lin Yujie. Several boys proactively raised their glasses to toast Xiaofei and Xiaoli, gradually lifting the atmosphere around the table, dispelling the earlier awkwardness. Zheng Zhuo had little interest in provoking conflict with someone like Xiaofei, who was simply on a different level. He genuinely intended to sit for a couple more minutes before leaving with Lin Yujie to check out his newly opened internet CAF. At that moment, having consumed 3 or 4 bottles of beer, Xiaofei was feeling a bit tipsy. He leaned toward Xiaoli, inquiring about Lin Yujie. Upon learning of Lin Yujie's family background, he grew envious of Zheng Zhuo sitting beside her, thinking to himself, such a fine catch has been taken. Filled with resentment, he stood up, poured himself another drink, and approached Lin Yujie with a cheeky grin, saying, "Xiaoyu, I toast you. You mustn't refuse." Chapter 62. Scoundrel Lin Yujie, feeling at a loss, glanced at Zheng Zhuo before responding, "I'm sorry, but I don't drink either." Xiaofei casually draped his hand over the back of Lin Yujie's chair and turned to Xiaoli, saying, "Xiaoli, isn't this your closest friend? Why are you treating me with such disdain?" Upon witnessing this, Zheng Zhuo stood up and pulled Lin Yujie behind him, declaring, "I shall drink with you." He then seized the beer Xiaofei had poured for Lin Yujie and downed it in one gulp. Xiaofei, infuriated, exclaimed, "What do you mean by this, you brat? I initially offered you a drink, and you disregarded me, but now, as I toast this lovely lady, you come to her aid." Zheng Zhuo cast a dismissive glance at Xiaofei and gently took Lin Yujie's hand, softly suggesting, "Let's leave." Lin Yujie obediently nodded, glanced at Xiaoli, and followed Zheng Zhuo as they turned to depart. "Stop!" Xiaofei bellowed. "You little rascal. Do you believe you can walk out that door and escape from Shangda?" Zheng Zhuo shrugged nonchalantly and strode towards the exit without looking back. Having just dealt with Huang Mishan, he had no interest in brawling with a student of dubious merit. After all, he was now a person of considerable means, with his own ventures and enterprises. It was unnecessary to stoop to the level of such an underachiever. Watching Zheng Zhuo lead Lin Yujie out of the private room, Xiaofei trembled with rage. Xiaoli quickly grasped his hand, urging, "Fij, don't act like this. After all, he is my classmate. Don't go too far." Xiaofei forcefully shook off Xiaoli's hand, declaring loudly, "I care not. He has offended me, and I shall teach him a lesson." Deep down, Xiaofei understood that his desire to put Zheng Zhuo in his place stemmed from jealousy. He envied Zheng Zhuo for having secured a beautiful and affluent girlfriend. Lin Yujie, after all, was worth a smartphone at the very least. How delightful life would be with a partner like that. Shorty, follow them and call me when you know where they go. Xiao Fei instructed a diminutive boy sitting by the door. The small man pulled a cigarette from the table, lit it, and grinned at Xiao Fei, assuring him, "Don't worry." Feej. Xiao Fei pulled out his phone to summon reinforcements. In truth, if a fight were to occur, it could have happened right there at the table. Zheng Zuo was alone with his girlfriend, while Xiao Fei had brought along his dorm mates. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xiao Fei could never muster the courage to confront the composed Zheng Zuo. Even now, he merely wished to gather more people, to put on a show and reclaim his lost dignity, while simultaneously intimidating Zheng Zuo, hoping to impress Lin Yujia with his supposed prowess in the area. However, he had indeed chosen the wrong opponent. Yet, sometimes making mistakes is beneficial, for it allows one to grow from their errors. For instance, after this encounter with Zheng Zuo, Xiao Fei became considerably more low-key, abandoning his competitive nature. But at this moment, he had yet to learn those lessons and was solely focused on causing trouble for Zheng Zuo. As Zheng Zuo and Lin Yujia exited the three-star hotel, Lin Yujia nestled against Zheng Zuo and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "I'm sorry. I had no idea she was dating someone like him." Zheng Zuo smiled and replied, "It's all right, people do change. Furthermore, I observed that her boyfriend's affection for her seemed rather limited. Otherwise, how could he treat her classmates in such a manner on her birthday?" Lin Yujia nodded in agreement, expressing her gratitude. "Thank goodness I have not encountered such a scoundrel." Zheng Zuo smirked mischievously, playfully pinching Lin Yujia's shapely backside. "Are you suggesting that I am not sufficiently wicked?" Lin Yujia shot him an exasperated glance, playfully striking his back with her delicate fist. How annoying. As the bustling streets thronged with people, a lewd man crouched beneath a telephone booth, his eyes fixated on the scene before him. Suddenly, a surge of blood rushed to his head, causing his face to flush crimson, and he found himself involuntarily bleeding from his nose. Zheng Zuo and Lin Yujia arrived at the parking area, where they entered the car. Zheng Zuo, seated inside, dialed a number for Wei Shui. He was aware that a branch of the New Century Internet CAF was nearby, yet he had never visited it. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to take a look today. Wei Shui mentioned a landmark adjacent to the CAF, prompting Zheng Zuo to end the call and start the engine of his Eastern Sun, heading towards the new Internet CAF. Behind them, a short male figure concealed himself in a public telephone booth, observing the entire event unfold. He swiftly retrieved a phone card from his pocket and dialed a number. "Hello. Fei Gu, they have gotten into a car. I doubt I can catch up. Damn, they drove here?" Xiao Fei felt as if he had struck a soft pillow with a mighty blow, his frustration towards Zheng Zuo deepening. Xiao Li, feeling aggrieved, interjected, "Can you not act this way? She traveled a long distance to celebrate my birthday, and you still want to have someone confront them." Xiao Fei, impatient, retorted to Xiao Li, "They drove away. There's no way to catch them. The type I despise most in life is a man who relies on women. Indeed, Fei Gu, don't waste your breath on that kind of man. What can he do besides living off a woman?" Another young man chimed in indignantly. To them, Zheng Zuo appeared to be merely a man basking in the glory of a wealthy beauty. They had heard from Xiao Li about Lin Yujia's advantageous family circumstances, and her birthday gift to Xiao Li, a smartphone, was a testament to her affluence, stirring envy and excitement among them. Xiao Fei and his group emerged from the hotel, profoundly dissatisfied, meandering through the busy streets. Everyone awaited Xiao Fei's call to karaoke, yet he remained lost in his anger. Suddenly, a man beside Xiao Fei pointed at a black Eastern Sun driving down the road and exclaimed, "Fei Gu, look, that pretty boy is driving that car." The group turned to see Zheng was speeding away in his Eastern Sun, igniting a fiery rage within Xiao Fei. He picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it towards the Eastern Sun. Fortunately, the distance had widened, and the stone missed its target. Zheng Zuo remained oblivious to Xiao Fei's group and, after turning a corner, parked at the entrance of the New Century Internet CAF near Xiangnan University. As Zheng Zuo and Lin Yujia entered the Internet CAF, a wave of familiarity washed over them. The DCOR and overall layout of the establishment bore a striking resemblance to the New Century Internet CAF at Lin University, albeit on a grander scale. With approximately 100 computers set up in a space exceeding 100 square meters. Chapter 63. Burning with anger at that moment, the CAF was nearly at full capacity. Upon entering, Zheng Zuo and Lin Yujia spotted Wei Shu engaged in a financial discussion with a woman who appeared to be in her late 20s. The woman had flowing long hair, and was dressed in a light yellow woolen coat paired with black jeans and knee-high leather boots, presenting an image of elegance and grace. Zheng Zhuo surmised that she must be Qiu Ming's wife. Wei Shu and the woman were taken aback by Zheng Zhuo and Lin Yujia's arrival. Wei Shu sprang from his chair, visibly excited, and exclaimed, "Zer, what brings you here?" With a cheerful smile, Zheng Zhuo patted Wei Shu on the shoulder. "It's a birthday celebration for a high school friend of Xiaoyu. I thought I'd drop by. You've been working hard lately." Wei Shu waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. We already opened another CAF before this one, so we had the computers and furniture custom-made from our usual supplier, making things less troublesome. As for the paperwork, Sister Lu took care of it and had it all sorted in just one day." Wei Shu chuckled and gestured toward Qiu Ming's wife. "This is our brother Zheng Zhuo, whom Qiu Ming often speaks of, right? Oh my, your girlfriend is truly stunning." Recognizing the possibility of Zheng Zhuo's presence, Qiu Ming's wife stood up warmly to greet both Zheng Zhuo and Lin Yujia. "Hello, sister-in-law. I didn't expect you to be so young and beautiful. Qiu Gu is indeed fortunate." Zheng Zhuo responded graciously. "Hello, sister-in-law." Lin Yujia also greeted Qiu Ming's wife with utmost politeness. "Oh, what a match made in heaven. Little Zheng, when you have the chance, bring Xiaoyu over to my house for a visit. I'll prepare some delicious meals for you. By the way, I truly need to thank you. Your brother Qiu is rather traditional. He didn't even bother to help me find a job after I was laid off. Thankfully, he has you as a brother who knows how to think of your sister-in-law." Qiu Ming's wife expressed her gratitude enthusiastically. It was no wonder she was so warm-hearted. The establishment had cost over 300,000 yuan to set up, yet Qiu Ming had only contributed 50,000. Zheng Zhuo was to split the profits evenly, with the remaining funds to be deducted from the CAF's future dividends. Qiu Ming's wife understood the weight of this favor and felt a sense of indebtedness to Zheng Zhuo, though she dared not mention it to Qiu Ming. "Absolutely. I will certainly pay a visit another day to savor your culinary skills. How has Qiu Gu been lately?" Zheng Zhuo engaged in polite conversation with Qiu Ming's wife. "Oh, he is always busy outside. It's rare to see him at home," she replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Zhuge, you're here." At that moment, Wang Xiaojian emerged from behind a computer, delighting in the sight of Zheng Zhuo. "Xiaojian, what are you doing here?" Zheng Zhuo inquired, somewhat surprised. "I came to deliver goods. Lao Su and the others went to the city center for deliveries, so I had to come alone. Since Shuer is here managing the CAF, I called my sales staff to come here for stock and payments." Wang Xiaojian indicated the cashier area. Zheng Zhuo's attention was drawn to the cash register at the Internet CAF, which was overflowing with Nokia phones, likely numbering 1 to 200. He nodded appreciatively. "Impressive, Xiaojian. You've really expanded your network." "Oh, it's primarily due to your competitive goods, Brother Zhuo. I'm merely helping you out," Wang Xiaojian replied modestly. Over the past few days, his group of friends had benefited from Zheng Zhuo's influence, with some earning a few thousand, while others had made tens of thousands. While Zheng Zhuo was engaged in casual conversation at the CAF, Xiao Fei and Xiao Li were meandering down the street with a group. Xiao Fei, in a particularly sour mood, had lost the desire to visit the city center and decided to find a local spot to hang out instead. Fate had its way, as they turned a corner and spotted Zheng Zhuo's vehicle parked in front of the New Century Internet CAF. One of the men pointed at the car, exclaiming, "Fei Go, look at that pretty boy's car parked there." Xiao Fei, already brimming with frustration, brightened at the sight of Zheng Zhuo's vehicle. "I can't believe he dares to surf the web here. Let us go inside and confront him." Without further ado, Xiao Fei led his group into the Internet CAF with an imposing demeanor. Upon entering, they were taken aback. It was Xiao Fei's first visit to an Internet CAF. And having heard from a friend about the excitement online, he was now witnessing the bustling atmosphere firsthand, with nearly every seat occupied. Once he adjusted to the dim lighting, he quickly spotted Zheng Zhuo and Lin Yujia chatting at the cash register with a few others. He strode towards them, leading his group. Xiao Li noticed Lin Yujia and hurried to pull Xiao Fei back, but he forcefully broke free. With a fierce determination, he approached Zheng Zhuo and declared, "Kid, I believe I warned you that if you don't show me respect, you'll find it difficult to leave Shangda, right?" Zheng Zhuo felt a surge of anger at Xiao Fei's relentless pursuit. Initially inclined to overlook the situation for Lin Yujia's sake, he found himself provoked by Xiao Fei's persistence. Nonchalantly, Zheng Zhuo retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it leisurely, and addressed Xiao Fei. "Are you certain you wish to engage with me?" Xiao Fei retorted menacingly. "I simply can't stand you. If you don't apologize today and have your girlfriend offer me a drink, I assure you, you won't leave Shangda." He turned to a shorter companion. Call for backup. Zheng Zhuo couldn't help but smirk. Counting himself, Wei Shuai, and Wang Xiaojian, they were merely 3 males. While Xiao Fei had 4 or 5 on his side, and yet he still sought reinforcements. Zheng Zhuo turned to Wang Xiaojian. Looks like they're calling for help. It's time to test your mettle. Show me what you've got. Wang Xiaojian eagerly rolled up his sleeves and pulled out a Nokia 3210, responding enthusiastically. Oh, calling for backup? Sure, let us see who can muster more support. He then began making calls. After all, in this college town, there were easily hundreds of individuals making a living through Wang Xiaojian's phone sales, and it was unlikely they would refuse to come to their aid in a confrontation. Moreover, it is widely acknowledged that Wang Xiaojian is backed by a formidable benefactor, which explains the continuous supply of remarkably affordable original mobile phones. Whether driven by profit or the desire to align themselves with Wang Xiaojian for future gains, over 100 individuals hurriedly flocked to the new century Internet CAF. Some were already en route to collect their goods and settle accounts when they received calls from their superiors or from Wang Xiaojian himself, prompting them to hasten their pace towards the CAF. This was facilitated by the fact that this group of part-time university students already possessed mobile phones, having prepared themselves early due to their involvement in mobile phone sales. Chapter 64. Passion ignited. Xiao Fei had always perceived Zheng Zhuo as merely an ordinary student from Lin University, believing that upon arriving at Xi'an University, he would be easily manageable. His distant cousin, a local ruffian, had lent support a few times since his arrival at school, which gradually inflated his arrogance. Bolstered by his position as a student council officer and a modest family fortune, he frequently regarded himself as the leader of the 99 cohort. In reality, most university students are quite cultured, typically focused on their studies or romantic pursuits, and generally refrain from contesting his self-proclaimed title. When called upon, aside from summoning a few close classmates and some fellow townsfolk, his only recourse was to contact his cousin. Observing this, Xiaoming's wife took out her phone intending to call him, but Lin Yujie restrained her hand, saying, "Sister-in-law, there's no need. Zheng Zhuo will handle it. Come, let's sit inside." After saying this, Lin Yujie led Xiaoming's wife into the cashier area, deliberately avoiding any glance at Shaoli. Having become more composed since the previous altercation, Lin Yujie was confident in Zheng Zhuo's ability to manage the situation. After all, if Zheng Zhuo could tame a notorious thug like Huang Maoshan, who had come to apologize while inebriated and ended up hospitalized for 2 days, then surely he could handle a student like Xiao Fei. If he failed to do so, Xiao Fei might as well hide at Lin University and never venture out again. Shaoli, noticing Lin Yujie's complete disregard for her, felt a deep sense of guilt and embarrassment, exclaiming to Xiao Fei, do you even consider me at all? After everything I've done for you, why do you show me no respect? Xiao Fei, visibly irritated, retorted, get lost, you nuisance. This is a man's affair. Stay out of it. The commotion surrounding Xiao Fei and his group had already attracted the attention of some students at the Internet CAF. At that moment, 4 or 5 young men approached, led by one clad in denim. He swaggered over, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Fei and the others before addressing Wei Shuai. Hey, handsome, what's going on? Is there a disturbance? These young men were students from a nearby vocational college, who rarely attended classes and had been frequenting the New Century Internet CAF since its opening day. As time passed, a camaraderie developed between Wei Shuai and the others. On occasions when they found themselves in uncomfortable situations, Wei Shuai would generously waive their fees, which left them immensely grateful. Each time they encountered him, they would affectionately call out to him as handsome, while Wei Shuai, observing their somewhat aimless behavior, recognized their fundamentally good nature and loyalty. He even contemplated appointing them as the network administrators in the near future. With a smile, Wei Shuai pointed at Xiao Fei and his companions, exclaiming, "These individuals are about to create trouble for my boss." "Boss, you are the owner of this Internet CAF?" Xiao Fei asked, taken aback. Zheng Zhuo, however, chose to ignore him, remaining seated in a reclining chair, smoking a cigarette. At this juncture, he could no longer afford to be accommodating. This Internet CAF was merely one of his ventures. All 6 New Century Internet CAFs in Star City belonged to him. Furthermore, he was responsible for the distribution of 70% of the Nokia phones in the entire city, as Wang Xiaojian boisterously proclaimed. Xiao Fei and his group were utterly astonished. What kind of figure had they entangled themselves with? He had previously maintained such a low profile, accommodating their antics. And they had foolishly pursued conflict with him. The boys, consumed by envy, lamented Zheng's fortunate choice in a girlfriend, unaware of the substantial business he had built. It was no surprise that his girlfriend could casually gift a Nokia phone. He practically monopolized the market. As regret washed over them, they cast reproachful glances at Xiao Fei for provoking such a formidable individual. "Handsome, your boss is our boss too. Tell us what to do. We will heed your command," exclaimed a boy clad in denim, his excitement palpable. The prospect of aligning with such a significant figure stirred his ambition. If he could secure Zheng's favor, he and his brothers could enjoy a life of ease. Wei Shui calmly shook his head. "No rush. It is Xiao Jian's time to shine." Upon hearing this, the denim-clad boy fell silent, instinctively positioning himself behind Wei Shui, ready to act at a moment's notice should Wei Shui give the word to confront Xiao Fei and his group. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei's companions began to disperse, contemplating how to slip away unnoticed. At that moment, Xiaoli was filled with regret, realizing how her boyfriend paled in comparison to Lin Yujia's partner. The latter exhibited such grace and composure, thriving in life while remaining humble, while Xiao Fei flaunted his status, overly concerned with appearances and miserly with his finances. He would boast about spending a little money, eager for the entire class to be aware of his exploits. The girls accompanying Xiaoli began to regard Zheng Zhua with newfound respect. Initially, they had underestimated him, but now they were astonished to learn of his substantial business acumen at such a young age. They lamented their misalignment, realizing they had missed the opportunity to befriend a true affluent individual. As everyone pondered their thoughts, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the internet CAF. Suddenly, more than 10 individuals burst through the door, seemingly carrying various items. Xiao Fei, suddenly invigorated as if fueled by an adrenaline rush, who had previously been hesitant, immediately shouted towards the door, "Cousin, I'm over here." At this moment, 10 formidable young men approached with an intimidating demeanor. At the forefront was one with an ostentatious hairstyle, who bellowed in a grating voice, "Xiao Fei, who dares to bully you? I will take care of them immediately." Wang Xiaojian retorted, "Isn't the last bottle you caught enough for you?" The leader, known for his flamboyant hair, was none other than the one who had previously followed Huang Maoshan to Lin University, where they had clashed with Zheng Zhua. Taken aback, the flamboyant one did not anticipate anyone in the university town would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Upon closer inspection, he immediately hunched down and forced a smile towards Zheng Zhua, exclaiming, "Ah, isn't this Brother Zhua? What a surprise. You seem to be doing well," Zheng Zhua remarked, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "I haven't settled our previous score yet, but since you have come knocking, shall we resolve both old and new debts today?" A chill ran down the flamboyant one's spine. Previously, with sheer numbers on their side, they had failed to best Zheng Zhua. Rumors had it that Huang Maoshan had been incarcerated due to Zheng Zhua's machinations, and several of his family's exclusive stores faced closure. Now, as a mere petty gang leader, he dared not confront Zheng Zhua directly. Quickly donning a facade of friendliness, he addressed Zheng Zhua, "Brother Zhua, please forgive me. Let's forget the past. It's all Huang Maoshan's fault. I had no idea you were here. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to show my face." At this moment, Xiao Fei's expression shifted dramatically. He had always regarded his cousin as a fierce figure, yet here he was, meek as a kitten before Zheng Zhua. Fear gripped Xiao Fei's heart. He realized he may have provoked someone far beyond his capacity to handle. Cold sweat trickled down his back, unbeknownst to him, until now. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance of the internet CAF, and a group of 40 to 50 individuals entered, some wielding bricks, others wooden sticks, and even one brandishing a Nokia phone. They crowded the CAF to the point of suffocation. Clinging to a final hope, Xiao Fei glanced toward the entrance, wishing a well-connected acquaintance might come to his aid. However, reality once again dashed his hopes. He recognized none of the newcomers. At this juncture, Wang Xiaoshui stood up and addressed the throng. "The boss is here. You leaders, step forward." Among the group, 3 individuals emerged and approached Wang Xiaojian. "Brother Jian, who is looking for a fight?" Wang Xiaojian pointed at Xiao Fei. "It's this big guy." "Wow, Xiao Fei, you've become increasingly arrogant. Do you think you are the only one at Xiang University? How dare you threaten my boss? Do you believe I can ensure you never see the light of tomorrow?" shouted a student seemingly from Xiang University. Seeing that matters had escalated, Zheng Zhua rose from his chair and instructed Wang Xiaojian, "Have the sales team guard the entrance. Until this matter is resolved, no one is allowed to leave." He then turned to the students occupying the CAF, Apologies for the disturbance, everyone. I regret interrupting your internet time. Rest assured, we shall expeditiously resolve the matters at hand. I kindly ask everyone to remain seated at their computers, indulging in whatever amusements they desire, without wandering about. Today, I shall treat you all. Until the internet CAF closes, you may play for as long as you wish. Free of charge. Upon hearing that Zheng was treating, a resounding cheer erupted from the internet-addicted university students, who assured the CAF owner of their compliance, promising not to roam about. A few eager souls even inquired whether assistance was needed for a scuffle, but upon Zheng's refusal, they begrudgingly returned to their seats. After addressing these affairs, Zheng turned his gaze to the immobile figure of the barber, offering a friendly smile. Tell your men to drop their weapons. Before the barber could issue the command, over a dozen men behind him hastily discarded their belongings onto the ground. The clattering of machetes and iron rods echoed ominously, sounding to Xiao Fei's ears like the tolling of a death knell, leaving him pale and desperate as he glanced at the barber for help. Gradually, several dozen of Wang Xiaojian's part-time salesmen arrived, stationed at the entrance under Wang's directive. Xiao Fei realized that reinforcements were unlikely, even if help were on its way. The sight of nearly 100 fierce individuals guarding the entrance would deter anyone from charging in. At that moment, the barber, in a fit of desperation, struck himself twice across the face, then turned to Zheng, saying, "Brother, I apologize." Zheng regarded him coldly, his silence conveying disapproval. The barber, gritting his teeth, slapped himself again, asserting, "Brother, I was wrong. I shall avoid you in the future. I promise to vanish from your sight henceforth." Zheng merely nodded in acknowledgement and waved him away. The barber, eager to appease, bowed deeply to Zheng before turning to Xiao Fei, saying, "Xiao Fei, you should not have provoked Brother Zheng. I cannot contend with him. It is not that he cannot assist you, but rather that he is unable to do so. May you fend for yourself." It is worth noting that the barber was not Xiao Fei's blood relative. They were distantly connected, and he had previously aided Xiao Fei, believing that his cousin, now enrolled at Xi'an University, would surpass him in future endeavors. However, in light of the current circumstances, he found himself powerless to continue offering support. Having finished his words, the barber and his entourage fled in disarray, not daring to cast a glance at the weapons strewn about. At Zheng's subtle gesture, the throng at the entrance parted, creating a pathway. As the barber's group made their hasty retreat, Xiao Fei stood despondently, uncertain of how to extricate himself from the predicament, trembling uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of despair. The group that had been closely following Xiao Fei was equally stunned, having been profoundly shaken by Zheng's overwhelming presence. They realized that their only hope for salvation lay with Lin Yujia, thus turning their collective gaze toward Xiaoli, understanding that she could no longer evade the situation. Xiaoli steadied her racing heart and, with trepidation, glanced at Zheng before approaching the cashier's desk and addressing Lin Yujia. "Xiaoyu, could you step out for a moment to speak?" Lin Yujia was engaged in a discussion about a clothing brand style with Qiu Ming's wife when she heard Xiaoli calling her. Casting a cold glance at Xiaoli, she remarked, "I never meddle in matters concerning men." Xiaoli, on the brink of despair, implored, "Xiaoyu, considering our bond from high school, could you perhaps speak to your boyfriend and let me and my friends go out?" Lin Yujia smiled and responded, "My boyfriend would never make things difficult for girls." With that, she proudly turned to Zheng Zhua and asked, "Isn't that right?" Zheng Zhua nodded with a smile, "Of course. A man who makes things hard for girls isn't a true man." Upon hearing this, Xiaoli understood that Zheng Zhua meant they would not pursue the matter with the girls any further, and she quickly gathered her close friends and headed out. Among them, a freckled girl, feeling anxious, slipped and fell, hastily getting up and brushing off her clothes, terrified of being left behind. She hurriedly chased after Xiaoli and the others as they made their way outside the internet CAF. At the entrance, nearly 100 people, upon receiving Wang Xiaojian's orders, parted to create a path for them. At this moment, only Xiao Fei and 4 or 5 other boys remained, all of whom were already paralyzed by fear and anxiety. One of them, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere any longer, stepped forward and addressed Zheng Zhua. "Brother Zhua, we have been blind to the situation. Just tell us what it takes for you to let us go." Chapter 66. A lesson in humiliation. Zheng Zhua chuckled and said to the 4 or 5 boys beside Xiao Fei, "If you wish to leave, it can be quite simple. But you must demonstrate your sincerity. For instance, by severing ties with someone." The boys exchanged glances, unsure how to distance themselves from Xiao Fei. Some contemplated a solution but lacked the courage to act. Wang Xiaojian, standing nearby, remarked to Zheng Zhua, "Brother Zhua, why waste words on them? With so many brothers here, just say the word, and I guarantee they will all be on the ground." As soon as Wang Xiaojian finished speaking, nearly 100 boys began cracking their knuckles, slowly approaching Xiao Fei and the others. Meanwhile, a few boys standing behind Wei Shu could no longer contain their restlessness and asked him, "Handsome, what should we do? Shall we take action?" Wei Shu waved his hand dismissively. "Let's heed brothers' instructions." Feeling the agitation of those around them, the 4 or 5 boys next to Xiao Fei could no longer bear the pressure. The shorter boy suddenly felt his legs weaken and fell to the ground, pleading with Zheng Zhua, "Brother Zhua, please let us go." At this moment, Xiao Fei resolved to take a stand. "Zheng Zhua, you think you're tough? Direct any challenge at me. This has nothing to do with my brothers." Zheng Zhua cast a disdainful glance at the boy on the ground and replied to Xiao Fei, "Wow, you are quite loyal. Let me ask you, if my brothers had not arrived before me and I had engaged you in a fight, would these people have come to your aid? Now you claim it has nothing to do with them, but why did they follow you here? Today, I shall impart a lesson. Never stand on the wrong side, or the consequences will be dire." The diminutive man lying on the ground, upon hearing Zheng's words and observing the dense crowd around him, could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet, delivering a kick towards Xiao Fei while cursing. "Damn it, always pretending to be the boss, but when real trouble arises, it's us who suffer." Xiao Fei was taken aback. He never anticipated that the very dwarf who had once called him brother and obeyed his every command would turn against him. At that moment, the fury of betrayal eclipsed his fear. Just as he prepared to retaliate, the other 4 boys beside him also joined the fray. The collective dread of 4 or 5 individuals morphed into resentment, and they unleashed a brutal assault upon Xiao Fei. Despair, solitude, and fear engulfed Xiao Fei's heart as he endured the blows, which, though painful, felt trivial compared to his shattered spirit. First, he faced the abandonment of his cousin from afar, then the furious departure of his girlfriend. Now, his closest companions had turned their backs, uniting to strike him down. He began to question whether his existence was merely a grave mistake. The nearly 100 onlookers stood in stunned silence, witnessing the raw depravity of human nature for the first time. Zheng, coldly observing the group of boys assaulting Xiao Fei, commanded, "Enough. You all can leave." The 5 boys, momentarily stunned by Zheng's words, hastily fled towards the exit of the internet CF, the crowd parting to let them through while casting disdainful glances at their disgraceful retreat. At that moment, Xiao Fei, now resembling a battered figure, suddenly burst into tears. Just an hour ago, he had been the most prominent male student of the 1999 class at Xiongnan University, an officer in the student council, the leader of his dormitory, with a reasonably attractive girlfriend and a circle of admiring friends. Now, he found himself utterly alone, uncertain of how to confront the betrayals that awaited him. Zheng approached Xiao Fei, pulling him up from the floor, gently patting his bruised face, and softly advised, "From now on, keep a low profile. Leave. Don't let me see you again." Like a mere shell of his former self, Xiao Fei trudged slowly towards the exit, the surrounding crowd casting sympathetic gazes upon him, deepening his humiliation. As he watched Xiao Fei's forlorn figure disappear into the distance, Zheng surveyed the crowd in the internet CF and declared, "Thank you, everyone. Tonight, I'm treating you all to a late-night snack. We won't leave until we're drunk." The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. "All right. Thank you, boss." Zheng smiled and turned to Lin Yujia and Xiao Ming's wife, who were at the cash register, saying, "Let us go grab something to eat. We hardly had dinner." At that moment, Xiao Ming's wife regarded Zheng with newfound respect. Initially, she thought the conflict was merely a squabble among petty delinquents, but she was taken aback by Zheng's calm demeanor throughout the ordeal. While he and his companions had not lifted a finger, his adversaries had suffered a crushing defeat. This blow was not solely physical. It also inflicted profound despair and helplessness upon their souls. A shiver ran down Xiao Ming's wife's spine as she silently reflected on how fortunate she was that Xiao Ming was in a partnership with Zheng rather than an adversary. Yet she maintained a composed smile and replied, "You all go ahead. You are all students, and as an elder sister, it would be somewhat inappropriate for me to join you. Therefore, I shall remain here to oversee the internet CAF. Indeed, it is not quite suitable for Xiao Ming's wife to accompany you, and most of the individuals present are those assisting Zheng in selling mobile phones. Some matters are better left undisclosed to her." Zheng nodded in agreement and addressed Xiao Ming's wife. "All right. Thank you for your understanding, sister-in-law. What would you like to eat? I will have Xiaoyu pack it for you shortly. No, it's quite all right. You all go ahead. I shall not eat anything tonight. What if I gain weight and your brother Chiu no longer wants me? Chiu Ming's wife jested. Zheng laughed heartily. How could that be possible? Sister-in-law, your figure is splendid. With that, Zheng took Lin Yujia's hand and headed towards the exit of the internet CAF. Behind them, Wei Shuai, along with a few young men in jeans, trailed closely. The nearly 100 individuals at the entrance parted to create a pathway, each one eagerly observing Zheng, the affluent gentleman. As they walked, Zheng inquired of the young man in jeans following Wei Shuai, "What is your name?" The young man hurriedly approached Zheng and replied, "I am Pei Yong. You can call me Xiao Yong." Zheng nodded thoughtfully. "Is there any good late-night snack around here? Let us go to Huan Tian Shidi Diner. It's spacious, and the food is both affordable and delicious," Pei Yong suggested after a moment's contemplation. "Very well, then. You shall lead the way in my car." Zheng smiled. Pei Yong, taken aback by the honor, responded, "Absolutely, no problem. Brother Zheng." Zheng then addressed Wang Xiaojian, "Xiaojian, you and Wei Shuai will also ride in my car. Please inform the others that we wish to order first, and have them meet us at Huantian Shidi Diner." Wang Xiaojian nodded, quickly gathering a few leading sales personnel to relay the message before hurrying into Zheng's vehicle, the Oriental Sun. In Chapter 67, Students from Humble Beginnings, Lin Yujia settled into the front passenger seat beside Zheng, while Wei Shuai, Wang Xiaojian, and Pei Yong occupied the back seat. Pei Yong, seated in the middle of the back, excitedly pointed out the route. Zheng drove them to the Huan Tian Shidi Diner, where, amidst the group's company, he casually selected a table to sit at. This diner was quite spacious, featuring over 10 tables adorned with transparent plastic covers, giving it a clean appearance that pleased Zheng immensely. Wang Xiaoshuai and Wei Shuai promptly ventured to the kitchen to place their orders. Upon learning that nearly 100 individuals were to dine, the restaurant owner beamed with delight, and the owner's wife hurried over to serve tea to Zheng and his companions. As Wei Shuai and the others finalized the menu, the nearly 100 guests gradually arrived. Under the guidance of the leading sales personnel, they gathered around Zheng, occupying over 10 tables. Those who had dined before Zheng and his group lowered their heads, uncertain of the nature of this gathering, astonished by such a grand turnout. The more timid among them hastily settled their bills and departed. In the bustling kitchen, the owner, working tirelessly in the winter chill, sweated profusely as the influx of patrons proved overwhelming, causing a delay in the serving of dishes. Seizing the moment while the food was still being prepared, Wang Xiaojian produced an account book and began settling the bills with a few of his sales associates. Essentially, after settling their accounts, individuals here are able to earn a tidy sum, although they have faced several layers of commission deductions. Even the most junior salesperson can pocket between 50 to 100 yuan from the sale of a single mobile phone. Typically, selling 4 or 5 units in a month poses no challenge. For university students in 1999, this amount suffices for their monthly living expenses. Zheng Zhuo observed the part-time students surrounding him. Most of them hailed from humble backgrounds, with some coming from rural areas and others from families affected by urban unemployment. A few belonged to families of moderate means, seeking to earn a living. They were fortunate to have encountered Zheng Zhuo, who provided them with a viable avenue for income. Zheng Zhuo recognized that among these individuals, a portion would undoubtedly achieve success in the future. They possessed diplomas and were willing to endure hardships, qualities that the offspring of the wealthy and powerful often lacked. If he could manage them well and retain them for his own purposes, it would be an immense asset. In the 21st century, what is most valuable? Talent. As Zheng Zhuo sat there, nearly 100 people fell silent, speaking in hushed tones. They cherished the opportunity to sell mobile phones and wished not to leave a poor impression on their employer. Despite appearing to be of similar age, this individual had provided them with employment and, thus, deserved their utmost respect. The notion that children of the impoverished mature early is reflected in these finer details. Noticing the deliberate solemnity among the crowd, Zheng Zhuo rose and called out loudly to the kitchen, "Boss." The proprietress promptly responded, "Coming. What do you need?" Zheng Zhuo smiled and said, "My brothers are all waiting here. How long must we wait? Please bring out all your cold dishes and peanuts, along with every bottle of liquor. The dishes we ordered can be prepared slowly." The proprietress wiped the sweat from her brow and quickly complied. Then, Zheng Zhuo surveyed the crowd and exclaimed, "I appreciate everyone's hard work and am genuinely delighted to gather with you all. From now on, We are not just business partners, but friends. Regardless of who you are, should you encounter any difficulties, speak to Wang Xiaojian, and we will certainly assist you. Today, I propose we finish all the liquor in this establishment. We shall not disperse until we do. Li Yong, emboldened by having shared a ride with Zheng Zhua, mustered the courage to ask, Brother Zhua, what if we finish the liquor and the brothers still haven't had their fill? Zheng Zhua smiled slightly. Then we shall procure more. We will drink until everyone is satisfied. Upon hearing Zheng Zhua's words, warmth spread through the hearts of the crowd. Although they were merely working for him, they now felt regarded as friends by their employer, silently resolving to work diligently. They echoed Zheng Zhua's declaration, we will not disperse until we finish. Soon, the proprietress delivered 2 plates of cold dishes to each table, including cilantro with black fungus, chicken feet, and peanuts. She also placed 2 bottles of white liquor and a case of beer on each table. Wei Shui skillfully opened a bottle of beer with his teeth and handed it to Zheng Zhua. Zheng raised his glass, addressing the gathering. Feel free to choose between beer or white liquor. Indulge in whatever you prefer. However, it is imperative that we drink. I toast to you all. Upon seeing Zheng standing to propose a toast, the crowd promptly filled their glasses. Some opted for beer, while others preferred the warmth of white liquor on this winter's night. Noticing that everyone had filled their cups, Zheng lifted his hand, downing the beer in his grasp, and declared, Relax, everyone. We are all friends here. With that, he took his seat. As several rounds of drinks were consumed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. At this juncture, the owner of the food stall began serving the main courses. Some Boulder University students, taking on part-time roles, approached Zheng to offer him a toast. Zheng was naturally welcoming, but as the rounds continued, he found himself struggling to keep up, resorting to sipping half glasses. With each approach, Wang Xiaojian would introduce the newcomers, and for those he recognized, Zheng would inquire about their names, warmly clinking glasses with them. At this moment, 2 young men wearing black-rimmed glasses timidly stood by, hesitating to approach. Sensing their reluctance, Zheng smiled at them. Come over, brothers, let us share a drink. The 2 quickly made their way over, and Wang Xiaojian remarked, Ah, you've come too? The duo exchanged shy smiles with Wang, explaining, We've come to toast the boss. Who are these 2? Zheng inquired, perplexed. Wang Xiaojian, somewhat aggrieved, responded, These 2? Everyone here has profited alongside us, yet they are the only ones who haven't sold a single phone. In fact, they've managed to ruin 2. Zheng's confusion deepened upon hearing this. The phones they had received were genuine, and Nokia devices were renowned for their durability. How could they have possibly damaged them? Boss, we're truly sorry. We're both studying software development and initially intended to take 2 phones from Xiaojian to earn a little extra on the side. However, we couldn't resist the urge to optimize the software within and ended up bricking the devices. One of the bespectacled young men assured Zheng. Chapter 68. The cutting edge of the era. What? You went and tampered with the phones I provided you? Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how much those 2 phones cost? Can you even afford to compensate for them? Wang Xiaojian exclaimed, visibly agitated. He typically employed a referral system for university students without capital-seeking part-time work. As long as there was a reliable guarantor, any enrolled student could take phones from him, settling the bill only after making sales. Zheng turned to the bespectacled young man and asked, What is your name? He was aware that Nokia's software version was still at 40, and within a couple of years, many high-end Nokia models would transition to the 60 system, known as Symbian, which had dominated globally until the emergence of Apple and Android. These 2 young men were already experimenting with flashing devices, placing them at the forefront of technological advancement. My name is Guan Zhongfei, and this is my brother, Guan Qingfei, the young man responded. What? You are Guan Zhongfei? You are studying software development? Zheng asked, excitement evident in his voice. Indeed, my name is Guan Zhongfei. Brother, do you know me? Guan Zhongfei inquired with a hint of confusion. Zheng Zhua, suppressing the shock within, recognized Guan Zhongfei as a pivotal figure in the development of Apple's core software, and more importantly, the sole Chinese individual who participated throughout the evolution of the Apple system. Zheng Zhua examined Guan Zhongfei before him, uncertain if he was indeed the formidable person he had heard of. However, given the circumstances, it was highly probable. What a treasure I have stumbled upon. This was Zheng's immediate reaction. He smiled enigmatically, and then turned to Pei Yong, saying, Pei Yong, could you fetch 2 chairs? Zhongfei, come, let us brothers enjoy a drink together. Guan Zhongfei was perplexed by Zheng's sudden cordiality. Anxiously, He sat at the same table with his brother and Zheng Zhua. Does your brother share the same field of study as you? Do you both frequently delve into mobile system research? Zheng Zhua asked, extracting a pack of cigarettes from the table, offering two to the Guan brothers. Guan Zhongfei nodded yes. Brother, we did not intend to damage your phone. Please do not take it to heart. We will restore it soon. Zheng Zhua waved his hand dismissively. That is a trivial matter. You two must be carrying a considerable burden with your studies, given that you are both in college. Guan Zhongfei, feeling a bit shy, nodded and replied, Brother, once we fix those two phones, they will be as good as new. It's just the software that is faulty. The hardware remains intact. He was still concerned that Zheng Zhua might demand compensation for the phones, their combined value nearly equating to a semester's living expenses for him and his brother. Zheng Zhua chuckled, reassuringly patting Guan Zhongfei on the shoulder. I told you, it's a minor issue. He then pulled out a stack of money from his bag without counting it and handed it to Guan Zhongfei. Take this for now. I see you and your brother are living quite frugally. Use it to buy a couple of outfits or perhaps a computer. After all, you are engaged in software development, and a computer is essential. However, if you ever need one, you can visit the New Century Internet CAF. You can access it for free. That's Wei Shuai. Make sure you recognize him. If you need a computer, just ask him. Guan Zhongfei was taken aback, hastily declining. Brother, how can I accept your money? I still owe you. Zheng Zhua then addressed Wang Xiaojian, who was sitting nearby in stunned silence. Xiaojian, when the new models arrive, ensure that a new device is sent to Zhongfei first for him and his brother to study. Although Wang Xiaojian was bewildered, he instinctively nodded. Guan Zhongfei found himself at a loss, overwhelmed by Zheng Zhua's generous offers. Zheng Zhua insisted on giving the money to Guan Zhongfei, then raised a glass and said, It's nothing to worry about. This money is not a gift, since you are confident in restoring the Nokia system. You will be responsible for addressing any software issues with the phones I sell in the future. Is that agreeable? Guan Zhongfei sighed with relief. He and his brother had nearly mastered Nokia's 40 operating system. He felt confident that he could restore virtually any software related to Nokia's mobile phones. Nevertheless, he remained profoundly grateful to Zheng Zhua. It is worth noting that such feature phones, unlike the smartphones of later generations, had a significantly lower likelihood of software issues. Zheng Zhua's gestures, presenting new phones, providing financial support, and offering them complimentary internet access, came with the simple request of having Guan assist with potential after-sales problems. But it seemed more likely that Zheng sought to help them. Once Guan contemplated these matters, he promptly lifted his glass and addressed Zheng Zhua. Brother Zhua, thank you. I assure you that I will do my utmost in any task you assign. With that, he drained his glass in one swift motion. Zheng Zhua chuckled heartily, patting Guan Zhongfei on the shoulder. This was precisely the affirmation he desired. Regardless of how Guan Zhongfei might fare in the future or whether he would eventually become a leading software developer at Apple, Zheng Zhua was convinced that his investment today would yield dividends. Wang Xiaowan and Wei Shuai, witnessing Zheng Zhua's cordiality towards Guan Zhongfei, were filled with curiosity. However, recognizing Zheng Zhua's intentions, they too rose to toast with the Guan brothers. The atmosphere at the table gradually grew more convivial. Guan Zhongfei set aside his initial reservations and began to engage with Zheng Zhua and his companions. After all, as impoverished students, he could scarcely fathom what else he and his brother could offer beyond their software development skills. Thus, he began to feel at ease. The late-night feast continued until after 11 o'clock, and in the end, Guan Zhongfei opted not to accept Zheng Zhua's financial assistance, but agreed to the after-sales tasks. Zheng Zhua arranged for Wang Xiaowan to provide the brothers with 100 yuan for each phone repaired. He planned to invite the two brothers to Shenzhen during the holidays, where they could indulge in their passion for mobile software with Fi's assistance. For the other sales personnel, Zheng Zhua presented a modest bonus, increasing their commission by 1 percentage point, which elicited cheers from the group. Pei Yong and his friends were delighted to work as managers at the newly opened New Century Internet CAF. Although each earned only 500 yuan per month and took turns working the evening shifts, they relished the opportunity to spend their days immersed in the CAF without any cost, all while receiving a salary. Furthermore, being computer science majors, they were adept at swiftly resolving any hardware issues that arose. Chapter 69. The Cross-Century Concert. Reflecting on the dream from the previous night, Zheng Zhua shook his head in exasperation. Despite having been reborn for some time, he remained a quintessential virgin. Deep down, he wished for the events of his dream to materialize in reality. Yet he felt uncertain regarding Lin Yujia and Xiao Ran. After all, His future wife was still a high school student in this timeline. How would he confront that reality? Thinking of these matters caused Zheng with some distress. So he resolved to let things unfold naturally. As he had not slept well the previous night, he found himself completely out of sorts during morning sparring practice with Old Sue. Old Sue did not impose excessive expectations on Zheng. To him, his sole responsibility was to teach. The extent of Zheng's learning depended entirely on his own efforts. After practicing Sonda, as was customary, he went to the playground for a morning jog with Lin Yujia, followed by breakfast together. Upon finishing their meal, Zheng contemplated attending his class. Reflecting on his rebirth, he realized he had scarcely attended any classes. With the end of the term approaching, he deemed it essential to familiarize himself with his teachers. Otherwise, the prospect of having to retake exams would be quite troublesome. Parting ways with Lin Yujia at the teaching building, Zheng leisurely sought his classroom. As the classrooms were constantly changing, he was unaware of where his class was scheduled for the day. He attempted to call Huang Guan, but found his phone switched off, as Huang was still asleep. As for Wei Shuai and Wang Xiaojian, he did not even bother asking. Both were still at Xiangnan University, one managing an internet CAF and the other selling mobile phones. Just as Zheng was about to inquire with other classmates, his phone unexpectedly rang. Assuming it was Huang Guan, he picked it up only to find that it was Xia Ran calling. Upon answering, he was greeted by her gentle voice, which sent a shiver down his spine. He was more accustomed to her fierce demeanor. "Brother, come over. Take me to Xiangnan TV. I don't care. I want you to accompany me today," she demanded. "What do you need to go to Xiangnan TV for?" Zheng asked, puzzled. "Are you coming or not? If you don't, I'll come to your school to find you." Xia Ran replied stubbornly. "Fine. Where are you?" Zheng said, shaking his head in resignation. "I'm at home, all cleaned up and waiting for you," she teased. "Wait for me. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Zheng concluded, ending the call. His plans for class were once again disrupted, and it seemed the likelihood of failing at the end of the term was significantly heightened. Zheng briskly made his way to the back gate of the school, noticing that Old Sue's cafeteria had yet to open. And his New Century Internet CAF was also locked tight, primarily because Huang Guan was still indulging in slumber. Zheng paid little mind to this. After all, there would be minimal business so early in the morning. If Huang enjoyed his sleep, he could have a little longer. Returning to his rented courtyard, Zheng started his Dongfang Zizi and headed towards Xianzhang Huaqing. He arrived promptly, parking at the entrance. Taking out his phone, he dialed Xia Ran's number, and she answered almost immediately. "Brother, would you like to come up for a visit?" she asked playfully. "Speak properly. Didn't you call me for something? Hurry down. I'm waiting for you," Zheng insisted, ignoring her temptation. "All right," Xia Ran sighed, sounding somewhat disappointed. She herself was unsure whether she truly felt let down that Zheng wouldn't come up, or if she was merely acting. Perhaps it was a combination of both. Xia Ran soon emerged from her complex, looking particularly alluring today with a touch of makeup. Once in the car, she donned a pair of sunglasses and flashed a sweet smile at Zheng. "Darling, did you miss me? Why didn't you come looking for me when I didn't call?" Zheng pondered the reason behind Xia Ran's choice of sunglasses, momentarily lost in thought. Xia Ran felt a twinge of embarrassment under Zheng's gaze, mistakenly assuming he was captivated by her beauty. Playfully, she lightly tapped his arm and quipped, "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before?" Zheng's soon recollected that Xia Ran's latest single had caused quite a stir upon its release. And with her considerable attractiveness, it was only natural she had become a target for media attention, garnering significant exposure in mainstream outlets. Therefore, if Xia Ran were to behave as she once did, it was highly likely that astute fans would recognize her. With a sheepish smile, Zheng's started the car and inquired, "What brings you to Xiangnan Satellite TV? Are you there for promotion? It seems your company is doing quite well, having rapidly elevated your public profile." Dongfang Dong. The person in charge may lack other talents, but he is generous with expenditures. He managed to lure renowned music producers from Baidai with double salaries and recruited numerous market promotion experts, giving the company a semblance of success. "I'm heading to Xiangnan Satellite TV for a rehearsal. I'm going to participate in their Millennium concert," Xia Ran replied, checking her makeup in the car's mirror. "That's impressive. But why invite me to accompany you? Aren't you worried about those entertainment reporters spreading rumors about you?" Zheng's chuckled, questioning her. "Why should I be concerned? You are, after all, my boyfriend, and a talented, handsome, and wealthy one at that. Why would I fear their reports?" Xia Ran retorted dismissively. Zheng's, however, broke into a cold sweat. If he were to be photographed with Xia Ran, he would be at a loss on how to explain it to Lin Yujia. Hastily, he advised, Let us keep a low profile. You are just starting your journey. Any rumors could adversely affect the promotion of your new album. You know why many celebrities in Hong Kong and Taiwan, even in their 30s and 40s, choose not to reveal their relationships? It's all about preserving their market value. All right then, if I am spotted, I'll just say you're my manager or assistant or something. By the way, we should stop by the company. You haven't visited since it was established, have you? Sharon remarked nonchalantly. Zheng's was shrugged. Where is the company located? In Jinxiu Tianxia, Sharon replied, pulling out her makeup kit and touching up her appearance. Although Zhengzwa thought she looked stunning already, women are often their own harshest critics, especially regarding their looks. That place is quite expensive, isn't it? Are they renting or purchasing? Zhengzwa inquired, aware that the office building Sharon mentioned was one of the priciest in Star City back in 1999. No money was spent. That building was originally a partnership between Dong Fangdong's father and Kangxi's father. I heard that when these two spendthrifts decided to start a company, their fathers gifted them a whole floor without charging a penny, Sharon scoffed. Chapter 70. A night of confusion emerging from the lively street eatery. Zhengzwa was met with a throng of nearly 100 people, all gathered at the entrance to bid him farewell, each calling out, Zhuegu, safe travels. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Zhengzwa smiled and waved to the crowd, then revved the engine of his Dongfang ZZ and sped away. Wei Shuai and Wang Xiaojian remained occupied with various matters, leaving only Zhengzwa and Lin Yujie in the car. To shake off the remnants of intoxication, Zhengzwa turned on the radio. The familiar melody of a song echoed through the air, dispelling his inebriation. It was Lillian, sung by Xia Ran. As he drove, Zhengzwa reveled in the enchanting notes of Xia Ran's voice. The song, after being rearranged, had shed its melancholic undertones, embracing a more ethereal beauty. Beside him, Lin Yujie was equally captivated by the song, quietly seated in the passenger seat, her head tilted as she closed her lovely eyes in appreciation. When the song concluded, the radio host's voice filled the space. The recently played track was the latest single from the familiar yet enigmatic artist Xia Xia, who had begun to rise to fame online 2 years prior. It was believed that many had encountered her music on the internet, and this particular piece, Lillian, was purportedly crafted specifically for her by one of the most mysterious songwriters in the Chinese music scene. Upon its release, the song swiftly ascended to the top of numerous national charts. Xia Xia, so it's her. I adore her music. Her voice is so pure, Lin Yujie remarked, her large eyes blinking lazily as she lounged in the passenger seat. Really? You like her? Zhengzhuo inquired. What is wrong with that? Are you feeling jealous? Lin Yujie teased, evidently pleased with Zhengzhuo's reaction. No, absolutely not. Zhengzhuo quickly replied, anxious that Lin Yujie might discern something from his expression. As they traversed the increasingly vibrant streets of Star City, where revelry and nightlife flourished, Zhengzhuo and Lin Yujie were not enticed by the city's splendor. They sped back to Lin University. Both were accustomed to an early routine, and barring inclement weather, they typically engaged in morning exercises together. Recently, Zhengzhuo had taken on an additional task, training in Sanda with Lao Su. This was undoubtedly a physically demanding sport, and even Zhengzhuo's well-conditioned 19-year-old body found it taxing, leaving his muscles sore each morning upon waking. After dropping Lin Yujie off at her dormitory, Zhengzhuo returned to his rented courtyard alone. He had leased the entire compound, which featured a 2-story building with over 10 rooms. Zhengzhuo resided in the largest suite, while later arrivals such as Li Yi, Wei Shuai, and Huang Guan moved in, leaving some rooms still available. Eventually, he offered one of his adjacent suites to the female students from Lin Yujie's dormitory, creating a cozy retreat for them. On nights when returning late to their dorms was impractical, they would stay there, storing items that did not fit in their accommodations. Since moving in, Zhengzhuo had not only installed air conditioning, water heaters, and a television in the building, but he had also converted the old barn into a recreation room, complete with a large fireplace. His friends often gathered there to drink, play cards, chat, and barbecue. When Zhengzhuo parked the car beneath the old tree, flickers of firelight danced from within the barn. Zhengzhuo crafted a makeshift door from a rain canopy and found Huang Guan, Lu Sha, Lao Su, and Li Yi gathered around a large pot of hot pot, indulging in drinks. Upon seeing Zhengzhuo's return, they vacated a spot for him. Li Yi raised his glass and inquired, Zhuer, why are you back so late? Come, let us share a couple of drinks. Zhengzhuo smiled wryly and shook his head. No more drinking for me. I've had my fill today. Is there anything to eat? I've spent the entire day drinking. And now seeing you all eat makes me realize I'm rather hungry. Lao Su conjured a handful of sweet potato noodles from seemingly nowhere and tossed them into the bubbling pot, instantly filling the air with a delightful aroma. Zheng Zhuo picked up chopsticks and began to fish for food from the hot pot. As he ate, he grumbled, "Damn, you all seem to be living quite well. I nearly got caught in Hushi today. What is going on? What trick is Huang Maoshan up to now?" Li Yi, upon hearing this, asked with concern. Zheng Zhuo shoved a piece of hot, spicy potato into his mouth, rendering him momentarily speechless. He gestured towards Li Yi, then, with a mouthful, recounted the misadventures he and Lin Yujia faced in Hushi. "Damn, he is lucky. If it were Linda, I would have knocked him flat," Li Yi declared boastfully. "On the contrary, I believe Zhuir executed a splendid maneuver. That fellow, Xiao Fei, will find it difficult to hold his head high at Xiangda from now on. The feeling of being ostracized is far more damaging than a beating." Lao Su, having produced a fragrant, steaming chicken wing, took a bite and remarked. Zheng Zhuo gathered all the sweet potato noodles from the pot and relished them. Noticing Lao Su conjure another chicken wing, he complained, "Damn it, Lao Su. If you have delicious food, why not bring it all out at once? Why the tease with one treat at a time?" Lao Su laughed heartily and pointed to the space between him and Li Yi. Zheng Zhuo stood up and discovered a brazier there, with charcoal burning inside and a grill atop it, piled high with chives, eggplants, and chicken legs. Li Yi handed Zheng Zhuo a perfectly grilled chicken wing, saying, "This one is about ready. Here, enjoy." Zheng Zhuo graciously accepted it, munching away. "Damn, with your skills, it would be a waste not to run a barbecue stall part-time. How about Lao Su's restaurant starts selling late-night snacks from tomorrow? Damn, why wouldn't he do that? Money isn't a problem now. How much can you really earn from barbecuing?" Li Yi replied nonchalantly, after finishing the chicken wing and leaving his lips oily. Zheng Zhuo could no longer resist pouring himself a glass of beer. It felt incomplete to eat barbecue without a drink. By the time they finished their late-night feast, it was already deep into the night. Since they had practice the next day, Zheng Zhuo chose not to stay up any longer, while Li Yi, Huang Guan, and the others were typical night owls, sure to be awake until 2 or 3 in the morning. Returning upstairs alone, Zheng Zhuo enjoyed a soothing hot shower and then nestled into his warm, soft bed. In his dreams, he experienced a vivid reverie. Perhaps it was the hunger of his 19-year-old body, as he dreamt of Lin Yujia one moment and then switched to Xia Ran the next, entwined in a whirlwind of passion throughout the night. Chapter 71. The acceleration of hormonal secretion. How delightful it is to have a wealthy father. Zheng Zhuo exclaimed with a smile. Such occurrences are more prevalent in later times, where ordinary individuals toil their entire lives, yet remain unable to attain heights that second-generation affluent individuals inherit from birth. Nonetheless, were Zheng Zhuo to make a choice, he would prefer to rely on his own efforts to earn everything, despite the chaos that would later ensue in his life. He believes that having strived is not entirely inconsequential, as the outcome does not solely define one's existence. What is so commendable about it? He spends all his time away from home, and family members require appointments through his secretary just to see him. It is truly tragic for a child to grow up in such an environment, often feeling akin to an orphan. Xia Ran vehemently disagreed with Zheng Zhuo's perspective. Zheng Zhuo chose not to engage in a debate with Xia Ran, recognizing that differing backgrounds inevitably lead to varied viewpoints. As he drove, Zheng Zhuo retrieved an 8,250 from his satchel and handed it to Xia Ran. "This is for you, as promised." "Wow, thank you, dear. You remembered," Xia Ran exclaimed, excitedly accepting the 8,250 from Zheng Zhuo and giving him a quick peck on the cheek. "Hey, sister, I'm driving." Zheng Zhuo was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected kiss, nearly swerving into a tree by the roadside. "Hee, I just couldn't contain my happiness." Xia Ran eagerly removed her SIM card from her Ericsson phone and inserted it into the new Nokia 8250. After pressing the power button, the screen displayed an enchanting blue light accompanied by a graphic of 2 hands holding each other. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, a blue screen. How beautiful." In 1999, before the advent of color screens, Nokia's 8250 gained immense popularity due to its striking blue display, becoming one of the best-selling high-end phones of the year. Upon arriving at Jinxiu Tianxia, they coincided with the morning rush hour. Fortunately, the proliferation of cars in 1999 had not yet reached the alarming levels of later years. Under Xia Ran's guidance, Zheng Zhuo adeptly maneuvered the car into the underground parking lot of the office building. Once outside the vehicle, Xia Ran took the initiative to hold Zheng Zuo's hand, leading him to an elevator. This elevator is exclusive to our company. There is only one button for the floor. She pressed the elevator button as she spoke. Zheng Zuo chuckled, recognizing the extravagant nature of the affluent. It was rather audacious for a single company to monopolize an elevator in a building that likely boasted over 50 floors. The elevator swiftly ascended to the 18th floor, seemingly selected with care by the wealthy patriarch. As Xia Ran and Zheng Zuo emerged from the elevator, a receptionist adorned with striking red lipstick and an ample bosom stood up from her seat, cheerfully greeting Xia Ran. "Good morning, Sister Xia." Xia Ran nodded in acknowledgement and guided Zheng Zuo towards the office area, stating, "Inform Manager Feng that Teacher Zheng has arrived. Ask them to come to my office." The wall behind the receptionist was emblazoned with the artistic script of night-long Gu cultural communication, its golden letters swirling elegantly, exuding an air of grandeur. The office area featured natural wood flooring, with desks meticulously arranged throughout the spacious hall. A group of youthful men and women were busily engaged in their tasks. Upon seeing Sharon and Zheng Zuo enter, they all rose to their feet, greeting Sharon warmly. Not lingering in the lobby, Sharon nodded to the crowd and proceeded to her office, accompanied by Zheng Zuo. Upon entering Sharon's office, one is immediately captivated by the promotional posters adorning the walls. The posters, exquisitely crafted, combined with Sharon's naturally striking beauty, compel one to pause in admiration. The office itself is modest in size, approximately 15 square meters, featuring an elegantly styled European desk at its center, alongside a piano. Sharon casually glided her fingers across the piano keys, producing a melodious cascade of notes. She gestured towards a genuine leather sofa beneath one of the posters, saying, "Brother, please take a seat. This is my office. What do you think?" Zheng Zuo nodded in approval. "It's quite nice, but I wonder if you have left your banking job behind?" With Sharon's rising fame, it would be quite likely for enthusiastic fans to surround the small savings bank where you once worked. "I never truly enjoyed that job. It was something my family pressured me into. Now that I have resigned, I find great relief. I owe you my gratitude for providing me with a legitimate reason to leave that position." Sharon smiled as she settled beside Zheng Zuo. The single-seater sofa felt somewhat cramped with both of them seated together. Zheng Zuo caught a whiff of a tantalizing and enigmatic fragrance, reminiscent of Sharon's alluring figure. A surge of hormones coursed through him, igniting an almost uncontrollable urge to embrace her on that very sofa. Seemingly attuned to Zheng Zuo's bodily reactions, Sharon flashed a seductive smile at him, inching closer to his arm. As he felt her warmth enveloping him, memories of last night's vivid dreams resurfaced in his mind. Without conscious thought, his hand slipped beneath the soft fabric of Sharon's pink jacket, the intimate skin-to-skin contact eliciting an inexplicable thrill for both. At last, Zheng Zuo's right hand reached the alluring edge of her silhouette, but just then, a knock echoed from outside the office door. "Who is it?" Sharon exclaimed, her half-closed eyes flaring with annoyance at the unwelcome interruption. "Xiangdong, is Zheng Zuo with you?" came the voice from outside. Blushing deeply, Sharon hastily adjusted her attire, rising from Zheng Zuo's lap in a huff to open the office door. "He is here," she shouted at the threshold. Xiangdong, seemingly oblivious to the ire of Sharon, entered the office and upon spotting Zheng Zuo, quickly remarked, "Ah, Zheng Zuo, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have gone downstairs to welcome you." Zheng Zuo waved him off, responding, "Old Feng, let us skip the formalities. How's everything going? I see the company is doing quite well. Xiang Xia's song has been well received, and the promotion and packaging are all on point." "Well, Zheng Zuo, Xiang Xia's single has already been released, and Kang Zi's Chrysanthemum Terrace is currently in the recording phase. I was wondering if you could." Xiang Dong hesitated, feeling a bit sheepish. After listening to 2 songs created by Zheng, Fang Xiangdong found himself dreaming of receiving a song from Zheng that would catapult him to fame. Zheng chuckled and told Fang, "All right, fetch me a guitar." This song was to be performed by 2 male voices, and it was up to Fang to decide whether to sing alongside Yao Kong or the man in leather pants. Chapter 72. The entertainment world is chaotic. Did you truly compose Lillian and Chrysanthemum Terrace? Young people should not be so impetuous at your age. How could you possibly have written these 2 songs? A man with a small mustache sneered from behind Fang Xiangdong. Zheng, seated on the sofa, glanced at the mustached man before looking inquiringly at Fang. Fang hastily signaled to the man with his eyes, then grinned at Zheng, saying, "Teacher Zheng, this is the esteemed teacher Da Wei, whom we hired with a generous salary from Baidai. Teacher Dawei is a luminary in the industry, having produced a third of the best-selling albums from the Treasure Island. Zheng nodded, recognizing the name of Teacher Dawei, having likely heard many albums crafted by him in the future. Courteously, Zheng rose and addressed the mustached man. It is an honor to finally meet you, Teacher Dawei. I did not anticipate your esteemed presence here. However, I must ask, what leads you to believe these two songs are beyond my capability to compose? These songs are rare masterpieces, created once in a decade. The composer must possess considerable musical knowledge, literary skill, and life experience, qualities I do not see in you. Dawei retorted dismissively. Zheng smiled and shook his head. What if I were to present several more songs of similar caliber? Would you still insist they were purchased? If you manage to produce 2 more works of equal quality, I will concede that they are your originals, Dawei countered obstinately. Beside them, Xia Ran gently grasped Zheng's arm. Whispering, Dawei is a veteran in pop music. There's no need to let him provoke you. In truth, Xia Ran doubted Zheng could produce 2 more songs on par with the previous ones, as Dawei had declared them to be exceptional works rarely encountered in a decade. To produce 2 such masterpieces simultaneously was indeed a formidable challenge. Zheng smiled reassuringly at Xia Ran, indicating that she need not worry. A woman in black stockings approached, handing a wooden guitar to Feng Xiangdong. He quickly passed it to Zheng, who casually strummed a few chords. Suddenly, Feng awakened from his reverie and exclaimed to the woman in black, "Quick, bring a recording device." The woman, swaying her ample hips, turned and dashed out to fetch a recorder. In 1999, before the advent of digital recorders and pens, cassette tapes were still the norm. Just as everything was set for Feng, a long-haired man burst in like the wind, exclaiming, "Wow, it's really Teacher Zheng. Why didn't you inform me, Donggo? How could I not inform you? The moment evening falls, you seem to be invigorated, wandering into nightclubs, leaving your phone switched off all morning." Direction East remarked. The visitor was Yao Kong, who, upon arriving at the company, heard that Xia Ran had brought a man along. Consequently, Direction East promptly sought out this individual. Suspecting with high certainty that it was Zheng Zhua, he hurried over in quick strides. Zheng Zhua waved his hand towards the two, signaling them to be quiet. "This song is a duet, perfectly suited for both of you. Listen closely. I am eager to see what other fine works you possess." Little mustache Dawei scoffed again, harboring jealousy as he observed the admiration Direction East and Yao Kong held for Zheng Zhua. Zheng Zhua paid no heed to Dawei's disdain and began to strum his guitar and sing, listening to the sound of tears. "I venture into the woods in search of the white pear blossoms, only to find a line of green moss. The sky lies beyond the mountains as rain falls upon the flower terrace. My temples have turned gray, listening to the sound of tears. I venture into the woods in search of the white pear blossoms, only to find a line of green moss. The sky lies beyond, as rain falls upon the flower terrace. I await your arrival. I bid you farewell beyond the horizon. Are you still out there? From whence does the melody arise? Life and death remain enigmatic, as I spend a lifetime in wait." The lyrics and melody, steeped in the essence of ancient Huagua, resonated through Zheng Zhua's slightly husky voice, evoking profound sorrow and a sense of parting that enveloped the hearts of all present. In an instant, everyone in Xia Ran's office was transfixed by Zheng Zhua's singing. To be candid, while Zheng Zhua's singing could only be classified as above average for an amateur, and his guitar skills were merely passable, the sheer classic nature of the song captivated the audience, drawing them into its enchanting melody. Although Direction East and Yao Kong were mentally prepared, knowing that Zheng Zhua would present a masterpiece, they could not suppress their excitement when faced with such a renowned song, their hands rubbing together in delight, smiles illuminating their faces as they gazed at Zheng Zhua with gratitude. Dawei, on the other hand, concealed his disdainful demeanor, rendered speechless by Zheng Zhua's talent. Over a decade of experience in the industry told him that this young man was undeniably a prodigious talent. Ignoring the flattery from the crowd, Zheng Zhua turned to Xia Ran and inquired, Xia, how many songs have you arranged for your century-spanning concert?" Xia Ran, recovering from her astonishment, affectionately kissed Zheng Zhua on the cheek and replied, 2 songs, one titled Dog and Adultery, and the other Lillian." Zheng Zhua shook his head, stating, "Dog and Adultery has already gained significant traction online. At the grand stage of Xiangnan Satellite TV, you ought to perform 2 new songs. There is no better platform for promotion than theirs. Mark my words. This song is prepared for you. Sing it at your concert." With that, disregarding others, Zheng Zhua began to strum and sing Amaze My Dearest. No matter how desolate the world may be, loving you dispels the fear of solitude. My dearest, how have you been faring? In the days without me, may you remain unscathed. The catchy, heartfelt melody washed over the audience like a gentle spring breeze, leaving them all in awe. As Zheng Zhua finished singing the song, Dawei could no longer contain his excitement and rushed to Zheng Zhua, grasping his hands fervently. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. You are a genius, truly a genius. Zheng Zhua smiled and addressed the crowd. I would like to request a favor from everyone. Please use a pseudonym when promoting the lyricist and composer. I wish to remain anonymous. Dong Feng questioned, perplexed, Teacher Zheng, why do you wish to remain so low-key? Wouldn't it be better for us to shine together? Zheng Zhua shook his head and replied with a popular phrase from the future, the industry is too chaotic. What name should we use for the credit of these songs? Asked Yao Kong. After a moment's thought, Zheng Zhua replied, Lin Yujie can call me that. Initially, he had not appreciated Lin Yujie's way of addressing him, but over time, each utterance of her name filled him with warmth, leading him to casually express it. Chapter 73. In high demand, the repertoire for my concert had already been determined, and any changes would require coordination with Xiangnan Satellite TV. Xia Ran's gaze had not strayed from Zheng Zhua. Concerned about the song changes, she said, we must change it. Dawei, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Mr. Zheng is right. We must leverage the grand stage of Xiangnan Satellite TV to showcase this song. Please give me a little time, just a bit. 2 hours. I will complete the arrangement in 2 hours, and then we can rehearse with Xiangnan Satellite TV. I believe they will agree to the change once they hear the song. Li, quickly call the director of the concert at Xiangnan Satellite TV and inform them that Xia will be a bit late for rehearsal, said Dong Feng eagerly. Oh, never mind, I'll call myself. Zheng Zhua smiled as he observed everyone bustling about, while Xia Ran nestled contentedly against him. With such an unambitious, wealthy, and exceptionally talented boyfriend, Xia Ran felt she would not trade him for anything. Long Mao Yao Kong dutifully poured a cup of hot tea for Zheng Zhua, presenting it with both hands while ingratiatingly saying, Teacher Zheng, that song 1,000 miles away was meant for me and Dong Gu to perform together, right? Zheng Zhua glanced at Yao Kong and casually inquired, what happened to that guy in leather pants? Oh, he no longer plays with us. His father sent him abroad for studies. Yao Kong said dismissively. Now, this company was founded by Dong Gu, Xia, and me. Dong Xia also invested? Zheng Zhua asked, slightly surprised. Yes, Dong Gu and I each contributed 4 million, plus this office building. Xia invested 5 million. We each hold a 30 share. And Dong Gu said he would gift you 10, because only your compositions can maximize our company's profits. Yao Kong replied, assuming Zheng Zhua was already aware of this information. Zheng shook his head, aware of Xia's wealth, yet astonished by her ability to effortlessly produce 5 million. Moreover, the three of them astonishingly retained a 10% share for themselves. This portion alone constituted a substantial sum considering their investment. Zheng understood that under his guidance, the company was destined for remarkable growth. Brother Zhua, I know you are not in need of money, but this is a small token from Dong Gu and Kong Zi. Besides, we cannot sing your songs without some form of compensation. Please accept it. Xia Ran clung tightly to Zheng, as if fearing he might flee. Zheng nodded, all right. I shall accept this 10%. However, Kong Zi, would you mind not performing Qian Li Ji Yan duet with Dong Zi? Let him sing it solo. Zheng felt a twinge of guilt upon witnessing Dong and Yao Kang's sincerity, especially after they gifted him shares. Initially, Yao Kong had been quite rude to him, which prompted Zheng to offer him Ju Hua Tai. This could have easily led Yao Kong to become a representative of a certain inclination. And now the thought of him singing the passionate Qian Li Ji was a vision too vivid for Zheng to contemplate. Upon hearing this, Yao Kong immediately grew anxious. Teacher Zheng, how can that be? Such a beautiful song. I must sing it. Perhaps I could even transfer some of my shares to you? Enough. There's no need for that. You were the one eager to sing. Zheng replied with resignation. From now on, don't call me Teacher Zheng. Since we are partners, we are all brothers now. Just call me Zheng Zhua. Yao Kong chuckled heartily. Haha, Brother Zhua, as long as you let me sing Qian Li Ji with Dong Gu, we can discuss anything. Zheng took a sip of the warm tea in his hand and shrugged, suit yourself. After all, it is you who insists on singing. At that moment, Dong finished his phone call and approached Zheng with a stack of documents. Teacher Zheng, the folks at Xiangnan TV have confirmed everything. Xia will head over shortly. Did Kong Zi mention the shares to you? If there are no issues, could you please sign this contract? Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Dongzi, spare me the formalities. I, Zheng Zhua, have never been one for contracts. I believe in keeping one's word. Don't you know that contracts are merely meant to be torn up? Also, from now on, don't call me Teacher Zheng. We are all friends here. Just call me Zheng Zhua. Dong blushed slightly and chuckled. All right, brother Zhua. We want to sign a contract then. You will have a share in this company from now on. Let me show you around. Though Zheng was slightly younger than Dong and Yao Kong, their talent compelled them to refer to him as brother Zhua. Zheng nodded and exchanged a few words with Xia Ran before stepping out with Dong and Yao Kong. Meanwhile, Xia Ran donned her headphones and began practicing the catchy tune Zui Qin Ai Da, which she had just recorded. 2 hours later, Dou Wei had completed the arrangement for Zui Qin Ai Da, and Xia Ran had already mastered the melodic song. The group then set off for Xiangnan TV. On the road, Yao Kong and Dou Wei were seated in a Mercedes-Benz heading east, while Xia Ran insisted on riding in the cherry Dongfeng ZZ driven by Zheng Zhua. The 5 of them, in 2 cars, sped towards the broadcasting hall of Xiangnan Satellite TV. Zheng Zhua had visited the Guangdian building, where Xiangnan Satellite TV was located. In a previous life, yet it was his first time entering the performance hall. Upon entering, Dou Wei and the others busied themselves coordinating with the director of the cross-century concert regarding song changes and handing over the songs to the relevant personnel. The director indicated that he would listen to the live effects before making a decision. Zheng Zhua sat idly in the back row of the performance hall, observing Xia Ran and Dou Wei as they busied themselves. Occasionally, familiar faces from the stage appeared, prominent artists from 1999, not to mention the invited singers from across the strait and 3 regions. Even Xiangnan Satellite TV's leading hosts, Li He and Yao Xiang, were hot figures in the entertainment industry, now not far from Zheng Zhua. Had Zheng Zhua seen so many stars during his university days in the future, he would have excitedly rushed over for photos and autographs. However, the present Zheng Zhua had no interest in idolizing anyone. Bored, he took a cigarette from his pocket and was about to light it when a staff member approached him politely, saying, "Sir, I'm sorry, but smoking is not permitted in the performance hall." Zheng Zhua nodded to the staff member and replied, "My apologies." He then stood up and walked towards the corridor outside the hall. Just as he was about to ignite the cigarette, a man in his 30s struggled to approach him, carrying a large suitcase. Chapter 74. The stars gather around Zheng Zhua noticed the man's back was nearly bent under the weight, and, without hesitation, he offered a helping hand to assist the man in bringing the heavy suitcase into the performance hall. The man gratefully expressed his thanks, to which Zheng Zhua courteously replied, "No need to thank me." Afterward, Zheng Zhua returned to the corridor, and the man followed him, cheerfully inquiring, "Brother, what do you do?" Zheng Zhua glanced at the man, pulled out a Fuyun Wang cigarette, handed it to him, and smiled as he answered, "Just accompanying a friend to watch the rehearsal." The man accepted the cigarette, noted the brand, and exclaimed, "Wow, Fuyun Wang, you seem to be doing well. What do you do?" Zheng Zhua chuckled, "Just wandering around. I do a bit of small business with some friends. My name is Wu Wu. What is your surname?" The man lit the Fuyun Wang, took a deep puff, and asked, "My name is Zheng Zhua." "Wait, what did you say your name was?" Zheng Zhua was taken aback, not expecting to meet this person in such a manner. "My name is Wu Wu." "Why, have you heard of me, Zheng brother?" Wu Wu asked, astonished. He had been with Xiangnan Satellite TV for many years, but had never made a name for himself. Although he often held the title of associate director, he frequently had to handle menial tasks, and he was surprised that Zheng Zhua seemed to have heard of him. Zheng Zhua had not merely heard of him. He was very familiar with his name. If I am not mistaken, many of the flagship variety shows of Xiangnan Satellite TV in later years were almost entirely created by director Wu Wu, including Supergirl, Happy Boy, and I Am a Singer. It was unexpected, however, that Wu Wu still had to engage in some side work. Zheng Zhua, recovering from his astonishment, smiled and said to Wu Wu, "No, I just feel quite a connection with you. Do you have time later for a drink?" Jokingly, he thought to himself that if he could establish a good rapport with this variety show maestro, it would not merely be about nurturing a diva. Even the emergence of new 4 heavenly kings seemed possible. "Apologies, Brother Zhang, but I have too many matters to attend to these days. Perhaps we can reschedule? My phone number is 127, and I will treat you to dinner next time," Wu Wu replied with a hint of embarrassment. "Goodness, I can't believe it. Wu Wu is still using a basic phone." Zheng Zhua silently lamented, but outwardly he said, "I see. Then I shall treat you to dinner another time. Honestly, why are you still using such an old phone?" To be frank, I have a mobile phone business myself, if you don't mind. I can let you borrow one from me. Brother, I can tell you are a loyal person. It's just that my salary is too low to afford one. Besides, not many people reach out to me, so using a basic phone works fine. Once I have some money, I will come to buy a phone from you. Wu Wu replied candidly. Wu Gu, if you truly regard me as a brother, then let us not stand on ceremony. Zheng Zuo exclaimed, leading Wu Wu towards the parking lot outside the performance hall. His car was often driven by Li Yi and Lao Su for deliveries, so he frequently had several phones in his vehicle. Upon reaching the parking lot, Zheng Zuo retrieved an 8250 from the trunk of his Dongfeng Jizi and handed it to Wu Wu, saying, Wu Gu, take this for now. Whenever you have the means, we can discuss payment. Besides, it's convenient for me, as I dislike waiting for others to use their phones. Wu Wu glanced at the 8250 in Zheng Zuo's hand. Aware of its worth, yet feeling too embarrassed to refuse, he accepted the phone. Zheng Zuo smiled and said, Wu Gu, my number is 1390066. Make sure to jot it down, and let me know once you have your phone activated. Wu Wu nodded eagerly. All right, Brother Zheng. I won't say much more. Consider me your friend. Zheng Zuo chuckled, throwing his arm around Wu Wu's shoulder. Enough with the pleasantries, Wu Gu. We'll drink together another day, and I'll introduce you to a couple of friends who could be beneficial for you. Zheng Zuo planned to introduce Dongfeng Dong and Yao Kong to Wu Wu. As securing sponsorships for shows was essential, sponsors often had the right to provide suggestions for programs, and Zheng Zuo sought to leverage the support of Xiangnan Satellite TV. If he could represent the advertising for this television station, making a profit would be effortless. Wu Wu did not press for further details. He simply apologized to Zheng Zuo, agreeing to contact him in a couple of days, and then departed. Zheng Zuo leisurely returned to the performance hall, just in time to hear Xia Ran singing My Dearest on stage. The entire auditorium was captivated by Xia Ran's melodious voice. Several female singers discreetly inquired about her background, while the concert director, after hearing a brief segment of her performance, promptly decided to permit Xia Ran to replace the song Dog Stealing Love with her new piece. Upon witnessing this outcome, Zheng Zuo realized that Xia Ran had taken the most solid first step on her path to stardom. Watching the celestial beauty of Xia Ran at the center of the stage filled him with immense satisfaction. Once Xia Ran completed her rehearsal, she was surrounded by a throng of admirers as they exited the auditorium. Clinging tightly to Zheng Zuo's arm, she seemed eager to publicly affirm their romantic relationship, leaving many in the entertainment circle astonished that a newly popular female star would so boldly declare her love. Undeterred by the curious gazes of others, Xia Ran nestled against Zheng Zuo, playfully asking, Did I not fully interpret your creation? Zheng Zuo chuckled and gently pinched her chin, replying, Absolutely splendid. Perfect. Brother Zuo, let us not return to the company just yet. It's just about time for dinner, and you simply must treat me this time. Remember, we were supposed to take you out last time, Yao Kong interjected, tossing her long hair. Indeed, brother. Consider it a celebration for me. Xia Ran chimed in sweetly. Zheng Zuo nodded. Very well. Since everyone is interested, I cannot dampen the mood. Where shall we go? Yao Kong decisively stated. Since Brother Zuo is treating, we shall certainly go to the Huaqing Grand Hotel. The group readily agreed, knowing that both De Wei and Xia Ran held considerable influence in the industry. Dining at a casual eatery could easily attract media attention. Seeing no objections from the others, Zheng Zuo remained silent. Even though he had experienced some unpleasantness at the Huaqing Hotel in the past, they arrived at the Huaqing Hotel, where Yao Kong had already reserved a private room and ordered the dishes in advance. Guided by the staff, they traversed the opulent lobby and ascended to the top floor via the elevator. Chapter 75. Revelry is the solitude of many. The Huaqing Hotel stands as a 50-story skyscraper in Star City, with its restaurant located on the top floor. In 1999, one could gaze through the restaurant's glass walls and behold the entire city below. Yao Kong had booked the most luxurious private room, and through its floor-to-ceiling windows, they could see the Xiang River winding northward in the distance. Although Zheng Zuo was well acquainted with the city, this was his first dining experience at this restaurant. Even considering his exposure to various places in later years, he was astounded by the opulence of this hotel restaurant, where a mere meal could cost several thousand yuan, a staggering expense for an inland city in 1999. The restaurant featured both a grand hall and private dining areas. Even in the hall, thick carpets adorned the floor, and crystal chandeliers remained illuminated even during the day. European-style tables and fine tableware were meticulously arranged throughout the space. As the group followed the server toward the dining area, Zheng's was spotted a familiar figure in the hall, Xiao Huixian. Xiao Huixian, adorned with heavy makeup, was unrecognizable to Zheng's. She wore a pure black wool sweater that snugly accentuated her figure, while a fiery red down jacket rested on the back of her chair. Untouched in the air-conditioned restaurant. Opposite her sat a middle-aged man clad in a gray suit, slightly balding. At that moment, they seemed engrossed in conversation, with Xiao Huixian laughing animatedly. Zheng Zhuo gazed at her in surprise, while Xiao Ran, linking her arm with his, noticed his unusual demeanor and curiously inquired, "Brother, what's the matter?" Zheng Zhuo shook his head, replying, "It's nothing, just encountered an old classmate." Xiao Ran, intrigued, followed his gaze and caught sight of Xiao Huixian and the man across from her, but chose not to comment further. Although the situation was apparent, being Zheng Zhuo's classmate, she refrained from saying much. Zheng Zhuo lingered only briefly, recalling that in his previous life, Li Yi had also separated from Xiao Huixian. Not probing the reasons at the time, it now seemed evident that it was indeed due to her. As the group entered the private room and settled in, Xiao Ran took her seat beside Zheng Zhuo. At that moment, the waiter entered, bringing forth the steaming dishes that Yao Kong had ordered on the way. Zheng Zhuo hesitated, contemplating whether to inform Li Yi about his encounter with Xiao Huixian, his mind wandering throughout the meal. Meanwhile, Dong and the others were in high spirits. On one hand, Xiao Ran's rise showcased the company's operational prowess, and on the other, both he and Yao Kong had new songs, with the next step being to record and promote them. If all three of them achieved fame, it would be nearly impossible for the company not to profit. The group enthusiastically raised their glasses to Zheng Zhuo, who politely reciprocated each toast. Even the usually proud Dewey set aside his airs and invited Zheng Zhuo for a drink. Yao Kong had ordered Matai, and after a few glasses of the white liquor, Zheng Zhuo felt a fiery warmth spreading from his throat to his chest. Fortunately, the alcohol didn't hit hard, or else he might have struggled after downing several cups. Xiao Ran, ever considerate, served him food, and after Zheng Zhuo had just finished a round of drinks with the others, he quickly picked up some vegetables from his bowl to temper the alcohol's effects. The main dishes typically arrived last. The waiter first provided each person with a small empty bowl, then proceeded to serve translucent vermicelli. Zheng Zhuo recognized this as shark fin, something he had only tasted a few times in his past life. Xiao Ran elegantly lifted her spoon, savoring it in small bites, while the others appeared accustomed to the lavish fare. Zheng Zhuo shook his head, reflecting on the opulent lifestyle of the wealthy, unaware that in this life, he too was an undeniable tycoon. When it came time to settle the bill, Yao Kong spent nearly 10,000 yuan. After indulging in a sumptuous lunch, Zheng Zhuo felt a slight buzz from the alcohol. The group took a brief respite in the restaurant before stepping out into the spring-like warmth of the hotel. By the time they exited, Xiao Huixian had vanished from the lobby. As Zheng Zhuo parted ways with the others in the parking lot, Xiao Ran, reluctant to let go, entwined her arm with his and softly asked, "Brother, will you be able to come watch me live at the Century concert?" Zheng Zhuo contemplated for a moment and gently replied, "I will stay by the television, waiting for you." After speaking, he playfully pinched Xiao Ran's chin. As the turn of the century approached, he was resolute in his desire to accompany Lin Yujia. Moreover, Zheng Zhuo had no wish to stand alone beneath the stage, watching a throng of revelers. The lyrics had articulated it well. Revelry is the solitude of a crowd. In this lifetime, Zheng Zhuo was determined to avoid loneliness, and he would not succumb to it. Xiao Ran felt a tinge of disappointment, yet she swiftly regained her composure. She planted a gentle kiss on Zheng Zhuo's cheek before waving him goodbye. Zheng Zhuo exchanged farewells with his acquaintances and then set off in his vehicle, the Oriental Sun, towards Lin University. The new century lay just ahead. The prophesied apocalypse had not materialized, seemingly providing even more reason for the students of Lin University to celebrate. An unexpected snowfall graced the serene campus, adding a touch of enchantment to the scenery. In the snow-covered grounds, groups of boys and girls could be seen laughing joyously. This day marked the final day of 1999, with the dawn of a new century imminent. Zheng Zhuo's friends had all gathered. Wei Shuai had entrusted the internet CAF to Pei Yang's care, while he returned to Lin University accompanied by a girl from Xiangnan University. Under the relentless questioning of his companions, Wei Shuai ultimately divulged the story of how he met this girl from Xiangnan University. The tale was rather straightforward. By logging into the CAF system, one would first encounter the account of the previous user. Since Wei Shuai spent his days at the CAF, he had discerned this pattern. One day, he noticed the girl from Xiangnan University visiting the New Century Internet CAF alone, and he became intrigued. He added her as a friend and initiated a conversation. After 2 weeks of dialogue, they arranged to meet, and the girl was astonished to discover that the young man she had been chatting with online was, in fact, the CAF's owner. Subsequently, under Zheng's guidance, she finally learned how to embrace love. Upon hearing Wei Shuai's confession, Zheng's smiled warmly. In later years, he and Wei Shuai would frequently employ this method to woo women. It proved far more effective than aimlessly casting a net online. First and foremost, one must be a beauty to warrant an addition. Typically, those who frequent internet CAFs alone are either unattached or separated from their partners, making the pursuit less daunting. Surprisingly, in this lifetime, Wei Shuai had inadvertently mastered this technique. Perhaps it was destiny at play. Old Su and Lu Sha, upon hearing the tale, pursued Wei Shuai for the contact details of other beauties from Xiangnan University. However, Wei Shuai adamantly insisted that he had only added one girl, his current girlfriend, Su Ying, while winking at Old Su and Lu Sha. Chapter 76. The cross-century concert. Wang Xiaojian returned alone, having made a considerable sum from his mobile phone sales. Huang Guan and Yang Jiao were also present. Sun Kiki felt incensed upon learning that Wei Shuai had found a girlfriend, while Zhang Shui incessantly recounted jokes to lighten her mood. In a corner, Li Yi and Xiao Huixian were cuddling, oblivious to those around them. Among them was Zheng's angel, Lin Yujia, who today donned a pure white long-down jacket, complemented by a whimsical hat adorned with cartoon patterns. Rarely, she wore sleek black leggings, exuding a playful charm laced with a hint of sensuality. The gathering of friends took place in the rustic courtyard of a farmhouse, where the central fire pit blazed with fervor. Earlier that day, Zheng Zhua and Lin Yujia had ventured to the city center's electronics market to procure a projector and sound system, which had been promptly set to Xiangnan satellite TV. Everyone eagerly anticipated the grand cross-century concert. The ground was strewn with an array of beers, erguotu, and assorted beverages. Although Zheng Zhua had contemplated purchasing a few bottles of fine liquor, his companions vehemently opposed the idea, claiming that the essence of the occasion lay in the current offerings. Zheng Zhua acquiesced, as he typically favored beer. Old Su had meticulously prepared the barbecue ingredients, neatly arranged in a basket on a rack behind the fire pit: vibrant green vegetables, deep purple eggplants, and the yellow-crowned favorite chicken wings and drumsticks, all tantalizing to behold. With some time still before the concert commenced, Huang Guan unearthed a CD and fittingly played 2000 by Liming, as the group reveled in the upbeat rhythm, laughing and frolicking together. Zheng Zhua embraced Lin Yujia, attentively listening to the lyrics emanating from the speakers. As the year 2000 approaches, what will unfold? As long as we can create memories at midnight, capturing photos to reminisce about, as days transform, love remains unchanging. 1,000 days, 1,000 changes, together for a millennium. Zheng Zhua pondered how many of those surrounding him would still remain together 1,000 days hence. For them, uncertainty loomed large. He vividly recalled that upon their graduation, one of the most popular campus novels was On Graduation Day, We Part Ways. He shook his head, dispelling the inexplicable melancholy. In this lifetime, he possessed greater capabilities and myriad opportunities to transform his own fate and that of his friends. At the very least, Zheng Zhua could assure himself that his friends would not part ways due to financial constraints. He envisioned a future where his companions prospered, free from the struggles of job hunting, mortgage burdens, or debt enslavement. Yet, such aspirations demanded relentless effort from him and his friends. Only through self-earned success could true stability be achieved. Relying solely on the advantages of rebirth for wealth would be folly. What would happen if one day Zheng Zhua lost that edge? Would they simply wait for their fortunes to dwindle? Absolutely not, he resolved inwardly. As the concert's commencement drew nearer, Huang Guan ceased the CD playback and switched the projector to Xiangnan satellite TV. The group animatedly discussed the lineup for this year's concert while Old Su and Li Yi quietly tended to the barbecue preparations. Eventually, the most eager Huang Guan joined their ranks. Su Ying, visiting Lin University for the first time, quickly bonded with Yang Jiao and others due to her cheerful disposition. Meanwhile, Wei Shuai, witnessing his girlfriend seamlessly integrate with the group, felt at ease to engage in drinking games with Lu Sha. Lu Sha, eager to extract more phone numbers of attractive women from Wei Shuai, persistently toasted to win his favor. Zheng Zhua quietly embraced Lin Yujia by the fire, inhaling her unique fragrance. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He retrieved it to find a message from Xia Ran. "Brother, I'm about to go on stage. I'm so nervous." Zheng Zhua quickly replied, "You can do it. You're the best." Curiously, Lin Yujie inquired about the message. Startled, Zheng Zhua broke into a cold sweat. Realizing he had overlooked her presence, he hastily responded, "Just a friend, saying she's about to perform." "What friend?" Lin Yujie asked sternly. "Oh, just an ordinary friend," Zheng Zhua explained. However, Lin Yujie could see from his expression that it was likely more than just a casual acquaintance. Yet, unlike other girls who might have pressed for details, she refrained from relentless questioning or emotional outbursts. Instead, she stared at Zheng Zhua's phone for half a minute before shifting her gaze away. Zheng Zhua's phone was still the Motorola 998 they had purchased together. While their peers had upgraded to the trendier Nokia 8250, they remained loyal to the 998. Zheng Zhua felt that half a minute stretched into a century until Lin Yujie finally averted her eyes, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief internally. He was uncertain how he would explain himself had she continued to probe. Fortunately, the concert was about to commence. After a powerful opening number, the two main hosts of Xiangnan TV, Li He and Yao Xiang, gracefully took the stage, fervently setting the atmosphere for the momentous occasion and introducing the upcoming performer. The singer making her television debut had already captivated audiences online with her music. This year, her new song had swiftly topped national music charts, establishing her as the most sought-after newcomer of 1999. Li He, with his distinctive cadence, calmly introduced her. "Yes, I believe we all know who you are speaking of. Shall we call out her name together?" Yao Xiang chimed in, addressing the thousands of attendees, who collectively erupted in a thunderous cheer. "Xia Xia." Zheng Zhua did not anticipate that the director would place Xia Ran's performance first, nor that the screen would display the title of her song, Lillian, along with the credit, performed by Xia Xia, lyrics and music by. While most in the audience overlooked this detail, Lin Yujie noticed immediately and turned to Zheng Zhua with a puzzled expression. "Did you write this song?" Unable to bear deceiving Lin Yujie, he felt that if their relationship required lies to sustain it, he would rather relinquish it. Trembling, he nodded in response. Lin Yujie, in a fit of anger, pinched Zheng Zhua's thigh. "How could you write such a beautiful song for someone else? What about the song you promised me?" Chapter 77. The Millennium of Three. Though Lin Yujie was aware that Zheng Zhua was concealing something from her, she refrained from confronting him upon noticing that he continued to use their couple's phone and attributed the songs to her name. "Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you." Zheng Zhua sighed with relief, recognizing that resolving this predicament with a single song would be exceedingly effortless. "Was that message she sent to you just now?" Lin Yujie asked, her face tinged with jealousy as she pointed to the projection screen displaying Xia Ran, adorned in a flowing white gown. Zheng Zhua, helpless, nodded slightly. "How long have you known each other? Was it before or after you met me? What is your relationship?" Lin Yujie crossed her arms, accentuating her alluring figure. Zheng Zhua, distracted, lowered his gaze and replied, "I believe it was before I met you. I can't recall clearly. We are not involved." "Not involved? Or have you not been involved?" Lin Yujie pressed. "We haven't been involved at all. Absolutely not." Zheng Zhua felt cold sweat trickle down his back. Lin Yujie's expression turned icy as she fixed her serious gaze upon him. "Do you still love me?" Zheng Zhua hastily nodded yes. "Of course I love you." Lin Yujie's demeanor shifted from somber to bright, and she playfully wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "All right then. Let us enjoy your little lover's performance. I must admit, she sings quite well." Zheng Zhua fell silent, knowing full well that he was not adept at deceit, especially in such matters. As the song concluded, the concert erupted in cheers, with countless fans chanting "Xia Xia, Xia Xia." Zheng Zhua, feeling guilty, dared not gaze at the screen, unsure where to direct his eyes. Lin Yujie's expression danced between amusement and scrutiny, intensifying his inner turmoil. Zheng Zhua's close friends remained oblivious to the nature of his relationship with Xia Ran and were entirely unaware of the tension between him and Lin Yujie. They continued to praise Xia Ran's beauty and vocal prowess, which only deepened the displeasure etched upon Lin Yujie's face. Before long, the melody of "My Dearest" filled the air. With the momentum from the first song, Xia Ran's performance became ever more polished and natural, rendering this future classic flawlessly. It was evident that following the cross-century concert on Xiangnan TV, this song would resonate throughout the nation. As the second song's composer credits appeared once more, Lin Yujie could no longer contain herself and pinched Zheng Zhua's thigh fiercely, causing him to shut his eyes in pain. yet he dared not utter a sound, biting his lip to stifle the discomfort. Finally, once Xia Ran completed her performance and exited the stage, Zhang Zhua exhaled a sigh of relief and intended to down a bottle of beer to calm his nerves. At that moment, his phone vibrated, and he glanced furtively at Lin Yujia, hesitant to take it out again. Instead, he gulped down half a bottle of beer, allowing the cold liquid to mask his anxiety. Amidst the jubilation of the Millennium celebration, countless beers had already been consumed. Lao Su and Li Yi busied themselves at the barbecue grill, often snatching food before it was fully cooked. With no other choice, Lao Su resorted to grilling larger quantities at once. Later, upon noticing that old Su and Li Yi were overwhelmed, Yang Jiao and her companions eagerly volunteered to assist. Barbecuing is, in truth, quite simple. Old Su had long since instructed the restaurant staff to prepare the ingredients, thoroughly washing and skewering them with bamboo sticks. All that remained was to grill them on the barbecue. The girls found the experience exhilarating, joyfully chatting while grilling. Observing this, Lin Yujia joined them in their culinary endeavor. The projection intermittently showcased iconic pop stars, their familiar melodies resonating as the countdown to the new millennium drew nearer. Suddenly, Zhang Zhua's phone rang again, and this time, it was impossible to conceal it from Lin Yujia. In the final hour of the 20th century, Zhang Zhua faced the most significant challenge of his life. The caller was, once again, Xia Ran. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Zhang Zhua answered the call, only to hear Xia Ran's voice on the other end. "Brother, I'm at the school gate. Come pick me up." Zhang Zhua glanced awkwardly at Lin Yujia, who swiftly seized the phone from his hand and spoke into it. "Hello, is this Xia Ran? I am Zhang Zhua's girlfriend." She emphatically emphasized the term girlfriend. Uncertain of what transpired on the other end of the line, a moment later Lin Yujia smiled and said, "All right, just wait a moment. I'll come to get you." After ending the call, Lin Yujia handed the motorcycle keys back to Zhang Zhua and declared, "Hand me the keys. I shall go fetch your little sweetheart." Well, Xiaoyu, let me explain." Zhang Zhua scratched his head, struggling to articulate his thoughts to Lin Yujia. "Hurry up. It's quite inappropriate to keep someone waiting in this cold weather. She has come all this way," Lin Yujia remarked with a teasing smile. At this juncture, the others began to notice the unusual dynamic between Zhang Zhua and Lin Yujia, yet no one approached to inquire further. Often, matters concerning two individuals are best resolved by them alone. Similarly, the complexities involving three must be navigated solely by those three, leaving others without a means to intervene. Left with no choice, Zhang Zhua reluctantly surrendered the keys to Lin Yujia. "Xiaoyu, do you know how to drive? Perhaps we should go together." "Enough. You stay here and enjoy your drinks while I fetch your pop star sweetheart." With that, Lin Yujia took the keys and turned to head towards the east sun. Zhang Zhua anxiously watched Lin Yujia walk away, uncertain how to handle the situation at hand. Comparatively, he cherished the tranquility he experienced with Lin Yujia. Yet he also relished the thrill of being with Xia Ran. Perhaps, as Lin Yujia had suggested, he subconsciously regarded Lin Yujia as his girlfriend while viewing Xia Ran as an affair. Lin Yujia skillfully started the car and drove out of the courtyard. The group looked on in confusion at Zhang Zhua, while only Lu Sha and Huang Guan remained engrossed in their drinking, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Li Yi approached with a glass of liquor, concern etched on his face. "Zhu'er, what is going on? Xiaoyu seems rather displeased." Zhang Zhua glanced at Li Yi, raised his glass in silent camaraderie, and then downed his beer in one swig. Having remained silent about the scene witnessed at Huaqing Hotel, I find my current predicament hardly superior to that of Li Yi. As the dawn of the new millennium approaches, the atmosphere of the concert projected on screen grows increasingly vibrant, which in turn enlivens the entire courtyard. Laughter and joy resonate from the nearby campus, as everyone celebrates the arrival of the new century in their own unique manner. Chapter 78. A most joyous affair for Zhang Zhua. The present moment is sheer torment. He is uncertain of what might unfold when Lin Yujia meets Xia Ran. Just as he sits anxiously, the familiar roar of an engine echoes from a distance. Zhang Zhua quickly turns his gaze toward the entrance of the courtyard, where he sees Lin Yujia skillfully maneuvering her car, bringing it to a stop beneath a tree before stepping out. Accompanying her is Xia Ran, who astonishingly still wears the long dress from her performance, layered with a knee-length black down coat, appearing enchanting amidst the biting cold. Once out of the car, Xia Ran naturally links arms with Lin Yujia, the two lovely ladies strolling into the warm barn like the closest of sisters. At this moment, all eyes are drawn to the pair. One girl is as beautiful as a celestial being, while the other possesses a captivating allure. Their presence together is nothing short of breathtaking. Zheng Zhuo, left agape, finds himself momentarily speechless, having imagined various outcomes for today, yet none could have prepared him for this scene. At this juncture, Wei Shuai's girlfriend recognizes Xia Ran, exclaiming, "Wow! Xia Xia, it's you." Suddenly, the crowd awakens from its stupor. No wonder Xia Ran seemed familiar. They had not anticipated that Lin Yujie would be picking up the immensely popular new generation singer, Xia Xia, eliciting waves of excitement. Lin Yujie, smiling, introduces her friend. "This is my dear sister, Xia Ran. Come on, Xia Xia, let us go enjoy some barbecue." Xia Ran, shedding her previously haughty demeanor, amiably follows Lin Yujie toward the grill. Yang Jiao and the others hastily make room, allowing Lin Yujie and Xia Ran to sit side by side, while Old Su promptly presents 2 skewers of grilled vegetables to the lovely ladies. Lin Yujie, beaming at Xia Ran, encourages, "Give it a try." Old Su's culinary skills are quite commendable. At this moment, several girls surround Xia Ran and Lin Yujie, with Suing excitedly asking, "Xia Xia, could you please sign my name later?" Wei Shuai rushes over, pulling Suing aside. All right. In this frigid weather, let her eat first and warm up." All eyes remain fixated on Xia Ran, while Zheng Zui stands dumbfounded, observing the unfolding scene. From the moment they entered, neither of the two has cast a glance in his direction, leaving his heart in a state of tumult. Nevertheless, confrontation is inevitable. Steeling himself, he approaches Lin Yujie and Xia Ran, first glancing at Lin Yujie, who shows no signs of impending outburst. He then addresses Xia Ran. "Why didn't you change your clothes before coming? It's quite chilly, don't catch a cold. I rushed over to celebrate the turn of the century with you." Xia Ran gracefully holds a skewer of chicken wings, responding with elegance. Zheng Zui glanced at Lin Yujie's expression and noticed that she appeared entirely unperturbed, smiling gently as she observed him and Xia Ran. Feeling increasingly uncertain, he addressed Lin Yujie and Xia Ran, saying, "Well, you two enjoy some snacks here. I shall join my brothers for a drink." The familiar tune of 2000 echoed, as the late 20th century saw Xiangnan television reigning supreme, drawing even the illustrious Leon Lai, one of Hong Kong's 4 heavenly kings, to its Millennium concert. As Leon sang and danced, he ignited the atmosphere, propelling the event into a fervent crescendo. Not far from the gates of Lin University, in a quaint farmhouse courtyard, the theme of welcoming the new millennium resonated. The classic Nokia ringtone reverberated in a delightful symphony. In those final days of the 20th century, devoid of multimedia messaging or WeChat, sending text greetings to friends and family was a joyous endeavor. Everyone possessed Nokia phones, save for Zheng Zhuo and Lin Yujie. Many took out their devices, utilizing Nokia's 9 keypad to compose messages. Zheng Zhuo also received several texts from Qiu Ming, Feng Xiangdong, Dewei, and Yao Kong, all extending their regards, which he replied to in kind. On this day, the future acclaimed director of Xiangnan Television, Wu Wu, had also acquired a new number and sent a message to Zheng Zhuo, who reciprocated the gesture. As everyone busily typed away, the chimes of the 21st century finally rang out, with the heartfelt countdown from Li He, the prominent host of Xiangnan Television. All held their breaths in anticipation of the dawn of the new century. Zheng Zhuo quietly stepped between Lin Yujie and Xia Ran, wrapping his arms around Lin Yujie. She put away her phone, opting for silence as she leaned against his shoulder, while Xia Ran naturally intertwined her other arm with his. The three stood together in tranquil unity, eliciting pangs of envy from Lu Sha, Zhang Shui, and other single friends. The boys internally begrudged Zheng's fortunate embrace. Even the notorious flirt Li Yi found himself begrudgingly admiring him. As the New Year's bells tolled, a resounding cheer erupted from the campus, with students from an unknown department igniting fireworks, casting brilliant colors across the sky above Lin University. At that moment, how could Huang Guan be absent? He emerged from the inner room of the courtyard, bringing forth several large barrels of fireworks he had prepared, calling over the flushed Wei Shuai and Lu Sha. Together, they arranged 4 or 5 barrels at the entrance of the courtyard and lit them one by one. Instantly, an even more magnificent display of fireworks soared into the sky, illuminating the campus in a kaleidoscope of colors, prompting another round of cheers from the students. Amidst the revelry, Zheng Zhuo raised his glass and proclaimed, "Let us all raise a toast." The group enthusiastically responded, with Yang Jiao hastily fetching a disposable cup for Xia Ran to pour her a drink. Xiao Ran smiled brightly and turned to Lin Yujia, saying, Xiao Yu, let us drink the red wine I brought. Lin Yujia nodded, linking arms with Xiao Ran as they headed towards the oriental sun, retrieving a bottle of red wine. Xiao Ran grinned at Zheng Zhua, teasingly remarking, I knew you wouldn't have prepared any red wine. Beside them, Sun Kiki cheered, swiftly taking the red wine from Xiao Ran's hands and placing it on the table beside the hearth. Zhang Shui seized the opportunity to assist Sun Kiki in opening the wine box. Fortunately, the packaging included a wine opener, sparing everyone the trouble of searching for one. Zhang Shui uncorked 2 bottles of wine, pouring a glass for each of the ladies, and together they raised their glasses in a jubilant toast, downing the contents in unison. In the first hour of the 21st century, Zheng Zhua and his friends reveled beneath the brilliant fireworks, indulging in a night they would remember for a lifetime. The alcohol magnified their sorrows and joys, intensified their love and desires, and amplified their farewells and betrayals. Years later, as Zheng Zhua and his friends reminisced about that night, they would inevitably feel a pang of nostalgia and let out a few sighs. Chapter 79. Becoming a bastion. As time flowed amid their joyful songs and laughter, dawn approached, bringing the coldest hour of the night. Even the firewood in the makeshift shelter blazed brightly, yet the chill from outside seeped in. Li Yi was the first to carry the already half-drunk Xiao Huixian into his room. This act sounded the charge for the others, who began to drift toward the inner quarters. Zhang Shui embraced the long-coveted Sun Kiki, while Wei Shuai and Su Ying, along with Huang Guan and Yang Jiao, supported each other as they made their way inside. Zheng Zhua had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol that evening, and his brothers envied him for his affections, continuously raising their glasses in his honor. After several rounds, he felt dizzy, with one arm around the tipsy Lin Yujia and the other around the blushing Xiao Ran. He returned to his room. As the entire building began to resemble a bastion, Lao Su lit a cigarette and nudged Lu Sha, who had slumped drunkenly in a chair. Sha, wake up. You can't sleep here. Hurry back to your room. Lu Sha stirred slightly but remained unresponsive. Lao Su, cigarette in mouth, glanced at the lonely Lu Sha and shook his head, muttering to himself, Poor child, everyone else is paired off, and here we are, just the 2 of us. But alas, I cannot stay with you any longer. I must take my leave. My time with you young lads has been the most serene memory of my life. Your mutual trust and support, devoid of any barriers, will stay with me forever. With that, Lao Su discarded his cigarette but found a blanket for Lu Sha, and then turned to climb into his cherry pickup. Lao Su expertly started the engine to warm the vehicle. While waiting for it to heat up, he took out his phone and sent a text to Zheng Zhua. I'm leaving. Do not seek me out, should I not return. If one day I come back, I shall share my story with you. Remember, never forget your original intentions. After sending the message, Lao Su pressed the accelerator, and the cherry pickup sped off like an arrow into the unknown. Li Yi had already taken Xiao Huixian back to his room, and they collapsed onto the bed. At that moment, Xiao Huixian closed her eyes, contemplating that this man might be her first, yet she had betrayed him. At this moment, she felt no hint of remorse. Within the school, Li Yi was a charismatic figure, handsome and somewhat affluent, garnering the admiration of many girls. Yet, in her eyes, this was still insufficient. She, Xiao Huixian, was destined to shine as a star in the entertainment industry. Since childhood, she had aspired to become a figure of public adoration, just like the celebrated Xiao Ran, basking in the applause of millions, captivatingly beautiful. To achieve this, she was willing to sacrifice everything. Xiao Huixian stealthily opened her eyes, gazing at the man before her, strikingly handsome and robust, who treated her with utmost care. Let me be his girlfriend for just one more night, she thought to herself. With this thought, she once again closed her eyes. Simultaneously, she pondered why she should not seize her youth and resources to strive for success. Perhaps she could indeed become a star. At this moment, both her physical and psychological needs were intensely satisfied, yet once satiated, she yearned for greater heights and resolved to part ways with Li Yi. Meanwhile, in another room, Wei Shuai was struggling to find the right approach. Both were navigating their first experience of romance. Although Su Ying held a favorable impression of Wei Shuai, she was unprepared to advance so swiftly. After entering the room, intoxicated, they collapsed onto Wei Shuai's bed. As the night unfolded, the occupants of the small building gradually settled into tranquility. Chapter 80. The greatest tragedy. Zheng Zhua found it hard to believe the events unfolding before him. Yet, they were undeniably real. However, amidst this scene of unparalleled indulgence, Zheng Zuo was inebriated, incapacitated to the point of immobility. Is there a greater sorrow in life than this? He gritted his teeth against the throbbing pain in his head, silently vowing to abstain from alcohol after today. Yet, no amount of regret could alter his current predicament. He lacked even the strength to open his eyes, with only a faint flicker of consciousness remaining, growing increasingly muddled with the deepening intoxication. Zheng Zuo resembled a mere shell of his former self, acutely aware of the alluring beauty beside him, yet powerless to respond, a feeling more torturous than death itself. His insides were ablaze, while externally, he was unable to engage. The alcohol's numbing effect rendered him drowsy, yet the fiery presence nearby prevented him from surrendering to sleep. Finally, a tumult surged within him, prompting Zheng Zuo to clumsily rise from the bed, clad in nothing but flimsy undergarments, and dash to the restroom. Before he could locate the toilet, a torrent of alcohol and remnants of the barbecue he had consumed erupted from his mouth. After nearly 10 minutes of retching in the restroom, he felt significantly better. Zheng Zuo turned on the hot water in the bathroom, allowing the scalding water to wash over his alcohol-laden body and foggy mind, gradually restoring some clarity. After a hot shower, the turmoil within him subsided, though his head remained clouded. Emerging from the restroom, he collapsed onto the bed and quickly succumbed to sleep. Lin Yujie shyly glanced at Xia Ran and then tentatively pinched Zheng Zuo, only to find him utterly unresponsive. Having gathered her tumultuous emotions, she offered a faint smile to Xia Ran before nestling against Zheng Zuo's chest and closing her eyes. Xia Ran, with a hint of regret, glanced at Zheng Zuo and Lin Yujie. As the alcohol in her system began to take its toll, she breathed in the comforting scent of Zheng Zuo, freshly bathed, and gradually drifted into slumber. On January 1st, 2000, before dawn broke, those who had celebrated through the night were still deep in sleep. Lin Yujie opened her eyes, fully aware of her decision, yet the moment weighed heavily upon her heart. She pressed a gentle kiss upon Zheng Zuo's sleeping cheek, then glanced at Xia Ran, who lay beside him. A pang of sorrow pierced her. What girl would willingly share her first love with another? Even if that girl were a celebrity, it would not serve as justification. Moreover, given her own family background, she had no need to concern herself with any starlet. Yet, she understood that Zheng Zuo had known Xia Ran prior to their acquaintance, and although there had been a mutual affection, nothing untoward had occurred, which somewhat eased her heart. It was precisely because she cared so deeply for Zheng Zuo, fearing that her departure would leave him despondent, that she had taken the initiative to greet Xia Ran at the school gates. The kind-hearted Lin Yujie remained uncertain about her and Zheng Zuo's future. She simply wished for a reliable girl to look after him in her absence. With great care, Lin Yujie dressed and retrieved a pink envelope from her pocket, containing a letter she had penned in advance. She believed that upon reading it, Zheng Zuo would come to accept her departure, for she too was a prisoner of circumstance. Reluctantly stepping out of the small courtyard, Lin Yujie returned to her dormitory, shouldering a backpack, leaving her belongings untouched. She donned the watch and phone Zheng Zuo had given her and made her way to the school gate. Many things needed to be discarded, while others, cherished, could not be taken along. Seated on her dormitory bed, she surveyed the desolate room, knowing that Yang Jiao and the others were likely nestled with their boyfriends. Soon, she would embark on a long journey across the ocean, separating her from Zheng Zuo. The thought brought forth tears, cascading down her cheeks. She refrained from disclosing her departure to anyone outside of Xia Ran, fearing the heartbreak that farewell would bring. Yet, as she prepared to leave alone, every aspect of her surroundings filled her with a profound sense of nostalgia. After all, even the air at Lin University seemed to know that Lin Yujie and Zheng Zuo were a couple. Choking back tears, Lin Yujie rummaged through her drawer for her meal card, still containing several hundred yuan. She clutched the card tightly, as if grasping at the memories of her past with Zheng Zuo, unwilling to let go. At that moment, her phone rang. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she answered the call. "Hello, Chenggu, I'll be out shortly. Please wait for me at the school gate for another 20 minutes. After hanging up, Lin Yujie turned and exited the dormitory, heading toward the cafeteria as she did each day. Arriving at the usual breakfast stand frequented with Zheng, Lin Yujie, as customary, approached the portly chef to purchase her morning meal. Under the chef's astonished gaze, she sat alone at the spot once shared by the two, methodically consuming her breakfast. Afterward, she returned to the chef's counter, presenting her meal card and saying, "Sir, I may need to embark on a journey soon. I am concerned my boyfriend might forget to bring his card when he comes for breakfast." Would you kindly hold on to my card and use it for him when he arrives? The chef, having noticed Lin Yujia's unusual demeanor, responded with a hint of anger. Girl, what's wrong? Has that boy mistreated you? Suppressing her sorrow, Lin Yujia shook her head and replied, No, he treats me well. It's due to family circumstances that I must leave. Thank you for the breakfast you've prepared. Both my boyfriend and I have always enjoyed the taste here. Oh, family matters? The chef, being no stranger to the pain of parting, quickly donned a comforting smile and reassured her, It's all right. You both are still young. As long as you both care for one another, you will surely reunite. When that time comes, return here for breakfast. My treat, no charge. Lin Yujia managed a faint smile at the kind-hearted chef before departing the cafeteria, her melancholic demeanor casting a pall over the once vibrant atmosphere of the school dining hall. Upon reaching the school gate, a young man clad in an exquisite suit awaited her. As Lin Yujia emerged, he hurried forward to assist her with her bag. Struggling to maintain her composure, she replied, Chenggu, it's unnecessary. It's not heavy. The young man, smiling, rushed to a Cadillac parked at the gate, graciously holding the door open for Lin Yujia. After she entered, he carefully closed the door and took his place in the driver's seat, starting the engine and speeding away with her. Meanwhile, Xiao Huixian was also preparing to leave. Unlike Lin Yujia, she did not depart quietly. Instead, she rose early, completed her morning routine, and addressed the still sleeping Li Yi, stating, Let us break up, before gracefully departing. Li Yi, groggy from a hangover, lay in bed utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Just yesterday, they had indulged in unrestrained revelry together. How could she vanish so abruptly? Assuming Xiao Huixian was merely jesting, he attempted to call her, only to discover her number was no longer in service. A futile search for her in their dormitory revealed her absence, leading him to realize the gravity of the situation. On the first day of the 21st century, both the new and former campus beauties of Lin University vanished simultaneously, leaving behind two heartbroken men. When Zheng Zhuo finally awoke from his drunken stupor, Xia Ran had already completed her morning routine, resting her chin on her hands while gazing at him. Zheng Zhuo rubbed his still drowsy head, smiled at Xia Ran, and inquired, Where's Xiao Yu? Xiran cast a worried glance at Zheng Zhuo, then produced the pink envelope left by Lin Yujia and handed it to him. Xiao Yu has left. Left? Zheng Zhuo was taken aback, hastily scrambling out of bed to don his clothes. He accepted the envelope from Shiran's trembling hands. Where has she gone? Abroad. To the Netherlands. Shiran's heart sank further upon witnessing Zheng Zhuo's reaction. With trembling hands, he cautiously opened the pink envelope, revealing Lin Yujia's familiar, elegant handwriting. Greetings. By the time you read this letter, I should have already embarked on a long journey across the ocean. I have always been at a loss as to how to bid you farewell, for no matter how I approached it, there was no way I could stand before you and utter the words goodbye. I have decided to leave without notice, as this is the only way I can depart quietly, devoid of pleas, tears, and sorrow. Due to family circumstances, I must study abroad in the Netherlands. This decision was made long before my arrival at Lin University. I came to Lin University merely because my grandmother was one of its founders, and this place holds her youth and struggles. Growing up, my grandmother raised me, often recounting tales of the lush trees on campus and her youthful adventures. After her passing, I resolved to visit this place and see the trees she had planted with her own hands, to witness the locale she had cherished in her youth. Thus, I postponed my departure abroad by 6 months, hoping to fully immerse myself in the picturesque Lin University she had described. However, I never anticipated that within this brief period, I would encounter the man I would love most deeply in my life. You burst into my heart like a meteor, recklessly etching your name and visage into my very being. Therefore, I must apologize. From the very first day I met you, I knew there would come a time when we would part, yet I never shared this with you. Because I love you, I selfishly reveled in all that you offered me. I feared that if I revealed the inevitable outcome, I would lose even those fleeting moments of joy. I cherished the feeling of being cared for by you, safe and warm. I adored how you shielded me from all storms. I relished our runs together, your distracted yet unwavering presence. I enjoyed your audacity to seek meals with me without your card, and I loved how your impulsiveness never forced me into uncomfortable situations. Yet now, all this beauty is destined to fade away. My family lineage has predetermined my future. My life has long been mapped out. The course of my studies, career, and even love and family, all meticulously planned. It is indeed a sorrowful reality, and I find myself powerless in the face of it all. Thank you for the warmth, care, and love you have bestowed upon me. I will forever remember you. Chiron is a wonderful girl, and I am glad that before my departure, I can see an exceptional woman like her looking after you, which brings me some comfort. Wishing you both all the best. On January 1st, 2000. Xiaoyu's letter left Zheng in a state of despair, tears unbeknownst to him soaking the paper in his hands. His heart felt as though it had crumbled, an emptiness gnawing at him, like a knife twisting in his chest. Seeing Zheng in such distress, Xiao Ran felt a mix of sorrow and tenderness as she gently touched his bowed head. Brother, please don't be sad. Xiaoyu told me yesterday that if you were ever heartbroken, she wanted me to stay by your side and look after you. Zheng remained silent, his mind replaying memories of Lin Yujia like a film. Their serendipitous encounter in the library, the unexpected meeting at the mobile phone store, the athletic girl on the expansive track in the early morning, the one who would weep for him when he was hurt. Yet, she had drifted away, never to return. He felt lost, unsure of what to do. He yearned to seek her out, but deep down, he understood that if Lin Yujia had made the decision to leave, no effort on his part could persuade her to stay. After some time in contemplation, Zheng raised his head and forced a smile at Xiao Ran. Xiao, let me take you home. I need some time alone. I'm sorry, I just feel a bit unwell. Chapter 82. The Sorrow of Unrequited Love. Xiao Ran gently caressed Zheng's tear-stained face. Brother, you truly love her, don't you? Xiaoyu mentioned that you may never meet again in this lifetime. It's best to forget her. At least, you still have me. Zheng looked up, managing a bittersweet smile. He grasped Xiao Ran's hand that was caressing his cheek and said, Xiao, please, I really need to be alone right now. I don't want you to see me like this. Don't worry, I will be brave. Xiao Ran nodded obediently, gathering her belongings and preparing to leave. Given her current popularity, appearing on Lin University's campus was out of the question. Her fans would undoubtedly recognize her. Zheng composed himself, carefully folding the letter Lin Yujia had left him and placing it in the pocket near his heart. He put on the international watch she had gifted him, and without freshening up, he took Xiao Ran's hand and stepped out of the building. Once in the car, they exchanged little conversation. Xiao Ran continuously stroked Zheng's hair while he drove at a swift pace, attempting to leave his sorrow behind. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Xiangjiang Flower City. Concerned, Xiao Ran glanced at Zheng and softly asked, Brother, are you all right? Do you really not need me by your side? Zheng forced a smile and shook his head. Be good, listen to me. Once I feel better, I will get in touch with you. Xiao Ran gently kissed his cheek and then gracefully departed. Zheng watched her retreating figure, running his hands through his disheveled hair. He pulled out his Moto 998 and dialed Lin Yujia's number. The automated message replied, The number you have dialed is unavailable, with a sigh of disappointment. Zheng was about to drive away when he noticed an unread message on his screen. It was from old Sue, sent just before his departure, which Zheng had only just seen. Learning that the enigmatic old Sue had also vanished without a word, Zheng shook his head and thought, Let them go. Let them all go. One day, I shall bring you all back. Zheng lit a cigarette for himself, then adjusted his hairstyle in the mirror above the glass of Dongfang Jizi, before pressing the accelerator and driving back to Lin University. Upon his return, he parked outside the now-closed Shueyo restaurant, and with heavy steps, made his way toward the campus. Arriving at the school playground, he noted that it was now 9 a.m. The tranquility of the morning had vanished, replaced by the lively sounds of football and basketball games. Zheng, in a daze, walked toward the school cafeteria, which remained unchanged, with a few sleepy students enjoying breakfast while watching a basketball game broadcast on the wall-mounted television. Habitually, Zheng approached the window of the plump chef, and before he could speak, the chef had already prepared 2 meat buns, a bowl of congee, a glass of milk, and an egg for him. Zheng accepted the breakfast from the chef, only to discover that he had once again forgotten his wallet. With a stern expression, the chef remarked, Boy, your girlfriend knew you'd forget your meal card. She left it with me, saying that whenever you forget, you can use hers. Listen, you ought to cherish such a wonderful girlfriend. If you miss this chance, it could be a lifetime of regret. Do you understand? Upon hearing the chef's words, Zheng's eyes brimmed with tears, and he fought to hold them back, nodding gratefully. Thank you. I understand. Could you please give me my girlfriend's meal card? I promise to carry it every day. Noticing Zheng's sorrow, the chef sighed deeply. Ah, the woes of love have plagued many through the ages. Young man, seize the moment. With that, he turned and retrieved a large steamer of meat buns from the kitchen. Lowering his head, Zheng retreated to a quiet corner, tears pooling in his eyes as he silently consumed the last breakfast Lin Yujie had bought for him, each bite heavy with memory. As the milk he drank transformed into tears, Zheng realized he could no longer afford to lose composure. He hastily wiped his cheeks dry, disregarding his recent meal, and sprinted away from the cafeteria. Zheng wandered the campus like a headless fly, acutely aware that nothing could be reclaimed except for memories, yet unable to halt his frantic pace. It was then, on a secluded path, that he encountered the equally despondent Li Yi. Li sat forlornly on a stone bench, smoking in silence, with a disarray of cigarette butts scattered at his feet. Zheng approached and gently patted Li Yi's shoulder. "Ego." Seeing Zheng, Li Yi reached into his pocket for his cigarette pack, intending to offer Zheng a smoke, only to find it empty. Zheng waved his hand dismissively and sat beside him. "You know, don't you?" "Know what?" "I don't know anything. Xiao Huixian inexplicably wants to break up with me," Li Yi exclaimed in frustration, tossing aside his cigarette butt. Zheng shook his head and pulled a cigarette from his own pocket, handing it to Li Yi. "Forget her. You two are not meant for each other." Li Yi accepted the cigarette, curiosity piqued. "Do you know something? Xiao Huixian is likely participating in the Hua's beauty contest organized by Xiangnan TV, and there is little you can do to assist her. It appears she has found someone who can help her ascend in status, rendering you no longer suitable for her." Zheng Zhuo lit a cigarette, exclaiming, "This wretched woman, what have I ever done to wrong her? For the first time in years, I have taken a woman seriously, and she just walks away." Li Yi retorted angrily. "Forget it, Igu. Some things cannot be salvaged merely by being good to her. Xiao Yu has left as well." Zheng Zhuo shook his head in resignation, unsure of how to console Li Yi, who was still engulfed in sorrow. "What? Xiao Yu is also participating in the Hua's contest? Was it because of that Xia who appeared last night?" Li Yi asked in disbelief. While he could accept that Xiao Huixian might enter the contest, he found it utterly implausible for Lin Yujie to do so, as she clearly did not belong in that realm. "Not at all. It's due to her family's circumstances. I'm not entirely sure of the details. She left this morning without a word, leaving me a letter urging me to be with Xia. And she even wished us well." Zheng Zhuo flicked the cigarette butt away, watching it arc through the air before landing on the grass, where it began to smolder. "Damn. What is happening today? Why is everything converging at once? Is the theme of the 21st century breakups?" Li Yi cursed. Zheng Zhuo chose not to respond to Li Yi's outburst. Chapter 83. Circumstances prevail over individuals. Zwa. Are you implying that Xiao Huixian had already sought a benefactor before today in hopes of advancing? Li Yi asked, unwilling to accept the reality. Zheng Zhuo nodded and recounted the events from their encounter at the Huaqing Hotel. Upon hearing this, Li Yi was seething with rage, ready to confront someone. Zheng Zhuo restrained him, saying, "Ego, calm down. Violence won't resolve anything. Besides, I don't even know who that person is. Where would you even begin to look? Moreover, I suspect Xiao Huixian's benefactor is not an ordinary individual." Zheng Zhuo clearly recalled that in the future, Xiao Huixian would successfully rise to prominence, becoming one of the top contenders in that year's Hua's competition. The person supporting her to such an extent was undoubtedly someone of significance. Li Yi, frustrated, shook his hand in exasperation, acknowledging Zheng Zhuo's point, and grumbled, "Let us go. Zwa, we should have a drink." Zheng Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. "I can't drink. Ego. The alcohol from last night nearly did me in. What else can we do at a time like this? Let us go. Even if you can't drink, at least accompany me. We can head to Old Su's restaurant." Li Yi protested. Zheng Zhuo looked at Li Yi and sighed. "Alas, Old Su has left too. What on earth is going on? What day is it today? Why is everyone leaving?" Li Yi exclaimed in frustration. At that moment, Zheng Zhuo's phone rang. It was Wu Wu calling. Zheng Zhuo answered. "Hello, Wu Go." "Hello, Zheng Laodi. Are you free today? Big brother is finally about to make it big. Come celebrate with me," Wu Wu said excitedly. Zheng Zhuo replied with a wry smile. "Brother, I'm currently in a state of sorrow. What splendid news has brought you such joy?" "The station has decided to launch a new talent show. And I am the director. Brother, I am the chief director, not just an assistant director," Wu Wu exclaimed cheerfully on the other end of the line, entirely oblivious to Zheng Zhuo's disappointment. "Wow, fantastic. Brother Wu, I will pick you up at the entrance of Xiangnan TV in 40 minutes, Zheng Zhuo said before hanging up. At that moment, he recalled that in the future, Wu Wu would rise to prominence at Xiangnan TV precisely because of this talent show. Zheng Zhuo glanced at Li Yi and asked, "Brother Yi, would you like to annoy Xiao Huixian?" "Absolutely. I can't believe she betrayed me. She clearly looks down on me. How can we make her uncomfortable? Li Yi responded, intrigued. Participate in the talent show Joyful Boys. I will strive to make you famous. Zheng Zhuo declared to Li Yi. With my voice. Is that feasible? Li Yi questioned skeptically. Of course. We will arrange for experts to train you. First, we need to drink with the person who just called me. Once we win him over, I assure you that your path to stardom will outshine Xiao Huaxian's 100-fold. And she will regret it. Zheng Zhuo said with a smile, momentarily emerging from the shadow of Lin Yujia's departure, his heart brimming with determination. Zheng Zhuo dialed Dong Xiang's number. Hello, Dongzi. I would like to invite an important friend to dinner. Please attend with Kongzi. Additionally, find a quieter place. We have significant matters to discuss. After ending the call, Zheng Zhuo turned to the back gate of the school, and with Li Yi, they rushed towards Xiangnan TV. On the way, Dong Xiang called to inform him that he had secured a location on a small island in the center of the Xiang River, which was quite tranquil. Zheng Zhuo repeated the address Dong Xiang provided, and Li Yi nodded, acknowledging his familiarity with the place. Zheng Zhuo ended the call without further discussion. Upon arriving at the entrance of Xiangnan TV, Wu Wu was already waiting. Zheng Zhuo waved, Brother Wu, over here. Wu Wu cheerfully entered the vehicle. And Zheng Zhuo introduced Li Yi, saying, Brother Wu, this is my brother. I hope you will look out for him. Wu Wu laughed heartily, ha Zheng. No need for formality. Your brother is my brother. We shall prosper together. Li Yi promptly extended his hand, smiling as he greeted Wu Wu. Hello, Brother Wu. I am Li Yi. Wu Wu reciprocated the handshake with a smile. No need for thanks. No need for thanks. He then turned to Zheng Zhuo. Where are we dining? Today is a celebration for me. I shall treat you, but let us not go somewhere too extravagant. I just became the chief director, and the program sponsorship is still open. Do not worry about the sponsorship. I will call 2 friends who should be able to handle it. As for today, there is no need for Brother Wu to bear the expense. I have arranged everything with my friends. Just follow my lead. Zheng Zhuo planned to leverage Dong Xiang's company to secure the advertising for Joyful Boys, although Zheng Zhuo had no intention of returning to the advertising industry in this lifetime. Circumstances proved more powerful than personal resolve. It was illogical to ignore the prospect of profit. Only he was aware of the exorbitant prices commanded by the advertising slots for Joyful Boys in later years. Under Li Yi's guidance, Dongfeng Zizi swiftly arrived at the riverbank. The 3 disembarked in succession, with Li Yi leading the way while Zheng Zhuo engaged in casual conversation with Wu Wu. Upon reaching the banks of the Xiang River, they found Yao Kong, with his long hair, already waiting for them on a small boat. As the trio approached, he quickly donned a cheerful smile. Brother Zhuo, what brings you out to dine with us today? And who are these 2? Zheng Zhuo leapt onto the vessel and replied, These 2 are my good brothers. We shall discuss further once we arrive. Wu Wu and Li Yi exchanged friendly smiles with Yao Kong as a form of greeting. The small boat soon departed from the shore, gliding towards a small island in the midst of the Xiang River. The chilly winds brought a sense of cold to the group, yet none felt inclined to retreat into the cabin. For the scenery was too enchanting. The rushing waters of the Xiang River sparkled under the sunlight, and they drew ever closer to the island. The island, lush with shrubs, remained verdant even in the desolate winter. A man-made path meandered into the depths of the island. Following Yao Kong, they disembarked and ventured further in. It appeared to be Wu Wu's first visit, as he gazed around with excitement. Upon noticing the absence of outsiders, Zheng Zhuo introduced everyone to one another. They seized the opportunity to exchange phone numbers, all aware that Zheng Zhuo had summoned them for a purpose, indicating a potential collaboration. Given Zheng Zhuo's character, they knew he would not partner with unreliable individuals. Thus, curiosity and anticipation filled the air regarding his plans. Chapter 84. Deep within the island, as the group followed Yao Kong deeper into the island, they encountered numerous thatched roof cottages scattered about. Yao Kong led them into the largest one, where Feng Xiangdong had already been waiting for some time. Upon their arrival, he promptly rose to greet them. Ah, Brother Zhuo, how considerate of you to remember your brothers, gathering us for a meal on the very first day of the 21st century. Zheng Zhuo smiled in return and addressed Feng Xiangdong. Brother Dong, you flatter me. The reason for today's gathering is primarily to introduce 2 friends and to propose that we engage in some business together. Let us earn money as a team. He proceeded with the introductions. This is my friend, Brother Wu Wu, a distinguished director at Xiangnan Television. If any of you aspire to fame, seeking his guidance is certainly the right choice. Seeing Zheng Zhuo speak so highly of Wu Wu, The others felt compelled to show their respect, greeting him warmly. Wu Wu, momentarily taken aback, humbly replied, I dare not claim such distinction. I merely have a few more years of experience than everyone here. The thatched roof cottage was merely a faade. In truth, it was a concrete structure adorned to resemble a traditional dwelling. Inside, the decor was both rustic and opulent, with solid wooden floors reflecting the antique wallpaper, while a large air conditioning unit seemed somewhat out of place in the otherwise charming setting. Zheng greeted everyone with a cheerful demeanor, inviting them to take their seats. The table was lavishly adorned with an array of delicacies, including red-finned soft-shelled turtle, wild eel, river pufferfish, and freshly roasted wild boar. Yao Kong enthusiastically uncorked a bottle of Maotai liquor, generously filling the glasses of all present. Although Wu Wu had lived for over 30 years, he had faced numerous setbacks in his career. Upon witnessing the sumptuous feast before him, he couldn't help but inwardly admire Zheng's capabilities, elevating his opinion of him significantly. Zheng waved his hand towards Yao Kong and said, Kongzi, today I shall refrain from drinking white liquor. A beer will suffice. I indulged a bit too much last night and am still recovering. Understanding Zheng's preferences, Yao Kong did not press him further. After pouring the drinks, he rang a small bell situated on the dining table. Shortly, a server dressed in rustic attire entered. Yao Kong gestured towards Zheng and instructed, please fetch 2 bottles of beer for that gentleman. The server smiled warmly at Yao Kong and inquired, may I ask which brand of beer you prefer? Zheng waved his hand dismissively, replying, any will do. Once the server exited the thatched cottage, Zheng surveyed the gathered company and declared, I have invited you all here today to celebrate Brother Wu Wu's ascension to the helm of Joyful Boys as the chief director. Additionally, I wish to discuss how we can leverage our respective resources to expand Joyful Boys into a grand venture. I firmly believe that with Brother Wu's talent, this program will become the highest-rated entertainment show in the nation, with its commercial potential being self-evident. Wu Wu was taken aback during his first dining engagement with Zheng. He had not anticipated such significant revelations. He had not even considered making the show the highest-rated nationwide. His foremost concern lay in securing sufficient sponsorship and advertising to prevent the network from canceling the program due to losses. After all, this was his inaugural role as the lead director, and the pressure was undeniably substantial. Wu Wu gathered his somewhat jumbled thoughts and, adopting a calm tone, addressed the group. I appreciate your kind words, Brother Zheng. To be honest, I cannot guarantee that this show will achieve the highest ratings, but I will exert every effort to ensure its success and profitability for our investors. At that moment, the server returned with 2 bottles of Heineken beer, pouring them into Zheng's glass. Seeing that Zheng's glass was now filled, Feng Xiangdong raised his own and proclaimed, let us toast. Today, as we gather, we are all brothers. Let us support one another and prosper together. The others raised their glasses in agreement, echoing Feng Xiangdong's sentiment. Noticing that everyone had begun to enjoy their meal, Zheng chose not to discuss business any further. After all, he felt confident about the venture. Even if Feng Xiangdong and the others were disinterested, he could secure the program's advertising alone. Although most of his funds were tied up in real estate in Shenzhen City, he still had over 9 million in cash in his bank account. Recently, his internet CAF and mobile phone business had thrived, yielding nearly 1 million in profits, far exceeding his initial investment. If cash proves insufficient, one could certainly mortgage the entire property in Shenzhen City to secure a loan, with over 30 million. It is conceivable to acquire the advertising agency rights for a program on Xiangnan Satellite TV from the year 2000. Although Li Yi hails from a wealthy lineage, his family's standing pales in comparison to that of Feng Xiangdong and Yao Kong, prompting him to proactively toast to everyone at the table. He understands that the camaraderie shared among them today is largely due to Zheng's influence. Ultimately, one must rely on their own endeavors. After several rounds of drinks, Wu Wu, slightly inebriated, slurred to Zheng's, come, brother, let's have one together. Zheng's swallowed a piece of wild eel, raised his beer in a toast with Wu Wu, and downed it in one go. The cuisine here is indeed exquisite, with wild ingredients and exceptional culinary skills leading Zheng's to indulge heartily, while everyone else also savored their meals, their lips glistening with grease. Before long, a bottle of Matai had been emptied. Yao Kong generously retrieved 2 more bottles from beneath the table, exclaiming, the drinks today are splendid. Easy. We haven't finished our previous round. Let's continue. Wu Gu, sit up straight. Don't slouch. We have only just begun. As he spoke, he opened another bottle of Matai. Observing this, Zheng's were realized that the second bottle of Matai would surely lead to a state of intoxication among the group. He stood up and said, Kongzi, allow me to clarify our collaborative efforts first, and then we can resume drinking. How does that sound? Yao Kong waved his hand dismissively. Zhuge, you dictate the terms of our collaboration. Whatever it is, count me in. I will arrange the funds tomorrow. Fang Xiangdong chimed in. Indeed, Zhuge, we are all brothers. Just include me in whatever you decide. Zheng Zhua smiled. Precisely because we are brothers, it is essential to establish clarity from the outset. True brothers settle accounts clearly. My proposal is this. Let us invest 50 million to acquire the advertising rights for Wu Ji's program for the next 2 years. By the way, Wu Gu, you are directing next year's Happy Girls as well, aren't you? Wu Wu was taken aback. The plans for the following year were information he had only recently gleaned from the station's leadership. As long as Happy Boys meets expectations, he would indeed continue as director next year. Chapter 85. Great Joy and Great Sorrow. Wu Wu couldn't help but regard Zheng Zhua with increased esteem. Realizing that this seemingly naive younger brother was well informed about the station's future plans, Wu Wu hastily replied, Oh, I couldn't possibly impose such costs on my brothers. Yes, I am directing Happy Girls next year as well, but shouldn't we approach this with caution? Investing 50 million all at once. I fear if my program doesn't take off. Zheng Zhua waved his hand reassuringly. Wu Gu, there's no need for concern. What business venture lacks risks? We have faith in your abilities, and we are confident that you will make this program a success. Furthermore, our investment is not solely to support your endeavor. After all, this is your first time leading a program, but we also recognize your talent and the commercial potential of your show. We are here to earn as well. So do not feel burdened. Just focus on executing your vision. Upon hearing Zheng's words, Wu Wu felt an undeniable surge of emotion. Regardless of wealth, it was not simply acquired. He was astonished that a chance acquaintance could harbor such faith in him. Having lived over 30 years in obscurity, he never anticipated finding such belief from Zheng. Trembling, Wu Wu rose to his feet, lifting his glass of white liquor, and addressed Zheng and the others. All right. I shall refrain from excessive words. To speak further would be to distance myself from you, my brothers. Here is a toast to you all. Let us drink. With that, he tilted his head back and downed the contents of his glass in one swift motion. Witnessing Wu Wu's heartfelt gesture, the others followed suit, rising to finish their own drinks. As the liquor coursed through them, a warm sensation enveloped their chests. The fiery spirit ignited a blaze within, prompting Yao Kong to exclaim in exhilaration. Zheng smiled and remarked, Let it be so. Whether 5 million can secure a 2-year advertising agency remains to be seen. But I believe this price is quite competitive. I will contribute 10 million, and the remaining 40 million, including Xia Xia, will be divided among the 3 of you, with equity distributed according to your investments. We shall secure the overall advertising agency under the banner of Nightlong Gu Cultural Communication Company. As for the specifics of operations, you may handle those as you see fit. Direction Dong waved his hand dismissively. No problem. Once the funds are in place tomorrow, I shall approach Wu Gu and subsequently negotiate with Xiangnan Satellite TV. I trust in your judgment, Brother Zhua. Before meeting Zheng, Direction Dong and Yao Kong were notorious rascals in the entire Star City. Now, having launched their own company, they not only elevated Xia Rant status, but were also set to release their own singles into the market. Most importantly, Zheng not only penned songs for them, but also helped them earn a considerable sum. With Zheng inviting them to invest once more, Direction Dong hesitated not a moment. Given that Zheng was personally investing his own money, how could there be a risk of loss? Zheng nodded. Very well. My 10 million will be transferred to your account tomorrow. Additionally, I have one condition. He must participate in the competition and reach the finals. Zheng gestured towards Li Yi, who sat beside him. Wu Wu glanced at Li Yi and remarked, Brother Li Yi possesses excellent physical attributes, yet I wonder about his singing ability. Does he have any noteworthy works? Li Yi awkwardly looked at Zheng, astonished that Zheng's promise to promote him had manifested into reality, complete with a 1 million investment. Yet, while he enjoyed singing casually, he lacked the time and confidence to participate in a singing competition. Zheng waved his hand reassuringly. No worries. I have already prepared his works. As for vocal technique, I will arrange for him to study with teacher Dawei at Dong Ji's company for a while. It should not be a problem. In popular music, as long as it resonates with people, there is no need for excessively high standards regarding vocal timbre. Wu Wu nodded. Recognizing Zheng's sincerity, it was time for him to express his stance. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively stated, "As long as Brother Li Yi can present a remarkable piece, I assure you he will secure a place among the top 3. Yao Kong laughed heartily. Haha, Wu Ge, rest assured. I believe EZ will undoubtedly produce a classic work for the competition." After speaking, he glanced at Zheng Zuo's expression and noticing that Zheng Zuo showed no intention of interrupting him, he continued, "Do you know who wrote Xia Xia's Lillian and My Dearest?" Wu Wu shook his head. Those 2 songs are now widely sung, yet the lyricists and composers remain shrouded in mystery, never having appeared before the media. Both Xiang Dong and Yao Kong simultaneously pointed at Zheng Zuo. Wu Wu and Li Yi stared at Zheng Zuo in astonishment, to which Zheng Zuo smiled and nodded, saying, "I have long prepared the song for EGE's competition. You need not worry about that, Wu Ge." Wu Wu, filled with excitement, responded, "Great. Then there will definitely be no problem." Zheng Zuo then addressed Xiang Dong and Yao Kong, stating, Wu Ji's program primarily focuses on selecting talents from the general public, requiring that participating singers be signed. Moreover, after the competition, they will be signed to another record company, so it is not suitable for either of you to participate. However, you might consider making a guest appearance on the show after your new songs are released to boost your popularity. Additionally, you could invite Dou Wei to serve as a judge on that program. Given Dou Wei's esteemed reputation, he would certainly be more than capable of fulfilling that role. Wu Wu inquired curiously, "Is it the Dou Wei from the Treasure Island music scene?" Zheng Zuo nodded, "Indeed. Dou Wei is currently with Night Changgu and is producing singles for Xia Xia, Dongzi, and Kongzi. That's wonderful. I have been troubled by the difficulty of finding a heavyweight judge. If Teacher Dou Wei could attend, it would undoubtedly enhance the program's visibility. I could then seek out other judges, and it would be much easier since not everyone can sit at the same table as Teacher Dou Wei," Wu Wu exclaimed excitedly. Xiang Dong chuckled, "All right. If the ratings are high, Kong Zi and I will make guest appearances. As for Teacher Dou Wei, once Swagu speaks, I believe he will certainly agree to participate in the program." Zheng Zuo remarked, "Let's still do some work with Teacher Dou Wei. Given the current circumstances, it is indeed necessary for him to lend his support." The group established their collaborative intentions, and Zheng Zuo no longer inquired further, as the specifics would be managed by Xiang Dong and the others. With matters settled, they relaxed and began to drink. Li Yi, who usually had a good tolerance for alcohol, had indulged the night prior and, after several shots of baijiu combined with the emotional highs and lows of the day, found himself slightly inebriated. Casting aside his initial reserve from their first meeting, he stood up and began to circulate among the group. Chapter 86. A Lifetime with You. Beginning with Wu Wu, each person raised a glass in a toast. Seeing this, Yao Kong also became animated. Once Li Yi completed his round, he stood up, mimicking Li Yi, and commenced a new round of toasts. The atmosphere at the table grew increasingly lively. Wu Wu set aside his usual humility, rolled up his sleeves, and engaged in a spirited battle with the others. Fortunately, Yao Kong had brought enough matai, and before long, a bottle was nearly empty, yet everyone still craved more. The drinking session continued from noon until after 3 in the afternoon, with only Zheng Zuo and Xiang Dong managing to remain relatively sober. Originally, Zheng Zuo intended to settle the bill himself, but under the influence of alcohol, Fang Xiangdong resolutely insisted on paying. Observing that everyone was thoroughly intoxicated, Zheng Zuo proposed to Fang Xiangdong that they should go for a foot bath. Beyond its thriving entertainment industry, Xingqing is renowned nationwide for its foot bath establishments, often referred to as the capital of feet in Huagua. Although it may not possess the grandeur of the imperial capital or the magic city, it certainly holds a distinguished position among countless cities across the nation. After considerable effort, Zheng Zuo and Fang Xiangdong managed to drag their companions from the small island onto the ferry, subsequently ushering them one by one into the vehicle, which they then drove to a large foot bath center on the street. Each person was assigned a foot bath technician, completing the arrangement. Days later, Zheng Zuo sat quietly in class, as the end of the semester approached, providing a rare opportunity for him and his peers to gather. Wei Shuai had left several internet CAFs in Xiangda for Pei Yong and others to manage, while Wang Xiaojian had ceased his personal pursuits in the mobile phone market. Returning to class instead, having missed an entire semester's worth of lessons, it was imperative for them to make an appearance before finals, lest they face the prospect of retaking courses. Typically reserved, Zheng Zuo often found himself engrossed in a book borrowed from the library, silently reading in class, only responding when the teacher called his name. In contrast, Wei Shuai and Wang Xiaojian were the charismatic figures of the class. And since partnering with Zheng Zhua in the internet CAF and mobile phone business, they had accumulated some wealth, freely distributing cigarettes like the Huffing Wang brand among their classmates, quickly forging friendships with previously unfamiliar male students. Zheng Zhua could only immerse himself in his studies to momentarily quell his longing for Lin Yujia. He had no other means to forget her. Having lived for over 30 years and experienced heartbreak before, this particular separation was the most painful of all. Consequently, no matter where he found himself, memories of the moments shared with Lin Yujia lingered in his mind. Other than smoking more and drinking excessively, he felt powerless against this anguish. During the break, the group engaged in lively conversation. Suddenly, one of the boys broached a topic that captured everyone's attention. Have you heard? The campus beauty from the class of '98 participated in the Huajie competition on Xiangnan TV and secured the runner-up position. I know, you mean Xiao Huixian, right? She lives in the dorm next to mine. I've heard she's become quite famous, with luxury cars picking her up every day. Another boy chimed in. I heard her previous boyfriend was Li Yi from our school. For reasons unknown, Xiao Huixian dumped him and went on to join the Huajie talent show, and unexpectedly became a sensation. A girl added enviously. Upon hearing this, Zheng Zhua closed his book and slowly made his way to the corridor outside the classroom, dialing Li Yi's number. During this time, Li Yi had been frequenting the nights-long gu to learn singing from Dewey, and Zheng Zhua had already prepared a competition song for him. When the call connected, Li Yi's voice came through. Hello, Zhua Air. What a surprise to receive your call today. Oh, nothing much. Have you heard about Xiao Huixian? Zheng Zhua casually inquired, his hand resting in his pants pocket. I have heard it all. Alas, I have become a cautionary tale. It seems that breaking up with me could transform one into a figure like Huajie. Li Yi lamented indignantly. Haha, isn't that a good thing? Surely, many girls would wish to be your girlfriend, only to cast you aside later, Zheng Zhua jested. Teasing Li Yi. All right, Zhuer, weren't you also dumped? You shouldn't be laughing like the elder brother at the younger brother's expense, he continued. By the way, Brother Wu's show is about to start, and I have already signed up. Teacher Dawei has also agreed to be a judge. Now we just need your song. Is that all right? If not, I will persuade Teacher Dawei to think of something, Li Yi said earnestly over the phone. Come on, Ego. When have I ever deceived you? Just wait, I'll be there in no time. However, I do have a condition that you must agree to. Zheng Zhua replied with a laugh. What do you want, Zhua? Is it that Xiao Yu's departure has left you heartbroken, leading to a change in your affections? I must clarify, my friend, I perform for art, not for love. Li Yi exclaimed loudly into the phone. Where did your thoughts wander? This song is a gift for Lin Yujia. I am uncertain whether she can view Xiangnan TV, but I hope that when you take the stage, you will mention that this song was written by a friend for his girlfriend, Zheng Zhua said with a wry smile. Is that all? No problem. I will clarify with Brother Wu to ensure that this part is not cut from the broadcast. A song written for Xiao, you must be beautiful. Li Yi said excitedly on the other end of the line. Wait for me at the company. I will bring you the song shortly, Zheng Zhua replied, contemplating the imminent competition, realizing it was time to hand the song over to Li Yi. Zheng Zhua entered the classroom, tidied his belongings, and bid farewell to Wei Shuai and Wang Xiaojian before departing the teaching building, driving his Dongfang Zizi towards Naichangge. Upon arriving, both Xiang Dong and Yao Kong warmly greeted him at the elevator, while Xia Ran was away for a performance. Zheng Zhua chose not to engage in lengthy conversation and instead headed directly to the recording studio. Yao Kong had already prepared the electric guitar, and given the thrilling experiences from previous sessions, everyone was filled with anticipation for Zheng Zhua's forthcoming piece. Zheng Zhua habitually strummed the guitar strings a few times before beginning to sing in his deep, resonant voice. Because I dreamed of your departure, I awoke from my tears. Watching the night breeze sweep past the window, can you feel my love? When the day of our old age arrives, will you still be by my side? Observing those vows and falsehoods slowly drift away with the past. How many have admired your youthful beauty? Who is willing to endure the relentless passage of time? How many have come and gone in your life? Know that for a lifetime, I shall remain by your side. Chapter 87. Eternal Interest. This song would later become the renowned piece released by Shui Mu Nianhua in 2002. Ever since Zheng Zhua promised Lin Yujia a song, he had intended to present this very piece to her. Yet, before he could sing it to Lin Yujia, they found themselves separated by great distances. Now, by having Li Yi perform this song on Xiangnan TV, he hoped that Lin Yujia, far away in a foreign land, could hear his heartfelt sentiments. Dawei excitedly rushed over and grasped Zheng Zuo's hand, exclaiming, "What a splendid song! Truly remarkable, Zheng Zuo. You never cease to amaze me with your ability to craft such diverse musical styles from your mind. If you devoted yourself to songwriting, your achievements in the pop music realm would undoubtedly be unparalleled." Zheng Zuo, feeling a bit embarrassed, wiped the tears from his face with the hem of his garment and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I apologize for being so absorbed." With that, he did not set down his guitar, but began to strum and sing another song. With the emotional groundwork laid from the previous piece, this song resonated even more deeply. "Are you accustomed to using my hand as a pillow? Your telescope cannot perceive my solitude in the northern hemisphere. The tides of the Pacific swirl back and forth with the earth. I shall wait patiently, ever welcoming you to shore. Are you accustomed to my embrace being absent as a heater? The photographs reveal not my loneliness in the northern hemisphere. No matter how vast the world may be, two sincere hearts can warm each other. Longing shall not grow weary. I entrust all my dreams to your care." As the song concluded, Zheng Zuo composed himself and turned to Li Yi, saying, "These two songs should have a strong chance of making it to the finals. We can ask teacher Dawei to arrange them anew at that time." Li Yi nodded enthusiastically, "Absolutely, absolutely. Zuo, after all this time, I'm only now realizing your immense talent." Zheng Zuo waved his hand dismissively. All right. Could you be a bit more composed?" Meanwhile, Fang Xiangdong and Yao Kong gazed at Li Yi with envy, lamenting how Zheng Zuo had gifted him two songs of equal caliber to those they had received, igniting their jealousy. Perceiving their thoughts, Zheng Zuo offered reassurance. "Rest easy, you two. Once your singles are released, I shall provide you with new works." He inquired, "Donggu, how are the negotiations for the advertisement with Xiangnan Television progressing?" As Zheng Zuo spoke, he exited the recording studio, with Yao Kong hastily leading him into the conference room of Night Chango. The room was modest, capable of seating approximately 30 individuals, yet currently, the staff of Night Chango was limited. Besides Dawei's music production team, only the marketing and administrative personnel remained, totaling fewer than 20 individuals, making the space ample for their needs. As everyone settled in, a beautiful woman in black stockings diligently poured each of them a cup of hot tea and adjusted the air conditioning. Zheng Zuo took a sip of the tea before turning his gaze to Fang Xiangdong. Understanding that Zheng Zuo was inquiring about the progress of the advertising negotiations, Fang Xiangdong organized his thoughts and said, "In fact, the intention has long been established. However, there are still some disputes regarding the price. Old Zheng, your bottom line was set at 50 million for 2 years, but after further market research by our department, in light of the advertising prices of entertainment programs on Xiangnan Television over the past 2 years, we believe we should negotiate for a lower price." Zheng Zuo nodded, appreciating Fang Xiangdong and his colleagues' approach. Their prior market investigation indicated the company's operations were becoming increasingly standardized and professional. He smiled at Fang Xiangdong and Yao Kong, saying, "Donggu, Kongzi, thank you for your hard work. If we can secure a lower price, that would be even better. Previously, I merely offered a conservative estimate regarding the price. May I inquire what your approximation might be for securing the deal? Regardless of the cost, I am resolute in my desire for a contract spanning at least 2 years. I firmly believe that Lao Wu's program is destined for tremendous success, and I am confident it will surpass this year's popularity next year. If we could secure a 3-year agreement at once, that would be even more splendid." Direction Dong nodded. "Rest assured, Lao Zheng, we shall strive in accordance with your overarching vision. As it stands, we might be able to finalize a 2-year contract for approximately 40 million. I have a concern." Dawei interjected, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the long wooden table. "In our business discussions, given your significant investments, not only do you require me to serve as a judge, but you also expect me to guide this novice to meet the competition's standards in a short time frame. Shouldn't I be granted a share in this venture?" "Teacher Dawei," Yao Kong replied with a smile, "the Xiangnan Television will provide you with the corresponding appearance fee. As for the guidance fee for Yitzi, we can negotiate that." Dawei shook his head. "I can allocate a portion of funds, but I must possess a share in the equity. Otherwise, I shall withdraw from this endeavor." It appeared that Dawei recognized the program's potential and insisted on obtaining a stake. Zheng Zuo chuckled, acknowledging that Dawei's role was indeed crucial in the program's early stages. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, "Teacher Dawei has devoted himself tirelessly to the company, pouring his heart and soul into Xia Xia's new song, and has recently been busy producing new songs for Lao Feng and Kongzi, while also mentoring ego. It is undoubtedly arduous. Therefore, you need not contribute financially. Instead, you shall directly receive 5% equity. What do you think? Since Zheng Zhua had spoken up, Direction Dong and Yao Kong refrained from voicing further objections. However, Dewey remained unconvinced. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, I can provide a portion of funds, but I wish to invest directly, requiring at least 10% equity. Let us distribute based on the contract signed with Xiangnan Television, so I will contribute precisely what I am due, without taking any unallocated shares. Zheng Zhua nodded, then looked towards Direction Dong and Yao Kong. What are your thoughts? I believe that since Teacher Dewey is optimistic about our plan, we should collaborate. Zheng Zhua understood well that there are no eternal friendships, only perpetual interests. Binding Dewey to their cause was essential for a united front moving forward. Direction Dong contemplated before agreeing. All right, since Teacher Dewey wishes to invest, I concur. Long Mao Yao Kong shrugged. Fine. Everyone is in agreement. And it would be rather inconsiderate of me not to acquiesce. Dewey laughed heartily. Excellent. I have faith in all of you young talents. Henceforth, I, Dewey, shall accompany you. When it comes to music, I shall have the final say. Naturally, I hope that General Zheng can present more classic works. As for the operational matters, those are for you young individuals to determine. I shall simply follow along and count the profits. Dewey displayed a commendable self-awareness. Recognizing his lack of expertise in business and showing no inclination to seize control. After discussing various details related to the collaboration with Wu Wu, Zheng Zhua noted that time was running short, prompting him to bid farewell to everyone and return to Linda for his afternoon classes. The group accompanied Zheng Zhua to the elevator, where Li Yi insisted on descending with him. Aware that Li Yi likely had something to discuss, Zheng Zhua waved goodbye to Direction Dong and the others. Chapter 88. The dagger glimmering with white light in the elevator. Only Zheng Zhua and Li Yi remained. Li Yi eagerly rummaged through Zheng Zhua's pocket and extracted a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes. Impatiently, he lit one and took a deep drag, prompting a fit of coughing. Amidst his coughs, he exclaimed, I'm suffocating. Damn it, Teacher Dewey forbids me from smoking and even confiscated my cigarettes, claiming it affects my vocal performance. I've been holding back for days. Zheng Zhua chuckled and patted Li Yi on the back. All right, it's better to smoke less. Xiao Huixian has been looking for me, Li Yi said, releasing a smoke ring. What does she want from you? An attempt at rekindling old flames? Zheng Zhua inquired. To explain, she claims she still has feelings for me, but had to break up to advance her career, dealing with directors and investors, Li Yi replied. Damn, she wants you to remain her backup. While she indulges in a life of extravagance, she expects you to remain pure for her. How ridiculous, Zheng Zhua remarked. Perhaps she genuinely has her own struggles. Do you think she really still likes me? Li Yi asked, unable to restrain his curiosity. Brother Yi, let me be honest. Such women only see wealth and status, devoid of true emotion. You shouldn't engage with her. You cannot afford the game. Zheng Zhua urged earnestly. At that moment, the elevator reached the parking lot. Li Yi crushed the cigarette but underfoot and said, I know, in her eyes, I'm merely a backup now. Yet, I still find it impossible to refuse her. After all, we shared a romance. Zheng Zhua shook his head. Love is like that. When you care for someone, you can always find an excuse for their actions. He patted Li Yi's shoulder. Brother Yi, I believe many matters require time to unfold. Perhaps you could try dating her again, to see if the spark can be rekindled, or if you can adapt to being her backup. With that, Zheng Zhua handed Li Yi the remaining half-pack of cigarettes and drove away. In the Netherlands, at the University of Amsterdam, one of Europe's premier institutions, which has nurtured 6 Nobel laureates and 7 Spinoza Prize winners, Lin Yujia concluded her day of classes. Alone, she clutched a substantial stack of study materials against her chest and briskly made her way to the parking lot. Stopping in front of a red car, she retrieved her car keys from the pocket of her light blue jeans and unlocked the door. At that moment, a tall figure descended from a nearby black Mercedes-Benz. Smiling as he approached Lin Yujia. Xiao Yu, class is over. Shall we go for dinner? I know a pizza place by the canal that serves delicious food. Let us go try it. Xingu. I'm sorry, but I have to have dinner with my mother tonight, Lin Yujia replied while fastening her seatbelt, which perfectly accentuated her alluring curves. Zhao Weichen swallowed hard, maintaining a friendly demeanor as he said, Xiao Yu, Uncle Lin has asked me to get closer to you. Look at you, always so busy. Don't we have time to share a meal? Xingu, let us do it another time. Lin Yujia, with a cold expression, finished her words and sped away like a sprite. Zhao Weichun, filled with frustration, watched the car recede into the distance, stamping his foot in anger, muttering to himself, "I wonder how long you can remain so arrogant." With that, he dejectedly returned to his own Mercedes. At that moment, a red Skoda pickup truck emerged from an unseen corner, executing a near 90-degree drift that nearly collided with Zhao Weichun's Mercedes. After a screeching halt, the engine roared back to life as the Skoda sped off, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Zhao Weichun hastily rolled up the windows of his Mercedes, not forgetting to extend a middle finger towards the reckless Skoda. If Zheng had been present, he would have recognized the man behind the wheel of the Skoda, donning black sunglasses, as the missing Old Su from Lin's circle. Old Su accelerated the Skoda, soon returning to his line of sight. He let out a quiet sigh of relief, retrieving a pack of unfamiliar foreign cigarettes from his pocket and lighting one for himself, then leisurely followed the steady pace of the road ahead. Only upon safely entering a villa adorned with medieval architectural style along the canal did Old Su toss aside the cigarette, butt, and drive the Skoda further away. The streets of Amsterdam were bustling with trams and tattooed youths. Old Su parked the Skoda in front of an aged apartment building, its entrance weathered and peeling. This had been his residence for the longest stretch in the past month. The apartment's facilities were quite antiquated. He rented a place on the top floor, through the window of which he could catch a distant glimpse of the gate to Lin Yujia's home and the nearby canal. As per his usual routine, Old Su purchased a pizza and a bottle of rum from a tavern at the apartment's entrance, staggering up the dilapidated stairway. The apartment was as noisy as ever. In such old buildings in Amsterdam, they served as havens for drug users and prostitutes, with authorities turning a blind eye to these activities. Thus, on his way, Old Su encountered numerous tattooed youths and flamboyantly dressed fallen women. Upon reaching the third-floor staircase, he noticed a striking white woman with a nose ring standing at the landing, smoking marijuana. She greeted Old Su with a wave, extending 5 fingers in a gesture. Old Su smiled, appraising her figure, and raised 3 fingers in response. The woman, growing impatient, discarded her cigarette and, cursing, extended 4 fingers. Old Su shrugged nonchalantly, cheerfully declaring his own count, and then pulled the petite white woman towards him as they ascended the stairs. As they reached the top floor, Old Su sensed something amiss. Unfazed, he brought the woman to his room's door, only to find it ajar, a dark void beyond the slightly opened door heightening his alertness to an extreme level. He brushed the dagger at his back, signaling the white woman to wait at the door, indifferent to whether the alluring lady with the nose ring comprehended his intent. Like a cheetah, he kicked open the slightly ajar door, rolled onto the floor, and found himself gripping the dagger, which glimmered with a silvery sheen. Chapter 89. The big shot Lao Su had entered the room, his eyes swiftly adapting to the darkness within. He spotted a middle-aged man, approximately 50 years old, seated on a dark single sofa in the living room. Instantly, the tension in his body relaxed. The man was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, with neatly combed dark hair, a square jaw exuding authority, and piercing eyes fixed intently on Lao Su. A hint of a smile emerged on his dignified face. "Xiao Su, life treating you well? How is it? Enjoying the company of foreign beauties? Why are you so reluctant to spend money, just like your father? Didn't I give you a fair amount when you went abroad? Why are you staying in this place? Good day, sir." Lao Su sprang to his feet, standing straight as a ramrod, and rendered a perfect military salute to the middle-aged man. The man waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, there are no ranks here. And you are no longer my soldier. I'm in Europe on business and took the opportunity to visit them. This is a personal matter, and the Dutch authorities are unaware of my presence." "Ah, hello, Uncle He. Have you seen Xiao Yu and her mother?" Lao Su, uncharacteristically shy, smiled awkwardly and inquired. The middle-aged man was Lin Yujia's biological father, He Tianxi, a significant figure in the Chinese military, under whose command Lao Su had served during his military tenure. He Tianxi retrieved a pack of specially supplied Zhonghua cigarettes from his briefcase, tossed one to Lao Su, and lit one for himself. After taking a deep draw, he remarked, "No, Xiao Yu's mother still refuses to see me. I only caught a distant glimpse of them. Alas, I cannot entirely blame her for being cold-hearted. I was the one who wronged them first." Lao Su's eyes gleamed with desire as he accepted the Zhonghua cigarette. Having been in this place for quite some time, the one thing he found difficult to adjust to was the absence of domestic cigarettes, especially this special brand, which he hadn't smoked in years. Rubbing his hands together, he approached He Tianxi and said, Uncle He, This cigarette is truly delightful. He Tianchi smiled gently and tossed the majority of the pack of specially supplied Zhonghua to Lao Su, saying with a hint of resignation, "You fought alongside me through thick and thin over the years. I should at least give you some recognition. Recently, you've also been keeping an eye on Xiaoyu. I appreciate your efforts." Lao Su promptly accepted the pack of Zhonghua, carefully stowing it away in his pocket. Just as he was about to speak, the alluring white woman at the door, growing impatient, began to mutter something. Suddenly, two capable-looking men wearing sunglasses emerged from outside, conversing with the heavily made-up woman in Dutch. After handing her 2 bills, the woman reluctantly departed. He Tianchi glanced at the awkward Lao Su and remarked, "Xiao Su, you're not getting any younger. I can't keep relying on you for my affairs. You have reached the age of 30, yet remain unwed, delaying your lifelong commitment. I would find it difficult to explain this to your father when the time comes." Old Su chuckled awkwardly. "Uncle He, there is no delay. No delay. In that case, you need not accompany Xiaoyu any longer. I will arrange for someone else to come. You cannot return to the army now. Although I have managed to suppress your previous incident, your imprisonment for several years complicates matters. Here, take some funds and go associate with that lad from Lin University." He Tianchi pressed his temple as he spoke. "What? Are you abandoning me?" Old Su exclaimed in horror. "Who said I am abandoning you? However, you cannot keep running around like this. Settle down in Xingqing, engage in some work, and keep an eye on that boy for me. Humph. He is not worthy to be my son-in-law. Yet, I must admit, he seems to conduct his business with a certain principle and possesses some capability. Assist him, and observe how far he can rise. By the way, you mentioned last time that aside from Xiaoyu, he has a celebrity girlfriend?" He Tianchi inquired. "I cannot say for certain if she qualifies as a girlfriend. It appears that the girl has reached some sort of agreement with Xiaoyu, and their relationship seems quite amicable. Zheng's seems to care for her. I believe the 2 popular songs she is known for were written with his assistance. Uncle He, Zheng's is undoubtedly a loyal friend and a decent person. However, I find him inscrutable. Despite our prolonged acquaintance, he seems to possess an aura of mystery, a formidable power. Previously, Tianhua International from the UK sought him out." Old Su reflected, "Many matters, even if he wishes to keep them hidden, cannot remain so in Huagua. There are few things that can be concealed from He Tianchi. That lad possesses some skill to manage harmonious relations with 2 women. A man having multiple wives is not an issue, as long as he treats Xiaoyu well. I am not overly concerned about that. Depart tomorrow, but do not reveal my identity just yet. When he has grown sufficiently to merit my acquaintance, I shall meet him." He Tianchi queried, "Is that boy from the Zhao family still pursuing Xiaoyu daily?" "Indeed, he seeks her almost every day, yet Xiaoyu seems indifferent, brushing him off each time." Old Su replied, "After all, the Zhao lad is a direct descendant of the Zhao family. If he were to be with Xiaoyu, it would benefit both the He family and the Lin family, her mother's side. However, my daughter possesses a unique perspective, choosing to be with the unremarkable Zhengzhua. Perhaps it shows her character." He Tianchi laughed heartily, producing a bank card from his pocket and handing it to Old Su. "There are 20 million within. Go enjoy yourself with that lad from Lin University. Additionally, find a reliable woman and start a family. Once your family has grown, I can finally repay your late father. Had it not been for your father shielding me from that bullet in Yunnan, I would not be here today." "Understood, Uncle He." Old Su accepted the bank card and placed it in his pocket. "Well then, prepare to depart. I will arrange everything here. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me immediately. If you encounter insurmountable challenges in Star City, feel free to seek my assistance. However, I sincerely hope you will rely on your own strength to forge your own path. After all, I cannot be your guardian forever in this world. Only one's own power can sustain one in the long run. Do you understand?" He Tianchi spoke incessantly to Old Su. Old Su nodded in silence, tidied his passport and belongings, and exited the room without looking back. Chapter 90. Longing across oceans by the canals of Amsterdam, in a villa of medieval architectural style. Lin Yujia and her mother were sharing a meal. The dining room floor was adorned with a hand-woven Turkish carpet, and a classical redwood dining table was laden with European silverware, with a pair of ivory chopsticks. Lin Yujia absent-mindedly poked at the dishes prepared by a Chinese chef hired from a 5-star hotel back home, yet she found them utterly unappetizing. "What is the matter? Is it not to your taste? I've already changed 3 chefs for you. Were you this picky back in China?" A stately middle-aged woman, seated across from Lin Yujia, expressed her dissatisfaction. "Mom, I really don't want to eat much. I'm going upstairs, Lin Yujia pouted. No. At least eat half. If you keep skipping meals, how will you maintain your health? You are destined to inherit the Lin family business. Without good health, how can you manage? Lin Yujia's mother admonished sternly. Reluctantly, Lin Yujia shoved a few bites into her mouth, chewing and swallowing as if it were wax. The middle-aged woman nodded in approval and casually remarked, Your father has come to Holland. Would you like to see him? Lin Yujia glanced at her mother and replied, Mom, are you still unwilling to meet him? Hasn't he been apologizing to you all along? Apologizing? When he abandoned us, did he ever think about how sorry he should be? What good is an apology now? The middle-aged woman exclaimed, her emotions rising. Seeing her mother's agitation, Lin Yujia quickly finished chewing her food and said, I'm done. I'll head upstairs now. With that, she dashed to her bedroom. Once inside, Lin Yujia shut the door and curled up on a single armchair, clutching her Moto 998. The phone had remained powered off since she boarded the flight leaving China. She dreaded hearing his voice, feared the expression of his longing, and was terrified of her own inability to deny his continued affection. Glancing at the international watch on her wrist, she noted that the time zone had long been adjusted. Yet her heart remained tethered to China. At 6 in the evening, it was precisely 1 in the morning there. Surely he was asleep. She wondered if Xia Ran was by his side. The thought of Zheng is what pierced her heart. With a deep breath to steady her scattered thoughts, she opened her laptop and finally mustered the courage to download an application, entering her phone number. During the login process, Lin Yujia's heart inexplicably raced. Aside from her mobile phone, this was the only means of communication Lin Yujia had left to connect with Zheng Zhou. Having arrived in the Netherlands nearly 20 days ago, Lin Yujia often found herself missing Zheng Zhou. However, she refrained from calling or messaging him, wishing for him to completely forget her. They had become inhabitants of two disparate worlds. Any lingering ties would only exacerbate their mutual anguish. As she logged on, Lin Yujia felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Zheng Zhou's image, though the gray hue indicated that he was currently offline. Summoning her courage, she typed a brief message. I have arrived in the Netherlands. Do not worry. The few words seemed to drain her of all energy. After sending the message, she exhaled deeply and curled up once more on the single sofa, staring blankly at Zheng Zhou's gray avatar. Suddenly, her phone beeped, and with bated breath, she opened the message, only to be greeted by the image of a beautiful woman, not the reply she had hoped for from Zheng Zhou. Xiaoyu, how are you? If you can catch it, please tune in to Xiangnan TV. The message was from Xia Ran, a friend she had added long ago after the turn of the millennium. I'm not sure if I can receive that, Lin Yujia replied, having become disinterested, thinking Xia Ran wanted her to watch something about her. It's about Zheng Zhou. Xia Ran continued. He wrote 2 songs for you, performed by his good friend Li Yi on a talent show aired on Xiangnan TV, which is currently being rebroadcast. You needn't feel jealous about the 2 songs. Listening to what he composed for you reveals that you are still the one he cherishes the most. Lin Yujia had no time to bid farewell to Xia Ran. Like the wind, she dashed downstairs, calling out, Quick! Turn on the television. I need to watch Xiangnan TV. A woman in her 50s, hearing Lin Yujia's cries, promptly switched on the large screen in the living room. Although Lin Yujia and her mother seldom watch television, their household staff, being from Huagua, had ensured that the television programming was tailored to Chinese channels. Lin Yujia's mother looked at her daughter rushing down the stairs in surprise and asked, At your age, why are you always in such a flurry? Ignoring her mother's admonishment, Lin Yujia swiftly snatched the remote from the woman's hands and eagerly inquired, What channel is Xiangnan TV? After a moment's thought, the woman replied, Miss, it seems to be channel 35. What has prompted your sudden desire to watch television today? Lin Yujia quickly tuned in to the correct channel. When she finally spotted the mango logo, she breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the footage of Li Yi's entrance began to play. With a guitar slung over his shoulder, he stood center stage and addressed the judges. Good day, esteemed judges. I am contestant Li Yi, and the song I will perform is one written by a dear friend for his girlfriend across the ocean. I hope this song conveys his longing. With that, Li Yi signaled the band to prepare, and the screen displayed the song title and its creators, Lonely Northern Hemisphere, with the authors listed. Upon reaching this point, Lin Yujia was already on the verge of tears, softly murmuring to herself, Indeed, he has accomplished it. He promised to gift me a song. On television, Li Yi had begun to strum and sing. Do not fear. We are at opposite ends of the earth. See my greetings riding on a magic carpet. Flying at the speed of light to your side, allowing you to witness the cross stars accompanied by the North Star. Are you accustomed to sleeping without my hand as your pillow? Your telescope cannot perceive my solitude in the northern hemisphere. The tides of the Pacific revolve back and forth with the earth. I shall patiently wait, always welcoming you to shore. The straightforward lyrics and fluid melody conveyed the longing across vast oceans, causing Lin Yujia's tears to flow like a released torrent. Chapter 91. Profitability beside her. Lin Yujia's mother silently observed her weeping daughter, listening to the song emanating from the television, seemingly aware of something profound. Quietly, she picked up a pristine napkin and approached her daughter, gently wiping away her tears. Then, with tenderness, she inquired, "Is this song written for you?" Lin Yujia nodded, continuing to immerse herself in the music's emotional embrace. This young man possesses a modicum of talent. However, little you, men are unreliable. Do not let his sweet words deceive you. When your father pursued me, he too was full of empty promises. You must remember, you are destined to inherit the Lin family's vast fortune. Lin Yujia's mother chattered on the side. Mom, he doesn't even know my true identity. We are genuinely in love. Please, let me listen to the music in peace, Lin Yujia protested, pouting. Lin Yujia's mother glanced at the television screen, murmuring to herself, "This young man is quite romantic. I wonder what he looks like. If only your father had shown such flair in his youth. Perhaps I would have forgiven him for anything." Lin Yujia did not hear her mother's musings. By the time Li finished his song, her face was drenched in tears, longing to sprout wings and fly straight into his embrace. Yet, she understood the impossibility of such a dream. The distance between her and Zheng Zhuo was more than just an ocean apart. On the other side of the globe, Li Yi's debut had successfully captured the media's attention. On one hand, the marketing for Knight Commander Go was exceptionally executed. On the other, the song's lyricist and composer had also drawn media focus. Previously, the two singles by Xia Ran, crafted by him, had dropped like heavyweight bombs in the pop music scene. Now, with a new release, he again astonished listeners, receiving high praise from seasoned musicians led by Do Wei, who declared him one of the most talented creators in the mainland's pop music development thus far. The media began to inquire extensively about him, and the calls for Li Yi's victory grew louder. Whenever confronted by reporters, Li Yi would smile and say, "No comment." Unfortunately, Zheng Zhuo had once sternly advised everyone to maintain the secrecy of his identity. Meanwhile, Zheng Zhuo remained detached, overwhelmed by his busy schedule during this time. On one hand, he must contend with the rigors of school examinations, while on the other, the time for year-end dividends in his mobile phone and internet CAF enterprises has arrived, necessitating a flurry of account reconciliations. It is not that he harbors distrust towards Wei Shuai and Wang Xiaojian. Rather, the two insist that certain matters require Zheng Zhuo's personal attention. They argue that at the close of the year, as the proprietor, he ought to oversee some affairs. Meanwhile, in Shenan, Fei Zai's company has thrived due to the soaring sales of Wang Xiaojian's gray market phones. Although still in a preparatory phase, it has nonetheless generated a substantial profit, all of which Zheng Zhuo must verify. Once verification is complete, the distribution of dividends poses another significant challenge. Currently, Wei Shuai's internet CAF employs no fewer than 10 individuals, while Wang Xiaojian manages hundreds of part-time sales agents. Fei Zai has also enlisted several counterfeit experts in Shenan. Fortunately, the accounts of Knight Commander Ge do not trouble Zheng Zhuo, as although the Direction East Group consists of wayward scions, their families operate businesses. From the inception of Knight Commander Ge, a relatively sound corporate structure and financial system have been in place, allowing Zheng Zhuo to simply await the year-end dividends. Presently, Knight Commander Ge has emerged as the largest advertising partner for Xiangnan Satellite TV. Through the vigorous efforts of Wu Wu, Knight Commander Ge has secured the exclusive agency for all advertising resources of Xiangnan Satellite TV's Joyful Boys and Joyful Girls for 3 years, at the modest price of 50 million. Once these time slots were segmented, the first year alone yielded over 20 million in sales. Zheng Zhuo often wishes he could split himself in two to manage the demands of his busy life. This bustling existence has provided him with a sense of fulfillment, alleviating the sorrow of a recent heartbreak. Although his ventures have only commenced within the past few months, they have already exhibited commendable profitability. Zheng Zhuo conservatively estimates that the 6 internet CAFs collectively generate at least 1.5 million in net profit, even after sharing half of the revenue from the CAF at Xiangda with Qiuming. This success is largely attributed to the timely investment in New Century Internet CAF, strategically located near university campuses with the highest concentration of target consumers, coupled with high-end computer configurations and a comfortable environment, establishing New Century Internet CAF as a benchmark in the CAF industry in Star City. Moreover, Wei Shui and Huangguan continuously upgrade hardware based on consumer demand, ensuring that while New Century Internet CAF commands higher fees, it remains an enduring model of imitation without being surpassed. In the realm of mobile marketing, Zheng Zhuo originally focused his efforts on combating Huangmao Mountain, making it his most significant enterprise. Initially led by Lao Su and Li Yi, and later joined by Wang Xiaojian, Zhang Shui, and Lu Xia, they tirelessly developed a network of sales agents. Today, the gray market sales have evolved into an extensive network, with their primary agents cultivating layers of sub-agents. Although the profit margins at the sales terminals inevitably thin out, the reliability and affordability of Zheng Zhuo's procurement channels have enabled even the lowest-tier agents to earn considerable incomes. Over the past few months, gray market phones have generated nearly 3 million in pure revenue for Zheng Zhuo, monopolizing the gray market in Star City and reaching distant provinces such as Gannan and Xiangbei through countless part-time university students. Zheng Zhuo's company has invested over 2 million, and while the business is currently thriving, it remains in the stage of recouping its initial investments. Zheng Zhuo estimates that after distributing the year-end bonuses to employees, he will be left with little for himself. However, he never anticipated that Fei Zai's company would achieve rapid profitability. Rather, the focus is on future prospects, aiming to seize opportunities amidst the rise of counterfeit mobile phones and swiftly dominate the vast markets of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Zheng Zhuo has no intention of personally visiting Shenzhen City. Instead, he has arranged for the Feng brothers to intern with Fei Zai during their winter break. As his enterprise expands, Zheng Zhuo feels increasingly uncertain about how to explain his financial situation to his family upon returning home for the holidays. Even claiming to have won the lottery wouldn't account for such a significant sum. The thought of his prudent parents gives him a headache. Yet he is reluctant to keep them in the dark. If he earns such a fortune, it should enable his parents to enjoy a better life. Otherwise, what would be the point? Ultimately, he concocts a rather flimsy excuse. He tells his parents that Li Yi's participation in Joyful Boys involved songs he himself wrote, and that he has earned some money from additional compositions for a record company, as well as from opening an internet CAF with friends. Chapter 92. Li Yi injured Zheng Zhuo's parents are acquainted with Li Yi and are aware of his television appearances. Upon learning that Li Yi's songs were penned by their son, they feel an immense pride and believe Zheng Zhuo's words. Thus, a portion of Zheng Zhuo's funds is somewhat legitimized in the eyes of his parents, allowing him to finally rest easy. However, just as he settles into bed, he is abruptly awakened by an urgent ringtone. He shakes his head in exasperation, picks up his Motorola 998, and hears a frantic voice on the other end. Direction Dong exclaims, "Old Zheng, something's happened. Li Yi has been injured and is now in the hospital." Zheng Zhuo leaps out of bed, hastily dressing while asking, "How badly is he hurt? Who did this?" It's still unclear. The doctors are operating. He has internal injuries. It seems that it involved Li Yi's ex-girlfriend and a man, and he was outnumbered by 7 or 8 people. "We're at Xiangyo Hospital. Hurry over." Direction Dong's tone is urgent. Although he has faced fights before, usually for show, to save face, this situation is markedly severe, and he has never witnessed such grave injuries. Zheng Zhuo quickly hangs up, dashes out of his room, and shouts to the others, "Brother Yi has been hurt. He.s. at Xiangyo Hospital. Those at home come with me to see him." Within moments, Zhang Shui and Wei Shu rush out of their rooms. Upon seeing Zheng Zhuo jump into the Dongfang Zizi, they promptly follow suit. Zheng Zhuo starts the car and speeds towards the hospital, his anger bubbling within him like a volcano on the verge of eruption. In both this life and the next, Li Yi is Zheng Zhuo's closest friend, akin to family in his heart. Now, he has found himself in the hospital, and this incident occurred while he had already begun to establish a name for himself in the entertainment industry. The act of assaulting him at this juncture transcends mere jealousy. It is an attempt to utterly obliterate his future. One can only imagine the repercussions if this matter were to be disclosed by the media. Not only would Li Yi's personal image face utter destruction, but the impact would also extend to director Wu Wu's Joyful Boys. Zheng Zhuo, shaking off his chaotic thoughts, recognized that everything else was secondary. His foremost concern was ensuring Li Yi's safety. Zheng Zuo was uncertain of the vengeful actions he might undertake should anything unfortunate befall Li Yi. Perhaps, at that moment, all notions of law and future aspirations would be cast aside. In the car, the equally anxious Zhang Shui and Wei Shui each made phone calls to Lu Sha and Huang Guan, as everyone hurriedly made their way to the hospital. Fortunately, in this era of Star City, the streets were nearly devoid of traffic late at night. Zheng's was sped along, finally arriving at Xiangyou Hospital. Upon reaching the parking lot, Zheng Zuo immediately contacted Feng Xiangdong to ascertain their location, then rushed towards their destination. Upon arriving outside the operating room, he found only Feng Xiangdong and a staff member named Chang Ge waiting. Seeing Zheng Zuo and the others, Feng Xiangdong quickly rose to his feet. Zheng Zuo promptly inquired, "How is he?" "He is still undergoing surgery. There should be no threat to his life, but his injuries are severe," Feng Xiangdong responded. "Were you the only one there at the time?" Zheng Zuo pressed on. "Yes, the incident occurred at a bar on Hongtong Road, and I happen to know the owner." After Li Yi was injured, the bar owner initially intended to call the police, but upon checking his phone and discovering my number, he contacted me instead, Feng Xiangdong recounted. Visibly shaken, Zheng Zuo nodded, stating, "So, the police are unaware of this incident?" Feng Xiangdong affirmed, "They should be unaware. My friend, the bar owner, mentioned that the incident took place in a private room, which did not cause any commotion within the bar. A server went in to deliver drinks and found Li Yi on the floor, beaten by a group of people. She quickly called security, but by the time they arrived, the assailants had fled with a very fashionable woman. Is the media still oblivious to this situation?" Zheng Zuo inquired again. At this moment, a female staff member seated next to Feng Xiangdong interjected, "We are unaware. After Feng and I arrived at the bar, we took Li Yi to the hospital. The hospital staff does not yet know his identity, and we have not disclosed it at the bar. Feng has already instructed his friends that what transpired tonight must remain confidential." Zheng Zuo nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. If the media is still in the dark, there is still a chance to salvage this situation. We must strive to minimize its impact. Otherwise, we might lose the 50 million we invested entirely. "Come on, old Zheng. It can't be that serious," Feng Xiangdong remarked. "Old Feng, the other party must certainly be aware of Li Yi's identity. Their actions are likely motivated by more than mere jealousy," Zheng Zuo replied. "Let us refrain from discussing these matters for the time being. Once Brother Yi completes his surgery, we shall devise a targeted plan." After Zheng Zuo learned that Li Yi was out of immediate danger, his initial excitement gradually subsided. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the corridor outside the operating room, as Wang Xiaojian, Huang Guan, Lu Sha, and Haizi from the school volleyball team rushed towards Zheng Zuo and the others. Dongfeng, unfamiliar with them, mistakenly assumed they were enemies of Li Yi come to seek vengeance. And in a state of panic, he sat down abruptly on a public bench outside the operating room. Haizi, the swiftest among them, sprinted ahead, shouting towards Zheng Zuo, "Dude, who dared to lay hands on Brother Yi? I've brought dozens of brothers with me, just waiting for you to point someone out, and I shall deal with him." Haizi, originally a special recruit from a modest background, had befriended Li Yi, who frequently treated him to meals. On one occasion, for reasons unknown, Haizi's family failed to send his living expenses for the month. Aware of his family's struggles, Haizi refrained from contacting them for help and resorted to scrounging meals from classmates. After a while, everyone began to avoid him. Eventually, Haizi turned to the still somewhat unfamiliar Li Yi, who began to take him under his wing, sharing his meals and even his cigarettes. This continued for nearly a month until his family resumed sending him funds. Since then, Haizi had developed a loyalty to Li Yi, disregarding others at Lin University. Later, as Li Yi and Zheng Zuo ventured into the business of dealing with counterfeit mobile phones, Li Yi took great care of Haizi, offering him the most favorable prices, thus gradually filling Haizi's pockets with extra cash, which he even managed to send home. Initially, Haizi was elated at Li Yi's recent rise to fame in the entertainment industry. However, upon hearing that Li Yi was hospitalized, he completely lost his composure, driven by a desperate need to act. Chapter 93. Not so simple. Seeing Haizi and the others approach, panting heavily, Zheng Zuo addressed Haizi. "Haizi, quiet down. They're performing surgery inside. Brother Yi is not in serious trouble. Go outside and disperse the crowd." Haizi rushed to Zheng Zuo's side, saying, "But, Brother Zuo." Zheng Zuo patted Haizi on the shoulder. "Haizi, this matter concerning Brother Yi is not as simple as a brawl. You mustn't act impulsively. I understand you and Brother Yi are good friends, But his current status is different. He's a public figure now, and every move he makes is under scrutiny by the media. You cannot be rash. First, go outside and disperse the people. They are unaware of Brother Yi's injury, are they? Heisey scratched the back of his head, replying, They only know I brought them here for a fight, not the reason behind it. Zheng Zhuo nodded. Exactly. The news of Brother Yi's injury must be kept confidential, otherwise it will impact his burgeoning career in the entertainment world. Now, please go outside and ask them to leave. Understanding Zheng Zui's reasoning and recognizing Li's rising prominence, Heisey immediately turned and dashed outside. Wait, Heisey, Zheng Zhuo called out to Heisey, pulling out over 1,000 yuan and handing it to him. Arrange for them to have a late-night snack. They bravely climbed over the wall from school at such an hour. These are noble comrades who shouldn't be left empty-handed. Brother Zhuo, I feel a bit embarrassed. Heisey replied. Enough of that. Heisey, we are all brothers here. Don't be so formal. Go on and make the arrangements. Zheng Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. Heisey nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaojian and Lu Sha quietly consulted Wei Shuai about Li Yi's condition. As the atmosphere outside the operating room settled into a tense calm, Zheng Zhuo took out a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes, distributing one to each person before lighting one for himself. As they smoked, they awaited the completion of the surgery. With time passing, Zheng Zhuo grew increasingly composed. He turned towards Dong Xiang and said, Brother Dong, I believe this situation is more complex than it appears. It is essential to gather everyone to discuss our strategy. Dong Xiang nodded in agreement. All right, I'll make the arrangements immediately. He then instructed a female staff member beside him. Notify Teacher Dawei and Yao Kong to come here and meet us. Zheng Zhuo shook his head, adding, This place is not very convenient. Let's go to Lin University instead. It's quiet there, and I have a small courtyard. Additionally, we need to invite Wu Wu as well. I'll notify him. With that, Zheng Zhuo took out his phone and dialed Wu Wu's number. He briefed Wu Wu on Li's situation, and Wu Wu assured him he would come to the hospital right away. Zheng Zhuo, however, discouraged him from coming to the hospital, explaining that as the director of a popular talent show, he would inevitably attract the attention of reporters, advising Wu Wu to wait at home instead. Zheng Zhuo decided to drive over and pick him up. Wu Wu appreciated Zheng Zhuo's thoughtfulness and provided him with an address. Zheng Zhuo glanced at the brightly lit operating room and remarked, I'll go pick up Wu Go. Call me with any updates. Zheng Zong, let me go pick up Director Wu. You're preoccupied with Li Yi. It's unsafe for you to drive. At that moment, the female staff member beside Dong Xiang stood up and interjected. Do you have a driver's license? Zheng Zhuo inquired. The staff member nodded. Yes, rest assured, Zheng Zong. Seeing that Dong Xiang had no objections, Zheng Zhuo handed his car keys to the young woman and provided her with Wu Wu's address and phone number. Shortly after she left, Heisey rushed back in. Brother Zhuo, the arrangements for the people outside are complete. Zheng Zhuo nodded and asked, Why didn't you go with them? Heisey, his face etched with worry, replied, I can't focus on that right now. Igu is still in the operating room. At that moment, the doctor finally wheeled Li out of the operating room, covered with a white sheet. His head had been stitched up, and his expression appeared relatively tranquil, though his face, stained with blood, looked rather alarming. A crowd quickly gathered around him, and Zheng Zhuo urgently asked the doctor, Doctor, is my friend all right? Upon seeing the multitude of individuals gathered outside, the doctor could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. Noticing Zheng's polite inquiry, the doctor adjusted his black-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose and replied, There are no significant issues. The internal injuries have been addressed. However, he must remain hospitalized for treatment at this stage. How long will it take for him to recover? Asked Dong Xiang from the side. The doctor responded while walking outside. Considering his recovery, it could be as quick as 20 days, or as long as a month. At that moment, a nurse turned to Zheng and remarked, The patient is still under anesthesia. It is best not to disturb him. Zheng nodded and addressed the crowd, saying, Zhang Shui and Heisey will stay here to care for Ego, and we shall rotate 2 others in tomorrow morning. The rest of you may leave. This is a hospital, and we must not disturb the other patients. There was no dissent among the group as Zheng was the first to exit the hospital building where the operating room was located. Since Zheng's vehicle had been dispatched to fetch Wu Wu, he had to ride in Dong Xiang's Mercedes. Wei Shuai and Wang Xiaojian also took seats in the back, while Lu Sha remained at the hospital entrance to await Wu Wu and the others, as per Zheng's instructions. Dong Xiang swiftly drove to Lin University, following Zheng's directions until they reached the small courtyard where Zheng resided. Upon disembarking, Wei Shuai and Huang Guan wasted no time, immediately becoming busy without awaiting Zheng's guidance. Aware that Zheng and Dong Xiang would soon discuss significant matters, Huang Guan dashed into the shed to ignite the stove, ensuring there was ample firewood. While Wei Shuai prepared hot water with an electric kettle and set out tea leaves and cups. Before long, Yao Kong and Dou Wei arrived at Lin University. Unable to locate the small courtyard, Dong Xiang and Zheng had to drive to the school gate to collect them. When they returned to the small courtyard with Yao Kong, Lu Sha had also arrived, accompanied by Wu Wu and a female staff member from Naichang-gu. Once all necessary parties had gathered, Dong Xiang succinctly recounted Li Yi's situation to everyone, inciting a wave of indignation among the group. Yao Kong immediately declared his determination to find the perpetrator and avenge Li Yi, expressing his willingness to spend any amount necessary. Meanwhile, Wu Wu found himself in a state of distress. The plans had been progressing smoothly according to their discussions, but Li Yi's sudden injury had thrown his schedule into disarray. Noticing Wu Wu's furrowed brow, Zheng inquired, "Wu Gu, given Yi's current condition, he certainly cannot take the stage. How long can your program wait for him?" Chapter 94, Midnight Roar. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Wu replied, "Currently, the preliminary selections are nearing their conclusion. According to our original plan, the 30 finalists must undergo 2 elimination rounds to determine the top 10, which would take approximately 10 days. At the latest, EZ must perform within that time frame." Dong Xiang shook his head, saying, "That is not feasible. The doctor just mentioned that EZ's injuries require at least 20 days for recovery." Zheng lit a cigarette for himself and took a deep drag, then said, "In that case, Wu Gu, do your utmost to extend the schedule. For instance, the transition from 30 to 20 could be split into 2 events, with 30 to 25, followed by 25 to 20. This way, we can prolong the program's duration." Zheng observed that the future generations had witnessed an abundance of talent shows, which often extended their schedules interminably. The audience, captivated by this notion, found it quite appealing. However, Wu Mu remained pensive, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "This won't do. The program's schedule is predetermined, and we cannot ascertain whether the network will consent to such changes. Moreover, with the Spring Festival approaching, if we cannot hold the finale before then, the viewership may significantly diminish." Zheng pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about this? You approach the network and claim it was a suggestion from the advertising agency, stating that we are willing to increase the advertising budget by an additional 6 million, on the condition that the schedule is extended by at least 2 more episodes. If necessary, we can mention that the night's leader, Gu, wishes to promote their artist, inviting Dong Gu and Kong Zi as special guests to perform, thereby prolonging the schedule." Wu Mu considered the proposal, nodding in agreement, believing it to be a feasible solution. As long as the network received ample advertising revenue, it was unlikely they would reject the additional 6 million. In 1999, Xiangnan Satellite TV's annual advertising income hardly exceeded 100 million. Decision-makers would not be indifferent to 6 million. Zheng then turned to Yao Kong, instructing, "Kong Zi, please follow up on this matter. If any key decision-makers oppose extending the schedule for Happy Boys, it will be your responsibility to handle public relations, ensuring that Yi Ge can attend the finale." Yao Kong nodded, understanding Zheng's intent. No matter the cost, the objective must be achieved. They had already invested tens of millions in the early stages, and further investment was imperative for profitability. "I feel the situation is more complex than it appears. Since EZ joined the Happy Boys program, he has become remarkably disciplined. How could he be out so late, especially at a nightclub?" Dou Wei expressed his bewilderment. According to patrons at the bar, Fang Xiangdong interjected, "It initially involved EZ in a private room with a girl, but then a balding man stormed in with a group and assaulted EZ, presumably over the woman." Zheng shook his head. "I believe it is not as straightforward as that. I once encountered that balding man at Huaqing Hotel, dining with Xiao Huixian. Wu Ge, do you have any middle-aged men at your station who are bald and have direct connections to Huajia's talent show?" Wu Mu contemplated, then slapped his thigh in realization. Could it be him? The group's curiosity piqued. They eagerly turned to Wu Mu, who reflected for a moment before stating, "If it truly is him, then as Zheng said, this matter is indeed more complicated than it seems." Yao Kong seized Wu Mu's hand, eagerly pressing, "Who is it? Wu Gu, please don't keep us in suspense. That man should be Qi Feng, the chief director of Huajia's talent show. For years, he has been trying to undermine me, but my program has recently outperformed his, and my advertising sales have surpassed his. He has been actively seeking my vulnerabilities lately. Wu Mu replied thoughtfully. This appears to be a premeditated scheme. If I am not mistaken, Xiao Huixian's breakup with Yigu was due to this man. He likely elevated Xiao Huixian into the top 3 of Hua Jie's competition. This time, he exploited Yi's trust in Xiaowixian, lured Yi out alone, and then orchestrated a bloody incident. In doing so, he not only avenged his lover's ex-boyfriend, but also tarnished the reputation of Wuge's program. What a cunning scheme. Zheng Zhuo reflected aloud. Upon hearing Zheng Zhuo's analysis, the crowd suddenly gained clarity. What initially seemed shrouded in mystery had, through the insights of Zheng Zhuo and Wu Wu, revealed the true nature of the event. If this was not a mere coincidence, and the adversary's intention was to undermine the reputation of happy boys, then it was likely that they had captured photographs or videos during the assault on Yaij. Should such evidence reach the journalists while Yitzi lay incapacitated in the hospital, they might indeed succeed in their malicious intent, Fang Xiangdong remarked. The group was taken aback. Indeed, the possibility outlined by Fang Xiangdong loomed large. Zheng Zhuo hastily interjected. Donggu, please inquire with your friend who owns the bar to see if there are surveillance cameras installed. In 1999, surveillance cameras were not as ubiquitous as in later years, but certain high-end hotels, entertainment venues, and upscale communities did possess a limited number of them. Upon hearing Zheng Zhuo's words, Fang Xiangdong quickly called the bar owner. It was already past midnight, but fortunately, the bar owner was accustomed to a nocturnal lifestyle, and the call was answered promptly. The bar owner confirmed that there was a surveillance camera at the main entrance, though he was uncertain if that group had exited through there. Fang Xiangdong relayed the bar owner's message to the others. Zheng Zhuo pondered for a moment and said, "This matter cannot be delayed. Donggu, please rush to the bar where Yaij was attacked and review the footage to see if they left with any cameras or recording devices. If so, we must find a way to destroy that footage." In 1999, unlike in later years, not everyone possessed a mobile phone capable of taking photos or recording videos. Capturing such images required cameras or camcorders. Fang Xiangdong nodded and promptly stood up, and seeing this, Yao Kong insisted on accompanying him. Zheng Zhuo, feeling frustrated, ran his fingers through his hair. Even without reviewing the surveillance footage, it was highly probable that someone named Qi Feng had already captured images of Li Yi being assaulted, and destroying such evidence would not be an easy task. After all, the prominent director from Xiangnan Television surely had his own network of influence, which likely wielded significant power. How I wish old Su were here. Zheng Zhuo silently lamented. At that moment, only old Su's skills could potentially locate and obliterate the footage without a trace. Just then, as if the heavens had heard Zheng Zhuo's unspoken wish, a familiar roar of an engine echoed through the tranquil midnight, growing louder as it approached, creating a jarring contrast outside the campus of Lin University.